We are just going game by game.
I'm Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports. I'm feeling confident about the team. I think we've had a little bit of a bumpy road leading up to the tournament, but I think when the tournament starts and the games start, that's where we perform the best, and I have faith and confidence in all my teammates and in myself. So yeah, no problems. I think we're going to do good. So this year we open up the tournament against NIP. They're a really experienced team, and I think they're one of the best teams in Brazil. So yeah, it's going to be, it's better kick it off with a good game than some boring game. So yeah.
My name is KDS. I play for FaZe Clan, and I'm entry 2. For me, the best parts for SI in São Paulo is because in my home country, so that's amazing. I think our group is much better than Atlanta because we have a problem with the aggressive teams, and now we are very much stronger. We're feeling very prepared to play against all teams. For me, the toughest match will be against SSG and Wolves because are aggressive teams and they are very good in their region. All the players in the group are motivated because we really want to win this SI.
I'm Citizen, I play for Sonics, and I'm a flex. Past years the team looks good, but it could be way better. Obviously last invite wasn't too good for us, but got top 4 of the majors, so hopefully if we can find our way of playing and play together and play right, we should go far in this tournament. Well, we're in Group D, so we've got 3 APAC teams, and then playing Los will be good because they got top 4 of the last major, but also I like to play W7 and G2 because I feel like it'll be a fun game to play. Yeah, so we play Scars, so I think to expect is just a crazy match because they're crazy people, so we just got to expect the unexpected and come prepared for it.
My name is Cameraman. I play for Los, and I'm the IGL captain. For our goal to be top 6 and maybe win tournament, we need to be prepared for what's coming. So we worked really hard since Atlanta to be in our best shape to be here. I think our most difficult match would be Sonics, but if we play our game the way we do, we don't have a problem with that. The preparation against Falcons, it's a bit hard because they changed their roster, so we don't know what to expect. They have a Brazilian coach as well that I played with him. We are confident on playing and stuff like that, so it's more what we like to play over of what's their weaknesses.
My name is Yanis, I'm Mugli as well. I'm from Rainbow Six Wolves roster, and I'm an entry fragger. I'm very excited because it's SI in Sao Paulo in Brazil. I never went to Brazil, so it's a big country, and they love to play Siege, so I'm so happy to be here. So we're in Group B. The first match will be against SSG. They are good friends of us, but this match will be a good fight. And after that, we will play Bliss. Bliss were in our group all over the year, but we really want to win against them because it was always a tough match against them.
My name is Gustavo, or Psycho, my nickname. I'm from Ninjas and Pyjamas, and my role is IGL. I already have this type of experience in the past on Pro League São Paulo, and this is probably my best tournament I played because of the crown, so I'm feeling good to be here again. I think winning SI on the past was super good for us because we know how to play the competition. I think I'm ready to win the second SI. I know it's gonna be difficult because now we have a lot of good teams, especially the Brazilian teams are on their best moments, but I really can feel we can beat them.
My name is Paulo, I play for Team Liquid, and I'm currently doing Flex. I'm really excited to play the Six Invitational. All the journey, everything is for this moment. We are playing against the best, we are the best. I'm in my hometown, everyone's excited. And playing in the front of the crowd is screaming for us. We did it a couple of times, and there's no other feeling, especially here in Brazil. People go mad, it's really insane. Our group is really difficult. We have lots and lots of good teams, and Let's say it's a great test to start the tournament because if we go through, there's nothing that we can be scared, you know. Virtus Pro, we have, as I said, a history against them, and it's a good history, so we hope we beat them.
I'm Foltz. I'm a player for Space Station Gaming, and my role is hard breach / flex. So after last Invitational, we did a big revamp of our roster and kind of switched our identity and a lot of players and even coaches around. Through Copenhagen and Atlanta and now here, we've gotten better and kind of built those blocks up to kind of get to the point we're at now, and I think this is the best form we've been in, and I'm excited to play. I don't think there's any specific team I really want to play. One thing I will say is the last time we played Wolves, we didn't play the best, but we've made, like I said, a lot of adjustments and we've changed a lot since then and learned a lot. And I think this time is going to be much, much different.
I am Bolo. I play for Dark Zero, and I am second entry. Personally, I feel pretty ready for the event. I think, you know, I had a little bit of a break. You know, it's been about a year, but I'm ready now. I think the team's ready. The boys are ready to win, and so am I. And, you know, what's a better place to do it in Sao Paulo? The group is well matched for us. You know, there's no, you know, you don't want to underestimate any opponent in any tournament, especially the biggest one of the year. We got GK, G2, NIP, and FearX. I think they're good matchups, and I think we're ready. I think we're prepared, and I don't think they will be. But FearX and GK, you never know what they can throw your way.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows, and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนอย่างไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومعا نشكل عائلة رينبو 6 سيزون متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 식스 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 식스 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos, somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم. ありがとうございます.
Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
And it is exactly that hammer that every single team remaining here at 6 Invitational are looking to lift at the end of this week on Championship Sunday. But before we get there, we still have our playoffs to go through. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to wonderful, beautiful Sao Paulo and to our playoffs show here live in our studio. And we're ready to go. I'm Elstamedic, your host. I guess me and Ian will be going through this as the week continues. Very excited to be here and have fun with all of you. And with me on the desk, our Fresh and friend, Fresh and Fabian.
If you call me Fresh and friend one more time, I'm a 3-time Invitational winner. He's a 1-time EUL relegation coach.
Who?
I think that it's Fabian and...
But do you know what? Combined, we are 3-time Invitational winners and 1-time relegated, so that's absolutely fine. We are so unbelievably back.
Always look on the bright side of life, is what they say. Let's talk about today. First, our broadcast schedule. As everybody will see, we have a lot of games to go through today, but of course, throughout the next few days. If those of you that have been watching over the past, week pretty much, you've seen 20 teams be reduced down to 16 from our 4 groups down to our playoffs brackets. And we're going to talk about that to lead us into our 6 final teams later on this week. So here is our schedule. Stream A and B will be running simultaneously today and tomorrow, so you can watch the Stream B matches on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, all found on there. Stream A will for both teams actually, for both streams, the first 2 games, best of 3s, will feed into the last 2 matches of the day. W7M, Wolves, Dark Zero, and Team Liquid. You can find that here on stream all day. FaZe and Lost, Fury and NIP will be playing on B stream simultaneously, and then waiting for the winner to play G2 later on today. Here's our bracket. You'll see, 8 teams that are fighting that we're probably going to be focusing more on today. However, Sonics, G2, Space Station, and Virtus Pro are waiting for the winners of said matches. They are top seeded in their groups, and that's why they have a 1-game advantage. However, Jack, there's some teams in our lower bracket that have 1 more life to go.
And I think there's a few surprising teams, notably, to be honest, VRX, maybe Bliss, Falcons. Actually, all the lower bracket teams you could have argued went out. They've kind of made their upsets. They've got their way through the groups. Big thing for the lower bracket teams, they do not play today. Because all of the other teams remaining in the competition, the 12 teams in the upper bracket, play today as well, they're going to fan practice very hard. So I do have a little bit of concern coming into tomorrow as how they will perform with that 1 day's rest.
I actually think it's kind of a good thing to be in the lower bracket, though, because now you have your backs against the wall. He
won it from there.
Yeah, he did.
That's what I was going to get to as well. We won it from there last year with G2, but you never have a second chance. But also, the teams that go up against you, they've actually lost the game. So maybe their confidence is a little bit shaken, because they go up against you and you're in a nice position. You know where you're at. You've decided here's where we're going to be. And that's where you go from.
But you both said it. These are kind of surprising teams to find in there, especially considering the level of competition here at SI. Are you surprised, Fabian, by seeing these 4 teams in the playoffs?
I think the groups more or less played out pretty much the way we expected them to. There are a little bit of surprises. Like my biggest one is M80 not making it out of group. That is a bit of a surprise to me. But other than that, I think they played out quite reasonably to what expectations were.
Actually, let's look back from the macro side of things, because a lot of games have transpired, a lot of best of 3s, which gives us a lot of data to work through. And obviously defender-sided meta, Jack.
Yeah, it's the big overarching storyline of this whole event is it is the most defender-sided 6 Invitational we have ever seen. Now, on the screen, you will see the maps, and look at some of those maps bordering on a 70% defense win rate. That means teams are going to be coming in with like a 2-4 split on, pretty normal maps for Oregon Club, pretty standard maps, and being happy with that because of the way that the defense is playing out. And I think that's the one thing that we are seeing. Defense currently in this tournament is absolutely king.
It's absolutely king. And we're looking at the maps, as Jack said, but why is the reason is what we're trying to get to today. And we're going to tell you why. Because if we go over to the defender-sided operators, we're going to be seeing a lot of the same operators being played. And obviously, Asami and Fenrir are going to be the ones that I would say have the absolute biggest impact here. So you look at the operators, Fenrir, we know, can basically put up traps everywhere. Has barbed wires on top of that. And those Yetis, they're hard to find. They're small. They're not that easy to spot unless you basically drive your drone to a door or a window, turn that drone around, which you kind of don't want to do because that means everything in front of you, you're missing out on.
Where's Tubarão?
Well, Tubarão is an interesting point, actually. So Tubarão not on this presence. He's just a bit low. I think he's 7th or 8th most in terms of presence. However, the impact that Tubarão's had, even though he is strong, is... talk very loud in here.
This is the best part about an Invitational. I love it.
The impact that Tubarão has had in terms of the bans. When a team bans Tubarão inside of a map, they then leave open another power operator in that list. That means that there will be a Solis, Azami, Fenrir, Cade, Mira, at least Valkyrie. That's 7 operators that will be available if Tubarão is banned. So not just him coming in and being strong, the fact that he's getting bans against him allows the defenders to be stronger because of the other operators available.
There's just so many power operators. That's it. There's so many power operators.
How do you deal with those defenders, though? I'm looking really...
That's the problem, right? We don't have that many solutions. We do, however, have an idea that at least me and Jack thought of. The way that we think that you can counter this is by picking the attack operators that kind of play into this.
Oh, wow,
we have Ashe, Flores, Twitch, Brava, and Sophia. And all of them can more or less take care of gadgets in their own way. What we are maybe waiting for a little bit is probably to go back to the old coastline of the good old days. You didn't even play a hard breacher back then. Maybe we'll see more of these operators being played just because they are able to blow up all the traps and take care of it.
And that's the common theme, is between these operators, they either have drones that are available to get rid of utility, or they have explosives that are available to get rid of utility. And in Flores' case, it's absolutely both.
Yeah, and we have one more thing that I don't think that most people maybe have looked deep into. The nade change. Because we've seen the nade change where you can't cook the grenades anymore, we're not seeing them being played. We have been seeing 12 flashbangs in a round and stuff like that, which have led to less Jaeger play and less Wamai play, which means more space for the power operators to creep themselves in. So there's a big entire conspiracy against the attackers. Right?
Yeah. In Atlanta, I actually think we saw over 3 nades on average brought by attack on each attack. They would bring on average 3 nades. They're now bringing far less, and I think we've only seen maybe 1, maybe 2 actual clean grenade kills that have happened in the entire tournament, and that's over 1,000 rounds. So it's like the nade change has affected attacks so much, maybe beyond what was expected.
Yeah, it feels like at least one of those 2 kills was by complete accident, and then the other times a grenade was used was to deal with castle barricades, which is very different than what we're used to imagine grenades would be used for. But you see the team on the camera in front of you. We are going to talk about the squad. Wolves is up first on the chopping block before we start our match here with Wolves versus W7M. We have stats on the line. Jack, please, can you help peruse through them?
Yeah, and I think some of these stats for Wolves are good. I think, the expectation on Wolves and the sentiment on Wolves coming into this tournament was actually reasonably low. And I think they actually surprised us coming through the groups. They had a real shot at getting in that first place. Obviously, it didn't quite transpire. They did end up getting in the third place kind of bucket. But they had a shot at first place. They had a big upset against SSG, I would say, and I would call it an upset based on recent performances. So sentiment on Wolves is that actually they're on a good run of momentum.
And talking about recent performances, I could not keep myself away from this. Me and Jack actually played them in a tier 3 tournament about 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
And
it was
the reason why this builds in back into the surprise factor of this is they struggled to play against me and Jack. And we were sitting and playing Consulate, and it felt like they didn't know how to clear me out. I play about 100 hours of ranked each year these days, so it's not like I have the most mechanical talent anymore. So it was a surprise that they couldn't really clear us out. How would they go up against SI opponents? And they've actually managed to turn that around a lot. Looking at their individual performance, they're doing a lot better, both as individuals, which then leads into better team play, which with better team play, it leads into better individual performance. So it's just a positive circle of never-ending goodness.
Well, that seems like it was the problem in the past and continues to be, which is group stage, we're doing well, we get to the big games and we start to falter. Do you think that could change here, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of beliefs in Wolves. I'm European, I'm a bit of a European simp for them. I think Mowgli specifically, as the kind of spearhead, he's on 0.97 KPI, nearly a kill around. He's averaging so well, so he can be the big driving force that can turn that.
All right, let's talk about Wolves' opponents. W7M are up on the screen just now. They've won the past 2 major events, runners-up the last Invitational. They've been called all sorts of things, but they're still looking for that hammer. Jack, can they do it here today?
Of course they can. They are the favourites for this competition, whether they're in the upper bracket, the second, third place games, or even in the lower bracket, doesn't matter to them. I think I will say it is a bit of a surprise, again, that we're seeing them in this round 1 of the upper bracket. They didn't win that group. Now, I will say they were in the group of death. Their advantage for winning both majors this year was being placed into the group of death. So it was high-quality opponents, but they lost maps. They lost maps against Bleed. They lost maps against Liquid, and they lost a whole best of 3 international competition, first time this year, against VP. So they are making some mistakes. I think it's particularly to do with the map pool. They're taking teams to W7M's weak maps in groups. I think maybe trying to save stuff a little bit for playoffs.
Yeah, we're a little bit confused about how they've been playing because they've been playing so many maps that we don't know what are they hiding. What are they showing because they want to pretend that they're playing it a lot and that they will let it through in ban phase later on in the tournament? The tournament haven't really started for W7M up until this point. Now is where everything begins because they were always going to go through groups. Group of Death, why is it called it? Well, because W7M is in that group. There's no other reason why it is the Death group. So they have just everything that they want to do now. They can show any sort of gameplay. The way that they play overall, they are the master of combined arms is the way I put it. They know how to play the tempo, the speed, and just overall, every single style of attack they've mastered.
Despite that, if it can bleed, we can kill it. And so far, as you both have said, yes, tough group, but they've shown that they can do it. Map pool is something we're going to have to look into. Maybe that could be improved, and I think Wolves are definitely a good opponent to maybe surprise W7M. And speaking of map pool, we have our map bans up on the screen. Border Consulate, Bank, and Nighthaven Labs will be taken out first. We'll go to Oregon. That is Wolves' pick, with W7M starting off on the attacking side. We'll move on to our next map. That is a pick Chalet. Let's go. That is on W7M. And finally, what will we go to? Well, after banning Skyscraper and Cafe, that will be Clubhouse. Jack, overall thoughts on our map bans?
So in terms of preferences, these two teams have very, very similar map pools. The maps that they like are very similar. The maps they dislike are very similar. What you've seen in the first ban phase is both teams getting rid of maps they don't want to play. Nighthaven has been a perma-ban of W7M for a long time. They've got rid of that. Bang, Border for Wolves. Makes a lot of sense. So Wolves got the choice to pick from all of the maps they like. They've gone for Oregon. They had Skyscraper available, which Wolves are also excellent at. However, W7M, they lost Oregon going up against Bleed. So I think that's why. They've had a VOD review. They've had a look at that. For W7M, they've picked Chalet. Now, I'll talk about W7M as being one of the best Chalet teams in the world. And I agree with it. I agree with my own point. That's weird. However, thank you. However, Wolves did take W7M to Chalet right as W7M was starting to be unreal in Berlin.
Yep.
And they won. So Wolves are no slouches at Chalet either. Decider of Clubhouse is very similar. Both teams, high preference map.
Fabian, every attack round matters here.
Every attack round matters, and that's actually the one thing that Wolves have been struggling quite a lot with. Attacks have been their weakness, and if we're looking at Clubhouse, or all the maps really, starting on Oregon even, it's going to be a really, really tough time for them. They need to claw out, I would say, 2 attacks per map, or I'm going to doubt them a little bit.
Who takes map 1?
I want Wolves to do it, just because of European Simp. Yeah, but if I'm being realistic, I think we're leaning a little bit against the W7M 2-0.
Jack, game's ready?
Yeah, I think Wolves take it. JV said he wanted to be in the lower bracket to me and Fabian just then. So I think W7M have got a plan. They want to emulate G2 of last year.
There you go.
Copycats.
The copycats.
Big proof of concept. It's the best form of just love and appreciation. But with love and appreciation said, we are ready to go with our game. So let's toss it to our casters. W7M versus Wolves. It's Intero and Pengu. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Milos. It is excellent to hear your voice once again. We went like 6 months without him, and those were 6 dreadful months. It's nice to have him back. I missed him.
He's like a little sunshine, you know? He walks in a room and it's like,
He's not little, he's the same height as you.
Okay, come on, man.
And he didn't wear the ducks this time. Excellent shirt.
Thank you.
Well, sweater, I suppose.
Yeah, sweater.
I quite like the ducks. We're gonna go to Oregon. W7M versus Wolves to start off our very first day. You and I are on the B stream. I honestly feel like I've been on the A stream. I feel like I've been on the B stream every time I've casted.
Every time. Do you feel neglected?
A little.
Well, good
Just
to have you
a
back
little.
then. Good to have you back.
It's nice to be back, man.
Look at us. Now, I agree with Fabian's point he said where for W7M, the run for this Invitationals doesn't really start until this second phase. And I had this note in my own book here saying, were they holding back? ? Because the W7M that we've seen so far in groups has not really been to the same level of skill and consistency and excitement on the player face cams as one would expect. So I want to see right now if they can do it. And then you just come on with an absolute heater, because I as well am predicting here a 2-0. Like Fabian was like, I don't want to say it, but that probably should be the outcome.
I like the Nomad ban. Fenrir being banned is not really that much of a surprise. You saw on the pre-show the numbers for the defenders. Valkyrie, Warden, Solus, Azami, and Fenrir, the 5 most picked defenders. And what do all 5 of them have in common? Well, they are significantly challenging to deal with at the moment. Attackers not exactly having the greatest amount of tools at their disposal to deal with these defenders, which is why we are witnessing an absolutely dominant defense time and time again. Every single map in the map pool is extremely lopsided in favor of the defenders at this point. Tuberound will be the very final ban, removed from action, so we will not see any of the newest operator in Rainbow Six.
But the thing is, with W7M, we see them often ban Tubero, but we also know they can leave it open and even play it themselves, because earlier in the group phase against VP on Cafe, that was the scenario. So I do feel like W7M, they have things they've been working on, you know, behind the scenes, in scrims and practice, that they're kind of waiting for their time, for their turn to show these things. And if you are a back-to-back major winning team, and basically everyone's gunning for you, everyone's looking at you, how you're innovating the game, how you're performing, why not keep things a little bit on the low end and start showing them when it's necessary? Because if you expose all your new stuff in the very beginning of a tournament, well, it's not going to be a surprise later on against the quote-unquote stronger teams. And of course, in that either lower bracket if you lose early when it matters the absolute most, or to stay in that upper bracket to maintain your advantage. So I do expect some new things here from W7M, or at the very least a revitalized kind of performance. They are starting on a tertiary bomb site.
Yes, that is a little peculiar.
This is the first round, right? No, not a rehost. The round count is 0-0. You would not be incorrect to assume that maybe something happened. No, they are starting on meeting and kitchen. This is very abnormal for Oregon, especially because that base and bomb site is so strong for the defending side, which is where at W7M they'll be starting.
It was not a bomb site. I think you looked away. Either way, you want to keep them on their toes, right? Wolves choose this map. W7M go to the side that they like. Obviously, defense right now is far more favorable for everybody. There's going to be early action.
Everywhere, actually. In fact, they're just fighting it out.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Everybody is coming to blows. Case is down.
No.
KZ pulling off 2 in a row. His 3rd in the round, leaving P4 against KZ. KZ looking for the 4K. We're only a minute on in. P4 knows exactly where that Solus is. He manages to get away. Well played by KZ. Could have easily been picked off there if he'd not respected P4, who will now have plenty of time to drone.
Yep, consider that drone for the flank, try and go for a plant bait up, but it's Casey with Solus. He has this intel exactly where the pattern is going down and how far into it he is. It's a bait and switch now, with still half the round to go. P4 has to make the brain play to lure out Casey's position.
KZ's gonna have some information on this. He pops up at P4 with the shutout at the very end. Great start by Wolves.
I mean, you can almost argue there that both teams, they booted up a TDM here, not the actual pro lobby, because within 20 seconds, early engagements, back and forth trading in the bomb site. Yes, it was in meeting and kitchen, but the lobby was pretty much where most of those deaths they happened besides the bomb site itself, and a very big surprise. And Wolves, we know they have kind of 2 modes. They're relatively slow, structured, methodical, your expected kind of pacing. And then they have the go in your face kind of style. And if you're Wolves going into this Oregon map, which Wolves picked, by the way, mind you, you probably watched Bleed play up against W7M on this exact map of Oregon, and you saw that the way Bleed actually won their rounds was by playing overly aggressive with confidence, catching W7M by surprise, and trying to just be in their face and not give them any space to work with. This very first opening round from Wolves was very much orchestrated in a similar way, where they said, we gotta get in there fast, we gotta get in there quickly, and it is early mornings here, just 10 a.m. local time. If you're not an early riser, you've yet to really wake up.
Was it back not too long ago when I think it was TSM was playing every single matchup early on, Nick? And it was kind of like, oh, we have to be up at 8 a.m. every day.
Yes.
That could be a little bit of a challenge, especially if you're still adapting to a different time zone, which is what it seems some of these teams had a problem with doing earlier on. There's a reason why you see some of the bigger orgs will send their teams to go and do a boot camp in the region in which they are competing in. M80 was here for a week, for example, beforehand. I know that Dark Zero was also in Brazil for a while, and I believe G2 was as well. Mowgli almost dies in the ensuing fight, as this is a very active defense from W7M. They pick off Deadshot first. And now both the Ash and the IQ are running together. Herds with a C4, blowing both of them up. And now it's KZ on Armory Stairs to loop around and go after Shinka inside of Meeting. Shinka's just gonna drop. What are we witnessing here? P4 with a single kill. That's all she's gonna get. 2 rounds in a row. That we just saw Wolves run right in. Okay.
I mean, the round there, they win or they lose on the roam clear. And what was actually a great start for Wolves, where, you know, Deadshot and Mowgli, they're just running in together, trying to get off that trade game. Well, the issue is the C4 takes down both players. So Mowgli slowing down, waiting for backup, looked really good on paper, but because he actually ended up slowing things down, the C4 does more damage than it otherwise would have done, and it kind of just like destroys Wolves on the roam. It's forcing out that really quick out of nowhere hatch drop because you're playing a game of desperation, essentially, trying to get back that advantage by just getting a kill or two. We see right here from Hertz. He gets one, he gets both, and there it is. So when things like that happen, dropping the heads immediately, I get it. You're 2v4, you can't breach anything, you can't really get any advantages, there's no utility lift on your lineup either. You just have 2 guns, you gotta make the most of it, try and catch your opponent by surprise again. But W7M very much ready to match this aggression in the first 2 rounds. Stop. Might have a rehost here.
Some crashed.
Yeah. Definitely go for rehost here. Gotta get quickly back into the server. Gotta make sure that we get that 5v5 action. No one's missing out. It's like, man, it's only the 2nd round and now these guys are crashing. What is going on? Good vibes. Of course, when you're so ready and amped up for a match, it can actually kind of throw you off of your game here by being forced into a break. We've seen how both teams have matched each other, playing extremely quickly in the first 2 rounds. Having a quote-unquote global timeout now, where both teams just gotta sit there. You can't really talk to your teammates because it's a technical timeout. And, well, you just gotta sit there. Ready yourself mentally. But okay, when the server starts again, we gotta go, get straight back into it, and not sit still for too long.
You're not allowed to talk during these tech pauses. For those that might be wondering why some of the teams sit there in complete and total silence, it's not that they are antisocial. Difference is obviously when you're playing on LAN, you can communicate with your teammates because you have the admin team standing right behind you.
Yeah.
Obvious issue is that, as far as I'm aware, admins don't speak every language. So if you've got a team, you know, calming in, say, Japanese, what are the odds that the admin behind them is actually able to understand them at all? That rule change went in about tech issues just to step around any potential tomfoolery involving, oh no, my PC crashed, and now you effectively get another timeout. Not that teams did that, but just in the off chance.
You see it there, the admin's saying no talking.
No talking, you're not allowed to talk.
Yeah. It's funny because when you look at like the history of W7M, you can say that they are technically still kind of new to international events. They're kind of still like a little bit of a rookie, but because of how well they've done, winning back-to-back majors, making SI finals last year, they also are arguably more experienced than most rosters at the 6 Invitationals right now. So they're in this weird kind of position where they're young, they don't know the exact workarounds of like, can you talk during a tech situation or not, you know? Because they haven't been to that many events. They've just done incredibly well for themselves at the handful of events they have been at. Whereas for Wolves, very different story. They've been to every single event going back like a year and a half, 2 years, but they've never really made it past top 8. Usually they'll go home in groups or they'll go home in quarters. Of course, there are singular instances where that might not be the case. Invitationals last year, they got 6th, for example. But typically speaking, Wolves, they're always going to be on your screen at a major, but they will also just not really go past the quarters, so they're not going to make it far into the main stage. And of course, that's the goal for every single team. Yes, get experience at a major event, but also playing in front of a crowd is the goal and dream of every single team. And it also means you are one step closer to actually lifting that trophy, because once the crowd is there are just 3 games between you and the trophy. That's the quarterfinal, the semifinal, and the grand final. So once you hear the crowds roar, you know that you're close.
Hasn't been a Brazilian crowd that's been able to play an international event in front of Brazilians since all the way back in 2018. The Rio Finals occurred in November 2018, which of course you won. True. I'm sure the crowd was delighted that you defeated their hometown team of FaZe Clan.
I'm not sure they seemed delighted, but I will say Fabian had the coldest pre-game interview ever, where he walks up in front of that big crowd and he tells, I think it was cameraman at the time, it's like, I am sorry for you because you will be responsible for all these people's feelings when we beat you. And he was stunned on the stage, being like, how do I make a comeback out of this? He just roasted me and said that I'm responsible for all these people because we will lose. That's a mental boom right there. So there's a bit of mind games, of course. Crowd control and playing to the minds of your opponent.
That was a 2-0, wasn't it?
It was a quick 2-0, yeah.
That was back when the Pro League Finals were only 3 maps. So if you were a dominant team, you could have a very brief hour and 45-minute affair and walk home with the trophy, as you did that time. Capping off an incredibly impressive year for you. That was the same year as the Paris Major. For those that were not aware, you obviously prevailed in that one. You did lose Atlantic City that year, though, to a Brazilian team. But then you went on to win SI right after. You did not make the Milan Finals.
Someone's got to check their Windows security. There you go.
You always got to make sure that the firewall, the Windows firewall, is working just fine.
No intruders will be made here.
Safety first.
Shingo the Beast, take armory control, and kind of just now we see a more structured Wolves. I said earlier how they can change up their playstyle between the more passive structured version and aggressive when they gotta go, but we see here the setup, big window, Keystone Repel, 2 bottom right. I think they're gonna do a 3-2-1 call down and rush the bomb side.
And they're in. This will be the 3rd round in a row that Wolves are very quick to the punch. They've not been able to strike first, though. W7M has expected this every single time, been able to gun them down. KZ slaughtering Shinka. And unless Bibu can get a single pick here, it'll be a flawless round for this Brazilian squad. Bibu knows somebody's down below. Philippox trying to get his attention. Bibu could get pushed from top white. I don't know if W7M knows his exact whereabouts.
Discipline here from the defending side. Yeah, it's a 5v1, but why give him anything here? Just hold your ankle, sit tight, and let him do the work. He has to come to you. You have bomb site control. This is the world champions or major champions of W7 playing right now. Ouch.
Well, nothing much to be done. Still the same part of the map. And he engaged, Nade watching it, and he loses out on that duel to Nade. A flawless defense from W7M. Now, Wolves have gone for very quick executes, 3 rounds in a row on this map. What do you think is the thought process behind this? This is their map. They are starting on the unfavorable side. Are you thinking that maybe because it is such a defender-sided map that going quickly will be able to get ahead of it? Do you think they're hoping to catch W7 off guard?
I do think it's a mixture of both of those points, but also if you're prepping for Oregon specifically, which of course Wolves they have since they picked this map, you saw the Bleed game, and the way that W7 they're playing, their positioning, their operators are playing, they're not one-to-one with that against Bleed. And this is the issue. This is why I make the note myself. I'm like, did W7 hold back a little bit in group stage and not really play to their true self? Because it was a bit sloppier. It was far more inconsistent. The crossfires weren't there. They weren't trading when they were dying. But now in the first 3 rounds, the trades, they are hitting their marks. Whenever somebody from WCM will die, they will always get 1 or 2 kills back, punishing Wolves. And now all of a sudden, they're playing Frost. And Wolves obviously did not expect that operator. They rushed into the big window. No one shot the Frost mat. Nobody checked for it. Didn't have the time to drone. So immediately, the second they go for a bomb site rush, one person gets injured off the Frost mat. That gives off the sign that, oh, hey, they're actually in. Everybody, be alert. Look at where the entry points are. And they shut down the wide staircase. They shut down the big window jump in. And Wolves, they don't even get a single kill in the round. And against Bleed, again, WCM, they roam a lot. Now they're playing close side Shink, and now with the opening kill to open things up, JV falls early in this round. A good look for Wolves.
Wolves have been so fast. So fast at assessing map control, and will continue onwards. This time working out a little bit better than in previous rounds. 2 unanswered kills for Wolves, with W7M now pushed onto their back foot. I like the IQ as well, still doing work while the rest of the team circles around this tertiary bomb site, which was the very first site that W7M went to. Nitro cells will go out, but nobody getting hit just yet. Everybody's still upright for Wolves, as we're only a minute into action. Again, this brisk pace will set Wolves up nicely for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, Deadshot doing a great job here in the IQ, just finding those pre-placed C4s, alerting his teammates, and using grenades to destroy utility. Again, grenades with the nerf to not be able to be cooked means you can't get kills with them as much as you would like to. Mowgli walks down wide staircase, takes down KC, and now Wolves are looking at the bomb site.
Isolating Nade and Felipox. There are the logic bombs as well. Felipox striking back, missing out on another potential kill. And now it's Nade over in showers, as his position is known to Wolves. He'll just have to trudge on, soldier on. Diffuser going down from Shinka. He's the lowest member in terms of HP. The other 2 from Wolves, all perfectly healthy. And watching this mirror window as Nade reassesses. Deadshot holding on to this and deciding for an engagement, still searching for his first kill. He'll get it after the diffuser gets planted. Wolves tying the game.
Getting those points there with the plant, of course. Now, the one thing about Wolves is that no matter what style they're showing, Mowgli will always be a constant, always the aggressor, always trying to secure as much map control as possible. And I think that's going to be their key way to win up here against WCM. If Mowgli is allowed freedom and can take map control and get those opening kills, that is when Wolves, they shine. When they can actually successfully get past the first point of entry. When we see Wolves get the opening kill, they look phenomenal. However, when they lose the opening engagements, everything kind of stalls out and multiple bodies start falling apart. We see here Mowgli really quickly, 40 seconds of the round, they've taken top block control to walk down the wide staircase. Mowgli then, very disciplined, will sprint back up the staircase, stabilize with his team, they get the vertical control, they get additional pick, and then Mowgli is once again allowed to be unleashed upon the bomb site and find that entry engagement. And even if Mowgli dies, because it's 5v3 or 5v2, you get intel on the whereabouts of the last few remaining defenders, and his teammates can act upon it. We saw it there, the Hatstrap walking into dining, asserting that plant dominance, and now Wolves, they time things up 2-2, back to a basement bomb site attack, and they're gonna show us a very different set of operators. The Grim, the Twitch, the Blitz. Things might be changing up operator-wise, but I still think it'll be another quick round. A great read from Mowgli straight to the barricade door. Again, the prep work really paying off. Hertz has been playing that position in multiple games at this event on Oregon before.
Have we seen this so far at Six Invitational, where every single opening pick has come within the first 30 seconds of the round? Another will be added to it, this time the wrong way for Wolves, as Deadshot is outdueled by KZ, who has been simply phenomenal so far. Prior to the rehost, KZ had, I think it was 5 kills, if memory serves me correctly. He's having a very good event so far. I mean, he always does. The 3 main threats for W7M of Herds, KZ, and JV92 always tend to show up. And it's no surprise to see KZ picking up exactly where he left off from the Atlanta Major. Having those 3 be able to outduel just about everybody they run across, Nick, is a huge part of why W7M continue to be the best team in the world at the moment, though they didn't finish top of their group. So, obviously, there's some weakness there. Wolves looking to capitalize on that with their 4 quick rounds. Now for a 5th round, they started off strong, but have taken a step back as they attack this laundry supply room basement defense down below. They will go onto drones back to Discovery and ensure that the remaining half of the round is as sophisticated as what they were hoping for in the first.
Well, you're right. They didn't top their group. They were beaten out by Virtus Pros, had a really good run themselves, and actually beat W7M 2-1 in terms of map count. And that's why W7M they're here right now, and not in VP's shoes. A 4v4 right now at Warden off the board is not the worst spot to be in. Bibo and Blitz has 2 smoke grenades. You still got 5 Bs on P4 on the Grim. So I would argue the attack inside, you have the utility that you need, that you want for this execute. All you gotta do now is execute cleanly. Most importantly, get that opening kill, find that 4v3, get the man advantage. Because when you got the Blitz, you kind of have 1 gun less on the board. He's great for the push, but he's great for the aggression, but he can't really shoot back all that much.
There's the Blitz. Bibu is... Nate gets 2 kills with a single Goyle canister, and Mowgli's been phenomenal so far through this round. Wolves' offense tends to live and die off of him. He won't get the ace as Bibu taking out KZ, leaves just JV92 as last alive. And here's the Blitz. The Blitz to rush on in and take out JV92 in the process. 3 rounds for Wolves on this first half. 3 rounds on attack on Oregon. That's a great start.
That's a round that feels really good because the team coordination in the 4v4 was so good from Wolves. They make the quick decision. Blitz actually, Bibu sprinting through the Goyo canister fire to do an off-pace play, but he did wait about 18 seconds. What that means is if the Goyo fire lasts for 20 and you wait 18, the Blitz will be in at a very big surprising moment in the round, but there's only 2 seconds left for the fight to disappear, which means the follow-up gunfight from behind the Blitz can walk in shortly after without taking that damage from the fire, not having to sprint in with a gun down, and therefore you still catch your opponents by surprise, but you still have to back up right behind the Blitz with only those 1 or 2 seconds missing. So it's great stuff there from Bibu, the captain, calling the shots, and then we see Mowgli just right in there, finding a double kill. We actually saw 2 members they died to the Goyo canister fire, so the only damage here in the execute was to utility. Now, Parker, you talked about how quickly these opening kills are happening. W7M going into the series, the second quickest team at getting the opening kill, only behind G2, who's the quickest at this event, but Wolves are like top 4 or top 5. So basically, both of these 2 teams are in the top 5 category of quickest entries, but the average is like 1 minute and 10, minute and 15 seconds for them. This is way quicker than a minute. It's 15 seconds in these rounds. This has gotta be sending a world record pace for both teams, battling it out on both sides.
I mean, Wolves doing their homework, as you said. That data shows you how fast W7M can be, and this is a team that popularized the heavy roam. There's a period of time where defenders would roam but not be anywhere near as aggressive as we saw W7M getting, and then they showed up on the scene, and they were everywhere, all at once, all over the map. I mean, they benefited from the fact that they had a roster that could pull it off, so when you get the right players who can do it, why not? W7M losing Felapox early, so Amai, that is a devastating blow. 3 operators for W7M, by the way, have access to gadgetry that continues to generate the longer it goes on, but Wolves are just inside the site. We are a minute into the round. Diffuser going down, Shinka with it in hand. There go the logic bombs. Goodbye to Deadshot. Shinka gets Diffuser down successfully, and now we scramble in the post plant.
There we do. Not a great one. They gotta hold the bombs under control because they can't play outside the big windows. They gotta stay on site if you're Wolves.
Gunfire still going. KZ retaking. He's got a triple. Herds is down, so it's effectively a 2v2. They're getting him back, but no! KZ with the quad kill, looking for the last one. He has Shinka lined up inside, and it's the ace for him. Technically, JV92 secures the kill, but KZ had the down, so you're splitting hairs over it. But either way, a Herculean performance. And that is kill 13, 14, or 15 for KZ. We need to see the number based on what happened before the rehost. Very impressive stuff. W7M replaced by a single player at the moment. And all the long faces for Wolves, as you know, it falls on them saying, if only we killed the one guy.
If only they got that 1 kill, but the thing is, where they planted was necessary, right? They had the Kid Storm wall with feed holes. We see it right here. You cannot plant close by the window. You gotta push in deep behind the mattress, bunk bed, and then go for the plant. The downside of that is you cannot play outside the big window. You have to stay on the bomb side, or maybe if P4 has soft vision on Sophia, he could go downstairs, do some vertical control. But the big saving grace here is Casey on the attic rotate finds P4, the Sophia from behind, right before he gets the double kill. So that could have been a 1 versus 2 in favor of Wolves, or it can come down to a 3 or 2v1 like it ended up at for W7M. So the details right now really deciding a lot of these things, the timings, the understanding. I think you can argue that should Wolves have gone so fast, given they got the opening kill in a stable position, maybe not. But Wolves did get in the bomb site, they did get the plant down. I would say the attack succeeded, but the retake there from W7M just too strong, too much to handle. And this is the downside of playing W7M. They have really strong players on all 5 positions. Anyone can step up, they can clutch up. So in that round, yeah, you're gonna take down KC, but then maybe in a couple of rounds, you gotta worry about Phillypox or Nade or Hertz or JV. Every single player is so capable. That's the issue with W7M. Not a whole lot of weaknesses. Nobody's like really falling behind in terms of numbers. Everyone's stepping up, but that's the first half in the books. 3-3 sides. So given it's a defender-sided Oregon, statistically so far in this tournament, it's a really good start for Wolves though, despite losing that last round.
Obviously, Wolves are not going to be happy with the scoreline, as they thought that they could get more. And as we saw, the faces tell that full story, right? They look obviously devastated with that final round, and go all the way back to, well, go all the way back to round number 2, where the brawl ultimately broke in favor of W7M, and Wolves could very easily see this be a 5-1 or a 4-2 scoreline in their possession, which would be excellent. Now, W7M are a bit more sluggish on their pace. We're a minute in, and everybody is still alive, though W7M are taking up space over towards Freezer. Downstairs bomb site for Wolves to start off this second half. And W7M know what needs to be done. Now, a lot of teams are foregoing a blue execute these days. We're seeing a lot more Freezer and Laundry takes. And I wonder, will there be any blue play from W7M? Right now, the answer is no. Shinka is standing over in either blue or elbow, and that's just about it.
I mean, you got this opening lineup of like Capital, OSA, Twitch, Brava, Maverick. You cannot go fast. All your operators depend on active utility. You gotta just like go through the motions right now, because this will be a 5-man versus 5-man execute. That's what W7M they want. They got the tools for it. They got Fire for the corners. They got Bravo for the intel. They got OSA for the coverage here. So we see the cutoff. OSA shield bottom Freezer. That gives KC protection if he gets swung because you're expecting aggression. Now Phillypox on the Capital has to start things off. Where that fire and smoke though, that's gonna be the indicator of where the execute will come on through. So we see 2 bottom Laundry, 2 bottom Freezer, and 1 step big tower. This will be a front-sided execute.
Phillypox playing behind the shield now with Fire as well to try and isolate. I think he got hit by a magnet, and there it goes.
Elevated.
Bibu is above. There's a grenade in front of him. Mowgli will walk back as now Bibu drops down and has a good line of sight over towards Freezer. Mowgli understands where this is coming from, but W7M are prepared for it. Nade behind the Talon Shield, getting Diffuser down. Mowgli finished off. KZ yet another kill. He's been sensational so far. Herds and Nade felled as the timer's running out, and we literally got sent out of the map. It's up to Phillypox to do something here, but Deadshot gets the final 2 kills and prevent this W7M team from taking up even greater space inside the bomb site. Wolves their first lead since all the way back in round number 1.
P4 really is the hero right now for Wolves though. We saw him clutch out in a 1 versus 1 in the very first opening round, and we just saw him get the plant denial with the only C4 utility available to the defense, and the follow-up swing SMG 11 kills shortly after, shutting down the plant execute from W7M. And strategically, it was a really great attacking round. There was only one real weakness there. A single C4, if not shot mid-air, or if you can't really stabilize afterwards, that is going to stop the entire push. And because of P4's position, the C4 comes from such an awkward angle behind the wall. No one really gets to see it or hear it. No one is quite ready for it. But we saw the idea behind the attack. The Capital Fire for Laundry was supposed to take down Bibu. It doesn't. He read the situation, he vaulted on the Laundry machine, and he stayed alive. Sure, he died later in the round to a gunplay instead, but it's going to be Fire, Laundry, rotate, OSA shield goes down, plant behind the OSA shield, round should then be over. The issue is, the downside of OSA being known to plant is that you only get to use one shield. You walk in, you put down the shield, you start planting, and if you die to a C4 impact grenade, there's no more shields in play. Whereas the OSA didn't die, you could have taken that Freezer shield, run elsewhere again, but KC...
happened again!
Again. 8 seconds into the round, but this time from the opposite end. It's the attackers again, but this time W7M getting down the shutdown onto Mowgli.
Devastating, that's the Azami that's gone too.
Oh, yeah.
How many of those Kiba barriers do you think have been put down at this point, or is there a possibility possibility that he died with every single one of them in pocket, because I'm looking at the site setup right now, and at least from the vantage point that I have, I don't see a single Kiva barrier present, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 available to him, but as you said, he might not have used them yet because he's not going to expect to die on the spawn peak, right? But that happens sometimes, and WCNM, they're quick to the punch, inside of Armory, got opening kill, only in 45 seconds here. Casey, 12 kills, not counting rehost. This man right now has to be stopped if you're Wolves. If you let him have such a high-performance game, he's gonna have so much confidence to just keep going through you.
Yeah, I really wish we hadn't had the rehost, because we've lost that information, obviously. Oh. Small struggles from Nade, who will now confront the other mute jammer that is on the back of this game's wall. We'll wait very patiently for well, I was going to say maybe a pocket EMP in the hands of KZ, or maybe they just shoot the jammer from below. It looks like they were able to get it with the Gon 6 well placed.
Yeah.
And now the wall will open up. You have a kill hole on the left side of that panel, and you have an entryway on the right. This is a Dorm's bomb site, so you can walk in and get the diffuser planted relatively fast. W7M answering back as now they're just in the site. Yeah, you get some utility work done from Wolves, but the killing so far favors the Brazilian squad. KZ might not have that kill on the Grim past kill number 1 of the round, but now he's using utility work to enable the rest of his team as he walks forward from Trophy. KZ picks up number 2, and it's all up to P4, who will subdue KZ but not finish him off. Still playing inside of Dorms as they feed themselves to him one by one. Nade getting diffuser down. It's all up to JV92 to cover, as Nade now will pull off of the plant. And that kill hole that was established early on by W7M will be used to great success. Keeps P4 from pushing up to the diffuser, allowing W7M to get out of position. And now over in White Stairs, P4 has shotgun in hand. Nice play on to Nade. A 4th kill is his if he can find JV92. He'll hop on diffuser. JV92 needs to get there in a hurry. He falls off, and it's just a couple bullets from the Zofia to give this round to W7M. And both of these teams cannot shake each other, Nick. 4-4 is the scoreline.
A very close attempt there for P4 once again, almost finding a 3rd round for his team, but the crossfire was arguably there. The rotations were good from W7M, and I mean, the big thing right now is just the read from both teams on each other. They have such a good understanding of the timing as to when to go for the aggressive play and when to fall back. And I noticed that WCNM made a conscious decision. They had Casey with pocket EMPs right next to the breach wall, yet it was still Buck rotating outside the building using a Gon 6. What this means is they valued having 1 more EMP in the pocket as a higher value factor than the Gon 6 soft breach from the Buck. And it makes sense. If you gotta walk in through a door, deal with traps, etc., maybe shut down the C4, and it's just good decision making here from the attack and lineup. I will say a bit of solo play here in the 4 versus 1, where 2 members ended up dying and getting injured and kind of falling apart early on. But when you have 2 members up alive, JV postmans out of master bedroom, that is all you need to secure that round. He's in such a strong position. P4 is very low in HP, and while they respected the shotgun by walking down the wide staircase, he still snipes the opponent all the way from top light. It's 4-4 tied up. No one's counted out. Shinga's playing Ella. Things about to get crazy.
All right, we're 10 seconds into the round and nobody's died yet.
That's crazy.
Slow round. Tertiary bomb site is over on meeting. Wasn't a tertiary site for W7M whatsoever when they went on to defense here. Back in round number 1, which surprised both you and I.
Yeah.
KZ on 13 kills, by the way, 9 for the rest of W7M. You heard me correctly. 4 players, 9 kills. KZ, 13 kills. And again, that's just from the rehost. We know for a fact that KZ had 3 kills in the very first round. So the fact that he's at this number already is astonishing. Not just in terms of kills, but honestly, huge value at the moment. As you can see, he's using IQ, and there is a ton of gadgetry that he can find, and he's finding them very fast.
Yeah, the IQ is shaping up this round in its entirety. He finds the Valcam, destroying the C4. No one dies in vert play. That means that, again, the attack inside is very quickly here, destroying the floor, taking map control, and overseeing the bomb side. Deadshot, if it drops, there's a player waiting for him. Bibu's trying to get the read here, but he might have the wrong idea.
The Buck, the barrel of the gun was shown. I thought Bibu saw that, but apparently not. And Herds will pick up 2 kills before retreating over towards Pillar. He wants more of that engagement. All the while, the remaining players from W7M inching closer to the bomb site. JV2 maybe a little too close as JV92 is picked apart. The first one to die from W7M, despite the fact that Wolves suffered 2 casualties. And most damningly, it's the smoke that is off the board for the final minute.
I will say that the reason why they died makes sense. They want to help Deadshot drop down the hatch and escort him back towards safety. So they send 3 players in the basement because surely 3 against 1 means you will be the winner. But no, Deadshot walks up through the stairs, gets the kill, but Casey finds 2 more in this round, making it 15 to his tally.
How many multi-kills does he have? He is fast approaching 20 kills. Now, the most that he can get is a single kill more in this round as P4 is over by stage. Not too far removed from that bomb chassis, and he misses in case he gets it. This is just an absolutely phenomenal start by KZ. 16 kills.
Yeah, I mean, 2 things are true every round. P4 is the last alive for Wolves every single round. And KC will get as many multi-kills as is humanly possible. Now, Wolves, on the end of that round, will call their tactical timeout. And I think this is a good point, right? You're down 1 round, it's 4-5, not the end of the world. You gotta step up now on your defensive side because despite statistics saying defense is favored, attackers right now are more often than not controlling the pace of these rounds.
It really is stunning to see how the attackers are doing as well as they are. I mean, ultimately, through the 9 rounds of action that have been played, it's 5 rounds in favor of the attackers, 4 rounds in favor of the defenders. So it's not quite lopsided, Nick, but it isn't as dominant a defensive round or defensive set of rounds as we come to expect. Now, it's worth noting that this is Wolves' map pick.
Yeah.
So the fact that W7M have the lead at the moment and seem to be in control of an awful lot of these rounds would bode well for them moving on to Chalet, which we will see no matter what. Clubhouse, of course, is the tiebreaker. There's no guarantee that we're going to see Clubhouse at all. But I made this comment a couple rounds ago about that second shot on Mowgli is just...
The read is so good.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Good Lord.
Just pre-fires.
Yeah. Herds and KZs. Phenomenal. The point I was making earlier, I wanted to see if there was anything we could glean from that, and then I realized that neither team speaks English.
10 seconds left.
Good job, Parker.
Whoopsies.
It happens.
The point that I was trying to make earlier, that I will now get to finally a third time, is that that first half being a 3-3 split, a couple of those rounds were real coin toss finishes. W7M could have, in theory, be on match point or even done right now, depending on what happens in those first couple rounds. So Wolves, obviously, they suffer the same fate, but you can't look at it that way. You just got to keep going and fight for these next 2 rounds if you're Wolves and hope that W7M don't take both of them. But what really shows to me more than anything is how evenly matched these teams have been. If KZ starts getting shut down, or maybe he misses a couple shots, or there's a round or 2 where he's not much of a factor, W7M have threats. But so far, they haven't really been needed. I wonder if Wolves can try and maybe play a little bit safer on defense, because the pace of these rounds so far seem to benefit W7M. It's a slower round now for round number 10, as Wolves go back downstairs to Laundry Supply. They were successful here the first time they defended it back in round 7.
I mean, one of the big differences is that Wolves often rely on Mowgli to be the aggressor and finding those picks, and he's like a very big injury player. He will swing every gunfight. Whereas KC often like a more flexible, more like laid back role. He's playing IQ, he's playing Twitch. He's often alive for like the mid to late round. Whereas Mowgli will often die or get kills early on. So the difference is one team has their clutch performer throughout the entirety of the round, and the other team, Wolves in this case, will lose their quote-unquote star player usually very early. Mowgli, since the rehost, only 6-6, not bad whatsoever, but he is the one to die first for his team more often than not, and you really want him alive for these 5v5 executes to go crazy when things get chaotic.
Bomb located by attackers.
Talked in the very first execute onto this bomb site that blue control is not exactly something that the attackers grab, but they've posted Herds up in this position. There's a smoke to go. Shotgun goes out. So close, so tantalizingly close. But then you also hear the MPX of Mowgli, who assassinates JV92 on backstairs. He'll provide the cross to ensure that Shinka doesn't die inside of blue. KZ over towards Freezer as Herds actually gets Shinka. Where was Mowgli looking? There goes some of the fire and the bees as well in front of Bibu to hold him in place as he sits reverse behind that deployable shield.
Yeah. Right now, so they're kind of locked out of his position, but oh my god, they're sniped from bottom laundry. No one's watching the crosses from the defensive side, but the trade is good there for Wolves.
Deadshot will walk back. Herds has an opportunity. They know where he is. KZ is last to clutch out, and he can't get it done. He falters. Is that the first round that we saw where KZ didn't get a kill?
It might actually be the first
I
time.
need to see because obviously action happens so quickly, but first round all game where KZ does not get a kill? That's the question that I'm asking. We're waiting for confirmation. Team's tied 5-5, and yes, KZ did not get a kill that round.
Wow, okay.
Not that it was really that important. I mean, the structure of W7M was not great that time. I like the crossfire from Pillar. I like the hole that they had inside Laundry. I really like the freezer hold from Deadshot. So Wolves blunting whatever momentum that you would think W7M has, and now we will go to all 12 rounds.
Oh yeah, we will. It will be a close first map here. The one only issue for W7M, they lost Maverick on the big tower stairs very early, which means that they're lacking pressure on one of the 4 fronts they're attacking from. They had 1 freezer, 1 laundry, 1 meeting hatch, 1 big tower stairs, and 1 outside blue double door. What that means, they have 5 players in very isolated positions, and you really want all those 5 members to go at the same time. You are 3, 2, 1 countdown. That's when people they aggress. The thing is, the Maverick on big tower stairs didn't aggress at all. Mowgli pushed into him. He was just holding an angle, but that's the dangerous part about Siege. If you can have a drone watch an angle for you, and the drone gets shot into the player, you stay alive. But if you hold it with your face, with your gun, and somebody comes there and they win the gunfight, all of a sudden you're playing 4 versus 5. And not having pressure from all sides gives Mowgli the freedom inside a pillar to hold one singular angle. The meeting hatch drop, and it shuts down the entire push there. So good setup, good read from Wolves once again. It's 5-5, and W7M, they're doing the same thing as last time on Kid Storm's attack. They're all hovering towards Armory, Master Bedroom balcony, trying to play as many guns in one position to shut down Mowgli on the offensive roam here inside of Armory hallway.
Got word that there were 4 kills from KZ before the rehost, by the way, so he's sitting at 20 kills.
Okay.
If that is to be believed. 20 kills through 11 rounds is unheard of. He's going to be on Ace. He's already used 2 of those Selma charges so far. But Herds has been heating up as well. Herds has a couple multi-kill rounds. Maybe not to match KZ, but to at least show that there's life on the other players of W7M, and it's not just a one-man show. This is partially what makes this W7M team such a threat, Nick, is that anybody can show up. Yeah, Fellapox and Nade don't usually do it, but that's because their roles don't necessitate it. But when you've got JV92 and Fellapox, or you got JV92 and Herds, along with the support of Nade and Fellapox, that's what ultimately rounds out the rest of this team. Get ready! But KZ has been a monster and just in a league of his own so far. Exact same mute jammer spot, cleared out by the Gone 6. This is an identical setup onto this closet wall that we saw from W7M back in round number 8.
Yeah, they want the same take. They were ahead with last time's results, but a small rotate towards big window right now from the captain of JV92. He's going to look to be the backstabber right now, create some chaos and force these positions from also to be moved around with the captain of fire and smokes perhaps. If he can take enough attention, or just bait up by punching the barricade and rotate elsewhere, that's going to keep the defenders guessing as to what the exact take will be, because normally where Capital goes, there goes the plant as well.
The tussle is slowly leading up inside of Attic as one player from Wolves looks a bit disconnected from whatever the push might be. JV92 was on big window before. He was on upside down rappel. Now he has time to go on to drone and assess where are these fatal entry points for this team. JV92 still has full utility for the Capitao, but as you can see how quickly Mowgli gets out of there after being droned out, you have to follow up on that intel very quickly.
Yep, in goes, oh my god, KC, no way he wins that.
I almost thought he had a second there as well. Mowgli falters to Nade, and KZ in another. A third will not be at hand as Shinka takes him down and grabs a second for his trouble, pulling out the sidearm. He's playing keep away inside of dorms. Nade needs to get in and get the diffuser. He relies an awful lot on Fellapox, who won't have time. And Deadshot was playing down below. Wolves will move to map point.
The only thing that can stop KC in these gunfights is just surprising him with the sheer amount of manpower in his pathway. He finds 2 kills instead of Kid Storms, and yet there's a third. So he drops down Attic into pit, thinking it's clear, I can advance, I can sprint, my gun doesn't matter, etc. It's gotta be clear. Shinga, the third defending member in the same similar position, is not accounted for. He shuts things down, and with that, the round goes to Wolves. And you can argue that KC should never won the gunfight jumping in Attic window towards the big tower, but he does. Of course he does. When you're sitting on like these 20-something kills at this point, you know that you're winning gunfights you have no business winning. Frustrating individual round though, if you're putting up these kinds of numbers, landing these kinds of shots, but you still lose the round. You feel like you did so much, and you did. It was a 2v4/2v5 with Shinka, the anchor player for Wolves. He's the person who excels on the Warden, who locks things down with consistency. The backbone of every team will be the anchor player, and when he stays up and he locks down the bomb site, the team is doing well.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
You and I were sitting waiting for this matchup to begin, and the desk was doing their thing. They were desking all over the place. And we heard the W7M chant, and it was deafening. And that's just it being picked up by what I imagine were the ambient mics in the room. I don't even know if they were on yet. Maybe it was getting picked up from the desk headsets. But either way, both of these teams are capable of being exceptionally loud. You heard it there. Wolves have good reason to celebrate. I mean, these are the defending major champions. They made it to the SI Finals in Montreal last year.
Position secured.
Now, they have an opportunity to do the same thing, but on home soil. And I can only imagine how loud that crowd would be with a Brazilian team playing in the finals. I mean, both of the events that have gone to Brazil so far have had a Brazilian team in the finals and beat Black Dragons all the way back in Sao Paulo. You beat FaZe Clan back in 2019, so I guess their Kryptonite is just playing an EU team. And now, it's a Brazilian team playing against a European squad. A very abnormal first half of this map with very quick action from both teams, but it's slowed down an awful lot, and W7M controlling the pace through the second half. They find themselves on the wrong side of a 6-5 at the moment.
Yeah, when things start getting closer in these rounds, matching them on more, of course, match point, or in some cases overtime, teams tend to slow down, a bit more stress in the server. All of a sudden, your small mistakes will have massive consequences on the outcome of the round, because if you mess up now as W7M, you lose this map 7-5. Of course, we know Mowgli loves to advance throughout, and they've done this trick now, but he gets spotted out. That's going to shut down the surprise, but Deadshot is there again with the cover. The supportive work from the French team of Wolves is really paying off. See what they can do now. Might just go for a drop. They got the flashbangs, and Nate, yeah, he's gonna send it.
And Wolves are ready for it. Almost another from Shinka in this spot, playing Ella. Deadshot on the board as well. W7M left to just Herds and Felipox as KZ. It will not be a factor. He's been the raid boss for this W7M team, but again, this bag of tricks. They've got a lot of tools at their disposal. Rotate out of Attic, and now maybe pressure from the other side of the map as Felipox is in. He'll soften up P4. Fast approaching Shinka, but you know how that Scorpion is at close range. It's all on the shoulders of Herds, who knows where they are, and the 3 remaining players from Wolves will coalesce around the front door. A round split, some might call it flag. As for Herds, he's in a tough spot at the moment. A single bullet will be his undoing. Now, Deadshot and P4 are low HP too, but a Herculean task could separate W7M from going down 0-1. As now Herds on the wrong side of the clock, and P4 makes it official.
Yeah.
Wolves, 7-5 on their own map, and frustration on the face of Herds, I think for good reason. A really raucous start to this map, but it's Wolves to persevere. And in impressive fashion, they will go to W7M's map pick of Chalet, up 1-0.
Yeah, I think this was definitely necessary for Wolves. If you want to win this series and have a chance for this, you gotta win out on Oregon, because it's not going to get any easier in Chalet or Clubhouse if we need to go there, but it's still yet an impressive showcase.
Either way, both teams looked mighty good despite the scoreline. W7M have work to do on their own map. They'll go to a break, and so will we. We'll be right back.
And there it is, map 1 Oregon is complete, and it's an EU victory. Wolves, the French squad, will take the map. A close one, I have to say, but at the same time, defender-sided meta, because that looked like an actual normal game that we used to watch pre-nade meta nerfs, I guess, Fabian.
I don't know if it would look like a normal game, because I think Wolves took a very calculated gamble here. They played extremely aggressive those first 3 attack rounds that they had, only to slow down their tempo, play really slow for round 4 and 5, and then again on round 6 they sped it up and they basically just ran over W7M in their attacks. Then, yeah, they should have had a 4-2 half even, if you ask me. They made some mistakes, but honestly, that half is as good as it gets for Wolves.
There was quite an interesting stat about Wolves coming into this match across the tournament. Their differential between their attack and defense was phenomenal. It was 30, I don't know the exact, it was 30-something% on the attack, I think 33%, and 80% on the defense win rate. So they're clearly, attacking was an issue. They came into this, like you say, with that calculated risk of just going, do you know what? We are going to go and we are going to try and bring that pace on the attacks. We know that either we are going to wipe the floor of W7M or it's going to look horrible. But ideally, if we can get a 3-3 split, they should have had a 4-2 split, by the way, we will set ourselves up nicely when we get onto the defense. And that's basically what exactly what they did. It kept them in the game.
We said anything above 2 rounds or at 2 rounds, absolutely, they're fine.
We were clapping when they got to 2 rounds in the green room.
Yeah, that was an incredible half from Wolves, I think.
It's very well played, and you'll see some highlights here from round number 7, Fabian. Actually, we'll get to that in just a moment. It's just generic stuff. But honestly, even the generic B-roll from this map was pretty incredible because, like you said, Wolves were just active. I've never seen them so fired up.
It's such a nail-biter. Like, the rounds were so close. The gunfights went both ways. Overall, the game was super exciting to watch because you never knew which way it would turn out.
It was really nice to actually see a game of really high quality siege. Like, Wolves had a very specific game plan on their attack, and they knew they could go into the defense, as we said. But also, there was a bit of jeopardy. There was a couple of clutches. This round here, they obviously should have won as well. And then we get going into the defenses where they managed to see it out. Obviously, defense is very strong. I think when we saw W7M attack, they were much slower. They were, as teams have been attacking at this tournament, they were falling down to some of the defensive power operators, as we spoke about in the pre-show, that were available.
We'll talk about the evolution of Wolves and actually how close this game was in round number 7 that I mentioned earlier. Let's put up on the screen, Fabian. Maybe you can help us out figure what was going on.
Pay close attention to this because we're looking at both sides. W7M have freezer control, laundry control, and they're trying to clear out Bibo here on the laundry machine in the corner with Capitao bolts. And if we're looking at the attack, it's quite uncommon of an attack to go with Osa for a laundry side take. So we're looking at 2 teams that have reinvented the meta, and this attack I'm super impressed by.
Yeah, it was a really nice attack. It was a really nice idea. The one thing that we've basically been saying about Wolves is when they get that coordination and team play right, they are exceptional at it, and that's exactly what they did. W7M put up an attack that was really ingenuitive. It was really kind of not expected. It's not necessarily something that could be scripted. Wolves read into it and then 3-2-1 back onto that attack. That's what won them around. And as well, in a 7-5 victory, so close. Such marginal things can take you to a win or an overtime.
That adaptation is something we did not used to see from Wolves. So, I mean, before SI, that is, it seems like a lot has changed, but I'm wondering, has something changed in your minds as an ex-professional player from, you know, what happened in the group stage last week and their gameplay today?
I don't think we should look down on W7M for this performance at all. I think we should praise Wolves for what they did because they massively stepped up the gameplay. So I think we have 2 very strong teams here that are fighting for, well, next map, and it could go either way this one as well. I'm expecting wonders, and I think this is going to be one of the best games in the tournament.
We talk about, you know, both teams, but it seems like on W7M, at least on the scoreboard, which doesn't tell the whole story, there was one player that stood above the rest, Jack.
Yeah,
basically.
He's going to be absolutely fuming. He's going to be absolutely fuming that he's dropped such big numbers and massively high EPS. Like you can see, massive entry. He's had a huge impact onto this game and been on the losing side of it. As an individual player, he did not deserve to lose. I think W7M as a team were not as good as Wolves on Oregon and kind of rightfully lost. But individually, he had such big impacts, and it's the multi-kills in the rounds. He was able to bring them back into it. Even this very first round, Wolves has kind of brought the rush. I know that W7M lost to the clutch, but KZ brought it right back into W7M to be able to actually win it.
It's one of those games that just happens, you know? The rest of the team were a little bit underwhelmed.
Did you ever drop 20?
I actually had the kill record in this game for a while, and back in like year 1. That was a while ago. It's when you won a game at 5 rounds.
Yeah.
That's a Stone Age.
Makes it more impressive in some way.
Yeah, somehow 17 kills. You look in 9 rounds. That's pretty impressive. Can't complain about that.
22 here with this sort of domination and lost. And it seems like the rest of the team, I mean, they're trying their best, but here when you have a teammate that's just taking all the kills, it's something else. It feels like without KZ on the lineup, especially in the last round when he got taken out, that Wolves would have had an even better time adapting.
Yeah, but this has always been the beauty of W7M. In this instance, they lost the map, right? Despite the fact he's dropped such big numbers. However, when W7M have got strategy somewhat wrong before, they've had players, and they have players across all 5 that can step up. If it's not KZ, it's Herds. If it's not Herds, it's JV. If it's not JV, it's Philippebox. If it's not Philippebox, it's... any of them can step up.
You have 5 of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
There's no two ways around it. But how do the 5 best well, I guess with G2 out of the picture, at least for this game, the top 5 players in the world that are trying their best to get back into this game. Map number 2 will be coming up in a bit. That is Chalet. That is W7M's pick. How do you refocus after this near loss, Fabian?
They're an experienced enough team to just come back from this. It happens. People have, well, I'm gonna say it, shit maps. They do play poorly sometimes, and it just happens. Accept it, move on, and push through. Again, I'll come back in the old days. Pengu had a 0-kill map against Font, only to go up and drop, I don't even remember. You had the...
I casted that.
You casted that game.
You didn't even believe that he was going to do it.
No, of course I didn't believe in him. He is not a good player. Okay, he was a good player. But he came back from 0 kills to drop almost 20. Anyone can have those days. Your team believes in you. Everybody around you believes in you. They will probably turn this around.
So what do you do to change from Oregon to Chalet? How does it play out differently for W7M?
You forget about Oregon. Oregon was the other team's map pick, and I think the one thing that you tell yourself as a player, even if it's not true, is that in a best of 3, you win your map pick, the opponent wins their map pick, and you actually battle it out on the decider. So these W7M guys, they will have forgotten about Oregon already. On to Chalet. What is Chalet? It's literally the highest preference map. They'll take any team in the world onto Chalet. They feel comfortable on that map.
Don't forget, it was Wolves' picks. That last map was Wolves' pick.
Yeah, exactly.
This is where W7M wants to play, and Clubhouse just as much.
So in this case, are we still expecting a reversal of the meta where we actually see attackers playing properly and taking, those 4-2 halves, especially on Chalet that a year ago was the top one in attacker meta?
One thing that Wolves have always been good at, even when they were struggling, was their pre-planned decision making. Their pre-plans where we go here, we push together here, and we just go for it. They were a little bit worse on the adaptations, and Chalet is one of those maps where pre-planned ideas work really well.
Yes.
Are you expecting Tubarão?
Yes. I think so on Chalet. I think the Fenrir ban particularly will probably come in. That map is so prime to attackers being able to find the opportunities through various windows, through various staircases. I think Tubarão will be left open, Fenrir probably banned.
And you think Wolves can play into this because they're starting off on the attacking side here? Is this something where they can gather that early game momentum as they did on Oregon and maybe keep it rolling for second half?
I think they will ban Fenrir themselves just so that they can have this pre-planned rushes.
Sorry to interrupt. It's what enabled them on Oregon with those pre-planned fast plays.
And if you guys have ever watched Wolves play Chalet before, you'll know they like to jump in on all the windows at the same time and go as a group. All 5 explode in 3 seconds, and it's just chaos erupts.
How do you slow it down as W7M? Because we used to, even in the group stage, the big conversation was Wolves have learned how to slow the game down when they're on defense and just play to their advantage. It's what they did against SSG. It's what they kept going on through the rest of the groups.
I just think they need to use more power operators when they were on defense. We didn't see so much as army out of them inside of that defense. It was a lot of good guns rather than the utility.
So we're looking for map 3?
Yeah, I think so. With some Legion and Frost on the windows, I think they can slow down Wolves.
I think Wolves have to get it done in 2. I think if we go to Clubhouse, it could be a reverse sweep.
Absolutely. Well then, Fresh Fabian, thank you very much. We are ready. I hope you are at home. We got Taro and Pengu on the other side. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Gaston, and thank you so much to the rest of the desk. I'll ask you your prediction. What do you think Chalet is going to turn out to be?
I am very glad for Wolves that they start defense because I think they'll get shut down on the attacking side, but by starting defense, they can build up those rounds and get things done.
So are you expecting a 2-0? Or are you expecting...
Honestly, I'm going to be a Wolves believer.
Think we're going to go to Clubhouse?
I think they take it 2-0, but we're talking 7-5 or overtime here in Chalet. And just because they're starting defense, because the way W7M, they play Chalet, they've been changing the meta when they first came to the scene. They make it very hard to enter the building with long lines of sight and utility setup. I don't think Wolves can play the way they did on Oregon here on Chalet. So I think if you're Wolves, you build up those 3-4 defensive round victories, you win a couple of nice, clean or clutch attacks, and then you settle the deal there. That's what I'm hoping for them, but again, might not be true.
Operator bands rolling in a Nomad ban yet again. Banned out alongside Ying. Will we see the same thing here? Yes.
Okay, we gotta keep our eyes peeled though, like the Dev spoke about the Fenrir ban, because this will peel all opened up, you know? Because this will enable the attack inside tremendously. Or of course, Solus can shut down all those drones. That makes intel gathering hard. You gotta worry more about the verticality of the map. So that's also a great ban here coming out from the side of W7M. And Fenrir actually, to everybody's surprise, I would say, is being left open. Of course, if you're starting on defense, maybe you want to utilize this particular operator to build up those rounds like we mentioned. So Mira, Solus, Ying, Nomad, not in play here for Chalet. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but you are going to have both Asami and Defender open, and those pick rates are some of the highest in the league.
I'd like to remind everybody that while we are on the A stream, the B stream is also in action. It is an all Brazilian showing. 3 of the, 5 Brazilian teams who are here at this event are currently competing in the first match of the day. FaZe Clan versus Lowe's is being done by Stokes and Lynx on the other stream. If you want to go in and see what's going on over there. Spoilers inbound for those of you that have not been watching it. FaZe Clan took that one.
Okay. That's not too surprising. It's an Atlanta rematch, by the way, for those that watched Atlanta as well, where FaZe were not as fortunate as they did not really win out in that series. So it's a nice little rematch in that scenario. However, here on Chalet, things will have a very interesting start because we see a Glass, we see a Monty, we see Thatcher, Thermite, and the Ace. So from the attack inside here, this could be a, Thatcher, Thermite go the backside, open up to get the split pressure rather, and then whenever you want to execute on the main side, you have Monty, Glass, and Thermite who can really open things up. Shinka's on the Warden, that's going to be the biggest direct counter, but there's only one C4 from Deadshot who's currently roaming, and there's no smokes available. This could be a very simplified attacking round because W7M, there's solid operators in the drone phase.
Nade was peeking connector with his pistol out. On the Monty, not usually how it works. Maybe they don't want to give the Monty away just yet. Smokes will go off onto the main doorway, by the way, main breach. Now Nade is getting the plant off. Look at Fellapox. We are 1 minute into action, and they'll pull it off. Nade dies in the fight that occurs, but it allows Fellapox to get out of there. JV92 dies. Wolves have an answer so far to this setup from W7M. You just have to get onto that diffuser right away. And they don't know exactly where the 3 remaining players are. The Brazilian team is now Herds walks in. Will take advantage of this, catch them with their pants down. Bibu not quick enough to turn around. Herds will follow up as now Fellapox on the board. Oh, Wolves answer back. Fellapox getting closer and closer. It's all going to come down to Shinka, who stops him. Masterfully defended by Wolves. Round 1 goes to the defense. The French squad rebuffing the Brazilians.
That round right there could have a tremendous amount of impact later on in this series. That is one of those rounds where W7M, they had the perfect read, the perfect attacker repick, and I would say they had thought of every single position that they had when that plant went down. It was so free. So how did they lose it? Well, the retake is instantaneous from the side of Wolves. More importantly, they kill the Monty right before it gets his shield back for the extension. So we see it here. Bomb goes down. Less than half a second later, Shinka finds the kill. That means Monty cannot extend, stay alive. And we see P4. He swings out on the backside of things. Again, the retake from every single angle, sprinting up staircases, jumping out of windows, finding kills, not allowing W7M to set up for a strong post-plant position, playing far outside the building. It's again just like the desk said, when the Wolves they play together on all the fundamentals, but confidence and communication is flowing, they seem to be unstoppable even up against the back-to-back major champions of W7M.
5 seconds to go.
Wolves have woken up and chosen violence today.
Attackers are heading out.
We saw back on Oregon, and now as it continues on Chalet, W7M will bring a different lineup, quite a different lineup in fact, for Kitchen. Almost every single operator is different. Gridlock has been seeing a heightened amount of play compared to previous seasons and previous events. Do you think there's something about the changes that have necessitated gridlock on these maps?
I mean, gridlock does have a nice bit of utility, right? Like, Nomad's been banned, so that's of course one reason. That might be your primary preference here. But as a secondary flank watch operator, you get soft destruction, you get soft reach in a secondary shotgun. The gun is phenomenal, especially on LAN. You can cover the sound with the gadget, of course, cover the flanks, slow down defenders in certain locations on the map. So overall, I think just like Buck, for example, gridlock is a very flexible operator, but it does require a little bit of creativity to use to its full potential. W7M, they have creativity. They know how to implement these things from KC. Already used one nade, already had the shotgun for opening up the window earlier on. And once you get top floor control, if Ram from JV can't get the entire job done, KC and Hertz on Buck and gridlock can help assist further with the vertical destruction. And with how quick this floor is disappearing, this might be a tough one here for Wolves.
See the destruction brought from the operator of Ram, who is very site dependent, as we see from an operator like Castle, who's also been brought. You could, in theory, bring a Castle on every single bomb site.
Yeah, you could.
On every single map. But Castle will have a greater amount of impact depending on the way the site works. Same with Ram. If you are attacking a map that doesn't have a lot of vertical play, if you're attacking a map where defenders extend very far outwards, if you're attacking a map that doesn't have soft floors, for example, look at Clubhouse. Ram really doesn't make sense on most of Clubhouse, if any site at all. So you look at something like Chalet, it makes a big difference. Another rush is going to come in from W7M. They've already taken Mowgli off. 1 minute to go as Nade just creeps into the bomb site, establishes the shield, and almost gets the diffuser down. Taking some damage in the process. The guns from Wolves hitting their marks, but W7M are so clean and so proficient. Sweeping all the way through. Bibu gets one kill down as well, but that's all he can muster as W7M answer back.
And again, strategically a very sound round from W7M. I love these out of nowhere OSA plans that it's hard to prepare against. I mean, I bet you they've looked at Wolves and how they've been playing, because there's one thing that is leading to the OSA plans: a lack of impact grenades on defense. Even C4 is only 1 or 2 in these rounds, but they're on the roaming side of the map, so they can't shut down the plants. OSA is a little bit quicker than Muncie. You get a good gun, you get 2 attempts. Right? You walk in, you put down that shield, you got a spare in pocket if anything happens. I really like this innovation on both Chalet, previously on Oregon, where the attackers are happy to try new things despite this being at the 6th Invitational. I mean, it's the best time for it. Catching your opponent by surprise. The only person with impacts in that round left in pocket was Deadshot on Asami. Where was he? Top floor, piano hallway, trying to retake the verticality. And that just means that the bomb will go down behind the OSA shield. There's no denying it. It was close, but it would have gone down regardless. Once it's put in the ground, the cover is perfect. And Wolves could be very happy they won the first round retake, because it would have been a 2-0 otherwise.
No, absolutely. Wolves looking a little bit less pronounced in that round than what we saw from before, but both times W7M had a really good idea of what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
So round number 1. That's a gamble and a half. It is actually exactly what we saw happen on Oregon, but it was the Azami that died early, if I recall. I think that was Mowgli, who was killed by KZ on a spawn peek over towards Armory.
So I will say, I actually believe that the bar bomb side favors the most of anything, maybe tied with basement, when it comes to like the 5v5 executes. It's a bomb site where attackers have to work very hard to gain the ground that matters. You know, top blue, stairs, mezzanine, library, etc. So going for an aggressive spawn peek on a bomb site that is arguably really good for defenders, I'm not a big fan of. I'd rather would have seen a spawn peek like that last round, where it gets punished because it's kitchen dining. Fellas fell apart really quickly. They didn't have the top floor control, because now I feel like Wolves have put themselves on the back to the over necessarily aggression. But P4 answers back with a C4. That's, you know, the box of destruction removed from action. But this could have been a 5 versus 4 scenario with Deadshot live on the Warden. Instead, it's a 1-for-1 trade, nullifying things more than anything else. And W7M still in a prime position to go for an attack around here. So I'm not sure on the exact style here for Wolves. They maybe had a bit of a misread, but I do love that Bibu now is on the Fenrir, utilizing that operator and the gadget, because it was spent out on Oregon and we didn't see play in the first 2 rounds.
Barrier formed. Chiba deployed.
This is a heavy, heavy investment, by the way, upstairs in Library. 3 players from Wolves, all within arm's reach of each other over top of this bomb site. P4 is in the bomb site down below. really have their courses stretched all that far out. I mean, you might be wondering, oh, there's only 4 of them. Well, yeah, that's because Deadshot died early.
Yeah, but it's the thing. Imagine they had one more player, right, to play blue stairs, to play missing. They have a shield there. They got keeper barriers, but they've given up the entire control, only playing inside a library. It's a different take for this defense, but it works.
Nitro still tossed out by Shinka, catches JV92. Slow round, 1 minute left. W7M were very quick to the punch in rounds 1 and 2. They've been sluggish this time.
They've baited Ibu. He's hiding.
How do they not know he's up here? There's no way. There is no way.
They dropped. W7M, they hear the drop sound, they think it's clear, and they don't drone because, again, they think they know for a fact that this is clear, but it's not. Be with a big flank here.
It's just, you have to wait. Figure out exactly when you can be the most impactful. KZ dies off-site to Mowgli. Now it's Fella Fox getting ever closer to the bomb site. Nade 2 not far away. Bibu, for all we know, still just sitting inside a library. Down goes Nade to Mowgli. And outside of losing Deadshot early, Wolves don't suffer another casualty. Not bad. Not bad at all. Wolves regain the lead.
One of the best and yet worst feelings that you can have strategically is when you make the right play, you know, baiting for people, impacting the floor for the drone deny, etc. But then they don't really go into library. People's flank doesn't even happen. It's Mowgli instead who flanked early in the round, who gets the kill into Fireplace. So people's like, guys, I did it. The plan worked, but it wasn't really rewarded. Now the good side is, because W7M never saw that Bibu actually hid inside the library the entire time, they might very well do this the next time they play the same bomb site, and it will be another surprise factor towards the attack inside. We saw here the Valkyrie effect in play, the yellow ping's coming out. W7M not playing the IQ like they did on Oregon to find those cameras to stop themselves from dying to fall from down below, and that's one of the difficulties. Fabian spoke on the desk about how Chalet is a map that heavily plays into the pre-plans. What you have theorized beforehand, where you say, we have the strategy, we're gonna execute it. And the issue is, if you're W7M, or any team for that matter on attack, and you have this specific plan, you need these specific operators, but they're playing Valkyrie. All of a sudden it's like, okay, either we don't have the IQ to counter, and those cameras will be an issue, or you go off your pre-structured plan and weaken yourself strategically just to play the counter game. And it's why it's so important, I think, that you don't stagnate on defense, playing the same 5 defenders every single round, because by playing the same 5, let's say, strongest defenders, while they are the strongest, it's predictable. You're not forcing the attacker repicks to do problem solving and thinking, but one thing will stay the same: Deadshot will fall first, again, and again.
Deadshot has been such an intriguing player on this team because he's had some good looks, but more often than not, it seems like he plays, I don't want to say carelessly, but he plays a little bit too up front. It ends up hurting him, and I think it can sometimes hurt the team as well. But another round advantage for W7M. 3 rounds in a row of uncontested first bloods charitably. You could say that it was a trade back in round number 1.
Yeah,
the first kill came out, and then right after was when the diffuser got down, and there were some kills to answer back, etc. But W7M striking first is obviously excellent. They haven't been able to capitalize just yet.
And if Deadshot wants to play this way, which he can by all means, why not give him the Jaeger? Put down the ADSs, put down the Bluetooth camera, and you're just a free roaming gun. What was a good yellow ping onto Mowgli, but perhaps it wasn't in that case, gets punished with a great flick, but the chaos ensues in the server. And W7M, they're going in everywhere, jumping in windows, but mostly getting shut down. It's a 3v2, still favoring the attack.
JV92 dies on main stairs. Bibu far enough back, now playing by that snowmobile garage door that has been opened up.
That's very unlike W7M. I mean, they really wanted people there, but you're playing 3v2 on basement attack, main bridge opened up. You don't need to go for the aggressive play there to try and take down people. Instead, JV will lose his life, only do a bit of damage, and it's now 2v2, which favors defense all of a sudden. They got the bombs under control. Good news though, Nate and Casey, with flashes and nades, they have utility to work with. With B-Bull on HP, they're in a decent position. Shinka has 3 toxic babes on the smoke. You'll have to use them to deny one of the 2 player positions to help isolate those gunfights to favor Wolves.
Good, the barbed wire now. Give his position away. Nate holds on to that diffuser. Shinka can smoke it. Still 2 remaining with 45 seconds left, which means there might be a window of opportunity to creep down. But I also have to imagine that Shinka will keep one in back pocket to throw towards the default plant spot. All the while, KZ has coverage over towards the breach. Grenade will go out, but it sails the wrong way. Bibu almost dead. Now KZ walking in. Nade breathing in tons of gas. It's all up to Shinka to clutch out, who's now just wasting time. He sees exactly where the Finka is, but he is in a rough spot. Finished off by none other than KZ. And we've got ourselves a tie game. Again, no matter what, these teams, so evenly matched.
Bit of a gap there being left from Wolves, both watching the same angle, and this is where communication is really important. Maybe if one of the dead players like Bibo, for example, can spectate both players and say, guys, you're holding the same thing. The person P4 or Shinka, sorry, inside the blue door can only watch the main breach walk-in and the main staircase. He cannot watch, cannot really watch anything else, just the blue staircase flank, whereas the person prone on the floor, he's watching the same exact thing. So connector is left a little bit open. They sneak in successfully by nading off the blue door, and there's just that small gap being taken advantage of. I was thinking that Wolves was gonna win that round, and I was gonna say JV dying early meant that there was no backstep flank from the trench side with nobody from Wolves watching it, but that didn't really matter because the utility game, the few flashbangs and the few grenades, they got the job done, and there'll be a technical timeout even though we're only 4 rounds in.
Yeah, Lillian obviously not seeing stuff that she likes. I wonder how much of it honestly does fall down to Deadshot. He's been a non-factor in almost every single round so far. And not even that he's been a non-factor. The last 2 rounds, I think you would downright say he was a liability. Now, mind you, when you go for a spawn peek, as he did 2 rounds prior, you know that you do so under the understanding of things potentially going bad for your team, and that's the case, right? The rest of the Wolves have to play a 4v5, and they do end up coming out ahead. They won the rest of the round very handedly. Remember, I think Deadshot was the only casualty in that round, but I don't know if you can point your finger at him here. There were structural issues with the roam from Wolves, and again, a coach can see what's going on and call that timeout, even though we might think it's early to try and ensure that things don't go even worse for you.
I'm actually a big fan of early timeouts because it gives you more time to work on the problems and I think get ahead of them, because right now it's 2-2. It's not the end of the world for either side, but if Wolves, they have things that they gotta fix and that they didn't play the way they're prepared for, then I think getting ahead of that problem now, get the next 2 defensive rounds, then go on attack, that's all great. I'm a big fan of that, to be honest. The big question mark just comes down to, will there be a strategical change-up? Because often at these invitationals, when we've seen tactical timeouts that I've cast at least, it's usually been very different operators going from fast to slow or vice versa, like a big strategical change. Deadshot is off the Asami on a more, let's say, restrained operator of castle, where you gotta make your rotates, set up the castle barricades, and often play for a specific part of the map that you gotta hold on to as an anchor player more so. And P4, who's been, you know, phenomenal player on Oregon, great so far here in Chalet, he gets to play a more active role with the 3 keeper barriers right now, 2 impacts in pocket, with the deny, for example, and Osa if that were to be the play here. So I do like this change up from Wolves after the tactical timeout.
W7M have used the first minute. Their drones in play, losing roughly half of them, but gaining a good understanding of this Wolves defense, which stretches all the way upstairs from the bomb site on the main floor. Oakley's position will be given away by the Zofia, and that is a head scratcher. 2 quick kills from W7M answered back by Bibu, but that's all Wolves can muster as Deadshot is in a really rough spot. Just having a little bit of a cheeky bath, and there looked to be a Flores drone going in after him. In the jacuzzi, still being flashed. It's a bloodbath as Felipox finishes him off. Bibu, still so phenomenal from above. 3 kills. As he now drops, but the job is done for him upstairs.
I mean, that turns the tide. Again, Wolves, they don't strategically make the right play necessarily, but they got that backup plan and say, okay, let's play for the crosses. Deadshot burned so much utility and so much time inside the bathtub. That was a worthy death, if you will, especially compared to just getting spawn peeked in the previous 2 rounds. Now it's down to another 2v2 where communication and teamwork will triumph anything else. Sure, you can hit a nice shot, but playing together for those crossfires, getting those trades in, that's going to be a primary way to win these rounds.
They've still got drones to work with. This W7M have 30 seconds left to pull off and execute. 2 smokes on the crossbow of Nades Capital. So at least you'll have some of the ability to obscure. But Wolves just need to sit and wait, and they know the advance is going to come from over towards Trophy. Shinka may be a little bit too forward. Nade down, secured by Shinka. Bibu at every kill so far through this round for his team. But you've got insurance policy.
5 seconds
Bibu giving
remaining.
himself away for a moment. KZ hoping for a pick, doing some serious damage, but Shingo will survive. 3 players ultimately live through that round, and after the timeout, Wolves regain the lead.
Bibu, the hero in that one. It was P4 in Oregon time and time again. I haven't said Bibu's name much today, but historically, he has been the player for this team to often really step up when it comes to saying, guys, let's run through this story. I'm going to lead the charge. He leads by example. And when they need to step up in clutch, he will do that too. Deadshot, as I said, burns so much utility despite dying inside the bathroom, only having like 20 HP left to his name. It was a worthy death for him and his team. But the big issue here for the attacking side, no vertical play in the round. That means all the playable positions on the bomb side are fortified. Usually, you cannot play West Main like they did. You cannot play Kitchen Dining like they did, because the floor above them should be torn to pieces, giving the attackers lines of sight to deny those playable positions. But because there was no bug in play, because Sophia died early in that round, all the floor was intact. That means that you can play anywhere. It's going to be a big guessing game, entering down the staircase like we saw from W7M, and the cross-up from Wolves, it was established. Now we'll see a clash instead, though. So things are going to really shift up here. We're going to see no 2-barrel. We were all wrong on that, because I too was kind of feeling that here in Chalet. But a kite and a clash certainly speaks towards utility and slowing down the pace of this round.
I can't remember who I was talking to at the time, but now that you and I are together, I can reference this and see what your thoughts are.
Okay.
I was led to believe that there would be far more Tubarão.
Yeah.
Based on what I'd heard from scrim reports.
Yeah.
Right? I thought this operator was going to be absolutely dominating the meta, and obviously that has not come to pass. Azami and Solus have seen their pick rates obviously through the roof. Fenrir's not a surprise either. No Azami present from Wolves on this last defense, even though she is available. Obviously, Solus being banned now is going to require a change for these teams, especially with the way that you roam. If you want to roam down below or above, you have so much value from that gadget. But yeah, a bit surprised that Tubarão hasn't been anywhere near as prominent as I thought.
No, I feel you, and I did see it being played out by some teams here at the event, like GK, for example, but in half the rounds that Tubarão was played that I saw, the impact from the operator wasn't really there. Tuber would die with like canisters in the pocket or use them like too late, or maybe they wouldn't trick off them. So I too have been very surprised at the lack of presence. But this also speaks to why go to new stuff that's hard to learn and deal with when you get the good old Asami, Fenrir, etc. But hold on a second, Casey jumps in a window and actually is shaken in the gunfight, losing out against Mowgli, and Deadshot finds another as well. So W7M on the back foot here. Wolves, they want the 4-2 half.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's shaping up well. Fellapox doing his best to try to keep things close. I feel a little bit badly because I kind of unfairly pointed my finger at both Fellapox and Nade as not star players from W7M in comparison to the other three, and now Fellapox is eating everybody's lunch except for KZ. Playing high-value operators while also getting picks. Greater problem than I see for W7M and the fact that they're in a 3v4 is that they have to deal with a clash.
Yes.
And they have nothing to deal with her. You have flashes, but that's about it. It's not gonna help you close the gap. She's gonna be able to slow you down. And unless you just simply outposition her, she's going to have huge value later in this round.
I think the key here is that you put a gun behind her, kind of like Monty on attack, could be Bibu and Warden, for example, where P4 can escort someone into a gunfight or go for a retake, and you leverage the fact that you have the shield in front of you that doesn't care about gunplay, which is all the attackers have, as you mentioned. So P4 here could really get a lot of value for his team, if not with intel, but by taking map ground back on the retake.
All three remaining players from W7M in a similar enough position. This is a nice cross that's being held as the diffuser should go down successfully. Wolves surely must know this, but they let it happen under their noses anyway. Mowgli on the flank. Now as the clash comes into action, and guess what?
No.
You're getting calls. No. Mowgli is there to capitalize on both of them. Masterfully played. And it's P4 to let it happen as both of the kills happen under his watch. And graciously lets Mowgli secure 4-2 first half for Wolves.
I was gonna say Wolves, they absolutely trolled the 4v3. They gave them bomb site, they gave them the plant, they gave up so much unnecessary space that was theirs, but they have this mindset that we don't see that often in Siege, where you will play for the retake. Usually, when diffuser goes down in Siege, it's like an 85% attacker win rate in the post plant. We don't see retakes like this happen, but the clash opened things up. And what better way to catch your opponents by surprise, the back-to-back major champions, than to show them a strategy and an operator that has probably never been seen this way before, one-to-one. You can't prep for this. You gotta problem solve on the fly in the server, and they start chasing down the clash inside a bar, and they get caught with their pants down, getting shot from Fireplace stairs, Fireplace itself, because Mowgli and Beeple reacted off that play.
There,
I mean,
appears to be a tech issue.
Fabian and Mr. Freshy Boy, they said that JV told them right before they sat down, they want to make the lower bracket run here. Maybe take some of that G2 magic from last year, where you have like a pretty shaky group, pretty shaky, you know, second phase of the Invitationals, but then lower bracket miracle run against all odds. It's a great storyline. I don't think putting yourself there intentionally is a good idea though, nor do I think they're doing it. But this is not the WCN that we came to expect, but also big praise to Wolves. This is a team that I kind of took off my paper and said, I don't think they're gonna go far. Looking at previous records, looking at the fact they played some tier 2 events in Europe and really struggled. Like they won, but it was like overtime, it was like 7-5, not clean victories. But this is a different Wolves here in the server today and at this event so far. And I am honestly very impressed with some of these rounds.
No, I honestly, the way Wolves have shown up is playing up to the potential that we think this team has, right? The main conversation that tends to happen around this French squad at every single event, Nick, is... She sounds so goofy when you slow it down. But the main conversation that tends to happen Can we go even slower? Is the question. All right, let's cool it down.
5 seconds to go.
Let's chill a little bit here.
Let's relax.
Let's maybe just chill a little bit. The main conversation that tends to happen around Wolves is about not living up to their potential.
Exactly.
Right? This is a team that is consistently making top 8.
Yep.
This is a team that is consistently proving that they are one of the best teams in the world and one of the best teams from Europe. But they are always... They're always at the wedding. They're not even the bridesmaid. They're just at the wedding, watching the bride, the bridesmaid, and all the wedding party while they sit in the audience. They can absolutely be a team that wins events.
Yeah.
But it relies on a lot of factors. And in this instance, it seems like they are now playing the way that they want, and they are looking very sharp. W7M are not playing poorly at any step of this matchup. It's just that Wolves are beating them on defense, beating them on attack. Now Wolves have inarguably the harder side on this map. They have to go to attack. If they can get an early round, I think this will bode well. And it's going to be a rush, by the way. Down goes Herd, down goes Nade, down goes KZ, P4. Now looking for more above. JV92 and Fellabox have lost all their teammates.
I don't understand. P4 didn't even care about the flashbang. This might be a flawless thing to start things off here for Wolves. They have so much confidence. Somebody shut them down.
Only one to die so far is Mowgli. Now JV92 will unsheath the sidearm. Smart glasses as well, working in his favor. But so many bullets being tossed his way. Wolves 2 rounds away from a 2-0 over the defending major champs.
This is mental warfare in the server at its finest. You go on your first attacking round, it's gonna be difficult, it's gonna be complicated. You walk in basement staircase as P4, you walk up blue staircase, you get team flashed, you get shot at, you don't even look at who shot at you, because you know it is not your job to deal with that player inside a Fireplace or dining hallway. That is the Fireplace double door player's position to take care of, and they did it. Perfectly played. Wolves, they have these kind of rush strats on various maps. Clubhouse, Gym Attack, Through the Breach is like the most iconic one from them, I would say. And they're so excellent at understanding the timings of each other to execute together. I predicted and said that if Wolves would win this map, they gotta go 3 or 4 defensive rounds and build things up, because it's very difficult to problem solve the attacker rounds the way that WCN they defend on Chalet. Not only did they get the 4 maps of defense, they got their first attack on bar as well. They have put themselves in the absolute best position to take this series 2-0, and they are only 2 rounds away.
mean, what more can be said than what the Wolves play is saying already?
Yeah.
Right? I have been so impressed with this team.
Of course, with Fenrir in play, we expected a near 100% pick rate from W7M possibly. And the way the Wolves played that very first round, you wish you had 2 Fenrir operators on your lineup because there is just no area that seems to be safe.
10 seconds left.
And oh boy, the attacker repick screen is giving me some really good vibes here. You can still change with 3 seconds left, but now it'll be locked in. Dokkaebi, Lion, Glass, and Blitz.
A bomb has been located.
The benefit of being up 4-2, you can have some funny rounds. Because as an IGL, as a leader like people, you can now just say, guys, let's try this, right? Because if you lose this, it's only 5-3. It's not the end of the world. So the creative freedom here and the confidence boost is even bigger now for Wolves. Now there is one downside. The wall is soft, I believe. It looks like it.
Unless there's a glitch.
No, I think it might just be soft. So that means, okay, I thought they were going to shoot the thermite, but no. So now they, okay, I thought it might get shot. Now they can go for rush. The wall between sides is reinforced. There is no mirror window. Nobody close to side has any kind of deny. It's JV and Fenrir. This rush, it looks very free from my point of view.
And there go the smokes. They're just off to the races.
So free.
It's so free. W7M need to get back to the site. They win with one single nitro cell. Nade is dropped. JV92 is down as well. It might show that there's an advantage right now for W7M, but it's certainly not there as Wolves clean up. Now it's Mowgli to take some damage. Fellabox looking to come back. KZ getting on the board. Mowgli, another attempt to get the diffuser down as Fellabox has worked his way up, but he gets flashed out and has to peel off. A post plant will ensue. As it's a 3v3, the Blitz of Bibu is still in play as well, Nick, so this could be humongous, but now he's gone to KZ, who finds a triple. Deadshot needs to win the round for his team, but he shot through the wall, and this is W7M capitalizing so effectively. They'll be able to hop on that diffuser with plenty of time to go. A quad kill from KZ leads the way. He has over 31 kills so far through a map and a half. This is a hero game from him. His team might still lose 2-0, and that is devastating. I like the strategy there, but what in the middle of that round broke down for Wolves that let W7M get back in the match?
That's the thing, and I think Casey, as big of a strength as he is for his team, also the biggest weakness, because if he doesn't have these kinds of rounds and these kinds of performances, Wolves would just run away with the series, and it would already be over 2-0, counting for how Oregon played out, and now here in Chile. Wolves, I thought it was a phenomenal round from them, where they had everything completely for free. But the thing is, the C4 rotated down right before the plant finished the first time around, and that stalled out the attack from Wolves. Then they pushed deep, they got the kills, and we saw it here, Mowgli and Bibu pushing aggressive together inside of blue, trying to regain the blue control despite having the bomb set itself. So Wolves don't want to play passive, far out the building, going outside trench, and holding passive angles. They want to run at their opponent. And given the fact that Blitz, I don't blame him. It seemed like a good strategy on paper. The flashman was able to follow things up as well, but the cover was good from W7M. Wolves, they lose the round, but they asserted dominance in the server, and they've now forced W7M to play this awkward game of, okay, if we're roaming too far off the bomb site, they're gonna rush it. But if you play 5 guys on site, they're gonna roam clear without any issues. So now the problem solving has to be on the defenders to play that fine line of, we're on this side, we're kind of roaming, but we can't spread ourselves out as thin and as aggressive as they would like to.
This is still very winnable for W7M, by the way.
It is.
They got the favorable side. They persevered on 1 defense so far. They win 3 more. Suddenly we go to overtime. That means that Wolves only picks up a single round, but have to factor in that this is W7M's map, so there should be some familiarity here. Mind you, it's hard to beat the numbers if you expect teams to win 4 rounds on attack, or 4 rounds on defense, or 5 rounds on attack, or 5 rounds on defense, depending on what map you're playing on. Oh, then you have the numbers working against you. Deadshot, though, by the way, gets maybe a bit too brazen as KZ picks up his 10th kill. Fellapox dies, so Wolves are at least hitting their marks with these shots. Shinka holds on to the diffuser, and he's not that far removed from the bomb site. Smokes will go off, and now amidst the plants, he will do literally a plant.
No yellow ping. They have no idea.
They're playing from above though, Nick. And amidst the smoke, they think they have an idea. Shinka gets the plant down, then just walks away. This is so free. It looked for a second there like Wolves were gonna open up the walls, which maybe is not the best idea because it gives your opponents an opportunity to fight back. Bibu on upside down repel. JV92 retaking from over towards Trophy. Herds with 1 kill. Shinka wins that gunfight. And Herds is the only one standing between Wolves and match point. Gets back to the bomb site, takes out Shinka, but Bibu propels Wolves to series point.
The mind game of, hey, we might rush the bomb site, don't roam too hard above. Well, it wasn't read by W7M. I think the mindset here is that they're thinking there is no way they will do the same quote-unquote stupid play again, rushing the side, risking it all. But again, Wolves, they love going for these kinds of plays. They had the intel. There was a Valkyrie being played from the defense, but no yellow pings coming through. Either they had no cam on side, or it was dealt with earlier by Wolves themselves. So they establish a plant. They get that single player on site, that opening kill, and while that shot did die, unnecessarily peeking the hatch very early in the round, the rest of the team got the job done. Shinka here, holding down the verticality, holding down the flank. It was beautifully played, and then Bibu actually rappelled in up above to play the post plant. So if they lost side control, if Shinka had died, he's now on the master bedroom hatch, and he can see the diffuser. So not only do they have step 1, drone phase, that's done, they got all the intel they wanted. Step 2, rush the bomb site and get the plant down. They also did that. If it came down to like a 1v1 or the people died on site after bomb was planted, they also had step 3, post plant. Bibu, sole responsibility was to cover the diffuser in case things went south. All things were accounted for. Wolves are now on match point 6-3 in favor. And this could be the final round for them to send WSM to the lower bracket in a 2-0 fashion, beating every prediction, and everyone who even might be Wolves fans, I don't think saw this coming.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. A bomb has been located.
How do you fix this if you're W7M, Nick?
Yeah, how do you fix it? I mean, if you're getting rushed like this, I would say play closer together. But then you're giving up the roam, then you lose map control. It is an awkward case of, I do believe here that there is just too much performance individually from KC and not enough from the squad as a whole.
It is a very top-heavy performance so far. Nade does not have a single kill so far through Chalet. He and Pelipox also had relatively poor stats. Now JV92 with the first pick onto Deadshot. Mowgli answers right back, and again, Wolves are so quick in here. There's a Maestro close up, starts firing away. Mowgli finds a second pick, but he's shut down by none other than KZ, who is still very much on the board.
This is absurd. It's literally one man against the world right now. JV and Nate, they fall. Sure, JV got the technical opening kill of the round, but Nate does nothing closet. It's not a trade from KC. It's him individually swinging out, winning multiple single gunfights here. It works though. It stalls off the attack, forces Wolves to rotate. The push is done. Diffuser on the ground. They gotta recoup and figure out how to problem solve this round.
Well, you got the rest of W7M sitting quite pretty. I like the overall strategy that Wolves employed. Hit Solarium real hard. Make sure that nobody can pressure you from down below in Trophy. Sweep forward, clear out the site. But bathroom control was what ultimately was their undoing. KZ is still in that same spot. Pelipox on reinforcement not too far away. There goes Bibu and Herds. Cleans up the last 2 players of Wolves. W7M still very much in this, but they're gonna have to go perfect.
The only thing here I fear for Wolves is if these rounds start slipping away and it's very close, you know, based off KC, for example, they might start losing some of that overconfidence that they're having where they will just go for crazy plays. They need to stay in that mindset, not fear losing, because imagine this, you go to every major, you usually go out in groups, you go out in quarters at best. Yeah, losing this match doesn't mean you're going home. You'll just go from upper bracket to lower bracket. You're still playing later today, actually. Or you'll play, later this tournament. But the point is that if the pressure starts getting to these players, being like, okay guys, I'm afraid of losing now, things are not going well, like we tried going fast, obviously it's not working. They gotta stay in this, because their mentality, their mental could be their biggest enemy, their biggest obstacle right now to overcome W7M. So, one round, then it's 6-5, another, then we're into overtime, then things get really troublesome for Wolves. And then you go to Clubhouse thinking, damn, we should have won 2-0. Why didn't we do it? Why did we choke again, so to speak? So they really need to settle the nerves here. Could be a change-up in strategy, could be a slower paced round. At the very least, W7M, they'll be expecting aggression, they'll be expecting a quick push, so I think it makes sense to spawn pick here. Because if you're gonna go quick, it means sprinting from spawn to the building, being a little bit more careless about the potential spawn peaks, but this looks like a slower Wolves attacking lineup. Flourish, Twitch, Capital, they want a more proper execute style round.
Lots of drones for Wolves. In terms of what they have outside of their main drones, they've already lost almost all of their intel, Nick. Only 4 drones on the board right now, other than, of course, the Rotero drones and Twitch drones, which will be nice in a pinch. That's more information for Wolves to capitalize off of this, as Mowgli is now droned in through Trench. This downstairs part of the map is completely vacant. W7M's first player and the first one in line of contact is somebody who's been performing quite well. It's Fellapox on blue. There's barbed wire in between Mowgli and him. Mowgli's got a good idea, but you gotta do something to flush Fellapox out of that position.
Yeah, Fellapox should never swing out and get aggressive here. He's got the barbed wire, maybe in a Fenrir F-net mine. He needs to like stay alive on blue staircase, so it's up to Mowgli and Wolves to problem solve, not Fellapox.
The back bar panel will now open up as it's hit by an EMP and a Selma, meaning that JV92, who's holding that position, needs to be a bit more active now in his defense as he hugs that A-bomb chassis. You can watch lobby and also watch window into games.
So they have partial library hands control here from Deadshot repelling. They have the bar wall opened up from the basement. If they can clear out the one person side of the bomb site itself of JV, with the Capta 5, for example, they could technically go for a side execute, but there it is. Mowgli open things up. That's what they need.
First pick is huge. No follow-up, though, because Herds comes into action, losing half of his HP in the process. Rotero drones will go out. There's also one of those F-nots. Oh, a nice shot from Herds onto Shinka. Wolves cannot lose the plot in this round. They are so close to sending this away. JV92 now taking some damage. It sounded like an explosive goes off. JV92 was flushed out of this position earlier, but he's certainly making it work from where he is. Now on big window, it's Deadshot. Pitter-patter with the suppressor on his gun. Bibu watching from above. These are the last 2 players from Wolves, and they're going to have a hell of a time to get on in. As now Deadshot keeps trading out HP, but neither he nor Bibu are closer to the objective. They'll shuffle around the diffuser. The moment that Bibu hops in, he'll get hit with that Fenrir gadget. He'll lose his sight onto these players. JV92 out-dueling him. It's all up to Bibu now, who vaults in. They swing, but Bibu needs to get every single kill. He'll attempt the plant, but they know exactly where he is. KZ looking for kill number 15, and he'll get it. Good God. Almost 40 kills for KZ in 2 maps.
Stellar performance, and you gotta wonder if this goes to a map 3, and let's say it goes far into the round count, that could be like, this is world record breaking kind of record that he's about to attempt here if he keeps going. Now, I spoke about the mentality of Wolves and kind of slowing down and not having confidence, and I gotta say, that's exactly what I feel like happened in that round. Mowgli got the opening kill on blue, and he sprinted up the staircase, being like, guys, let's explode on side. And the second he dies here to Hertz, that's when the crossfire on side that we see here leads to a second death. Where is the rest of the Wolves? It looked like they were trying to Rotero drone below the window for an gadget the same second Mowgli got the kill, which meant they either couldn't jump in the window because the Rotero drone would kill them, or they simply just didn't communicate what the plan was gonna be. So if Mowgli rushes in, but everyone else is sitting far back, it's a missynchronization issue. They couldn't plant, they couldn't get in. So, not the best position to be in. We saw P4 there talking to Mowgli specifically about something, and it didn't look like it was, I wouldn't say a bad conversation, but like clearly something did not go according to plan that round. Either Mowgli has to sit back and not go for that push, or his teammates, they have to follow through. It's not anyone's specific fault, but the team as a whole did not operate together. And now Wolves, this is where things they start getting a little bit dangerous. 6-5, their final attempt before overtime. They're still in the attack. W7M still in the defense. They're gonna go to that basement bomb site. When they were there, the first time around, there was a side rush that coulda, woulda, shoulda worked out, but didn't. That shot didn't die this time, but got the opening pick.
KZ could be the next one lined up as well with the play that he's playing over by Library at top chimney. Far removed from the action, and that's huge! Mowgli is taking him down.
That's it. That's gotta be it. 18 kills gone.
I find it such a challenge for W7M to overcome this. Wolves must be breathing a sigh of relief by taking these two players out. Now, obviously, you can never count W7M out of the action, but it's gonna fall really onto the shoulders of Hurts, but now he's gone as well. The French, right now, just a bit too hard to deal with. Felipawks and Nade, as Nade sits on stairs, taking out Mowgli. That's a big kill for this W7M team. And another from Nade now. As if Wolves are impatient and don't do their homework, they can let W7M get back in this round. And with the 2 picks that they've got, they might have just done that.
It's one of those awkward fine lines where when they play fast from Wolves, it's when they get those opening kills, it's when they shine. But they need to understand that there's also this fine line of, okay, we got the kills we wanted and that we needed. Now we can take our time and slow it down. Bieber and Mowgli, the 2 main fraggers from this team so far. And also, with all the soft freeze destruction for the bomb side, Deadshot has 3 Reterra drones go above the floor, but besides that, they don't have a lot of options here.
The only active drone remaining is Shinka's. Outside of that, you have no information for Wolves. Yes, you can use the Reterra drones, but they have a fuse on them. Eventually, they're going to blow up. So you can't just continue to use them. Now, you've gained some information. You know Nade is on blue, but do you know he has access to the M870? That is the question, because this is a one-shot at that range. The moment that somebody from Wolves pushes onto blue stairs, W7M will punish them. Another Reterra drone will go out. 1 more remains. P4 will not follow up. Nade, unable to shoot it, so instead, he gets real aggressive on the stairs. He is not falling off of this position whatsoever. I love the way W7M is playing this. They are playing it perfectly given their numbers, Nick. And now the fire will go, which is stopping Wolves from rushing out. Here comes an adrenal surge, and the fire will finally slow down. Down goes Shinka to Felipawks, who lights them all up! We're going to overtime!
Getting the all 2 opening kills, getting full map control, losing 2 players to not checking the staircase, team flashing in the final moment of the bomb site rush, blinding your teammate who was going to take the gunfight, giving Felipawks the advantageous position and gunfight, getting that 3K. That should have been the round victory for Wolves. This is where the mental game comes into play. This is where you start doubting yourself, you get frustrated, and you worry that you have thrown away the one chance you had at winning this 2-0, and maybe the one way to even win this best-of-3 series at all. They have to close it out in overtime. They have 3 rounds to go. They gotta win 2 of them. Otherwise, they'll be kicking themselves over this round, especially for a very long time.
I mean, it really did come down to information, right?
Yeah.
Wolves did not have any drones, but they were very slow to capitalize because they didn't know where anybody was. Now, you know that Nade is on blue, but there's a Maestro unaccounted for. Yeah, you can speculate all you want that the Maestro is inside the site, but that is really not a round that Wolves should have lost by any stretch of the imagination, Nick. They lose it because W7M basically plays perfectly given the situation they found themselves in. You don't win back-to-back majors while also finishing in the finals of 6 Invitational right before that without knowing a thing or two about playing virtually perfect Siege. And boy, oh boy, does W7M always show up when you need them the most.
Also, Nade only has 3 kills, but 2 of them was in the previous round. So we can talk about impact kills right now. Yeah, he didn't do much in the first, but he put his team into overtime to tie things up.
I mean, you can make a very credible argument that Nade's inability to get kills up to this point cost his team round.
Sure.
However, he inarguably won that round, or at least set up Felipawks to win the round. W7M support players don't get the love that a lot of other teams do because of the fact that Herd's JV92 and KZ are so good. We've talked an awful lot about KZ, and for good reason. He's sitting at 37 kills by my count between these two maps. We are in record-breaking territory if this goes to a third map and KZ does not fall off of a cliff. Now, he still has 2 rounds to continue to rack it up, but if Herds gets the lead-off pick and then can play strong over by that library hallway, then KZ might not have any kills left to get. But he gets on the board with Deadshot. Now it's Herds' chance too. P4 the first kill, but KZ sweeps through him. And now it's W7M with the lead on their map. They sit on map point.
I also think it's the first time last round we've seen W7M being really animated on their player cams, smiling, getting loud. Despite having some big moments on Oregon, despite having some good plant setups here in Chile as well, they've seen kind of, I don't want to say down or sad, but just they've seen quiet, where you gotta celebrate the small things, and you definitely gotta celebrate the big victories. That overtime round clutch from Nate and Philippox, that prompted them to get really loud. And for the first time on Hertz face, because I've been watching his player cam for the majority of this, or Casey and Hertz, rather, both of them, for the entire game, they just seemed really down. Despite playing well, despite rounds being clutched out, there's no massive amounts of celebratory action or fist bumps saying, go on, guys. But now here in overtime, and the round that got us there, that's changed. Big smiles, big celebrations. Let's go. 7-6 now. W7M for the first time in a very long time. Pretty much first time here in Chile. They're in the lead, the round count.
10 seconds
There will be a
left
swap
before
though.
insertion.
Every round we go from attack to defense, vice versa. So the Wolves will get 2 attacking
5
rounds
seconds
if we go the distance. And W7M will get 2 defensive rounds if Wolves were to overcome this obstacle.
The bomb.
The thing is, Wolves are also kind of running out of juice when it comes to strategy. They're doing the same thing now. I'm not saying it's a bad one. It worked last time. The Kaid Clash basement hold, where P4, retook blue staircase into bar, and Mowgli was there to get the double kill. They won the last time they did this, but it will not have that same surprising factor as the previous time around. W7M, they've seen it, and they've not really played around it. There's no Capital, there's no Kali, there's no counters to the Kali here, so I'm not sure what the plan is to W7M. Not quite sure.
Well, it could be another rush as well, but they open up that garage wall very effectively. First 45 seconds, that's good pacing for them. Given that neither of these teams are playing the Tubarão, you don't really need to worry about too much, as teams don't actively trick either the wine or garage walls the way that we used to see. It's challenging to trick now with Thatcher being virtually unbanned forever and pocket EMPs being brought to by teams. Just in case the Thatcher gets killed early, you've got backup with Philippox holding on to those smaller EMPs that can be a bit tricky to land, but teams usually know where the Electric Claw is. In this case, that's the only denial that's being brought by Wolves. At the halfway mark right now in the Clash, which was such an obstacle for W7M before, remains upright. It was Mowgli who was able to capitalize off of it. I say this, but Mowgli gets a kill, he's immediately traded out, and P4 is reduced to almost ashes at this point. W7M finding the picks they need, and most importantly for Wolves though, KZ is the casualty. Now site control is W7M's, and the return of the bomb site through blue is not going the way that Wolves had hoped for. The Nitro cell goes off, but not before the diffuser goes down. Shinka inside a connector, leveling Philippox. P4 dies, now it's JV92 in the ground, and Nade, who was phenomenal before on this particular bomb site on defense, needs to sit over top of that diffuser and find these 3 remaining players on Wolves. He's lined up one, gets the pick onto Bibu, thinks there's somebody over towards blue, but he's exposed himself as well. Now, they'll be able to hop onto the diffuser. Herds type GG, but maybe a bit too prematurely. I know. Sometimes eating your words, not exactly appetizing, but for that round in particular, W7M is going to have to do that, and we will go to a 15th and final round between these teams.
It's so hard to predict the outcome of these rounds because surely that's a done deal for W7M. They're in the bomb side, Wolves are far away, the plant goes down successfully, there's no C4 inside, until it landed right on top of the plant cover. Didn't take down the planter though, so it will be a post plant, but the retakes are so clean from Wolves every single time. I think the big thing that happened though was I believe it was Philippox, on Dokkaebi, walking in the main breach here to try and confirming the injured player of Deadshot and then just dying to the connector player of Shinga. If you stay outside the main breach, you cut the bomb site in half, you give your teammates crossfire, and Deadshot will not be revived in that round. So instead of covering the cross, it's a 50-50 gunplay. Shinga comes out on top, Wolves is staying it. Do or die now. For W7M, they want to go a third map. And do or die in the sense that Wolves, they really want to send this home to Zero and avoid Clubhouse at all costs. Not just because they might lose it, but also because the more maps you can hide, the less strat you end up showing, the better it is for the longevity of your run in this tournament, as more things will stay available for later use.
Boy, oh boy. If you hated W7M before, Herds typing GG on that round just might make you hate him a little bit more. I will say there was a time when Herds typed GG against Team Liquid and then a bunch of the Liquid fans came after him on social media, which, well, I know what that feels like. It can be overwhelming. But Herds basically said people always cry that they want more villains.
Yeah.
And then you finally get villains in the game, and then you brigade them and send death threats to them.
Yeah.
How about we understand that, oh my, Mowgli almost perfectly traced through the wall, but the Mutafelipox can survive for now. Mowgli thinks he has an idea. Felipox swings, he gets Deadshot, the shotgun comes out, only good enough for one. As Mowgli has a shotgun of his own, the Super Shorty, out-dueling the SAS shotgun.
W7M should know this will be a trophy Solarium take because they have such a strong piano hold that it's very hard to pick apart. So I'm not surprised Felipox is roaming downstairs, but I'm a bit surprised at the lack of reinforcements, like people helping him either vertically or on Solarium staircase itself, for example. He was kind of on his own on an island. He trades 1-for-1, which is okay, but that's 13 kills Felipox, by the way, to 5 and 7 Deadshot. There's not Mowgli people who died, for example, or Shink at this point sitting on 11, so it's very much tied up. We got the Brava camps getting intel here. It is a very tight round.
Deadshot did have some very high value, high impact kills when it was Wolves sitting on match point on their last attack. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it because it sounds a bit mean-spirited, but of all the players to lose, I'm probably most comfortable losing Deadshot. You almost lose P4 from below, who's using those holes created by the Buckets. Now this bathroom hold from W7M was so formidable before. It's turning out to be quite effective this time as down goes P4. Mowgli subduing JV92, but the Azamiya KZ is a little bit farther away. JV92 likely unretrievable at this point. Secured by Mowgli. W7M wisely falling off, allowing Wolves to take this, and instead, it's just a series of beachheads that they're making. Now, you're gonna have to tackle Piano, which you said was a heavy investment from W7M. A run out over on the balcony as Bibu has to contend with that. Shinka has Diffuser in hand. Herds is not able to get up there yet, but it stops Shinka from going, and their coverage is poor. Diffuser is dropped, there down goes KZ, and it's a 2v2 with 20 seconds left. Wolves has an option to stun the world by taking out the major champs in this first match, but Nade walks up, completely exposed. Bibu on Repel will swing in, and W7M stops the comeback from Wolves. We go to map 3 in stunning fashion, Nick.
I mean, that right there, you're thinking, where's the cover from Bibo and Big on the Repel? But the thing is, because they ran out the office door, they threatened his position. That was a perfect counter to the cover on their plan. And W7M, with smiles on their faces, they finally figured things out and read the situation, and they're gonna take us to map 3.
18 kills for KZ. If the numbers in the previous map are to be believed, he is sitting at 40 kills through 2 maps. That is unheard of. But it was a team effort for W7M on Chalet. They don't win without the supporting cast. And now we have a best of 1. Clubhouse will determine whether the French or the Brazilians move on. We'll be right back.
You wanted quality games? Well, you got them. What a map 2 between W7M and Wolves. And as we all wanted it to be, there will be a map 3. But that's in a few minutes. Welcome back to our analyst desk where we'll be discussing map 2 Chalet and break things down for you and prepare you for our third. Well, I'm Milosh, with me are Fabian and Fresh. And let's just build it up once more. What a hell of a map, Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. That was just incredible. We're looking at two teams that are just going round to round, and it's back and forth, and they seem to be, when they're actually doing things, both teams seem to be kind of perfect at what they're doing, and then somehow the other team just pulls out a tool off their toolbox and just, yeah, we're going to dismantle you, and you have nothing to say about it.
Do you know what? I'm a Siege purist. I just want to watch the highest Siege possible, the highest quality Siege possible. I don't necessarily care who wins. Maybe a little bit of an EU bias, but don't really care who wins. That was such a good map of Siege. Following from another great map of Siege.
Would you call it quality Siege? Would you give it the seal of approval?
Yes. Seal of approval. It was great. I mean, it had absolutely everything. I think even just the first couple of rounds, W7M playing specifically for the plant, then having to change their pace, tempo later on in their attacks. Wolves being 6-3 up, the jeopardy of that going back to overtime. Clutches, throws, like incredible map to watch.
Just overall, two perfect teams. I said it in the first map. This game is probably going to be one of the best we've seen at this event. And if it keeps up for map number 3 just as it is, this might actually be the best game we're going to see this event.
We are still, by the way, to remind everybody, this is match number 1 of the playoffs that will continue today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and then, of course, in the main event. So if this is what game 1 is serving us, I think we're going to have a feast, Fresh.
Yeah, I think we are. And I think, you know, just talking specifically about the highlights here, I think Wolves started so well. I really did think that. And maybe not strategically, but the one thing that we was asking from them was improved team play. That's one thing that we've been talking about throughout this whole series. They were managing to recover 5v3s, 5v2s. Even one round that this one right here that was in the highlight, they brought it back from a 5v2 and 2v2. They lost the 2v2, but they were recovering them, and the team play was absolutely showing to put them at the advantage.
It's just retake after retake, and just overall, again, we come back to the same thing we said for map 1. We didn't expect Wolves to have that much of a mid-round reconnecting to what we need to do. They didn't seem to have that. And today, it really played out well. However, I do think they tossed this game. Because, obviously, everybody saw it. 5-on-2. You shouldn't lose those situations. And on top of that, not maybe did they only throw it in the actual game, they might actually have thrown it in the map bans. Because they had the choice of overtime side, and they picked attack.
And that's really strange because, like we said, Wolves are an 80% defense win rate and a 33% attack win rate coming into this. And they chose to go on attack in overtime. Obviously, it went down to that final round. Had that been a defensive round for Wolves, we're talking about Wolves that have just 2-0, you know, the current back-to-back major champions.
Yeah, that would have been huge, but to also say that during the game and even during the comeback that W7M did, their side was very quiet. And it's not until OT that spirits really rose, and we could definitely hear it then.
Yeah, I mean, when we were thinking that they were going to lose, we came down when the score was 6-3. So we were kind of prepared that W7M weren't going to get this game. My notes were saying W7M are falling for pressure. They finally have something to lose. They are this top dog. They're on top of the mountain. And now they can only go really down. So pressure is coming to them. Brazil wants to see them lift the trophy. And then they falter and fall apart.
On home turf, that's another level. But there is one man that is really keeping up for, well, just keeping that fire roaring in the team KZ yet again. I just want to stress one thing before I ask you a question, Fresh. KZ, with the current kills on the 2 maps that he has had, 40-16 is KDR. This man is on course to beat the best of 3 kill world record.
Which has been a long time since that was broken.
Yes, years at this point.
Yeah. Again, it's another huge map, and again, you know, he didn't deserve to be on the losing team in map 1. He was. He didn't deserve to be on it in map 2. He wasn't. He managed to pull them through. And what more can you say about this guy? He's spawn beaking one tap. This play in particular to win this round was very, very well played by him. The confidence to walk in that 2v2 and take the initiative and win the round for his team. It's not just that he's baiting them and finding kills. Look at some of the impact of these kills that he's having, and you're looking at a world quality player. This again, a round huge retake in the post plan. he is one of the best players in the world. Before this tournament, he was being slightly overshadowed by Herds. Oh, sorry, before this game, he was being slightly overshadowed statistically by Herds, but they are both exceptional players.
I mean, this is just an incredible team, but that's what I want to point out as well. I want to see the team do well. Yeah. I don't really care about the kill record, and I don't think any single player actually does either, because they want to win as a team, they want to go through as a team, because they cannot rely on one guy through every game.
Well, let's talk then about map 3. That's what we're going to turn our attention to, because it is the most important one at this point. Clubhouse, you will see the entire pick ban on that screen with W7M starting off on the attack. Fresh, what are we expecting on Club? It's a classic map.
I'm worried.
Boy.
I said that I thought the Wolves had to get this done 2-0. They didn't. They go into map 3. The reason that I'm worried is we've seen Wolves' attacking strategy today to be fast, to be very erratic at times, to take risks. Clubhouse is a map where you really can't do that. You're forced into playing default in a lot of the rounds. There are very few rounds where you can take it fast. The only one that I can really think of being Gym, which is a Wolves classic where they can just run through the breach all together and drop Logi Hatch. That's the only one. So I'm worried about Wolves attacking, and if a team can out default, like which one for me is better at doing the defaults, I would say W7M on the balance of things. So I'm worried because we're heading into Clubhouse.
You basically took all the points there in like one go.
Sorry, Fabian.
That's fine.
That's my huge brain.
I'm just going to keep building on them. And when you said the Russian Gym, because of how Wolves have played so far, W7M will definitely be prepared for just that. Because they've played it so much that, well, that's what they're going to be expecting. So even if they might not set up the entire strat for it, they'll at least be prepared for it.
I think one thing we can definitely expect is a banger of a map 3 with how our first 2 have gone down. I am so excited. I hope you have some heart medication next to you, because this is gonna be definitely palpable. So Fresh, Fabian, thank you very much. We are ready for map number 3. So which one do we go for? Do you want a close up for this one? Let's go to map 3. Penguin Taro, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, we have been treated to honestly a spectacle so far. I did not expect either of these maps to play out the way that they have. And I don't expect Clubhouse to play out the way that I imagine either, which is, it's going to be a quick stomp for one of these teams, which means that if we buck that wisdom, then next thing you know, we get a competitive match. That's all I want.
I'm kind of happy we go third map because, and Fabian, genius, right? He called in the very beginning, this might be one of the best series of this entire tournament. He said that after Oregon. And so far, it's followed that trend. Who doesn't love a 7-7, final 15th round situation where one team clutches to get in there and clutch to finish things out. And now we got a Clubhouse. But I do share the same sentiment as the desk. I worry a little bit for Wolves. The rush, fast-paced attacking style, not all that common to do on this map. It's very hard to pull off, but they do have a little bit of an ace up their sleeve, maybe. I would assume now, with Maverick being banned, that Tubarão will be banned from the side of W7M to match. Otherwise, this will be a series that comes down to breaching the walls with heart destruction and utility, which is very unlike Oregon and Chalet from what we saw so far. Kite, okay, also not a bad ban. You still have Tubarão and Bandit/Mute in action, but W7M will respond back with the Kite ban to make things a little bit more... Okay, what was a little bit trolling here, okay? They ban the Maverick, and then maybe... So my assumption is a former player. So that you ban the Maverick, and you see if your enemy bites. And if they don't bite, you will finish that yourself and round off the bans by doing Maverick into Tubarão, and you get the Kite ban on top from your opponent. So all of a sudden, what could have been a game that would be heavily played around wall deny because you don't have Maverick open, becomes say, okay, the only thing that can stop you is the basics, the defaults, the Mute, the Bandit. So nothing too out of the ordinary here for both teams. They'll be happy with that, but I do think, like Fresh said on the desk, that this will favor W7M over that of Wolves.
You and I also discussed something similar while we were in between these maps, saying that the only thing worse than a 2-0 blowout is to have these first 2 maps be electric and then have map 3 completely deflate the series by being so dominant. Obviously, for the average viewer who wants a quick matchup or wants a close matchup, they're going to be upset by that. But for fans of W7M, they'll get to tell that story if W7M capitalizes. Same with Wolves if Wolves dominates here. Now, an interesting statistic that was given to me by our good friend Jesse Chick.
He's always giving you the tips.
I mean, he told me this in the green room.
Oh.
You were too busy staring in the mirror at your duck shirt.
Okay, relax.
Jesse said the last time that a team was bounced to the lower bracket by Wolves, they went on to win 6 Invitational. That was G2. So by the way, if that stat is wrong, you blame Jesse. But thank you, Jesse, for providing it. Thank you, Jesse, for providing it.
Getting thrown under the bus of being a kind soul in the world of so much misery that is not okay. Misery, though, that's what Wolves are feeling right now. If you watch that previous map of Chalet, one could argue that they should have closed out that series 7-5, but they didn't. They went into overtime, and that has gotten us here to Clubhouse. So, mental state comparison here. WCM feeling really good about getting a third shot in terms of map, whereas Wolves, they're gonna be like, damn, should have already won this. Nade with a little bit more of an unusual pick these days, to fuse inside of office, to destroy the floor inside of kitchen. Very much like on Chalet, when you go on office balcony inside the window, and you will fuse the primary floor as well, and it's very safe. By doing it this way, you don't gotta worry about C4s below when you're Bog or Sledge, so I really like this. I also know that this was a strat back in Brazil many years ago, so this has been seen before, but not in recent time.
This is one of those maps, by the way. Remember we talked about the application? When we talked about the application of certain operators like RAM that we saw a lot of on Chalet, we talked actually about how Clubhouse doesn't really see a lot of this operator, and again, you can bring different levels of destruction. I love the fact that on this bomb site, there's an abundance of destruction in that kitchen part of the map, but beyond that, vertical play does not really exist. So bring the fuse. Nade can rain those cluster charges down on them and cause some serious issues. Well, if it isn't KZ to get the first pick as well, he's chasing the best of 3 kill record, which stands at 55 kills, held by Citizen. We'll actually play the loser of this matchup later today. Sonics will be in action against whoever loses here.
I just want to point out how phenomenal that play there was for WCM with the Breeze and cases holding on tight, and they're making progress everywhere. Fuse tries to go towards the bomb site itself here, and P4 taking a lot of damage actually from that.
Dead shot drops. There's a Nitro Cell tossed out by Bibu. He's the only one so far who's been able to draw blood from Wolves before P4 does it as well. A push from all over the map. Over by Blue, over by Dirt. Nade is sitting very pretty for the time being. KZ drops 2 kills for him.
15 seconds left.
Nade attempting the defuse plant. P4 needs to get to the bomb site. KZ has his eyes on him over from Church. And of course it's a KZ 3K to start this map.
Oh boy. He really is gonna go for it, huh? And very well might get there. Despite Valkyrie being open there for Wolves and despite being in play, every single player was watching other members of the team. And that probably just means that there are no active outcams with useful information available to them. So you're playing completely in that gray zone where you don't know what's going on. And it very much felt like that as well, watching Wolves in this round. They're getting fused on side, people dropping hatches, Dirt in control from the attack inside as well. So all of a sudden, you have no idea what's going on. You feel like there's enemies everywhere, yet nowhere at the same time. And I think if you're Wolves, looking at how they played Oregon, looking at how they played Chalet, I think they want to get active on other bomb sites. I think you want to play a lot of gym, maybe even bar, and then CC basement will be like your tertiary third option, because I think you need space to work with. At least the Wolves in this series so far, where we've been impressed and we've seen them match and outright beat WCM, has been when they've been proactively running around, shooting people, taking crossfires, and working the map. So playing these more static, laid-back bomb sides, that's when it comes down to that default stuff that the disc spoke about. And that's what WCM, they are just outclassing most of the opponents in the entire game right now, and has been for the last entire full year of Siege Pro League, basically.
Going drone.
Like to start from W7M. Clubhouse had the distinction of being the most defender-sided map for a long period of time, only being eclipsed recently by Skyscrapers, you saw from the graphic, but still holding one of the most defender-sided numbers. Attackers are starting to win more the deeper we go into this series, and I think it's necessitating a change to the way that attackers go about it. Very strong defenders, nerfs to the frag grenades. Those both play a huge part as to why attackers are not what they were. Fresh actually had a great tweet about it last night. I don't know if people saw, but honestly, Fresh has been doing an outstanding amount of work for this event, given the fact that he's technically not even been working until today. Yep. So, but boy, oh boy, hard pressed to find a talent with a greater work ethic than Jack Fresh Allen. Now, Felipox and JV slaughtering these two Wolves players off-site. Herds dropped by Mowgli, who alongside another player from Wolves is inside a Construction. It was P4, but he's now pushed back. And Construction is W7M's for the taking. Wolves hold map control, get a pick, drop back. I like that.
But you see this, the second we see Wolves sitting still, just like waiting for things to happen, that's when they get picked apart in the gunfight. Strategically, the walls get opened up, and when Mowgli swings out, you know, across the map from Construction, that's when they start getting the kills. We don't want to see Wolves sitting still, if they can avoid it, but on Clubhouse, you also can't just run around endlessly at all times. Let's see if they can open up this wall. There's going to be a keeper barrier, I believe. Nope, that's been dealt with, I guess. Blocking off those Bandit batteries, so Nade will be successful as there's no current wall deny. B1 Bandit is already in the grave. Impact will not do anything against an exothermic charge, so wall will be open in a second.
KZ will push from the other side of the map, Nick, right now inside of Construction. There goes that breach. All three players from W7M that look to get into the site. There's 4 of them, but the 3 of them closest by were all spread out. Down goes KZ. That's Construction, presumably now firmly in control for Wolves, and P4 looking onto the balcony, punishing JV92. The advantage for W7M has evaporated. A 4v3 has become a 3v1 now, with Wolves getting the final 2 picks, and it's Mowgli's hand to do it. Felipox the last to die. And these teams, of course, will tie it up. What a bloody surprise.
It comes down to another retake where Shinkel will run in through Construction and take control and get some kills back to even down the man count. The bomb side itself of Gym is quite difficult to pick apart. You got those window jump-ins, not ideal. Running into that gym breach, like the jacuzzi breach rather, pretty difficult without bathroom control. So a lack of intel there as well from the side of W7M. And despite getting those first opening kills, they didn't do a whole lot afterwards. They spent a lot of time kind of lingering around, waiting for things to happen. And I do think Mowgli found that early pick was massive to the team. And then, sorry, P4 it was, not Shinga, retaking control, just kind of seal the deal. The moment you lose window pressure, you see Mowgli get active, he knows he's safe, and he finds the final 2 members of the attack inside. 1-1. We're no wiser to knowing who's gonna take this.
No, and I mean, this is essentially what most people predicted. I will say, you have the 2-time defending major champs, runners-up at SI. They have made the grand finals of the last 3 major events. Making the grand finals of every single major event in 2023, irrespective of the outcome, is impressive enough as is. So the fact that Wolves are able to push W7M to a 3rd map, and the fashion that they've done it, obviously shows that Wolves are a relatively evenly matched team compared to W7M. This, of course, is bad news for Sonics, who play whoever emerges on the wrong side of this matchup, though Sonics has been a very impressive team so far this tourney as well. Honestly, the parity here at 6 Invitational has been quite good. I like the fact that teams are able to keep pace with W7M, because from a storyline perspective, it would be a little boring if W7M just bulldozed their way to the finals. Now, speaking of bulldozing, they're going to bulldoze their way right up Raptors. Felipox, good for a single pick, almost finding another on Nabibu, who's been dropped. But it's Shinka on Tachanka to stop that from happening. Mowgli being a bit more aggressive, ensuring that Rafters and Catwalk is not taken by W7M again so quickly, though Mowgli's been droned out. And he'll be harassed by said drone. Still in this position, but a lot of angles to watch. There's no Kiba barriers up there whatsoever to give him some added protection. So if you're a team like W7M that can hit your shots, Nick, you can punish him quite effectively.
I love the Bandit play though. I'm an OG kind of guy. I love seeing simplicity, but Hertz doesn't like seeing that at all. He says that wall has to be opened up for my team. We'll shut down Bieber from the verticality downstairs instead of blue staircase. And an operator that we don't see very often, Tachanka from the Shinge with 20 Molotovs in pocket could really slow things down here for the offense, but it's Mowgli who is the main focus point right now, under so much pressure from so many different angles with not much intel to work with.
At least got the 1 Kiba barrier. It was a small oversight on my part. I apologize. I hope everybody will forgive me. Bandit batteries being shot away at. Advantage still in favor of W7M, but they are having a great degree of difficulty opening up this breach. There goes the single Selma. And this one should work. I don't know if they're going to be able to get through it. They'll be able to vault through it. Oh, Mowgli punished by KZ. sits inside of Garage. Now it's Deadshot, knowing that the Lion of Herds is not too far removed, but Deadshot's focus has to be on the breach. Because of the fact that Wolves lost their player on Raptors earlier on, W7M's been able to hang on to it, and that is a very strong position. As KZ wraps around and instead will go towards construction, but Shinka hears that barricade break. Out goes an air jab. Shinka needs to stay away. KZ dies. Herds a kill as well. Wolves reduced to just Shinka inside of construction, and Herds gets the job done as he'd come up red stairs, got the pick at top red, and then watched construction quite intently. W7M answer back.
Yeah, and I mean, this looks more like you would expect from these two teams where the fundamentals are just in check there from that side. And yeah, a very convincing round. Looked like a very fast attack there on CCTV Garage, but Mowgli actually held onto that ground for so long. He even made it back towards the bomb site before he got shut down from bottom Garage and caught off guard. He thought he was hiding on the chassis and nobody would check it, but of course, if a team would check those common angles, it would be W7M. Bibu fall into verticality. Casey actually had a yellow ping, so there was indeed intel from a drone, I imagine, or player assumption. And then we see them flood out the bomb side, leaving Shinka, who's unplanned deny, in construction with no help to be had.
Well, close as it can possibly get. And now it'll be another defense downstairs. See if any of the lineup being brought from the attackers will change up. Of course, you've got 10 seconds to lock in these 6th pick ops.
5 seconds left.
Osa is available, and we've seen this operator brought a number of times. As she can provide great value, especially if you're going to cut across to what's known as pulse spot, which is that single panel on the left side the moment you get to the bottom of the stairs of basement. Open up one of those walls, get the talent shield down, and then play off of it. We do have clarification on the way that these will go. The winner of this match plays Sonics. So SQ gets either Wolves or W7M. Either way, from the way these teams have played, SQ will have their hands full, but Sonics have also looked like a mighty good team. So, oh my, there's no way they pull this off, right? Heard, pounced upon. Excellent defense so far. And Mowgli's looking for more as he engages outside. Fellapox has to drop and use that air conditioning unit to his advantage, as it can't be shot through. The Buck almost lost his life as well, and Wolves would have had an excellent start to the round.
This is what I mean. When they can move around the map dynamically and go for those engagements, that's when the Wolves they shine the most. That's when I see more of that from them, and they take down Hertz, Hibana, the main heart breacher. They're gonna slow things down drastically here for the attack inside. Casey still forced to use 1 or 2 Jackal scans to ensure that there are no roamers in play, but we know from the outlines and the top-down view right here on your screen that all 5 defenders have fallen back to side. And why would that be? If the roam worked, why would you go back? Well, it's very simple. The person that you killed was Hibana. You are now basically banking on the fact that only 1 secondary heartbreacher is in play, either from Buck or from Capital. That means all you can open as W7M is 2 hatches. And you gotta choose between blue, kitchen, and of course a bar hatch. That means that triple church or double church, whatever, will be closed off. You have very limited access points now on the attack. Dirt isn't open either, so you have such limited amount of angles to work with, and this is where the defense they shine. Oh, it's soft. What do you know? They could go third, I guess.
All of that speculation, and ultimately all for Nox.
But still, limited access points here. It's gonna be messy. Probably drop down a hatch, take dirt control if you want to, but that bottom main staircase you can't get much from.
A lot of teams like to bring 2 dedicated hard breachers and then the can openers, or 1 hard breacher and then lots of can openers on the side. We talk about that when this round is finished. Shinka gets dropped from a long-range angle over in Church. As you can see, the wall adorned with his blood, and now KZ will follow up, but he doesn't see Mowgli in that position. Now it's Fellapox near-sighted as he looks to walk in. Mowgli dies, the first one from Wolves in the ground. A vault in as Bibu greets Fellapox. Nade kills P4. Final 2 players, both by that church wall. Now inside of Moto, they're near-sighted. Fire going out in front of Shinka as he's dropped. And it's Deadshot, a team kill. It's all him versus JV92. JV still near-sighted, getting this plant down, but he has to fall off, and now point of no return. Deadshot has all the time in the world, and he secures the kill. JV92 allowing him very graciously to get the pick instead of bailing off and costing his team the round. Either way, JV92 knew it was all over. 2-2 through 4 rounds, just as we expected.
If that shot gets the team kill there and then doesn't clutch out in the round, that'll be another head scratcher for Wolves. They don't need more of those. But in similar fashion as to the second map of Chalet, they will call their tactical timeout after 4 rounds despite winning. And yes, it was close, but more importantly, I really value this, where you get ahead of the problem, you prep for the following rounds to come, get a good first half with confidence, and go into your attacks afterwards, of course, if you are Wolves.
P4 will talk to the team as Lilu sits down and lets it all unfold. KZ got 3 kills in the first round. 1 kill since then, but as we have talked about throughout the course of this broadcast, and anybody who goes over W7M games will tell you, this is a team that has a lot of depth in it. Herd's can have an incredible round. JV92 can have an incredible round. We saw Nade get high impact kills on Chalet, while Philippox led the way in terms of kills, competing with KZ for a while until eventually KZ had liftoff. So if all of the players are getting active here on side of W7M, then you're going to have your hands full. Good news, there really hasn't been any poor performances from Wolves. Their worst performing player so far, to my eye, is Deadshot. But he's still had some high value picks as well. Additionally, the other 4 players from Wolves have showed up quite well. After the timeout is called, upstairs to gym bedroom. Wolves will go.
10 seconds to insertion.
I feel like when it's a tactical timeout called by the coach, but it's one of the players doing the vast majority of the talking, which isn't always the common factor for Wolves, this must be a more strategical-oriented timeout where P4 felt like he needed 60 seconds to just truly talk to his team and get a point home, because it's hard to say, okay guys, play this bomb site, pick these operators, you talk a bit, the round starts, it's messy. You want the players fully focused for the round to come. So, early timeout taken. Wolves, they have no parachute now. This is it for them. Of course, W7M, they can still call theirs, which would allow Wolves to talk to their coach amongst each other again, but not by their choosing. Operators are not going to change all that much. Still wall denied economy here from the side of defense with the Mute and the Bandit. Intel being brought by the Valkyrie. And of course, playing around the timer here, the clock. The Goyo canisters to slow things down, stop a rush, stop a push. Or if they think that the enemy is going to be going too slowly here. With 3 members on the wall, you could be thinking this could be a rush, but no. We see a flourish stone going out. They're going to drone this first, but there are 3 guns there. They really want this bathroom wall opened up. B1 and Bandit will stop it for now, putting down that Bandit recharge, and now it's problem-solving time for W7M.
That's 2 Rotaro drones used by KZ. A 3rd will go out as well. 3 of the 4 Rotaro drones used to explosive effect in the first half of the round means that you are very likely at this point just opening up soft walls and also taking care of that utility. That will stop you from getting in from Jacuzzi and potentially construction. Herds looking for a pick, but he looks the wrong way. He looks to the right. Bibu picking up 2 huge picks, looking for a 3rd, but Nade outduels him in that regard. Philippox now under fire as he's found himself inside of the site for a short period of time, and then it's Mowgli to get it on the action. And Wolves, wow, 2 in a row, and now they gain the lead.
Experience there showing from Bibu, saying he knows he is doomed in that position. He can trick the first Selma, but the second time around it'll be made with flashbangs or grenades, and most importantly, an offensive push toward him. So what does he do? He prones below the rotate, knowing he'll get flashed, knowing that he is probably gonna die in that position, but he gets 2 kills in the process, and those 2 kills is the entire defining factor of whether or not W7M can go for a plant, or if they cannot. Small things here defining these moments in the rounds, all the way starting on Oregon, following through on Chalet, and also happening on Clubhouse. And Wolves, they got this final bomb set ahead of them. They can go to bar if they want to, or they can go to CCTV. Bar not been shown yet, might not be necessary, but what is necessary is whoever gets this opening kill and can hold that man advantage. Frustration.
I have not seen Herds this frustrated
right?
in a long time. And I mean, we always go back to the player cams, but boy, oh boy, he's wearing it more than the rest of his team.
Yeah.
It's long faces when they lose, but Herds is showing that emotion that we love. And we like to see it. One of the beautiful things about player cams is that you get an opportunity to see it firsthand.
I guess it's worth mentioning that this is the quote-unquote last dance for W7M as an organization with this roster. The 5 players will likely go elsewhere, but at least these 5 players under this brand and this name will be parting ways after the 6th Invitational. And of course, that can add a bit of extra pressure on the shoulders of the players, not knowing for certain if they have a new home or not. But they are good players. They have what it takes. It's been proven many times before. Right now, what they gotta prove to us is, can they breach this wall right now? Bibu has tricked the first set, trying for the second, and I believe, no, he's not gonna stick it. I actually think he might have had it if he did. Bibu's gonna peel off, not take that risk, because if he does mistime it, the exothermic charge would go off, and he'll either injure him or outright take him down. But that burns a full minute here. Mind you, Tuberau, Maverick, and Kaid all banned out between these 2 teams. Both have made a handshake deal saying, we want to play around utility and wall deny and make it difficult for attackers to gain that first step, which is to open up those walls.
Good patience right now from this attacking lineup at W7M. You still got plenty of time to drone things out. You've got 3 drones remaining, but that's it. No additional drones being brought. No Flores, no Brava. First one to die is P4. Previous time that W7M executed on this bomb site, if you recall, they grabbed Raptors control really early on. And I said good patience from W7M, but not the same can be said for Wolves as they are going for broke, but you've got so many bullets. Why not use them all to your advantage? Shinka, he does just that. Deadshot also on the board, but will now need to ascend the red stairs. W7M know this. The bees are going off. Deadshot is trapped. All he can possibly do is rotate over towards main stairs now. I mean, I guess he's got the Keratos, right? He can shoot through the floor. But JV92 has no problem getting that diffuser down, and Deadshot is pounced upon by KZ. 3-3 the first half. No way to get closer than that.
There really isn't. And the thing is, you might be thinking, what are Wolves doing in that round? Why are they swinging everything? Well, it's very simple. Strategically, they need to get the timer low enough to go for plant deny with like the C4s, with the fires from Tashanka. When you lose the catwalk player of P4 so early in the round, you really have lost all your strategical advantage. Because the second you lose Raptors controlling Garage, everything else follows shortly after. So you're kind of forced to go, okay, we're playing 4v5, our strat is down the drain, we need to find a new opening. That's why 3 members together swung everything. And it's why when you have a player play Catwalk Raptors like before, it's important to understand what your position is in the strategy. And to simply stay alive for as long as possible is arguably the best case outcome that it can be expected, as you cannot expect before to get multiple kills inside of Raptors necessarily. So that's why they swung the breach. It's why they swung out from that hallway, and it's why things fell apart really quickly once that ball started going. And that's gonna say a 3-3 half. Looking back to map number 1, we saw a 3-3 half. Looking at map number 2, we did see a 4-2 in favor of Wolves. That was awesome, incredible clutch play and team coordination from Wolves. My point is, it's been a very close series all the way throughout, and it doesn't necessarily look like there's a clear favor on attack or defense. It comes down to individual performances amongst these teams in any given round, more so than the side they're playing on.
So, second half, how do these teams handle this? And what do we immediately see changed up? Well, from Wolves, honestly, a very similar lineup to the way a lot of teams run on Clubhouse now. You bring 1 main hard breacher, even though some teams will run 2. You bring the Hibana in the hands of P4. Bibu will run Grim, and you've got access to the can opener there as well. Look at that mute jammer stopping any possible drone from getting to Herds, who, while playing on Solus, will also gain information. He gets thrown out from construction, but not before Deadshot has died. And now bullets will come through the wall and push him off of that spot. 2 drones shot away at so far. A third will go in after him, and it's a nice shot from Mowgli to capitalize. As the drone work will continue, and Mowgli can move forward before he himself will decide to gather information.
We'll see here what they can muster up, though. Still got time, still got the numbers, but missing the vertical play of Buck is definitely gonna be a thorn in their side because they wanna open up that kitchen floor. They want the Buck for that job. IQ does the secondary soft breach. She has those grenades. Same thing goes for Ibana. Of course, flashes over secondary soft breach charge as well. So really limited tools here available for the attack inside. And when WSM had that same issue with hard breaching, they actually ended up struggling themselves because they couldn't do what they wanted to accomplish.
Well,
time to make a new door.
Got the pick. Now hard breach going off, and the hatches will be opened up.
Has been dropped.
To allow more pressure to be exerted by this Wolves team. Recall last time, I think it was when W7M was attacking the same site, they lost the Hibana early, so the fact that P4 is still involved and is still using those hard breach gadgets of the X-Kairos to influence the setup is enormous. Still one can opener as well for Bibu in pocket. Will it go on to Church? Where will the Grimm's position be? That is the question. This is a very bad spot for Shink as he stares down a black mirror. Wait a minute, hold on. Bibu's in the sight. Mowgli killing Nade. Fellapox drops as well. JV92, one pick from Dirt Tunnel, swinging out looking for more, but he gets destroyed by P4. And Wolves with their first attacking round.
Very, very small gap there, and Wolves didn't even know that the gap was there. They had the B spot out on the ward in the mirror window, but he was looking the wrong way. He was looking towards Dirt Tunnel, and when you're playing that third box on the mirror window, your position, arguably, is to look towards blue. That's what the mirror window's overseeing, but maybe they're thinking, there is no way they will push in front of a mirror window and just take blue control. Well, if you were to think that, you'd be wrong. This is Wolves. You saw them play Oregon, you saw them play Chalet. There is no way that WSM should be underestimating their ability to not care about the structural setup when they know they can go for broke and get those kills. So they get that round. Wolves are in the lead. After throwing, arguably throwing, costing, losing that second map that should have been theirs, they're still showing us a lot of signs of life, of the quick play, the teamwork, and look at this, everything is covered. Mowgli, Bibu covering each other. There's a trade on every single player, so even if WSM won their first gunfight, they'd have to win a second one right after. All that push would not be stopped.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to the
Spoke a little bit about kills, by the way.
Yeah. We did speak a little bit about kills.
I think there's something interesting to note here. So while Citizen holds the best of 3 kill record with 55 kills, there is a second record that is also in jeopardy of being broken by KZ. In terms of the most kills at a major international siege competition, focusing on majors and the Six Invitational as well, the record is 49 kills, which is held by Nesk. KZ is only 3 away, by the way.
From tying.
From tying.
Yeah.
3 away from the state total.
Yeah.
4 kills on Clubhouse from where we are right now. And KZ, who just died, by the way, would break that record. But he's not going to be able to do it all on his own. He's going to rely an awful lot on W7M. Also showing up, Bibu walks in, the Mirror of Herds dies. Wolves' attacks are so clinical. And Bibu using that old ACOG. Showing how much he can do, but it's Nade who wins the round, despite the fact that it looked like Wolves was going to do it. What is happening here in this matchup?
This is the one thing I did not want to see from Wolves for a very good reason, and Jack spoke about this on the desk segment right before this map started. This is the #1 rush strategy that comes to my mind when you think of Wolves' direct bombs that Rush executes. It is so predictable, it is readable, and it's been done so many times with way too much success for any team to not know about it and always have that in the back of their head like, oh, they might go for this. And it doesn't pay off. Sure, it's close, it comes down to a 1v1, but that is one of those rushes that is just too practiced and too rehearsed. And look, Hertz throws a C4 immediately, not because he's like, oh, I'm Hertz, I'm gonna throw a C4, because hey, if I throw a C4, I know I'll get at least 1 kill, I'll stall out the push. But the thing is, that C4 took down 2 members. That C4 changes the outcome between Wolves being in a favorable spot and an unfavorable position. So just like that, it's red, it's countered, and the ground is done and dusted extremely quickly. It's a nice try, and I like the confidence from Wolves, but that one was not it.
It also stands to reason, Nick, that the more rounds played, the higher likelihood it is for KZ to get these kills. So
true.
I don't think KZ came into this matchup thinking about chasing that kill record. I've spoken to a lot of teams when you get into the game, you're just focused on winning the game. That's really it. They don't care about the glory beyond that, because I can guarantee you that if KZ was presented with the option of breaking that record but losing this match, or not breaking the record but winning the match, he would pick the latter every single day of the week. And I have to guess that most players here would agree with that.
Yeah.
Your focus is being an SI champion, not holding a record that might be nice to have now, but ultimately means nothing. Because you can't physically pick that record up the way you can physically pick up the SI hammer.
It's true, and the bigger thing is just to channel that confidence that you're winning every single gunfight. Like, put the guy on a good operator, put him on an entry, make him work in favor of your team, and just utilize that sheer skill and confidence in the server. And I would say Casey's done a great job at that throughout the series, always being in the fray of things, in the middle of things, always trading his teammates and getting kills. And when they're behind the numbers, he's the first guy to swing to even down the man count. And right now in this round, he's playing proactively on the main staircase, on the roam right now, looking to do that same thing again.
Attackers have located a bomb.
You saw him being quite active with his gadgets too, to just maybe give a little bit of a leg up to whomever finds themselves confronting those Wolves players, nearsighted as they may be. Droned out over by Jacuzzi now, KZ, the man of the hour, by main stairs. This is a downstairs hold. Mowgli's in pursuit as KZ finds his own way back to the main floor, and with just about a minute to go, I think it's a good idea to potentially get close to the bomb sites. He picks up a kill onto P4 and now looks for the hatch as well, as he'll get droned out and shot away at through the wall. The housing of his optic actually prevented him from seeing that drone, and it's his undoing. But still, one kill is good enough to slow down Wolves for the time being.
It's very impressive. It was like he navigated a maze, but he had the map for where to go at the right times there, completely avoiding Wolves for long enough, because now, while he only get one kill short, he burns so much time and so many drones, and now Wolves gotta go too quick to check the angles.
The castle barricade goes to the bottom of the stairs, and Velapox will form an exploratory committee to see what the chances are of getting a kill. He finds nothing for his troubles. Down goes Mowgli to Herds. The seesaw match coming down to a seesaw round where anybody can win it, especially with Wolves pulling it off. Shinka now attempting that plan on the pull spot that we talked about before. Deadshot watching the crossover towards Church, lighting up nade. Diffuser goes down successfully. Deadshot is still upstairs with Bibu miles away, by the way, from where the case was planted. All you need to do is wait for these two players from W7M to get upstairs. It'll be a retake led by Herds up main stairs, and it will be Bibu watching that angle, but Herds manages to evade him for now. Timer at the halfway mark. Where is JV92? He hops on Diffuser, but line of sight favoring the buck. JV92 cannot long arm it, but he's gonna try to get innovative, putting his back up to the shelf, and he pops onto it. But Deadshot is there to stop him in his tracks. Herds with the kill onto Bibu, but it's all for naught as time runs out. And Deadshot collects the kill, even though the Diffuser was already past the point of no return. Wolves grab their 5th round.
We gotta talk about the supportive work there from Shinka. Without hesitation, goes bottom main, just sprints through the main hallway, gets the kill on the side, no hesitation, hops straight on the plant on the back wall of the B bomb side. And this is a very common plant spot when it's very clearly orchestrated and set up with utility. We don't see it all that often just on the fly as a problem-solving mechanic. And the entire team worked off of that. Shinka said, I'm gonna plant here, and they knew what that meant. Bibu will lock down the Mince's flank. The bug on the hatch will lock down the bomb site itself for the cover, and also Shinka was the player who got the yellow-pink wallbang off the roam clear on KC. We see it here, straight on the plant. Deadshot covers, Bibu covers Deadshot from Blue Hatch and Kitchen Hall. It's beautiful. All things are accounted for, but they're accounted for within 5 seconds. Wolves opened the bottom main staircase barricade and the hatches with like 30 seconds left in the round. 7 seconds later, they're planting with perfect cover. WCM not finding the answers and not having the foresight in these rounds to expect what's about to happen. Again, very, very small things to find the outcome of the round. If you look at the hatch and kitchen, you die to Shinka. Whereas if you hold bottom main, you kill Shinka, that guy has diffuser, you probably win the round on defense.
Now, Raptors control is going to be a main focal point for W7M and for Wolves when it comes to the way that you attack Cash and CCTV. So far, Wolves have not been that proficient at holding it on defense. Well, good news, now they're on attack. How do they tackle the same part of the map? Because the setup for W7M looks quite similar. You got JV92 holding on Raptors with the Kiba barriers up there. Well, my magnets will likely assist him, but you never know where exactly all of them have been thrown about.
Well, they have a blitz on Shinka this time with diffuser, so maybe not a blitz who rushes for kills, but maybe for like plant position instead, like an Oster or Monteek doing it backwards. I'm not entirely sure, but this is one of those funky problem-solving rounds for Wolves where they're gonna do something unexpected that there is no way that they will, like W7M will have the read on, and that's gonna work at their biggest advantage here. What's jammed? That's so... Okay, go on the rappel, try again. It seems like when they pop this wall, they will go construction. This might be a fake push in the front side, leading to a backside step.
Zofia goes in. Lifeline launcher stopping them for the time being. Here's the rush from Shinka as he's slowed down by the Banshee over towards Red. He gets the flash off. All he's doing is buying time right now. He gets the flash, he walks away. Deadshot is there to get the kills. Shield recharged, so Shinka can try again. Felipox and Herds in the grave. Wolves with a numbers advantage. KZ on half HP, and now it's Shinka putting that shield on his back, getting the diffuser down. Nade is down below, but he doesn't have a line of sight. KZ is dropped as well, as now it's Nade into the fray. Bibu the first casualty for Wolves, but now it should be an easy lockout for them as they only need JV92, who dies, and Wolves move to series point.
Now that is an impressive rush on the bomb side, because that is a fake and a half. Yusufia's on the drone hole, both players top red have no idea what's going on, and despite the Banshees showing down the blitz, it did not matter. They are in there, and you're thinking, who's gonna help Blitz? He's all alone. No, he turns around. All of Wolves are on the bomb site together, and they immediately clear the Evil Eyes from the Maestro. They deny the intel, so they don't know where the plant is going down. The C-Force goes completely wide downstairs, and just like that, Wolves look like they just destroyed W7M on fundamentals, prediction, and setup in a single round.
Well, timeout called by W7M. Long faces from these players. We talked about the frustration that comes into this, and mentally, speak from experience here. Not that you were often in this position, Nick, but the times that you were, what do you think is going through the heads of the W7M players?
Well, this is a tough one because it's not that they're losing, easy gunfights or somebody's making a bad mistake, swinging the wrong thing or throwing their lives away. This is simply from a strategical point of view. They are being outclassed. So I think if we go back to Chalet, the way Wolves, they rushed the bomb site multiple times, W7M, they're not quick to adjust and saying, guys, we need things to slow, ways to slow them down. Because if I am W7M, I'm not gonna play 5 guys in CCTV. I'm gonna have a guy play construction. I'm gonna play either Ella Mines or Fenrir or something to slow the enemy down, because Fenrir is open and available. And if you put them close to the bomb site, you'll be alerted when they're in the site itself. And that's where Wolves want to be. If you extend out those gadgets a little bit further away from the bomb site, you will get a small pre-warning that something is going on. Because imagine that a single Fenrir disc or the Banshee was in construction, you get the alert that something's happening on the backside before they reach the bomb site. So I feel like W7M playing their cards a little bit too close, but can you blame them? When you've been bomb site rushed so many times in both Oregon and Chalet, you don't want to roam. You don't want to extend out around the map, because when you did that previously, you lost the bomb site. So I just think that for a best of 3 series, Wolves have done such a great job at getting into the minds of their opponent, make them question, what should we even do?
This whole series, Nick, has been pretty respectable for the attackers, which completely, again, bypasses the conventional wisdom we had coming into this match, which is, well, these are defender-sided maps. The defenders are going to do well. Both teams have excelled on attack here.
Yeah, but you know what? Doki made a tweet a few days ago saying, only bad teams struggle on attack. Look at G2, look at us. We have 3 attack round wins on average. What we're watching right now, there's just no bad teams in the server. These are both world-class teams who knows how to attack when they need to.
Well, I mean, we talked about this as well in previous matchups where there was a massive meta shift. Grenades, obviously, nowhere near as potent as they were. Defenders, very, very strong. And for some of the teams competing here, you've only played 10 official matches over the last 4 months. So you don't exactly have a lot of time to get those game day reps in. Scrims are scrims, but scrim quality varies by region. It might just take some time for teams to come to terms with where the defenders are at now and adjust accordingly. We are already seeing in real time that defender win rates steadily drop point by point, day by day. Now here we go. Wolves walk in, Deadshot finds 2 picks. Just like that, KZ drops as well to P4. Wolves only need 2 more kills to secure a victory over the defending major champs. JV92 and Nade stand alone against a full Wolves lineup. Oh, but JV92 gets 1, Nade gets 2 as well. And we find ourselves in a 2v2 with a minute to go. This is really quite a remarkable matchup.
This happened on Chalet, right? And this time, don't have diffuser case either. They're on the site, but attackers don't care. Now the attackers become defenders because they have sight.
Nade just needs to sit pretty. He'll swing over. A couple more bullets left, and JV92 is in on the action as well. You have got to be kidding me.
How can this happen again? Match point just like last time. They get 3 opening kills just like on Chalet. Deadshot finds 2, P4 finds the 3rd. Okay, it's a done deal. Wait a second. They don't check their flanks again. If this ends up at Wolves going to overtime and losing out this best of 3 series, that's gotta be the biggest heartbreak of their careers because they've basically already won this series twice, only to throw it away by not having anybody watch the flank, no one setting up the drones, and not really doing the very basic fundamentals of what you should do when you're up in a 5 versus 2. Look! They're sprinting in construct. What are you sprinting for? You're not in a hurry. They have time.
You know, I often ask myself that question. Why are you sprinting? But Wolves just, they get so close.
Yeah.
You got to buffer 1 more round before overtime is required between these teams. W7M.
10 seconds to insertion.
What could be the final round for them in this matchup will be hinged upon a defense downstairs. It'll be a church defense.
Attackers are
Lineup for Wolves looking very similar to what we saw the first time around. They've got nuisance ops. You got global ops. I love the IQ. The difference is that W7M last time, I would argue, had more gadgets that IQ countered. This time, Mowgli, who's sitting on a very impressive 13 kills, won't find the same value from that IQ sensor, but the Commando is pound for pound the best gun on attack right now. That's why you see so much Grim. That's why you see so much IQ. In addition to them both having strong gadgets, they bring good guns too. And then IQ is Nade's back, albeit not as effective as they used to be when she did. So all in all, a very effective operator, even if W7 have made some wise choices that will render part of this gadget useless.
What happened on Chalet when Wolves lost the round like they just did here is they started slowing down, not playing as confident, not playing as chaotic, and not maybe believing as much in the strategy at hand. And when they lost that previous round, P4, who's calling a lot of shots here in the player cams, he was like smiling in disbelief, being like, we did it, boys, but not quite. We gotta do it 1 more time. Believe in me, believe in our system. We know we can get there. But this has been a very lackluster round so far. Opening hatches very safely. They shot the first couple pellets, impact goes south, but KZ takes a lot of damage from the fire there. He's gonna stay up though. It's not a big deal, but time might become a problem here for Wolves.
That Goyo canister just took away half of KZ's life and a third of JV92's. This hasn't really been that scrappy of a match. Usually the kills happen, there's not chip damage that's done like we've seen in other games so far. But the fact that KZ and JV92 are already walking wounded is a worrying sign, especially given the fact that you're gonna take some possible side damage from a skeleton key from above, from a Rotero drone going off. So you have to be mindful of that. Final minute, Goyo canisters still being shot away at as smoke now lingers at the bottom of main stairs. That toxic gas does not greet anybody from Wolves, who are largely assembled upstairs in kitchen.
This is the biggest challenge for P4 to call the shots here, where to plan and how to do it, because if you call the wrong thing, you go to overtime. You call it correctly, you win the series right here 2-1, but they only have 35 seconds. There's a ward on the board, there's a C4, but there are no more smokes. These 30 seconds are true, that's what the attackers have to work with.
BB doesn't have much information on Nemoto. There's JV92, damaged, but still able to hold a gun, as now P4 wants to walk in and look for the plan on this angle before, but he's shot away at as KZ gets one on the board. JV92 is second, Herds is there as well. Say goodbye to JV92, as it's Bibu in a 1v3, but Nade sends us to overtime. These two teams cannot shake one another.
And there we saw it. The IGLing from Wolves in panic state, saying, okay, let's just go for the same execute. That's probably the worst thing you can do in this scenario, because that's what you did the last time. It's what they're going to be expecting. It's what they're ready for. You're not going to drop the kitchen hatch. There's no pressure on the blue side. You haven't breached triple church wall, so it's very predictable for Wolves to go for that kind of planned position. And this is the problem. They become their own biggest obstacle. Imagine your Wolves in that round, and you just explode on a like 5-man blue attack, completely surprising your opponent. You sprint in through motor door, trying to breach triple wall maybe, or something like that. You change things up like we've seen them do so many times throughout this series. But what do? They default back to the safe, easy option, and they hold F, hoping that your teammates get the kills, the enemy whiffs all their shots, or they don't know what's going on. But when things happen in professional play, where people, they watch it, you know, top-down view like we are right now, going, how does X team not know that the enemy team is doing this? Well, it's because when you create chaos in the server by applying all this phantom pressure, opening hatches, opening walls, throwing down flashbangs, you don't have the overview as a defender as to what the planned position is gonna be. And in that previous round, Wolves did nothing to stress out their opponent, so it's very simple for them to problem solve it because they could see the full picture.
So many opportunities that Wolves have let slip away. And I imagine they'll be kicking themselves. Even in victory, I think Wolves will be unhappy with what they did. I speak with Lilou quite a lot after these matches, and she is never content. Even when they win, and win convincingly as they have before, she will turn around and say, yes, well, we made mistakes, we can do better. And I think that's the right attitude to take. I know W7M takes that approach as well. No team that competes at this top level, Nick, is going to be content with winning, even if they win. But if you win poorly, you still got things to work on. You can always be better. Both of these teams have played phenomenal Siege so far today. And might I be so brash to say, I think this has been the best of 3 we've had so far at SI. Granted, I have not been able to sit down and watch in the moment every single match, but I have watched most of them, and I've gone back and looked at the scores. Because clearly, we just don't have, I don't have the time to do that when I'm still casting. I know you don't.
Hands working.
We're working boys, what can we say? And of course, we don't have that Jack Fresh Allen work ethic that we talked about here. But this has been a stellar matchup, and the teams have bucked this defensive trend that we see. They are bringing different tools. They are bringing different operators. In this case, maybe not Wolves. They like their lineup an awful lot. They're not making a lot of changes. Mowgli, though, is off of the IQ onto additional hard breach. I do like that small change for Wolves.
I do as well. And more importantly, I want to see a change up here in strategical approach from the attacking side. You cannot go for broke 3 times in a row with the same exact execute. So I like the switch up with Mowgli, getting more hard breach. Could be showing us maybe that they want to try and breach that triple wall. Maybe they want to go for dirt, because that's why you'd want more hard breaching capabilities. But right now, they're still in that second phase of the round, setting up, figuring out where are the weaknesses, where can we attack from. 2 blue hatch, 2 kitchen, but also down main stairs.
KZ ties the record, by the way, looking to break it as Mowgli dies, but Wolves get a couple kills on the board. Philippox is there, and there's your record holder. KZ smashing the major record. The rest of his teammates, though, of Nade and Philippox, will have to hold this together because victory is still within sight on this round for W7M. P4 will fire away and will now stand over toward Blue, but he gets out-dueled by Philippox. Shinka, sitting on top of the case, will have all this work to do on his own. but I don't like this position whatsoever. There's discomfort in the way that he's holding. He walks right into the gas, gives himself away. The audio cue is there. Shinka gets one. All he needs is a single bullet to hit Nade, and he gives Wolves the round. Series point for Wolves again.
Shinka, the anchor player on defense, plays the smoke. He's been in these clutch positions so many times on the other side on defense, but he finds himself in what looked like a very uncomfortable placement in that 1 versus 2. But I said it, I want to see Wolves explode in the bomb side and not give their opponent the overview. Look at this, Mowgli sprints down main stairs. That's like, what are they doing? They're trolling. But that was just the bait. They drop down kitchen hatch. They drop down the blue hatch. Bomb goes down. They get the picks. And while WCM, they traded out in favorable numbers, the postman favors always the attack.
50 kills for KZ through these 3 maps, and he has broken that record, as we said previously. But it might be a Pyrrhic victory for him because there are 3.5 minutes separating what could be you from a win or a loss. W7M need the next 2 rounds. There are only 2 rounds remaining in this matchup. Just ahead of them, if we're talking records, Citizen holds the best of 3 record with 55 kills. KZ's at 50. If he can pull off 5 kills in this round and then the next, it's possible that W7M can win their matchup while still watching history unfold in front of our eyes, and KZ can take yet another record home. But all things considered, the fact that KZ has been able to do this over these 3 maps, and with how quiet he's been on Clubhouse, makes it all the more impressive. Hats off to him, a huge congratulations. It's always nice to see records fall. As they say, records were meant to be broken. And here we are, Wolves, sitting on map point, series point yet again. But they have bottled it every time they found themselves on this position on Chalet and Clubhouse. They have to be so much better than they've been previously.
They're gonna match the aggression down off his hatch into a breach. It's gotta be the people. He stops the breach. He stopped the rush right now. It's not gonna happen. They're gonna peel off instead. But that did cost them a Dokubi call, some flashbangs, but they're still waiting. They've not popped the hatch.
Both nades as well, by the way, from KZ. They were lobbed in to try and stop the bandit trip from happening on Jacuzzi. Shinka sees the Logi hatch go, and he immediately moves back. Now as a Maestro, he's very uniquely situated to take multiple targets. But if Shinka dies, you give up a very crucial part of this map, and a team like W7M can feast on that.
It certainly looked like they were gonna full commit there. Nate thankfully said, hey, stop. The wall did not get opened up. If you drop the office edge now, you will be as good as dead, and we do not want that. So good discipline there on the trigger, not saying go just yet, but ensuring that everybody is ready and in the right positions. Shinka people taking some damage, but for a good cause in this round. Main staircase barbed wire broken up, it's Hurts advancing, looking at that opening, but Mowgli likewise on the roam, trying to figure out where is the attack coming from.
Trying to bait him in by shooting through that barricade, maybe. Gaining the attention of somebody from W7M. Down goes Fellapox. Herds falls not far after. Shinka's still in this position. Bibu dies to JV92. KZ blown up by a Nitro cell. All it takes is Nade to die. He has to fight his way out of this position, but he won't get it done. Deadshot, securing the final kill, and Wolves will move forward, knocking W7M down. What a match, Nick.
Unpredictable, and every single player we can talk of. Deathshot, while he had a weak Chalet, for example, really showed up here in map number 3. Fellapox was quiet here in Clubhouse, but a monstrous Chalet. All 10 players were present. Kill records broken. A lot of things to take away from this series.
So much to discuss, and what a battle that was. It didn't just feel like a regular best of 3. No. That felt like a fight for the finals. Now, a rematch is, of course, always possible. There's so many more games to be played, and I'm sure throughout the rest of this tournament, there will be some matches that live up to this billing, but good God almighty, that was one hell of a game.
Yeah, and I think if you're Wolves, the biggest thing to take away here is that you don't feel cursed. You've been so close so many times, and the way Chalet played out, if you didn't watch it, you gotta go back. Had they lost this, they would have said to themselves, we just gotta be cursed. There's no other way around it.
I mean, you're on attack. The defenders are still supposed to be stronger than you.
Sure.
I don't know how much finger pointing we can do at Wolves for this end result, but truth be told, both of these teams genuinely deserve to move forward. They both will, neither go home. But today, Wolves were just a little bit better. And when you're at this level, that little bit makes a whole lot of difference. The desk is ready to break down one of the best matches we've seen in a long time. Take it away, lads.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are back here on the desk, and what a game it was. A banger of a game, a barn burner of a game. Mowgli is joining us here. He'll be taking a breath just for the next couple of seconds here before we can start having a chat. Congratulations to Wolves.
Thank you very much.
Probably the best game we've had so far in the tournament. So, Mowgli, first of all, how are you feeling? You're looking
First of all, Alhamdulillah.
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 That was the best game. Like, I don't know. We threw so many rounds. We should close Chalet. The 2v5. Oh, la, la, we threw so hard. But it was... Wow, I never played a game like this. It was insane. W7M are the best team and we beat them. I don't know why. I don't know how, and I'm so proud of my teammates. They all play well. I feel like I played football.
It's like the World Championship
I
final.
need my physically sweating, yeah.
Jack, you got any questions?
So, Chalet didn't go too well. Obviously, you ended up losing. What did you guys talk about to come back for Clubhouse? Because that must have been like horrible after losing Chalet, knowing that you should have won it.
After Chalet, I was really, really upset. Like, we saw the 5v2 at 6-3 or 6-4. I was so mad. So I was really, really upset. But we go on club like it's a new map, it's a new BO, and we go. We begin in defense. So let's put a max defense. Go in attack. Let's be like wolves, like pa 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 pa. Every time we push tight, every time we are like, surprising and stuff like that. And I'm so proud of my teammates.
Did you go in today with a specific plan on the attacks? So you're talking about them about how fast they were.
With the meta, with the meta, we said, hey, let's play it easy. Let's just go. We followed rounds, 3 guys pushing. That's it. We just push like a pack, like one pack,
That you should use that as a hashtag. I think that'd be pretty good. But so my question to you is, it seemed like today and this game more than ever, your communication between one another was at its best. We could hear you talking to one another constantly, giving call-outs, everything. Like, how did you prepare to get to this? Because it felt like in the past when you played, especially in big games like this, comms would just go down very quickly.
Yeah, the comms and we weren't surprising, like we were playing very slow. They know how we play, so we just said, go push, 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 and it worked.
I mean, you just kept everybody constantly kind of hyped up for it, but there were times where, especially like the second to last round, you won the round and then immediately celebrate, but stop. We still have one more, relax, get into it. So I feel like you've all matured as a team.
Yeah, because our team we like the energy, belly goal in Atlanta. We love to bring energy together. So, but 7-6, we have to put this on, and we managed to it. So.
What would you change for the next games?
Nothing.
Not even how. Look, I'm sorry to say this, but I will quote someone who responded to a tweet about it. It seemed like with the 2-5-2 losses that you had, that you're taking strats out of the M&M strat book, and because they lost 5-2s. Twice.
Okay, so. Yeah, but like the first 5v2, we just throw it like we didn't react at the information. We know one is blue stairs, one in games, go push, but only me and Bibu pushed, so. We fell down, and the second one, we all understand what happened, but we said one below, one side, go push side, but the guy below just took 2 kills and.
Well, Mowgli, I think it's time for us to close it off. Anything you would like to say to all the fans and French fans? You got Cam right here on the red, on Cam 4.
Thank you very much, everyone who support us. Thank you, Wolves, of course. They're all best. Like really, I hope. We managed to play like this every match, and Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Mowgli. Congratulations on the win. Jack, I think we can nail it, and if you can give the seal of approval yourself, the best game we've had so far at SI.
The best game by far that we've had at SI. 2 of the highest quality teams, and that seems like a mad surprise considering that, Wolves were involved in the general sentiment around this team going into the tournament. Such high quality from both of them. jeopardy in all of the rounds. You know, the 5v2s, we thought they'd messed it up, even in the very final map. Like, wow, what a series.
Does that even impress the God Emperor himself?
I mean, yes, that game is the best one we've seen so far this entire tournament. And it's going to take a lot to live up to this one if we're going to see one just as good as it.
But even though Wolves were successful in this, we saw 2 overtimes. We saw a very close match between the two. W7M, even Mowgli himself said they are the best team in the world, and yet we're still able to beat them. W7M gave it their all, and I'm sure they are not done, even though they go down to the lower bracket. You've had that fight before, Fabian.
I've had that fight, and now you know your back is against the wall, so there's nothing you really have to lose except, well, going out with the tournament. So you give it all, every single game, every single map, and you just prepare like there's no tomorrow.
But G2 last year did pick Wolves in the second place teams, picking the third place teams. G2 picked Wolves, lost in the upper bracket, sent to lower bracket and won the thing. W7M have done the same thing. They picked Wolves, they lost, now they're now in the lower bracket.
JB did tell us they wanted to go
JB
into
did say they wanted to follow in the footsteps of G2. They've made a great first start.
So what we're saying is both Wolves and W7M achieved their goals with this game.
Yes.
Which is, one is to win and move forward, and the other is to lose and then move forward.
Yes.
It just makes for a better story, let's be honest.
It does make for a better story. I do think the Wolves could have been here a little bit earlier, though. They should have ended this game on the 5 versus 2 that they had on Chalet, and then they had another 5 versus 2. They should have ended it a lot earlier.
There's an argument to say, especially at this point, that they will take the result over the performance any day.
Yeah,
and I think the performance was great. Sure, they shouldn't maybe have gone to a map 3, but they got the job done, they got the result. They will take so much out of the fact that they've beaten W7M.
Just the mentos from this. Like, imagine. And they know that
who are they going to be scared of going forward?
They know that they should have won this much earlier. So there's nothing that they're going to fear now, because the hard part, well, they've proven they can do that, and they can manage to recover when they're down. It's going to be amazing.
A land kill record busted, and yet still not a victory. But I want to turn to you, Jack, because you have round 10 to talk about.
Yeah, so we've got a clip from Wolves, and I thought this was absolutely, great play from Wolves. And I think it's particularly Shinkor's the blitz. Now, the breach is going off on the CC wall, and the Sophia stunts has gone through to top red, hence why those 2 players are stacked top red. This is the genius bit. Flash them, make them aware of your presence, make them panic, but get the site control because you've got the site control. Previously, we've seen Bibu rush a bit too far on the blitz on Chalet and die because of it. This time, Shinka kept the cool, made the panic on W7M's side, and got the plant down. I thought that was incredible, and this is kind of the things that Wolves have been known for. And I actually said in the pre-match, I was a bit worried about them on their attacks. Could they emulate some of this style of attacks on Clubhouse? I wasn't so sure, but they did. They managed to get the plant down on a very, very unexpected and, pre-planned attack, as we said, because it was happening as the breach was going off, and they win the round. It's a huge thing that Wolves have the ability to do.
All of this is super impressive if you're a Wolves fan. However, if you're a W7M fan, I think you might feel a bit of underwhelming feeling, because I think that when you've played against Wolves this much, and you know how they're going to attack, and you don't adapt for the 3rd map, what's up with that? You're W7M, 2-time major champion in a row, and you cannot adapt in the middle of a game. I mean, your staff should have helped you, maybe your in-game leader should have helped you, but someone needs to realize Wolves are doing a specific gameplay, which is very, very aggressive rushes, and you guys just don't react to it.
I'll tell you one thing, P4 was incredible in his calls. I understand the language. I understand the language and his body language, especially when he's able to cool down the team and then give the proper callouts, timing everything. You can hear them preparing it all. And this is something, it's like I've never seen Wolves playing this way. And it's like they've stolen that thunder off of W7M and planted it in themselves. And that is despite the actions of one player on W7M, KZ, who he said has broken the LAN record for best of 3s, 50 kills. That is 1 kill more than Nesk, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 1 kill more than Nesk. He has the LAN best of 3 kill record. Really, actually, he slowed down in the 3rd map. He only had a 1 KPR. And I was just like, wow. Yeah, no, this guy was incredible. I feel like we've said it after every single map when we've showed him, but yeah. Kill record and still being on the losing team. I think Parker actually mentioned it in the cast. Is like, would you offer him a kill record or would you offer him the win? He takes the win every day. So, breaking a kill record and being on the losing team, it must hurt.
I mean, you will go up to the practice room and you'll have a sour feeling in your mouth. That's just the way that it will be. You cannot go and have a kill record and lose the game and then feel happy. It just doesn't exist.
Now let's take a look at our intel play of the game. We'll put it up on screen for you. There's been so many great games in this matchup and so many great plays. What do you think about this one, Jack?
Yeah, I think this was a huge retake, and particularly from KZ. Obviously, we did just speak about the kill record, but the impact he had and the fact on Oregon they took it so close, because Wolves realistically should have had a 4-2 split, but KZ managed to find the ace. The plant spot from Wolves I don't think was great and gave the opportunity to KZ, but his movement, if you look at where he took those engagements, he was taking engagements all around the bomb site. It wasn't static, and he was forcing that retake for his team.
I mean, with the positions Wolves had, that round should have been over.
Yeah.
And then one man decides that's not the case.
Not today. There's nobody on big window to try to hold that retake. There's nobody also to shut off the cross, where we saw him lying down first and getting the first kill as the Legion. It was impeccably played, and that's just the one player. And even though you've only seen KZ here, you could pretty much find replays for every single player of both of these squads during this series. When we say this has been the best series so far at SI, we definitely mean it. So for those that are just tuning in, make sure you come back and watch this once this entire day is done. I'm sure you'll learn something from the best players out there. Here's a recap, though, of our bracket, with our first two games being complete. Both 2-1s, FaZe having defeated Loss, and they will move on to play G2, with Wolves also defeating W7M. They will play Sonics on the other side, which I'm actually very excited for. Big fan of the Sonics and what they've been doing so far. Though, down in the lower bracket, W7M and Loss are not done yet. FearX, our Korean squad, goes up against W7M, and then Bleed, who have surprised everybody through this tournament so far, they'll go up against Loss. But in that lower bracket, if you snooze, you lose, and you are out of the tournament. No second chances unless you are still at the top. I think that's pretty fair, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, we saw a team win it from low bracket last year. There's no reason these low bracket teams can't do it again, but it is one hell of a miracle run needed.
You just play so much, though, so you get into a flow state where you just keep pushing through games, so you'll be comfortable in the lower bracket as soon as you get that momentum. And again, don't you think you would rather go into lower bracket this early? Because then you can just keep on winning. Some team that will go down further on, they will have come down into the lower bracket from a loss and feel kind of, well, we're about to go out now. Maybe things are looking a bit poorly.
Well, Fresh, Fabian, it's been a pleasure going through game number 1 of the day. Yeah, by the way, this is game number 1. We still have more to go through, 4 in total on this stream. So, in the meantime, before we go into Dark Zero versus Liquid, we have the Beastry game that is going on at the same time. That is Fury versus NIP. So I'll put that up on the screen for you, and we'll be back. We'll be talking about our second match, Dark Zero versus Liquid. Don't go anywhere. More Siege coming live from Sao Paulo.
Found a couple of plays and a couple of... Then that makes it even worse, because you're like, uh-oh, this is now going to be like 2 halves of a beating, and every single round gets this very sort of detrimental loss on it if they are able to pull it almost twice as much. Jay, quick in looking for the claw, can't quite see it. A little bit lost, but the drone is close enough that he can probably pick that up again in the meantime.
Now, to bring some extra statistics into this, the 2 times that Fury were playing on the attack, that reinforces your point. 88% of the rounds they played, they managed to win on the attack on Chalet. So definitely something that they are keeping in the back of their minds with these site selections that come through. There's a lot of the flashbangs and utility are being tossed in. You saw some Grimbees being shot as well. I9 trying to get some shots in from underneath from the garage, actually dealing loads of damage towards Muzi, who's going to be able to rotate out at the very last second. I9 almost able to finish that reload and get some extra shots down, but at least opens up a good opportunity now over the top floors. That's managed to basically clear out Solarium.
I have always loved that sort of buck two-story drive there. We used to see Gorgona do it quite a lot. It's the pinch, and Dark's going to see if he can get the pinch on the back end, but it's Cons that opens up the head of Crit J. I9 is trying to find a bit of revenge, but obviously you're looking at where the side is and how they're trying to find their way in. Dark is that point of pressure up top. They get just a bit of clarity of space here. Like Colas gets the stop, is able to find himself some safety, doesn't want to get impacted because then he is in absolute no man's land, but they're fully aware of what the play is here. So, PG Man able to keep that control above. They got themselves just that window. I9 with the cover. Love the play. They pull the shield back so they can sort of utilize it and redeploy it elsewhere. Pino has to go for a bit of a wider take back on towards West Main. Now, the vertical take is 2-story. Muzi is, at the meantime, making his way across bathroom, looking for the fight here to get the vertical, but it doesn't go his way. So it's just Pino all the way up to the top, locked out. Start how they wanted to start and make it great. That was pretty good.
It was pretty good. That was.
Would you say it was great?
Just great round coming through, and actually for sure. And you know, when they went for the Ossa plan out there, they were vulnerable from the hatch, but just in a safe angle where they couldn't challenge it from the hatch, which would have meant that they needed to open up some extra verticality, but they didn't have the top floor control to do so on the side of NIP because it was held by Fury. So well done by them, as they basically covered every single aspect of it. You might have not seen it when the round was going on, but it was covered off based on where these players were set up. So great start from them. And that leads into the next point. Fury, when they were playing in their regional league, when it was only going to be up to C stage 2, they managed to get 5 whole plants over the stage. 5 whole plants.
Wow.
In SI so far, they've gotten 12 already. And this is number 13 that we've just seen go down. And that shows you that they have kind of changed their playstyle into a more, well, objective-focused game, rather than playing, as many would call it, a TDM kind of game, where you just go in and try and get as many kills as you can and see if you can lock it off on the back of that. Here it's, let's just see if we can get that diffuser down one way or another without having to take the entire map under our control.
First step is for Fry. Will NIP be the battle back here? Look at me using try. Wizard. Now, he is a player who, when he came into this tournament, had the massively outlying statistic of, I think, being, if not the best entry player, but one of the best entry players that has come across all of these games. Hasn't quite been able to match that, and fair enough, what a meta it is everybody's trying to step back into the performance that they expected. But the difference between the first 2 games that we've seen played by NIP and the second 2 games, he's someone who's been able to find himself much more in the groove. He's gone from a -3 to a +10 KD. His entry statistic is positive, whereas before it was sort of dancing on the line. It's a statement of how confident NIP have become as the tournament goes on, and it almost reflects in the series. So don't expect, or don't be surprised, the first couple of rounds go away from them, and then Fury just bites sort of the hand, and NIP hits them with the other one.
Now, one of the players I actually want to see step up on the side of NIP is going to be Psycho. I mean, he hasn't had the greatest stage 2. He hasn't had the greatest tournament so far. He's been bottom rated for the team during those games. And I think if he's able to step up big, if he's able to just find that next gear into these kind of games, NIP are going to be finding themselves as a more well-rounded team. And they're going to have a better opportunity to find themselves maybe further in the tournament.
They start the break. I love it. I love the play on the verticality here. There's not a huge amount that you can do, but in that corner, in that garage, you suddenly get big sort of sight lines up towards it, and then obviously this cavalcade and canopy. Like Olis, he's got himself a little cheeky peek onto this player. Psycho has no idea. I9 wants the player to be forced, and then a perfect catch. Very, very well made. He got himself in position perfectly. It's taken a lot of time, but now they have that first take and that first swipe. They can see if they can try and make it work. Look at the 2 NIP players on the far side. It's Wizard trying to scrape his way, and Muzi, who's going for a very long roam off the back stairs and potentially underneath. Crit J is the watch halfway through the map, as once again they try to isolate the performance play inside the site. You can see the kit is just hopping in, as there it is. The cover comes across. Dark gets one. PG Man is watching and waiting as Lycolis gets another. The blinds. Pino can't quite see what engagement he's going to find at the top of the greenery stairs. He's going a little bit wider onto the rafters. Muzi does win out the back fight, but PG Man's going to take this opportunity to plant. Maybe they didn't know where both players were. They're about to find out. Oh no. Hatching's locked and he's a second! Too late, Pino goes for the hop out and doesn't get the kill! No! Struggled to make the decision in the chaos there and finds himself regrettably getting caught off. Muzi, he's going for the swing, but he's shot in the legs. Fury 2-0.
An unfortunate slip there from the balcony, because I think he was thinking about going back, but like just that step too far. And Fury, they spotted a great opportunity here, Emmy. They saw there's no one playing library, there's no one on the top of mezzanines out there. Of course, there was the player inside of the basement stairs to her snowmobile. And those were perfectly baited out as well. I'm not sure if Brava had hacked the camera. Yeah, they had. Okay, so I was just going to say, otherwise it could have been a perfect bait. It's safe to fall back because they couldn't see him. Pino here with the slip. Unfortunate.
I mean, you could see what he was... I don't think he expected the player to be in that position and not know he was going to go for that take.
Yeah.
I don't know how aware. I'm not entirely sure what Fury player is, BG Man, how aware he was of someone above. His timing was that timing that sometimes it works in your favor, and then by the time he sort of swung around and lurked, he just sees a gift landing in his hands. 2 rounds, 2 wins, 2 plants as well. Fury's attention towards the objective is coming out brilliantly right now. They are clearing just what they need. They're more than happy to sort of trust the flank watch, trust the cover, and go, look, they've got 3 players on site. We can cut it off here. We can sneak a plant in and play the retake here. We can play against them. NIP is slow to move into this.
But usually when you see a bar hold, there's a lot of emphasis towards the library, towards the mezzanine. There's none of that right now. And that was perfectly spotted out by Fury as they just put 2 players inside, 1 in library, 1 in the mezzanine. So what did you do? Just hold back the verticality that's coming back. So perfectly played out by Fury there, read the opportunity that was given to them by NIP and punished them for it. And this is something Alphama told me when we were talking before. He told me that Fury is a opportunity-seeking team. If they see an opportunity, they will take it and they'll punish you for giving them that opportunity. In NIP, they've been a bit sloppy here and there. So, like, that really allows for a very dynamic matchup to come through here where NIP, they leave a little gap in the defense, and Fury, they spot it, and they just push everybody towards it.
Yeah, playing this Nomad role, he was sort of in that entry statistic and played that game, and in the Sonics game, he lost a bit of confidence. Weirdly, it's a conversation I had via Stokes with I9. I mean, there's one body caught off, and, well, maybe I shouldn't have been talking about him at all, but they sort of said that they didn't have the confidence to go in. They were trying to do too much, and Sam got all American on them, torched them, and he takes credit for coaching a successful return to form. So I guess he'll see if his words ring true here. They did lose the entry. I do lose I9, so maybe I shouldn't have said anything because those 2 players I referenced were dead.
It's the caster curse coming through. Of course, I probably thought Muzi getting that first kill. There was bees down there. Probably would have thought it was going to be safe for them to move through and go for the rappel in, but slightly misplaced. Muzi finding himself in the perfect opportunity to strike there on the Sam Q that came in. Now it's a 3-on-5 situation. No, 1 on the windows. Magnet being tossed out just to make sure that any utility tossed in will be caught off. Muzi's holding off on the rappel still, so 2 of the players of Fury currently do not have a way into the building safely.
They want to try and remove that castle barricade. They're just going to pop underneath it to burn any discs that might be there, but then the players get popped. Jay does somehow find 2 right in the middle of the site, but he's a little bit isolated, sure. They've got the double window watch, but he can't really slink in. He's unable. Had a bit of the ping, but Wizard is already...
Welcome back, everybody, to 6 Invitational. Sorry to cut off the B stream. You can go watch that over on twitch.tv/Rainbow6 Bravo. But we have a game of our own. We've had a moment to kind of take a breath after our Wolves matchup earlier on, beating W7M, and we are ready for second game. Dark Zero versus Team Liquid. Welcome back. The analyst desk, Kamil Shlemetic with me. Our NA duo for this matchup, Jesse and Laxing. Gentlemen, I'm very happy to be. I've never worked with you directly, Laxing, so...
No, this is brand new for me. And
we're breaking new ground.
Hey, we're breaking the ice.
Yeah. Let's go.
Excited to get into it, too. I mean, we've already seen on the A stream 1 Brazilian team go down. Now we'll see another Brazilian favorite, not against EU this time, but NA. So it should be a fun game.
Do you expect it to go down the same way, Jesse? Is this NA shill? Can we already put it up?
I will say that I expect it to be an extremely close series, just like the one prior.
Wow, that's a very bold statement of you. Let's see if they can live up to our previous game. And actually, I wanted to talk about these 2 squads because you see there are top performers on these 2. And one of them was part of a latest transfer from Dark Zero. Was Naif. Of course, EU import, which means they're always good. So, Laxing,
I was about to say, EU imports seem to be the best thing to happen to NA. But no, Naif has stepped in tremendously from the role that he came from originally from M&M. Now coming here, he is actually the 5th highest rated player here on that defensive role, and also the 2nd highest rated in terms of that role with Handy above him from FaZe. I mean, what more could you want from a support player when you're playing as well as he is? And I think he excels in that category because he knows when to play aggressive. He knows when to play passive. passive. And I just love to see this performance coming out from Nafe.
I would love in the positioning coming through from Nafe. He's often on the attacks, maybe that pinching player, that guy who's coming in from the behind when there's a big distraction going on from Dark Zero and the operators they're bringing. Nafe will be the guy below the bomb site or pinching in to really clean up those kills. And I think he's been excellent in terms of working with Dark Zero. He has slotted in perfectly.
And that's actually incredible because these are big shoes to fill to come in on a new team on the other side of the world and yet still perform so well. Has that been the case for world champ Bolo, though?
So, Bolo hasn't had the best performance overall, but he's not doing terrible by any means. I think he's still finding his footing, just like Nafe was. So, overall, I mean, I don't want to write... The tournament's not over yet. Bolo can still pop off.
So I'm very much looking forward to it. Hopefully it happens in this game. It's the one to have it happening. But another player also on Dark Zero is Pambasu.
Yes, Pamba has not been the flashiest that we've seen so far, but his Ying play at this event, I think, has been better than any other player. It has been flashy. Pambazu's been killing it so far, and I want to highlight the stats specifically. He's picked Ying 16 times out of 52 rounds. That's more than any other player at this tournament, and Dark Zero's win rate with that Ying has been incredible. You saw it there, 57%. For a very defender-sided meta, that 57% is insanely high, basically tying the highest win rate from any attacking team at this event, which would be Sonic's, also at 57%. His personal KD, 18 and 10 with that operator. Pambasu has been really good. He's been using it both in the execute, of course, to take those important ground, but he's also using it on the roam clear sometimes in substitution to speed up that clear. Throw a Candela into a room, walk on in. If there's anybody there, shoot him in the head.
No, and I think him using those flashes, they're also really developing this meta as well and able to play an aggressive but also passive-aggressive playstyle that DZ is known for, which is why I think they're finding that success, and also bringing that Ying into that pool is, I mean, it's essentially helping with overall the takes here, because when you look at their stats overall, they've had a total of 56 rounds won. 30 of those came from their defense, and 26 came from those attacks.
So there is still that slight advantage in defense, but maybe there would be a weakness to exploit. How is that, though, on the other side with their opponents, Team Liquid? Jesse.
Well, Dark Zero, they do have a weakness. I'm glad you brought that up. Their defensive entry has been really poor. They've got the worst opening pick stat of any team on defense in the entire tournament. But Team Liquid may have problems taking advantage of that, because you can see their conversion there. It was a little bit higher than what their attacking specific conversion is. 44% attacking conversion from Team Liquid. That means they have really struggled to utilize those opening picks that they're getting on offense and convert those to rounds. So even though it's Dark Zero's biggest weakness that they're giving up a lot of these opening picks on defense, Team Liquid are uniquely a team who have struggled to capitalize on that.
It's interesting you say that, because I was actually sitting down talking to Sensei after this, and he's been around with Liquid for a long time. He's now a sports manager for Liquid and everything, and he was talking about that actually is like they do get those first picks, but like you were saying, they can't convert that into anything else. And he was saying, you know, what do we need to do? It comes down to communication. You all need to get together and say, hey, we got the first pick. Let's figure out what we need to do in order to play a trade potential, whatever that is. Because the second you get that man advantage, that sets you up for success in such a huge margin, because if you can keep trickling that man advantage down, you will always naturally be in the winning side.
Well, when you have someone like Lagonis or Lagotness that's kind of guiding your team, you're expecting everybody to pop off. Paulo is one of those players. Will we see him really transform again here, Lex?
Yeah, so in the beginning of this whole tournament, Jesse, I also said that resets was the one that was sticking out in the beginning, and I guess Paulo Ness took offense to that, because now they're back to the top, the dynamic duo that everyone knows. So currently right now, Nesk is sitting at the top, Paulo is sitting at the second, but an interesting stat for me with Paulo is he's not, in my opinion, contributing as much as the opening engagements as we've seen in prior, but also that doesn't take anything away from Volps, because Volps has been doing a really good job. But a thing to note that Paulo has been playing Twitch 30% of the time, and he also has the highest picked rate on Twitch, which personally for me with the playstyle he's doing, I would much rather see a Brava from him, because I think he can get a lot more utility out of that and a lot more beneficial information or getting rid of gadgets that also can help them on their attack, because again, their attack is not looking great. They only have 19 attack wins.
Paulo's also sitting at 109 kills through SI so far. That is the second most of any person at this tournament. He's rounded that off with a clean 71% headshot percentage, well above the average of the 54 that we're seeing from most people at this tournament.
That is pretty impressive. But then I'm actually wondering, because you know the stats we're always asking, like, oh, does that change from site to site or from map to map? Maybe that would be the same thing for headshot percentage. I don't really know. That's a multi-thousand game bit of Excel sheets that you have to go through, Jesse. Sorry for it. But let's talk about those map bans, because we actually have them. Let's put them up on the screen. First four bans: Cafe, Oregon, Bank, and Consulate. And it's Liquid that actually start first, which means they'll pick first. They'll go for Clubhouse, and they are starting off on that attacking side with Dark Zero on defense. They pick that. Second pick will go to Nighthaven Labs, and that's Dark Zero. They'll be starting on attack. Wow, the teams that are get to pick the side, they're always starting on defense. What's going on? And then Chalet to decide it all. Laxing, overall thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse, how these map bans actually played out, I don't think these surprised me and Jesse at all, especially the Clubhouse coming out. I mean, they haven't looked super convincing on it. The maps that they won a 5-7 and a 7-4, so it's not like it's anything crazy. But again, it's a very default map. There's nothing that they're going to bring here that should be able to catch DZ off guard. It's just more so who's going to bring that gunpowder, that utility, that communication coming into this first map overall. And in terms of attacks, I mean, that's a map, for me, attacking just is a lot easier on given the meta.
Jesse, final thoughts?
Very comfy map going for Clubhouse for Team Liquid. This is a map that they've played 3 times, 2 wins and a loss through SI thus far, so I think they're going to be pretty happy here. But Dark Zero, again, their attacking win rate being so much higher than Team Liquid's does give me, in my opinion, give them the edge over Team Liquid in the series as a whole.
So who takes Clubhouse?
I'm going to say Liquid.
Guys ready?
Upset, Dark Zero.
All right, there we go. You heard it here from our North American talent. Thank you very much, Laxing and Jesse. It's been a pleasure to start off our second game with you. And actually, our matchup is ready, so let's toss to our casters. NA, can they make it happen? Go ahead.
5, 4, 3, 2.
This is Tim, and this is a banger of a series. It feels really hard to come off the back of that last one because, my God, we were all loving it, sat in the green room watching it. But you and I were talking a lot yesterday. This game feels like it's got so much story crammed into it that I'm so excited for it already.
I totally agree. I mean, like you said, that first game, it's always going to be a difficult one to follow, isn't it? You know, we're looking probably top 10 games of all time. Absolutely fantastic. But let's see if we can fire in another top 10 game of all time. Let's just keep this rolling. Let's go back to back. It's going to be Dark Zero versus Liquid. 2 teams coming in here that I think it's fair to describe as maybe sort of middle of the pack so far. They've had some good results. They've had some that they've struggled with. You know, both really going to be looking to start hitting form. Obviously, there is a huge storyline behind Team Liquid. They're a big part of our history as well, Des. You know, we've covered them at the SI Grand Final 2021, Major Final Copenhagen 23. You know, we've been there with this team. We feel it more than anybody. You know, this push to get that major title, and especially on home soil. So a big day for Liquid to really kick things off in a good style here in the playoffs.
Big question for me coming into this map. We'll talk more about story in a minute because there's so much of it was the bans coming in. Dark Zero have only banned 3 operators all tournament long. And even then, the third one, Valkyrie, they only banned it once because another team banned something else instead. I think it was the Azami they took away. The 2 bans they've gone through have been KB and Azami every single map this competition. The only other team to ban 3 operators all tournament long is VP, who have stuck to their 2 bans as well. Dark Zero are not changing away from that. I was really curious coming into this to see if they would change their banning strategy and if Liquid could then manipulate that. Turns out no, they're staying with exactly the same operator bans. If Liquid do not have a game plan coming into this, knowing that Dark Zero are very likely to ban those ops away, there is going to be a problem. So look out for them looking to manipulate these bans and use it to their advantage on the attacking side, Liquid especially here, but also not having to face off against that Azami is going to be a big one. And on their side, the Soulless, not at all surprised. DZ have played it, I think, in 70% of available rounds that she could be picked up, so her being taken away is no big surprise. Buck was the interesting one for me because that has been the go-to vertical operator with the removal of vertical nades. Buck has been that go-to. So some very interesting stuff happening in the operator bans, and I'll have to find out the impact that it has on the game as we get into. I did think, though, we might see a Ying ban. We spoke about it a lot there on the analyst desk. That has stayed open, and I am not at all surprised to see Volt jumping straight onto that operator because they know full well Dark Zero are going to use it against them as well. So expect a very fast game here.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing plenty of the Ying use with it being left open, almost certainly. We get things underway. It's round 1, and this is one that I've been waiting for since I saw that draw. Dark Zero versus Liquid. Let's get things underway. Round 1, it's going to be a Church and Arsenal hold from Dark Zero. Just having a look at the positions at the minute. They're sort of fighting them at the boundaries, but not too much presence out in the map for Dark Zero. It's going to be largely a hold on site.
Looking very heavily towards the Nile, seeing this lineup on the left-hand side. Nothing really screams, I'm getting out in the map and roaming and trying to cause trouble. That would normally be the job of Canadian on the Solus, for example. But instead, with that being banned away, there's not too much gain outside of trying to take gunfights. And that's not really DZ's thing. They're trying to look for the information. They're trying to look to feed information back towards those on site on what might be happening based on where drones are. So that's a big element of their gameplay here that is going to be denied away by Liquid. One big story worth reminding everyone of before we get any further into this, though, Tim. Every single time these two teams have met, the winner has gone on to the grand final of the competition they're at. Now, if it repeats itself a fourth time, that is absolutely terrifying, but history does have a way of repeating itself. So this could be the start of something great for either of these two teams. Not at all forgetting W7M falling down to the lower bracket, like G2 last year, could do the whole lower bracket win to an eventual win. Too many stories in the first two games alone, Tim. It's just, it's tantalizing.
I love the chaos of groups, and I love the stories kicking off in playoffs. It's always the same with SI. When we get through to this phase, you know, over the next few games, it's not happening yet, but very soon we're going to get that bit of jeopardy creeping in as well, with losers going home. That's not too far away. It's not the case here just yet, but you know that these teams just want to keep themselves rolling now. They've got themselves through the groups. They've got themselves through the chaos. Now it's about picking wins up and giving themselves as much chance as they can to get to that main stage. Volps, he's looking to get the Candela down blue here to deal with that tricky position.
I was to disable out the magnets here as well by making use of the EMP above. It should mean that these roll straight on through, and sure enough, one inside of blue. No drop coming in because there's immediate smoke response, but Moto, 3 are pushing their way through here, led in the charge by the ace of resets. Found themselves one, but elsewhere traded out. It's another 1-for-1 going on between the two teams. One of our slower attacking rounds, but a 3v3 with 40 seconds to go, and that diffuser is going down, Tim.
Resets managed to get in behind the boxes here. He's going to secure that. There's no way that Dark Zero could have any impact on it. They're now on the retake. Naif is down, and they're all pinned back into Arsenal. This really should be an easy win for Liquid, because Dark Zero have to cross. They have to move across that corridor, and they've got the line. Parlu, we've seen him in this position a million times, led at the bottom of main stairs. He knows every pixel of it. He gets 1, he gets 2, and that is almost certainly going to secure the round for Liquid. Resets after getting the plant down, finds the final man, and Team Liquid come out with a strong attack on Clubhouse, and what better start could they ask for?
This feels very reminiscent of the W7M Wolves series that we had earlier on. I'm thinking back to the round when Wolves opened up the CCTV breach and immediately had a blitz burst into cash from construction and started causing chaos in the back line. Very similar thing here. They're dropping down loads of utility onto blue. The EMP, the Yin Candela coming out. You as the defenders see all that and go, okay, they want to push blue, they're going to drop, someone's going to push downstairs, there might be someone oil, there's a drop coming in, but no, turns out it is a bait. They all rotate over towards Moto. 3 of them dropping in from this spot, including Parlu running all the way over towards main stairs. Don't forget, a few seconds prior, his EMP was seen on blue. So it's a perfect bait by Liquid, using that kind of east side of the map to draw attention in, and then everyone floods towards the west side. Really good kind of bait and switch between them there. Dark Zero caught off guard entirely, and great capitalization by the LATAM side.
Paolo and Nesh just amping the team up as well in between. Obviously, these are two names that, you know, realistically, it's difficult not to focus on. Des, we're going to be hearing plenty of them whilst they remain in the tournament. And Paolo coming out with a big double is exactly what you want to see if you are Team Liquid. Resets, I think, you know, we've got to give him a shout there in the round 3. Not only did he go in and create space, he managed to get the diffuser down. He found the final kill, really putting up the numbers and performance for Team Liquid in round 1.
This is a lot of hard breach. I don't really think there's all that much they need to get open. We've got 4 tin openers, we've got the exothermics from the Thermite, we've got the Selmas coming out from the Ace and the Thatcher to assist. It's almost like they really want to guarantee that things get opened up. That said, you want to get Garage Wall opened up, CC Breach opened up, maybe looking in towards construction as well. There are a lot of things on this site that you can open up if you choose to do it, and that seems to be exactly what they're going for. Starting out with these garage walls on the downstairs, it screams, Tim, that Lagonis' focus here should be on getting up onto Catwalk on this Monty.
Yeah, it normally would be. I was just having that's why I can't see Lagonis on my top down. He's back in spawn on drones, which is absolutely fine. That's, you know, his role at this part of the round, and then he will push forward, and we'll see him try to dislodge Bolo up here on Catwalk. He's going to have his work cut out for him. I'm just looking. There's no Frost on side to slow that Monty's progress down. There is the Legion of Pamba, but it just depends on whether those goo mines are in the correct position or not. Here comes the slow march forward of Lagonis, and Bolo will certainly know that his days are likely numbered. Little problem with the breach, though. Could be an issue, but they're likely to deliver the diffuser through the soft wall that we can see at the minute, so Olnesk really needs his line of sight there, so this should be fine.
There's no am I for this hold, really, so Bolo's in a lot of danger. We've got the Capitao on side, let's not forget, who is lethal in pushing in towards this site. In fact, I think Fabian and Fresh are talking about it. Capitao might be a worthwhile ban for this map for some teams, but Volts here really should be the key influencer on how this plays out, but right now he's being challenged on the front door. Doesn't feel like it's safe for him to step across behind the Monty and get the march on through. You know, we've gone 2 minutes into the round, Tim. Have we reverted back to the utility meta? Because this feels like Liquid are attacking into it, despite there being really not that much to slow them down.
Yeah, Lagonis' push was really slowed down by a well-placed Gumine up at the top. Bolo, no choice. He gets flamed out up on the top of Catwalk. As he drops, it's going to be Volps to pick up the kill onto him. Pamba sends out more Gumines to just try and prevent that push from the Monty into Catwalk, and Lagonis needs to be careful because he could take lethal damage if he's not aware of that. Pamba goes over the top rope, but he can only find one before Reset shuts him down. Reset's continuing to go big here in round 2, but time is going to become the issue. The Maestro Cam, the evil eye finish from NJR to take down the shield, leaving us now 3 versus 2, 15 seconds left to go. They could just push for the kills here, Des.
NJR second rated in the whole tournament so far, left in a 1v3, but it's a good bit of trade play coming out from Liquid to take round 2. That attack, really interesting. As I mentioned, you had Bolo playing inside a garage with no real assistance. There was no my magnets to catch those firebolts coming through, which meant his life was forfeit. And I was ready to say, you know, the Maestro here hasn't offered a whole lot. Like, surely Obama is stronger to bring. And then he rocks up and just gets a kill onto the Monty, who's pushing his way up Catwalk. It didn't slow Liquid down, though. Very good at pinching out into those players that were stuck inside a garage. 2 kills to themselves, convert the 5v3. Another great attack. And for Dark Zero, we've seen it so many times, Tim. I imagine after 3 rounds here, if Liquid take another attack, and bearing in mind, 3 attacking rounds on the bounce, unheard of, there would have to be attack timeout because this game plan is not working.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like everybody might have just been saving their attacking gameplay for the playoffs then. We've come in expecting, you know, through the groups we've seen this, we've spoken about this heavy defender meta, and then we come in here and all of a sudden we're seeing all these attacking rounds come out, and I'm not getting carried away, you know, it's early days, it's 2 rounds in, but Liquid looked good for those first 2 attacks.
The one thing I will come back to is something that Doki said on Twitter, which basically was, you know, good teams know how to attack in this meta. The ones that haven't figured it out and can't attack are the ones who simply have not grown with the meta. Yes, it's defender leaning. Yes, it can be painful to watch, but I think the longer the tournament wears on, you will see that kind of 61% odd defender win rate slowly come down as teams get a stronger and stronger feel on how to deal with things, right? I'm not at all saying that it's now easy to attack suddenly because we're in a later stage of the tournament. It's more that teams that are good and have got an eye on the ball have figured out, okay, actually there is a way to beat it, and often it's bringing along 12 flashes, it's bringing along Ying, it's going fast as we saw from Wolves, and as we're now seeing from Liquid. We're 30 seconds into the round, and we already have players hitting sight, but NJR on the support once again is absolutely slaying them here. And in comes the backstab. Bolo off to the side. Pamba with the close. Liquid, they go nice and fast, but DZ have got a response.
I think Liquid just getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. Nerf did get caught out inside a stock. He heard the prox alarm and knew straight away there was somebody beneath him. There was nowhere for him to go. It wasn't possible for him to drop that hatch. But beyond that, NJR just completely locked down sight there. And you just feel that that was the round that Dark Zero really needed. Team Liquid were coming in, not quite starting to run away with it just yet, but that 3rd round tells you they were feeling themselves. They were thinking, right, there's opportunities here. Let's keep the pressure on. Let's go 100 miles an hour. Let's bully Dark Zero. And DZ at exactly the right time have stood up there and said, all right, calm down. You might have 2 rounds, but you're not going to run all over us on Clubhouse. So Liquid back to the drawing board probably for round 4. Maybe a slightly more patient approach.
Yeah, and admittedly, if you're trying to make plays like that, then Yings, for example, a few teams you've seen do this is they take control of site very, very quick and then make aggressive use of flashbangs, of Candelas, to deny the retake coming on through. The problem there being they didn't take full control of site. Admittedly, basement on this map, it's hard to take full control of. There's a lot that you need to control. There's Church, there's Blue, there's Arsenal, there's Dirt, there's Moto, there's even bottom main. And as we saw there, back Arsenal was the spot they didn't control, which really let Bolo come alive and get 2 kills. A small oversight by Liquid ultimately cost them. But one thing I'd remark on, similar to in the last game we had between WCNM W7M and Wolves, it's okay if things look a little bit chaotic on the attack because you only really need a couple of rounds in your attacking half to have a strong defensive half coming off the back of it. So you know what? It's high-risk gameplay. It's very fun to watch if you like watching teams just try and flood in and win gunfights, because that's often what it turns into. But with 2 rounds on the board, they may have already got enough out of this half. Here we go, though, with round 4 into that second quarter, Tim. Going to be a gym and bedroom defense. And once again, the Ying is back.
Going to have that wall open really quickly as well. 40 seconds in, and that is Jacuzzi breach done. Palu is off and away to more than likely breach construction, I would expect. He's going to have the ace of resets that's doing the CCTV wall for him. So we're going to see that player just scarpering, I think. It's going to be Bolo who tries to move around. Pamba picking up a big nitro, but Bolo does get caught on his rotation. That's a big nest double as he goes in and just starts carving some space at the top of red stairs.
Great attacker to catch, though. I mentioned the Ying a few times now and how powerful it's going to be throughout this series. Volt's being taken down so early does remove some of that space creation that you get with the Ying. Drop a Candela in a room, watch everyone except a Warden run for cover. Still, 3 players left on the side for Dark Zero, despite being against 4 Liquid players here. They've got a C4 still in back pocket, a couple of impacts to play behind, and of course their lives to make good use of here. On the attacking side, not tons to bring to the party in terms of utility. You've got 3 flashes in the back pocket, Palu, and that's really all that you can afford to lean on. They've got breaches opened up, they've got things they need, but moving forward from here, I think you're going to see a bit of a painful, slow end to the round.
Yeah, and you've got that low health for Nesk at the minute. He's got 2 nades in pocket, which, you know, after the nade changes, it takes 2 seconds after the bounce. That's the detonation time. You can't cook them anymore. But what they are used more for now is moving players out of position. You dump a nade in there, they have to move. So they don't want to lose that utility, but Canadian is able to take it away from them. And all of a sudden, we've got a swing in manpower. It goes from 4 versus 3 to 3 versus 2 as Dark Zero managed to pick up a couple of kills. Lagonis, he's looking to move his way in. Could be a little bit of a backstab here, but I think Nath is just aware. He's looking out in that direction. Lagonis signals his presence with a couple of shots. This is going to take a hero play from Liquid.
Look how close the 3 players of DZ are. They are literally all sat on top of each other. You can see the outlines on your screen now. Really stacked up and looking for this main stairs fight, and understandably so, because Lagonis is now the last player left to try and push through this spot. I mentioned it might be quite a slow, painful grind out to the end of this round, and that's exactly what we've been given. He sees the leg flicks coming around the corner, but nothing to shoot. NJR put slightly low, but DZ don't really need to engage this one. Time is on their side. NJR with the close and a comfortable round 4. Again, for me, like the dominoes, that's the example I spoke about the other day, the small things in the early round leading to massive ones in the late round. Losing Volts there was the big pain point because he was the space creator, the one that would have let them get control of key rooms on the map, and I don't think they expected him to go down so early in what turned out to be quite a surprising engagement, even if Ness got a 2K off the back of it.
I'd be interested to know whether, I didn't see the nitro, obviously it came up on the kill feed. I'd be interested to know how aware they were, DZ, of the fact that they killed Ying, because we saw a very patient defense from them, a very patient round where after Bolo was lost, they kind of just sat back on site and waited for Liquid to come to them. And as you quite rightly say, that big loss of utility early in the round, losing those Candelas, really hurt Liquid in their ability to get inside of the site like that. So I feel like, you know, maybe if DZ were aware of that, it was a conscious choice from them to say, look, we can sit back a little bit now. We've got the Ying, because you know if there's a Ying on site, the attack is built around that Ying. You know that the execute is built around those Candelas. That's how you're going to create space. That's how you're going to get the diffuser down. So either way, it was a great round from Dark Zero. Very patient play on site, not over peaking, just taking their chances, and they've managed to level things up 2-2, and we're seeing a little bit more of what we would expect from the defenders on Clubhouse.
Crucial change coming in here is the comp change for Dark Zero. We're back on this Cash CC site. I mentioned last time round, last time they had the Ying, that's now gone. Bolo's on the Frost, which is quite interesting. Expecting a Monty to come running at them again. But the critical change is Pamba moving on to the Wamai. I mentioned that last time round that they had nothing to stop Volts getting in and just burning them alive up there. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened to Bolo. So I like that there's adaptation coming in here to deal with that. However, you've now got Ying and the Capitale to face off against. So you're going to get smashed in the face by a ton of utility that forces you to move one way or the other. but it feels like Liquid have got a lot of the right tools to make this play happen. And really, this round should move a little bit quicker than the dependency on the Monty that we saw last time they played this site.
Yeah, I think Liquid recognising that maybe they just run it a little bit close to the wire in terms of time, and that it was reasonably easy for Dark Zero to deal with that push. They've pretty much rotated now after opening up that breach. That's going to be there for Phantom pressure, but they are going to be pushing from the gym and bedroom side. Nesk is going in on the Ying, but it's Pamba once again. Second entry in a row. This time he takes down Volps, and again some key utility. Pamba manages it twice in a row, Des. It's Ying last round, it's Capitao this round.
I'm really perplexed as to how he's been caught out as well. He was playing around Garage. It was Pamba down on the ground floor around the motorbike that got the kill onto him. Feels like I'm playing Cluedo there, Tim. He was dancing around the motorbike inside a Garage, and that's where he got the kill onto Volps. If Volps is exposing himself to the Garage door so early on, why? The rest of your team are all pushing in construction side. Your job is to sit, wait, maybe drone them in, just be ready for when your team needs you. So getting picked off so early here, playing a crucial operator yet again. It was Ying last time, it's Capitao this one. That removes half of their serious execution threat.
4 versus 4 then as Paolo manages to pick up Pamba in. I can't even call it a trade, it was that late, but he's going to just be able to push forward a little bit. Nesk is holding this angle in towards the top of Red Stairs. Liquid, 58 seconds left to go. That's plenty of time for them. Resets manages to join the attack inside of construction there, so there is no Selmas in his pocket now that he's got the construction wall open, so there will be no further hard breaching coming from him. Anything else would be on Lagonis' shoulders, but they should have everything that they need here. And
Candelas.
In go the Candelas. Nesk is going to start this push. Do they know about NJR? He can't move at the moment. Nesk goes all the way through sight, but Nath manages to cut him down.
Just beamed him despite being flashed out as well. It was a great Candela coming in. Now Resets makes the cross. They've got no idea that NJR is tucked in close. Lagonis comes in, gets it down, but it's still 2 for him and Palu to clean up. And Palu, talking about cleaning up, it's a wrecking ball on the downstairs. Nath with the cleanup down to a 1v2.
Lagonis had just headed out of sight there, and he was kind of waiting for Palu to get there, but it never happened. Lagonis now needing to find kills. He's challenged from both sides. Bolo is the one to pick up the kill from the Garage catwalk, and Liquid again just struggling to get that execute to create that space. The Candelas went in, Nesk followed them, but nobody else really did, and NJR was able to just wait out the flash effects on that cash door, and then he sprung and got a really important kill to break the back of that attack. How many times has NJR done that to them over the last few rounds? Dark Zero have looked really, really good on the defense over the last couple.
It's the timing thing, right? And that really is what's making or breaking so many attacks at this competition. The best teams are so in sync with each other that they pull it off. And for Liquid there, it was like a game of chess. There was a counter to a counter to a counter to a counter planned. Where, as you say, we had Ness being able to bolt it in towards Nath, who was sat inside a red. NJR sat inside CC door, was at least momentarily flashed. But as soon as that wears off, he's able to swing out and start getting involved in the round. Nath somehow beamed him. I thought it'd be full white flash at this point, but apparently it had just wore off. And that was where you saw NJR spring here. It was so dependent on getting rid of Nath on Red Stairs, and the fact that he stayed alive really saw all that round come apart. What could have potentially saved it was if Lagonis gets into west window inside of CC, beams NJR, and then turns and holds the angle onto Garage. But he was about 5 seconds behind the rest of the team there. I think he was expecting someone to push across Garage who was holding catwalk. Just these little things where people move at the right time, some for the right reasons don't move when they need to. And again, it's hindsight is 2020. It's one of those things, but fundamentally they hold on. And what 20 seconds in, man, 20 seconds into the round, and Paolo has been beamed. Something else we saw back in Wolves W7M was early spawn peak attempts coming out of either side because they knew the game was going to move fast. So if you can catch someone off guard when they haven't done their drone work, this kind of thing can transpire. And let's not forget, Tim, that Ashe in this meta is the counter to Mira. That now means, again, another crucial bit of utility will still be online for the defenders with no response from the attacking team.
That's it. You've now got to start trying to play with those Hibana pellets maybe to take the Mirror windows down if you want them down. And this just so easily shot off, especially on a site like Clubhouse. Church and Arsenal, there's always generally going to be an angle onto them to be able to take them down. So like you say, the Mirrors likely survive through the round. And what a great start. 3 rounds in a row now that Dark Zero have been able to pick up the entry, and it just means that Liquid are constantly playing this 4v5. This time it hasn't been a huge loss of utility. That's one thing for them, other than, as you say, the mirror problem. But Volps, he's going to be trying to work quietly. Not always the easiest thing on the blitz, but he's going to try and sneak his way down Dirt Tunnel and see if he can maybe just throw a little bit of chaos into the mix.
Well, we've mentioned a few times throughout this half, Volps has been the first to fall, carrying crucial bits of utility, and you'd argue maybe the blitz is also very critical in this round, but one, a little bit safer, and two, you can see how passive he's being. He's waiting for his team to say, now is the time to go. I imagine you'll see some form of utility dump, mainly the nades, the flashes, and the frags coming out, like you're starting to see now, and that's when he'll strike. But he's been caught completely out by Canadian, and that is this round shut down already, unless Nesk can go huge.
Yeah, Canadian had his number there. He was just led prone inside of Dirt, waiting a minute and a half for his moment, and he got it. He was the main character in that tunnel. Now then, Nesk is going to be pushing down, sending those nades in, trying to move players around, but the mirror window, you picked up on it at the beginning, Des. It just provided NJR such an easy kill onto Nesk there to shut it down. Final kills come in, and that's going to be Dark Zero taking a 4th round in a row, and that leaves us 4-2 on their defensive half. More of probably what we expected.
Yeah, I said this back at the start. Liquid having 2 rounds is mental to see a team do so well at starting on the attacking side on this map in particular. And you might think, well, why Clubhouse in particular? Clubhouse is one of those maps, and it has been forever one of the maps that kind of dictate you must bring a certain attacking composition. You have very little flexibility in your attacking lineups. You need a Thatcher. You need a couple of hard breachers. You used to need soft breach, for example. Admittedly, not as important in this meta, but there are more ways of getting around that. And so there is some limitations. Occasionally you see like there for you see a Ying and you see a Capital. You'd see a Blitz, but you don't really get too much globals. I think we saw Lion picked up once as a great example, and I'm not going to lie, that feels a little bit silly. I imagine he slipped past drones to get that kill onto Palu, but it's still not the best spot to stand there just waiting patiently or sat on drones, for example, and it's a freebie picked up. But yeah, I think 2 rounds is great for Liquid. Many would sit there and say, I'll take 2 rounds on Clubhouse on the attack, no problem. 3 is always the dream, but for Dark Zero now, they've got to flip onto their attacking side and show us what they can do. As I mentioned earlier, I think you'll see quite a lot of Ying coming out in this half, even though in this first round there is none of it. Instead, we've got Bolo on the glass. Okay.
I would say when you bring in an operator like Glass, you've got a very specific plan in place. I would imagine it will involve Dirt Tunnel and possibly some smokes. But saying that, there's no smokes on side apart from the Capitao, so they're going to have to be very reliant on Pamba and Glass working together here, if that's going to be the case, if they want to take full advantage of that thermal scope. Normally, of course, Glass could bring them for himself, but Bolo instead opting for the nades, which is obviously something that we've seen, you know, really drop off in popularity since the change to the fuses, that you can't cook them anymore, so the vertical nades not really being a thing. We've seen very few kills achieved by nades. They're more just there for creating space now.
Yeah, notice on the attacking side for both teams, you're seeing quite a lot of breaching charges brought for the exact reason the Buck is bland away. You're not really seeing Sledge played at all at this top competition, just not really in the meta when Buck is a thing. And I think without that now, Ram you'd sometimes turn to, but for Clubhouse, not often. You see the occasional team bring it to get kitchen and hallway opened up, but more often than not, what you'll see is a Buck. With that not being available, it's banned away. Instead, teams, it seems in this game at least, are relying solely on that secondary utility to get the job done.
Canadian on the IQ, just roaming around the entire map here, giving all that information into his team, pinging out exactly where the gadgets and concerns are. And then we're going to have Hatchers and Verticality started at the minute-and-a-half mark. It's not too bad for Dark Zero, but considering that there was nobody out in the map for Liquid, they haven't really had to chase anybody back to site, clear any roamers. They possibly could have done this a little bit quicker.
They could have, but I think both teams have been relatively slow so far, again, because trying to play for the rush game, not really going to be a go-to. DeKabe's a massive part of the rush game play you see coming out of this tournament. And admittedly with things like Fenrir still on side, yes, the Azami's taken off, but Fenrir is like the ultimate. It's slowing down attacking teams and just denying you really any real agency, that you do have to be more careful. You do have to be more measured, unless you're willing to play like 12 flashbangs. But come back to the Buck ban, you've got to bring breach and charges for sites like this.
Pamba going to be hitting the stock hatch now, just looking for that angle down to blue generators. Knows that there will be a presence down there. We see the impact nade go in, likely to just burn out that were my magnet, which it will do, and then we'll give access potentially for the Capitao to send in any further utility. And as suggested, Bolo and Pamba are working together. Bolo likely to try and use that smoke utility from the Capitao. If just having to push into the smoke a little bit will continue to be delayed. And I did mention time earlier for Dark Zero. It's coming down to the 15-second mark, and they are only now looking to push side.
Yeah, you've got to make use of something here. You've got to get something done. Two smokes still in back pocket. They're not even going to get to use the glass the way they want. It's kind of a drop and hope for the best, but straight into one of those FNAP mines. They're planting through it as well, and still they can see absolutely nothing. Talk about blind hope coming out from NJR. Be sticking it through, but getting pushed in. Liquid get the close down. Tim, that was a 20-second meta round. Quite literally at 20 seconds, DZ just realized, ah, crap, we're going to have to drop and just try and make this work, despite all the utility still stacked on site.
Yeah, I think Liquid did a great job of the defense there. They were nice and patient. They were very calm. They just waited on site. It's not always the easiest thing to do, to just sit on your keyboard and think, ugh, you know, you want to take the peaks, you want to take the challenges, you know exactly where they're stacking up. But Liquid, they would not be pulled into a fight that they didn't need to take. They just held it, waited for their time. They wasted time really, really well. And I think, yeah, DZ overall, maybe just a little bit too slow on the attack there. Recognize that map's clear and get yourself in. We see teams, you know, with sort of 2 minutes, 22 minutes left on the clock, opening those hatches. Huge. And you just feel that extra 30 seconds might have really done it for them. But as you see there, just mopping up. NJR managed to get the diffuser down, but it was a little bit meaningless in the end. Well played, Liquid.
Yeah, when the guys stood on the actual plant spot are blinded by the FNAP mine, you're relying solely on those two players inside of Dirt. And as we saw in the replay, Volps just fully in control of that bottleneck entrance, and it's an easy close out for the side of Liquid. 4-3 then to Dark Zero. Expect that to balance out in the next couple of rounds. As you can see, Liquid on the defensive side. We spoke about it to death at this tournament so far. And now Dark Zero are finally seeing Pamba get across to the operator they spoke about on the desk. It's the Ying coming along for him. And I've really worried for a second, because during the start of this round, we saw Bolo again on the glass, and I was like, man, we just didn't see it of any use last round, I'm afraid. So I'm glad that there's been a change away back onto the Thatcher here. Some more supporting the opening up of NJR and Nath when looking for those reinforcements, for example, or potentially making use of them more for the utility on site. In particular, I'm looking in towards Nesk, if they can get an EMP near him when the execute comes in, or onto those FNAP mines. Those are the two golden targets for this round.
Vulture taking a little tickle of damage there as he moved across the main door. A spray through the barricade and a bullet or two catching him, but nothing too severe. Black Eye Cams, of course, being brought along regularly for the defenders with Valkyrie available. We're going to have the breach opened up there, and that is step one in trying to push across to the gym and bedroom site. That's going to allow access into CCTV. It means that Dark Zero can get a little bit of pressure then onto the balcony side, start using those windows because they don't need to worry about being peaked. He goes Pamba in behind the Candela. Fantastic use to get that entry onto Nest and start carving that space. Palu is in big danger as well, caught out from that utility. Full flashed and taken down. 3 versus 5. This is a great attack from Dark Zero, but resets. He gives them a little bit of hope here, Liquid, in the middle of the round, and Volps on the flank manages to find Bolo. 3 versus 2 after a flurry of kills.
I literally called it 30 seconds beforehand. 2 EMPs committed on the roof above the warden. They drop a Candela in and they flood in towards red. And the thing is, Liquid are leaning so heavily into Nest being able to hold top red. They've got a shield committed to that hold for that exact reason, that he can deny the breach. But when he can't turn his gadget on and his full white screened, well, you know exactly what happens next. The flurry of kills come through. They get rid of 2. Volps tried to make a backstab from underneath happen, but simply Dark Zero were too ready. Great start to the attack for them. And Tim, they've still got a whole minute to work with. Yes, they haven't got the Ying on side anymore, but with 2 players on site now, and that's all you got to play behind. Those C4s, for example. This is winnable. I only worry about where the Goyle canisters are going to be, because that could really slow this clock down to 0.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Zero making a smart choice there. NJR getting opening that jacuzzi wall. We saw that Lagonis was just standing there. He was waiting to take his fights, and for my money, Lagonis is one of the best site players inside a siege. If you let him pick his position, if you let him pick his fights, he will close out a round like this. And so by opening that, it creates that phantom pressure, it moves him around, and all of a sudden Liquid can't be as comfortable. But there go the Goyo canisters that you mentioned, and it's on the right window. Resets has just made it so difficult for Dark Zero to do anything. 10 seconds left to go, and Liquid, they just need to try and keep themselves out of gunfights for now. But Nath, he goes in through the master bedroom window, starts getting the diffuser down. The cover was essential. NJR with 1, Canadian with 2, and Dark Zero find themselves 5-3 up after their first successful attack.
And again, great use of flashes. It is becoming the defining part of this competition. You had Reset sat on that West Main breach and ready to kind of step his way through in towards Jim and challenge onto the plant going down. But as the plant started going down, for about a second in, we would think, 2 flashes immediately dropped onto him. He's full white screened. He can't move, which gives them a little bit of time to get in position and ready to deal. 1 on the Jim window, 1 sat over the planter, and they get a beautiful crossfire as he steps across the challenge. Just, again, brilliant team play out of both teams. I've loved the way they've orchestrated so many of these attacks at this point. And at 5-3, Dark Zero have got that 2-round advantage. Tim, we're coming into that critical round 9 here. DZ win this, they're up to 6-3, and something tells me they're not going to be like Wolves and throw it away at map point.
No, you can see definitely a world here where Dark Zero are going to take this opening map. And when we come in, obviously we look at those map picks and we think, right, who likely wins what? And for me, I think Liquid on Chalet, I'm not too sure about as a decider. I'd be kind of concerned as a Liquid fan for them having to go there. And I sort of feel like if this is a game that they're going to win 2-0, I mean, yes, it's always the best way to do it, but for Liquid, it's definitely going to be the best way. And that's why I see Nighthaven as what I'd call like a swing map. If we go in there and Dark Zero win it, for example, if Liquid do manage to come back here on Clubhouse, then yeah, I think it's going to be a tough day for them. But even then, it might not matter because Dark Zero right now, they're taking Clubhouse away as well. They're not letting Liquid have anything here.
The beauty of it is, at this competition, the only 2 teams that Dark Zero and Liquid have lost Clubhouse to has been the reigning World Champions and the reigning Major Champions, G2 and W7M. So even with these map picks, I don't feel like either team is like at a huge disadvantage when you look at it. I think with Nighthaven Lads being second, I honestly thought that would be the decider. It's quite a low prep map for both teams. I thought Chalet would be what DZ opted to go with. So that might have surprised us a little bit here, and I think we could be in for a really exciting map too. But I'm with you. DZ win here. I'm expecting a 2-0.
I'm loving watching this DZ team as well. The performance has been so exciting so far. 5 entries in a row now. Liquid just unable to get themselves that bit of a boost of a start by picking up that first kill, and you feel like maybe that could be the difference for them in a round or 2. But Dark Zero just absolutely taking it to them. Any bit of space that they are offered, Dark Zero will go in and take. They're using the utility well, pushing in behind the Candelas, fantastically effective over the last couple of rounds. And now they've got those main stairs locked down. The Trax Fingers are going to prevent any flank there, and Bolo can start working his way across to put a bit of pressure on construction.
Big one really, again, is NJR. I mentioned him earlier on. Very highly rated at this competition, second, I believe, overall in terms of rating. And this game, really making a play for first as well at 12-4. It's been absolutely unbelievable. I mean, really a rounded team performance. You look up and down that Dark Zero side, sure, Troy's looking a little bit quiet, but everyone else has been really getting involved in the game. Admittedly, players like Bolo have been thrown to the wolves at points, sat inside a catwalk, but otherwise it has been a team effort, and that is what's beautiful to see. Now, this one's looking like a bit of a slower round once again. We're coming down to the last 50, and no one has died. A couple of shots back and forth, but that is really about it. And I'm looking now when the execute comes in, and Pamba's starting to chuck in those Candelas. They were going to be the defining factor of this round. Now, who moves?
Bolo goes in, manages to get the kill onto Volks. NJR finds Nesk on the catwalk. Pamba, one of his own. This could be flawless if Liquid don't stand up and do something here. Lagones is trying to hold on to the red stairs. Full flashed. It's not looking good as the diffuser goes down. He does manage to find a kill through the flash, but it will be only one as Canadian closes him down with a trade. Palu cut down underneath, and Dark Zero with another fantastic attack, looking absolutely electrifying on Clubhouse at the minute. Go 6-3 ahead.
Like a Venus flytrap in that round. I spoke about him a second ago. Canadian's been pretty quiet in the game, but in that round, He was the key man, the one that was going to unlock or see this round crumble. Because what happened was we had a bunch of players stats around red for Liquid or inside of sight. And what do you do when you get Candela, Tim? You run away. You don't want to stand there full flash, unless you're Lagonis, apparently. But you want to get out of dodge. You want to evade. So they were forced out of cash and out of CC by the first couple of Candelas. Then a third one flew in towards red. They were forced to run down red stairs. Who's waiting on the garage door? Canadian. Gets a couple of kills down there as players run below, and they could have been the defining factor with those C4s. I think it was only Palu who managed to get his C4 off, but the plant came in very cleverly up on elevated ground on one of the tables, not in the default plant spot for that site. And Dark Zero just coming into every single round with the plan, and that Ying is crushing them. I mentioned it during the operator ban phase. I was kind of surprised not to see Liquid ban this operator away. That probably needs to change going in towards Nighthaven, because Pamba is just too damn good at getting those Candelas into prime positions to enable and unlock the rest of the team.
We have the tactical timeout brought in by Liquid, and you just got to wonder, is it too little, too late? They find themselves now on match point. They need 3 rounds in a row. So this is going to have to be some serious work by Hugzord. The coach stood behind them. You can see Lagonis just getting involved in those conversations, as well as the IGL, and just they've got to change the direction of this ship, because right now Dark Zero are absolutely all over them on the attack. And like I say, it's fantastic to watch from the North American side. Obviously, you know, we came into the tournament and a lot of the fear was around the Brazilian teams and how effective they are and how difficult they were going to be to beat. But I tell you what, for my money, North America has really stepped up here at SI24. I look at Dark Zero, I look at SSG, I look at the Sonics, all going fantastically well.
And I'm looking straight away at this lineup, Tim. I spoke about it a bit earlier that you're not really going to see it too often on this map. Some teams have employed it, but Bolo's going across to the Ram for this downstairs attack. Quite obvious what the game plan is here. Get yourself inside a kitchen hallway, open the whole thing up with a nice horizontal ram charge all the way across, and then get yourself inside a kitchen and do exactly the same thing. With no book and no sledge, that's going to be the go-to. Well, Sledge is available, but no one wants to play Sledge at this competition, as I've mentioned.
Overall, out of 9 rounds, I know I keep going on about the entry, but Dark Zero are 7-2 overall with 6 in a row, and they just really are making the most of that man advantage they're able to use. Now, last time around, they didn't win this site. Liquid able to go back to Church and Arsenal, and my one criticism, really, of Dark Zero's attack is they didn't leave themselves enough time at the end of the round. Liquid didn't play out anywhere in the map, and Dark Zero could have got in there quicker and started doing that work. It's the same situation again. Liquid are all down in the basement. I'd like to see Dark Zero right now starting to move in. They get in hatches. This is better. This is what we wanted to see in round 1 for Dark Zero.
At this point, Tim, with them running away with this half, it's no massive surprise. Admittedly, they're one of only 3 teams in the whole competition with an attacking win rate above 50%. The other 2 being, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, G2 and Sonics. So at this point, you would expect them to come in and have a good half. It's exactly what we're seeing. Once again, I'm looking out for Canadians' EMPs here and looking out for where Palu is. They have just punished these setups, making use of those EMPs so many times over, and not just to get things opened up. So keep an eye on that. They'll be a big key deciding factor on whether or not Palu can slow them down or not.
And I love the, you know, you mentioned the use of the EMPs. I love the vertical use of them. It's not something that we see too often. You know, you often think about throwing them in there horizontally, just trying to get them into the right place, but it can be really smart to just dump them on the floor up above the target. It will do the same job. So Dark Zero not sparing the damage at the minute, as Volps manages to take a little bit on the Fenrir. Palu is maybe going to be feeling the effects. No, the glass is still in effect. Volps manages to find Nath. Can Palu pick one up on the door? Absolutely. Lagonis and Ness, they get ones, and it's 5 versus 2 now, as Liquid holding on nicely.
It's a very small thing, but you saw the step back from Palu to make sure those glasses were available when the blue hit came on through. I thought we might see a bait and switch like Liquid employed in their attacking half, but not to be in this round. DZ were hell-bent on forcing blue, and Liquid have absolutely destroyed them on that push on through. 6-4.
It's been the one site that Liquid so far have been able to confidently hold on to on defense. I was kind of eager to see Dark Zero move a little bit quicker, as I said at the beginning, but ultimately maybe just a little bit too one-dimensional from them. Yes, they had the time. Yes, they got in and opened things up quickly, but then, like you say, just really tried to brute force it from one position when you feel like they probably had the time to, you know, maybe work from kitchen, work into dirt, work to bottom of main stairs, and just give Liquid a little bit more to think about. But Dark Zero still going fantastically well on the attack. They're going to be looking to close this out. 2 more opportunities for them. This time it's going to be that looks from the outlines that I've got in front of me on the top down. Like a CC, no, it's a gym and bedroom hold.
I mean, they've got to go through both of these sites, right? Pick your poison. Is it gym and bedroom or is it cash and CC? You now can't defend in the basement again if you're going to get us through to overtime. And I really doubt we're going to see bar and stage getting picked up. I remember we saw quite a bit of creativity with that when it first became available. And I imagine this meta, just when you've got sites that you consider quite strong with the defenders, like why go for all the craziness of trying to defend, you know, top floor and then the ground floor as well if you're trying to defend that site when you can keep it a little bit more simple and just overload these top floor sites with utility. Once again, seeing the mirror coming in and being placed straight onto that cash wall. Saw it last time around we were defending up here as well. Didn't really seem to bother Dark Zero. I imagine it's more for information for Liquid to get a feel as to what's going on the outside. Historically, I've seen teams shoot that mirror window out and it lets you then impact trick or deny that wall at the cost of giving the attackers a line of sight straight through into one of the main rooms on this top floor. However, also considering the defending gym and bedroom, it is also a room you can afford to lose. So it's much more about trying to slow things down on the other side. Darks are even going to start things out in the west here and not worry too much about what's going on out towards Cash and CC.
Yeah, this wasn't the focus for Dark Zero last time. If you remember when they attacked this site, I commented, you know, how with a minute to go, NJR had rotated over and opened Jacuzzi to prevent Lagonis playing in that position. This time they've opened it at the very beginning of the round. I like to see it. It just creates that little bit of discomfort throughout the entire round. I was going to suggest this may be the technique of dealing with the mirror window as well. Go for the upside down rappel, get the exothermic on. It's going to take the whole lot out.
It is a round where they haven't brought along the EMPs that I was mentioning before. Just a couple of micros in the back pocket for Canadian to help them get the walls opened up. So Nesk in a power position, able to do some damage on the Warden as long as he's not bothered. Last time round, he got cleaned out of here very quickly. There best be a better plan in mind for Dark Zero than if that's not available. Maybe looking in towards the Grim and the Lion combo here to really slow things down. But here comes, I mean, you saw the red icon, mate, so that's a good way to get rid of the Warden. It's just nade him. It's as easy as that. A couple of kills by through out here on the east side, and that honestly might have just cost Liquid the map, Tim.
I was just going to say it's essential that Liquid hold on to Cash and Construction for as long as possible. They've dedicated so much utility and manpower in there, and it's all come to nothing within the first half of the round. Dark Zero dealing with this fantastically well. It just seems like Dark Zero on Clubhouse have got a plan A, B, C, D. They just keep going on. No matter what is placed in front of them, they've got a way around it. Lagonis, Volps, 2 versus 5, and they are going to have to fight for dear life here to try and hold on and keep Liquid fighting in this one against what has been so far a pretty scary Dark Zero team.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Well, who would have thought? Absolutely stomping and rocking things on the attacking half of this map. Looks like Dark Zero should get a clean sweep out here. Only 2 left, 5 versus 2, and 30 seconds to play with. It's enough time to get things closed out, especially how composed Dark Zero have been in round-ending scenarios. And sure enough, the bees are in, the bullets are in, everything is in. And Paul Lagonis is left 1 versus 5. This should be a DZ map 1, Tim.
I would have expected so. Very little that Lagonis can do in this position. He's trying to find his shots, but it will be a flawless round to match an almost flawless performance from Dark Zero on map 1. What a finish from them. Absolutely dismantling Clubhouse, showing us how to attack it once and for all. And they will be heading into map 2 with a win under their belt.
It's crazy to say that attacks make the difference, really. I mean, the 2 first rounds coming out of Liquid, excellent, very impressive. The backstab into Moto, absolutely love seeing it. But from there, Dark Zero recovered, and they look rock solid. I cannot wait to see how Nighthaven goes. Let's go to a break. When we come back, the desk will break it down. See you in a few.
I mean, they trusted the smoke canister, they trusted the fire, but they had no cover. They get the win onto the first fight. They're just going to move behind the Clash. Now they're doing everything they can, but a smoke canister forces them off their own retake. What? If they'd have just kept strong-arming that, they might have been able to move behind the Clash. There's Dark Ground on the back end. There's the Clash gone as well. 3 for Dark will get caught out by the swing back round, but their retake was foiled by themselves. In the chaos, Muzi with a huge one. He will lose the round. The timer is too far gone. Fury open up with yet again another Ossa plant play.
And it shows you don't really need to take care of the Clash. Just need to force some fire back enough on the side, and so you can go for a plant out there. Fury. And again, I mentioned it, previous map as well. Very focused on getting these plants out. Very focused on the objective game. And you see here, it's a 5v5 post-plant that's happening. Because they had no idea that that plant in the meantime was going through. They trusted the smoke. They hoped it was enough. Not the case. And whilst Muzi finds himself in that 1v1, loses it in the end. No time anyway.
So I was quickly trying to go back through my records to see, because I don't think I have a record of Fury playing this map at all. I know I don't have it at the majors, I know I don't have it at the tournaments, but my stats, unfortunately, aren't quite including all of the smaller things. However, I know you have access to some of the biggest brain sheets in the world.
Pulling it up right now. The Consular, 75% win rate, played 4 times.
4 times.
Only a single loss.
Pretty good map for Fury. Pretty good map for them to bring. They haven't played it at the majors tournament, at the sort of major scene as well. So you assume, as you always do, that they've played against easier opponents, warmed up into it.
But there's the thing as well, right? Like, there's been such a long off-season before we went to SI. There's been so much time to improve your map pool for all of these teams, or maybe even completely overhaul it. So, like, even though they might have played it like stage 1, right, and they won it a couple times there, all that data is going to be absolutely useless now. But things have changed. Meta has changed. Operators have changed or been added. So the way you used to play it is no longer the way you can play it now. And again, a great opener for Fury, finding themselves with a bit of a sneaky plant right under the noses of NIP.
I mean, it's brilliant play. It's brilliant play. They get themselves into that sort of position. We know that they can be good attackers. They lose the entrant. Dark, taken out. The man 3 from the previous round. Wizard still just in a very prolonged fight there, but Muzi finds the swing onto Crit J. Wizard's able to get some support. The pair of them head down towards a basement that is otherwise still far from open. The breaks above mean that you assume it's going to get tricked pretty much instantly. So Lycolis doesn't feel confident enough to go for the break, and fair enough, because, well, look who's gone. The Buck, that vertical control that you've sort of always classically had on this site, and this take is no longer viable. Instead, it's going to have to turn into a firefight to win it out. Oh, and there's it.
Great one coming in from BG. An important kill as well, as that allows you to start taking up some vertical space out here. You can start manipulating that hatch into your own way and cut the corners, and BG does exactly that. Manipulates the hatch into a kill on Tapino. 3 on 3. Suddenly, it doesn't really matter anymore that those 2 opening kills went to the way of NIP. The main wall gets opened up as well. They have the hatch under control, which means there's only 2 real positions where players can be crucial to actually stop this plan from Lycolis from happening. It's going to be around the yellow stairs where Wizard is playing, and Muzi's position where he can just swing open the double door. So that's where the next pressure needs to come down from, as Lycolis goes down by Muzi, just scalded out. And as we find ourselves in a 2 on 3 with stunts coming down, it is looking good for NIP, but there's still an opportunity for Fury to bring this back.
They've got themselves 40 seconds, though. That risk of time, it's a conversation we've had many, many times against NIP, and now the favor isn't in their favor. BG Man with the rotate background, but obviously without the hard breach and without the soft, you've only really got to play into what you have here, which is the single break and a kit so dangerously isolated. A teammate, I9, is just watching from the hatch itself. They're trying to force the players to swing, and then they can take them out, get themselves an even game, and suddenly they can go for the drop, but they are not handing them a fight. BG Man's been able to slip his way in towards the site itself. Might not know about the player that could swing here. It's Wizard. Gets their take onto the planner. They can just watch for the remaining drop of I9. However, they refuse it. They're able to fly their way on through. I was wrong, Hap. I was mistaken.
We were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
It has been played by Fury at a major. I looked right at my eyes, glossed right over the G2 game. I just saw G2.
They lost that one, right? Back then.
They did.
Was that the only loss they had?
They did lose it. That was the loss, 3-7. Okay. I actually went looking for it to find the loss, and I just straight up lied to you. I lied to the room. I lied to myself.
But at least you apologize for it now.
I apologize. Stand up to my mistakes, as far and few as they are in between. They only won 3 of their sort of defenses, 1 attack when they got to that second half. So they've currently matched their attacking record in that game that they lost at a major.
Yep.
A few months ago. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm so
I
sorry.
forgive you. I am pretty sure the viewers will forgive you as well.
I doubt it. There's already threads on Reddit. What a piece. NIP, they have a good sort of stalwart hold on that. The top floor play and the attempt to win their ones did not quite work out. Now they're going to have to go for something a little bit less sort of heft to it than middle floor hold. They're not going to rotate their way back towards the top floor, I don't think, because...
Not yet, at least.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
There's no one currently on the site itself. The site is empty entirely. Now, there is a lot of vertical you need to take clear of here.
Yep.
Okay, Psycho has rotated his way back into site as the Solace. They have the hatch to drop down, so they can get the read in. And now they're starting to return to it. But I was very curious because I saw Fury start to run towards that immediate window.
I was like, we can just technically go in.
Yeah, I was like, how's this going to go?
Especially because there was no one playing on this one doorway. If there was a drone out there, we could have seen a very early plan to go through. That's for sure. Now, Fury did actually make a slight mistake in that last round. They weren't aware of Wizard's position. They didn't drone him out, so he was just playing out there. That's eventually why that round fell apart when it was a 2v3 post-plan situation. So they need to be better on the utility and information game right now. Well, that's why they're using the E1Ds. That's why they're using the Candelas together with the Boogie to try and get themselves...
Welcome back, everybody, and you're seeing the winning moment with Naif on Dark Zero, which, of course, that means Dark Zero have taken the win versus Team Liquid on map 1, Clubhouse 7-4. Team Liquid have picked the map, and they have started on attack, and unfortunately, that led them down a path of doom, not able to adapt to a North American squad. It's a good way to kind of kick things off for NA. Brazil having a few issues, but we're going to talk about that and more. Hello, I'm Elish, your host. With me are Jesse and Laxing. Gentlemen, let's break it down.
Yeah, I mean, DZ are looking phenomenal. I said it. I think this is the best version that I've seen of DZ coming into this event, and this is what I want to continue seeing. And like even talking about specific players of DZ, NJR specifically was moving mountains this map.
Oh, he absolutely was. I mean, we know him as one of the best anchors in the entire world, and he continued to do that, peeking out when he had to, holding down bomb sites. We saw him in Dirt Tunnel doing really, really well. Round 6, even going for a spawn peek. He can play whatever he wants to, and he's finding that impact.
Well, and I said, like, he was moving mountains at 100% cost. You are literally doing everything correct in the server at that point. I mean, even just down the board, everyone was contributing and doing what they needed to do, and you saw the teamwork and communication and the coordination from them.
I think this is, again, coming back to the whole meta discussion, right? In Siege right now, the winning team is going to be the one that can do better on attack, the one that can really nail down their pushes. And in this game, that was clearly Dark Zero who were better at that. We saw it in the first half. Whilst it was a good start from Liquid, they got those 2 opening picks. I think there was a little bit of miscoordination going on between the early round players, Bolo and Pamba on Dark Zero, faltering a couple of times. That got cleaned up so fast, and from that moment forward, after round 2, Dark Zero were so clean. Here's the spawn peek from NJR, the guy we talk about as being a perma anchor. But I really do think that all in all, we saw so much cleaner attacks from Dark Zero. In that second half, when they moved on to it, they were working together. Liquid just never really able to replicate that.
Adapt and overcome is the name of the game when you're playing against the best in the world. And even here at the Invitational with these best teams in the world, a small mistake can end it all for you, even when teams are so tight. And when you're just looking at numbers on a spreadsheet, it does not mean anything when you're in the server.
It's tough. I mean, it's tough for Team Liquid, especially even if this was their map pick. This is what they should be winning in a best of 3. You always want to win your map in the decider. Coming through for this one, for them to not get that first half, I think was a big struggle for them.
So we're talking about, in the server, in the round. Do you have something you want to talk about, Jesse?
I do, Milos. I've got 2 clips because we talked about Pamba on the Ying in the pregame, and we saw both teams trying to utilize the Ying. Round 5, I want to showcase the first attempt. It's going to be Ness coming through from the Ying. Keep in mind where these defenders are, right? They seem to know it. They flash both of them, but by the time he gets in and is fighting Naif, the Ying Candelas have already worn off. Naif can see, and in fact, there are Evil Eyes in the site that were pinging Nesk as he pushed on in. Everybody else coming through is very, very behind. It just doesn't look like a well-coordinated take coming out from Team Liquid.
No, and it falls into my point that I said earlier that Liquid's attacks just do not fundamentally look well put together. I mean, you had Nesk running through there, and sure, you could say he could check that regular angle, that angle that typically people play, that Maestro was in there, but you see him just run all the way across. Resets is sitting outside the map. Lagonis is outside of the map. Palu is downstairs in the basement. There's nothing that can be done there. It doesn't look like people are actually communicating between each other. It's just one person trying to make a hero play and then running away with it.
Compare that to when Dark Zero play on the Ying for their own push, and we see Pamba. First of all, he gets 2 EMPs from the the roof. That immediate teamwork coming in allows him to flash and kill the Warden. Then they push up, Paulo goes down too, and while there is a trade onto Pamba, and we do see a flank coming up from Volps on red stairs, what happens? Volps gets a pick, everybody's happy, but they are stacked up, they trade each other, they are working together. Nobody's in the basement, nobody's completely off guard, and this coordination from Dark Zero with them playing together was so much cleaner versus Liquid where that just wasn't happening.
Absolutely, and this is another example of a round of where Liquid just were not communicating. You have resets on the bathroom door, you have Lagonis in Logi, and easily that could have been, okay, resets, let's work together, let's try to, single out someone, but you have resets running in blind, gets a free kill for DZ, and you have Lagonis in construction that can't do anything, can't trade anything, and now you're still left in another 3v1, and that's what we were seeing throughout the defense, throughout the attacks. Liquid are not communicating and applying the basic fundamentals that you need for Siege.
The crazy part is that that whole execution was 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That whole thing just collapsed. EMP first, follow up with the Ying. So you disable the Warden, you follow up with the Ying, and then you get rolling. You have people that are protecting the flank. There's a lot of moving parts, Laxon.
Absolutely, and it's just one thing for Liquid. I mean, when you even see them win those rounds, they all look drained. They all look like they're just kind of here. Someone has to step on that team, whether it's Paulo, whether it's Ness, whether it's Reset, anyone on the team, someone has to be getting in each other's heads and getting hyped, because unfortunately, it is a mental game in Siege as much as it is a physical inside the lobby. Your mental has to be there, so someone's got to do it.
And we mentioned NJR earlier on, and you talked about him when the scoreboard was up, but we actually have even more of a highlight of him so we can see even more in-depth stats for him. Want to know on the entry, but that's not really his job, is it?
No, I mean, he's the hard breacher. He's the guy that's getting down and dirty, opening walls and getting it done, but he's also getting it on the KD and on the board. I mean, his EPS sitting at a 156. Again, I said it at the cost. He has 100%. He is literally doing it all.
Yeah, I think for NJR, his specialty is sitting in the site, waiting for that push to come in, understanding what angles are being pushed, then he swings out, then he has his impact. He doesn't want to be the first one engaging. He got that one spawn peak kill, which was his opening pick, but all in all, that's where he feels comfortable, that's where he thrives, and that's where Dark Zero use him.
Let's actually pull up our map Veto, because this is the onus is on Liquid to come back in this. And you mentioned Paulo. I mean, I've been seeing Paulo and how he's been playing, and the reaction on his eyes for many years now from the sidelines, and we need that to pick back up. Clubhouse was the first it ended. We go to Night Haven Labs. That is Dark Zero's pick. Their attacking side start. Way more complicated map to play than Clubhouse, Jesse.
It certainly is, but it's one that Team Liquid do enjoy. They've picked it twice. They've played it twice through their history. Both were their picks in BO3s. The first was way back during the Atlanta LCQ. They lost it to Los, but it was a very close game. And they played it once throughout the 6 Invitational. They played it against Bleed. They did win that time. So they are comfortable on this map. It's not like we're looking at a map that is completely one-sided, but there's a reason it's Dark Zero's pick. 6 plays with a 50% win rate coming into the 6 Invitational, and then they played it once here at SI, 7-2 over GK, a very promising scoreline.
Yeah, and I'm worried for Liquid going into this map specifically, mainly for the fact it plays similar to Clubhouse in some aspects, but it does require a lot of teamwork and coordination, and this is where Liquid is lacking. If they can just figure out of how to work together and just come to a general consensus of what they want to do, they can find success.
Map 3, yes, no?
No.
If they can ban the Ying and they can find some way around that, I'm going to say yes, but that's a big if.
That is a big if. Our attacking side start for Dark Zero. Maybe that's something that Liquid can exploit on their end. Laxing, Jesse, thank you very much. Our casters are set up and our game is almost ready to go. So, Asen does it too. I choose you.
Thank you very much, Milosh, back for Night Haven, my favourite map in the game at the minute.
I really enjoy both playing and watching Night Haven.
So I'm very excited to see how it goes down. But I am with you, oh, sorry, with the death, sorry, and also with you, I'm sure. I'm sure we're all on the same page here. A Ying ban has to happen on this map.
Yeah, we spoke about it in between, you know, really. Dark Zero played in behind that Ying, Pamba going in, just Candelas, kills. They played behind it fantastically well on Clubhouse, and so Liquid have to sit up and take notice of that. They have to stop it happening again.
Tim, guess the Dark Zero bans. Guess what they're going to be?
I think Azami could be one of them.
Yeah, fair, okay. Watching the attacking one might be.
Maybe Dokkaebi?
Nah, surely not, Tim. That can't be the case.
We'll see what comes in.
I'm sure it will be, because again, outside of a single map, that has been their attacking and defending bans going into every single map. Hey!
There we go, Liquid. That's what we needed. That's what we needed.
I swear I heard a bigger round of applause than going along with just me too. Ying taking away, I think, is a very smart ban here. Unsurprisingly, the KB and Azami no doubt will follow. And then that last defensive ban will be one worth looking at. I think it will be the Solis. We mentioned already for Dark Zero, this is one of their most played. In fact, I think it is their most played operator when available, with a pick rate of about 70%. So surely it will follow through as our last one, and then we can get the game underway. But the Ying, the big one for me.
Yeah, I mean, Solis is a great op here on Nighthaven as well. And I hope Liquid kind of don't make that mistake. There we go, the ban. I was kind of worried that maybe they ban the Ying and then let the Solis
I have
through.
never been so sure about a ban phase in my life.
I was like, oh my word, please don't do that to me, Liquid. But yeah, the Soul is super powerful here on Nighthaven. Obviously not going to be seeing that one now with the ban coming through. But just so much verticality that's playable here, even over 3 levels. You know, you can be up in IT, open the floor in storage, and see all the way down into assembly, for example. And you know, there's some really deep holds that can be achieved with the Solis. So great choice there on the bans, and we're going to head into things. The question is, how badly beaten up were Liquid during that first map? Not an easy one for them to take. They got a couple of rounds on the board to start with, but then Dark Zero just stretched their legs and ran away with things. And the other thing to remember here about this Dark Zero team is they come into SI with 2 new players. Bolo obviously returning to competitive play, Nath moving across, and that's a system that needs to be built, and they're doing it fantastically well. They're doing it quickly, but the longer that they go through this tournament, they will only become more and more powerful.
It's one thing worth stressing as well, with those 2 new players, it does massively change the fabric of a team. It's 40% of the voice, 40% of the ideas and the strats and the preferences that come with it. So you are seeing a transformed Dark Zero team. It does mean some of the maps that we're seeing here at SI are maybe different to what you've seen them play historically, but it does mean there's a lot of excitement. Again, reminding you of what happens every single time these teams have played historically. The winning team has gone on to make the grand final of the event that they met at. Will it happen here again? We'll have to wait the rest of this week to find out, Tim. But for now, we're into that top floor of Nighthaven. I think we've only cast Nighthaven once so far at this competition, and it was a bit of a scrappy game. I believe it was GK versus someone. It was very early on. I can't remember entirely, but this game should be pretty crazy between these two, given the caliber of competition that we now find ourselves in.
So, Liquid have dealt with Ying. That was one of the big problems that they had. Now, unfortunately for Liquid, they were unable to ban NJR, who was another big problem that they had in the last matchup. So the question now is, how are Liquid going to deal with the impact that NJR was able to have on the game last time around, particularly on the defense? Obviously, that's going to be something that will come for them to deal with in the second half. But for now, Dark Zero on the attack, I'm looking for more of this great problem solving that they showed us back on that first map of Clubhouse. It didn't matter which operator was in which position, they were able to find answers.
Wrapping it on the inside there, just in case there was any utility stacked upon the walls around it, but there was not. Quite a light round, I guess, overall from Liquid in terms of defensive setup. Like, there's no FNATs to deal with, for example. Of course, with the Asami being banned away, no Kiba barriers to work your way through. No Tuberao to pair up with the Kaid. So overall, I won't be too nervous about it. The real big defining thing for me in this round is going to be Volps on that Oryx, though. Really looking for him to get active and stay busy around the map. Of course, he's got the detectors as well to give a little bit of extra defensive information for that side. But they really need this wall to be opened up here as well. We're going to find the mirror window taken out and shot away, so he's got to be very careful here about what parts of himself he exposes. Just enough of the square through the middle, but I don't think he fully finishes the opening. The C4 comes through, and that will stay closed.
How are you going to deal with NJR? Well, you're going to hit him with a C4, and you're going to take him out of the round, as you say. Breach stays closed, and this is not the start that Dark Zero wanted on the attack here. Liquid are looking pretty comfortable inside a site at the minute. They've got their angles, they've got 40 seconds left to burn, and they're at this point just willing to let Dark Zero have to play in through them. It's going to be through doors, through windows, through barricades. What a push from Canadian, though. Straight into warehouse, finds Nestled prone, Pamba finds one, and somehow Dark Zero have turned the round on its head, Des. Liquid, they had it all in their hands. They had the entry, they had the positions, but no, in a matter of seconds, Dark Zero have gone through them like a knife through butter.
Done everything they need to. Where's the diffuser, though? It's with Canadian. He's got that picked up now, so I imagine looking to get in on the west side. Volps, he's staring out towards Pamba, but that time's going to run down. They've got to find the man. Do they know where he is? Plant's going down here. Volps expecting the move, but it's not to come. Sees one. He's got to push on forward, though. No, the swing comes in from Nath. They weren't quite sure where the last man was, and he could have got away with murder, but Dark Zero hold on. And I'm with you, Tim. That looked like a round that Liquid were ready to win. And then before you know it, in 5 seconds, 3 players have crumbled, and Dark Zero still retaining that attacking dominance.
At the 40-second to go mark, Liquid sort of had everything. They'd kept the breach close, they'd got the entry kill, they were, you know, locked into good positions, they had cover in Warehouse, they had cover out at the top of Aqua Stairs, they were looking at Connector, they had everything sort of locked down. And then from absolutely nowhere, in the snap of their fingers, Dark Zero just went in and said, this is our map pick for a reason, and here is a 3K to open things up. Canadian particularly impressive. This teamwork there, Canadian and Bolo going in at the same time, just hitting them in tandem. It just shows what Dark Zero are building within this team, and it's got to be scary for the other teams looking on.
This is something the analysts caught on the desk, and we mentioned it a little bit in the last map when we had the execute coming from Liquid on top floor, trying to push him from construction, but also Lagonis on CC West window. Things were a little bit mistimed. We even said, oh, Neska's gone in by himself. Like, everyone else is taking a few seconds to move with him and make things happen. And we spoke about it at the time. It still stands true. The best teams on the attacking side are so good at pushing in sync and completely overwhelming defender positions. Liquid lacked that a little bit on the last map. Dark Zero didn't, and it has followed them through to Nighthaven. As an example of that play, like you just said, Bolo and Canadian only been together a short amount of time, but already just perfectly in sync with one another.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful to watch at the minute, this Dark Zero side. Let's see if they can continue it. It's going to be round 2, and this time they're going to be attacking onto the basement. It's going to be tank and assembly, but I like this from Liquid. They've played a lot of turtle holds, but we can see at least 2 defenders up on that top floor. I think it's Volps and Parlu up there, just trying to give Dark Zero some mini games, something to do off in the map, burn as much time. No, it's actually Nesk up there on the Valkyrie, joined by Parlu and Volps as well. So 3 of them out there just trying to create as much of a sort of sticky situation for Dark Zero to get themselves through to begin with.
I mean, to begin with, it's going to be that case of working through the top floor. That's why having the Jackal on side here, I think, is really valuable. Arguably, Nath as well, playing on the Zero. Yes, you bring along the secondary hard breach gadgets, the can openers, same as Pamba. But also, of course, have those sound cams. Get them in the map. You can see a lot of information. You can flick which side of a wall or floor they're looking at as well. So very valuable for getting information down into that basement to at least offset the information that is offered by the Valkyrie, who equally is countered by Bolo on the IQ. So all that back and forth in terms of the information game.
Smith's just going to be holding a long angle there, and Liquid attempting him over and over again, but he just can't quite find his shots. However, NJR will do. I picked him up at the start of this game. He was kept quiet by a Nitro in the last one, but this time comes back seeking his revenge and gets the entry onto Ness.
I've got to give it to Dark Zero as well. Drone use has been great. Bearing in mind they're trying to clear 3 floors here. They've still got 2, well, they've only had 2 drones go down in the round. 7 out on field, 1 still in back pocket. Yeah, they're using the information incredibly well and moving forward as a team. 1 player drone steps on forward, then someone else does the same to a room forward. It's kind of like this cover and move between them that means they can advance through the entirety of the map. Yes, a little bit upset here, I guess, by Nath being down. Certainly not out just yet, but they know where Parlo is, and straight away, NJR is there yet again to find his 2nd kill of the round, and Liquid could barely find a kill, Tim, let alone a round.
That's it. They've just not turned up to the races here on Nighthaven Labs so far. They're really going to have their work cut out for them if they don't get things moving soon. 2 versus 5. 20 seconds, so time is a factor for Dark Zero here. They are not yet on site and in a position to put the diffuser down, and Resets is having none of the vertical pressure. He looks above and manages to get the reverse angle. Here comes Resets with another 2. It's going to have to be an ace, though, if he wants to close this out, but the diffuser's down. 5 seconds, he finds another. He might just do this. There is only a matter of milliseconds, and somehow Resets holds on. He gets a 4K, and he drags Liquid back into this one.
Admittedly low HP, but still a nice flick with the pistol off towards his right-hand side and single-handedly saving the round. Again, I really can't fault Dark Zero. Everything down to the last second was played pretty much spot on, and you just had a player pop off before your very eyes. Even the drop they had through the hatch was still 2 players dropping in, so they could play for the trade, and that's exactly what they secured. The round was played out perfectly. Liquid have held on. Specifically, Resets has done the business for them there. Otherwise, we could have been sat here, Tim, talking about, You know, they've got 2 kills across 2 rounds. It's looking miserable, if not for resets, keeping things square for now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, the other players on Team Liquid sort of set resets up with the opportunity there, because by burning as much time as they did around the map, it meant that you can see on your screen 10 seconds left to go. That's not the entire answer of how Resets has achieved this. He's gone in and got his kills. It hasn't been easy for him. And, you know, Liquid needed that round now more than possibly ever to get them into this one, because it was about to start really running away from them. We see these moments in games whereby teams just hit that next gear, that next level, and you feel like Dark Zero was starting to do that now that they're on their own map. But Resets just signaling that, no, we're here and we're here to fight.
It was almost mental as well. He was down to 1 bullet left in the chamber when he secured that second kill, which is why he immediately slipped over to the pistol. So very close affair, but enough to get the round. Round 3 then. We're going to see ourselves stepping this time up onto the ground floor, I believe we're going to, Tim. So we'll see if Liquid can hold on. I imagine it's going to be similar to previous rounds, where it's a case of starting up on this top floor, at least trying to slow Dark Zero down and not giving them full vertical control, before we then start looking at the execute coming in itself.
Lagonis already shown us prowess with the Nitro, hitting NJR for the entry in the first round. Has it in hand now. He's thinking about getting it through that window. If Bolo steps out just a little bit too much, needs to be careful. Doesn't want to get caught by those explosives. And Liquid not wanting to overpeak this, not wanting to over-aggress. We just almost have a little coming together there. They continue pushing, but get too aggressive as Bolo is able to fight fire with fire and takes down Volks.
Oh no, and he's found a freebie as well from the roof.
Beautiful angle.
It was a great idea from Liquid. They had a player trying to trick upstairs. 2 players holding supplies. The Bolo couldn't get it open. And despite 2 players swinging on them, he still manages to get the floor blocked out, so Resets can't sit there, and they get the wall open into a second kill, and now into a third coming out. NGR hitting a 2 in the round. You know, admittedly, talk about composure in the face of fire for Bolo. That could have gone horribly wrong, but holds on for his team, and they get what they need. A 5v2, and they are running away with this map.
He's earned a little Bolo spin or 2 for that one, I think. Just really gets himself into the game, like you say. For me, that just demonstrates Dark Zero's sort of depth of knowledge on this map. A beautiful angle from rooftop through IT floor to get that kill onto Lagonis, and it's just showing them they've nowhere safe. But Nest, he just misses his opportunity there. Bolo able to now turn and fight, and he's up against a weaker gun, and he's able to take advantage. 1 versus 4. It's all up to Palu. He's been quiet so far on the whole today, and they're going to need something big from him now, and it is looking unlikely. 35 seconds left to go, and Bolo, as amongst everything else he's done in this round, gets that diffuser down.
Got a tap up when the captain falls down, take his space and get it done. A couple of kills for him, a couple for NGR, another very, very strong round. And I really think there it didn't matter what was going on with Nesk. He was a little bit trapped, and you have Pamba rounding on the side in the IQ, so even if he wins the 1 versus 1, he gets traded half a second later. Again, beautiful team play from Dark Zero. They are constantly going into situations with superior numbers, with superior angles, and picking Liquid off. And I can imagine how frustrated the Brazilian side must be feeling right now. Every time they get close to a gunfight, DZ are just so tightly tucked in cover that you don't give them a single second to even sniff at a headshot.
You've picked up there, Des, on the teamwork and the coordination that we're seeing from Dark Zero, and how effective they are working together and dealing with problems in front of them. And I wonder how much of that is the influence of Nath coming into the team. Of course, we know we've got Canadian there who's got all this experience. He's your in-game leader. He's going to make those big calls, and he's got a great overview of the game. And I'm not saying that, you know, they didn't have this presence previously, but we know from our experience of watching Nath over the years how much of an impact he can have on teams in that way, you know, providing that voice, providing that guidance, that experience. And so I'm just wondering, you know, they've sort of got the double there of it coming in, and it just really seems to be working fantastically well for them. They're, you know, working in tandem beautifully.
You think back to Dark Zero of a year ago, the kind of words that would be thrown about them are, you know, slow, a little bit messy in places, all the right ideas, but not quite with the technical capability of executing it to perfection. Here, what I think you've actually seen is not only have the technical capabilities improved with Nathan Bolo joining the roster, like, it feels like they're making no mistakes. Outside of resets is 4K, which, let's be honest, it's an FPS. You're going to lose your ones. It is simply going to happen at some point. But I think they've gained pace as well as technical capability without really trading anything off. And it just looks so wonderful to see it come together for this roster.
It really is. This is honestly the best performance I think I've seen out of Dark Zero in a long time at this point. That's
the whole competition they've played incredibly well.
That's what I mean. SI24, this is now, you know, the sort of peaking. But SI24 in general, I think this is the best that I've seen Dark Zero look in a long time. And it's a wonderful thing to watch at the minute. So round 4, Dark Zero 2-1 up. Liquid need to make a move if they want to get themselves back into this one. The one round they've had so far on the back of a hero play from resets, of course. They can't rely on that round to round, and it's just feeling like they're a little bit out in the cold at the minute. They need somebody to step up and start round after round getting themselves active in this one.
If you part the 4K from resets, it's been 1 kill across the rest of the team per round played so far. That's rough, you know. There's one thing being like overwhelmed strategically when you're also losing practically every gunfight you're coming into. It really doesn't feel good for these boys at all. Like, in what world are Parlo and Nesk 1 and 6 as a combo in a game like this?
That's it. They really need their moments to step up, and we know they've got the ability to do it. And fingers crossed for the Liquid fans, at least, that they're going to show us that we will see it happen. NJR is going to get that IT wall open. That was something that Dark Zero struggled to get done last time on this site. They had to rely on gunfights, whereas this time it's going a little bit more to plan for them.
They had Maverick and the Thermite last time around. They dropped away the Maverick and instead got the Thatcher on side. Just said, forget about dancing around this electric and all that kind of crap. Instead, let's try and look to get things opened up. Admittedly, the electric wasn't here in this round. They could have dropped it away. But either way, they still get the benefit of it. You've got the exothermics, nice big hole being opened up, and then get things moving. Nesk, is this going to be 0 and 4? Yes, it is. Really, you feel, should have found Canadian there because he had the jump on him, but just couldn't hit that critical shot needed.
Again, Canadian just staying patient there, knowing the challenge was coming, but just sort of allowed Nesk to pre-fire his bullets away before he stepped in. Really well played from Nesk. Out comes the EMP. That's going to allow Bolo to open this long angle with the Selmas, and we saw him take advantage of this last time. NJR, right place, right time to cut down Volbs. Palu takes damage. Dark Zero are just swarming over them at the minute, Des.
Lagonis once again, they're the man left in the hot spot. This time he's fallen. Resets. Can he pull off another 4K to bring things square? The answer feels like no. As the last smoke canister comes out, Nath with a backstab coming through as well. Yeah, I've spoken to a few teams here recently and said, I remember like thinking about W7M back in the old days. It felt like you were playing 10 versus 5. They were just coming out of walls and you were like, where can I breathe? And that's what it must feel like being Liquid in this game, because every time it feels like a player has got an opening, I've got a kill, and they didn't expect it. Next thing you know, there's 2 players that have got a crossfire on you. Someone else is flanking in behind you, yet they've still got full control of the site. It just feels so suppressive to play against these guys, and Liquid barely have a room to breathe, and understandably so. We're still at that point with out of resets his kills being put to one side. The rest of the team have only got 1 kill per round, and understandably they need this tack timeout to try and figure out what the hell they can do to turn it around.
Yeah, this is the point that Hugzord needs to step in here, and really, I think, yes, there's going to be an element of that sort of direction that's needed, but I think there's also just that mental element that Hugzord needs to come in here, you know, and get the guys picked up and get the sort of, you know, the hype and the spirit in the team up, the energy up to say, right, come on, let's have a bit of belief, let's get out and do that. It really feels like, looking at them the last couple of rounds, you know, the faces have been sullen, they've been a bit down, and it's understandable with what they're facing at the minute, but that's the injection that they need here, is a bit of energy and a bit of belief, a bit of confidence in just exactly who they are.
Though, it's like, even if you can get a little bit of confidence, if you can start winning your ones, it just feels like Dark Zero have always got something else in the back pocket to keep things going your way. I think a big part of it, honestly, is losing those ones, though. I mean, I mentioned it a few times. It's still an FPS at heart. The one round they won was off the back of resets netting a 4K. So everything is working against them, and I feel like fixing one thing is just not going to be enough. I've not seen that portal animation before. That's brilliant. What was that? I've seen like the banner. Like, what? I've seen like the banner squad for like skins and that, but I've not seen the portal animations. What's that all about?
We're here for it.
Have you seen it before?
I've not seen that one.
Okay, I like it.
It's all good.
Production, can we do it again? Please, just once.
I'm sure they'll treat us as soon as they're ready.
I feel like we've earned it, Tim. We have to
that's it. We need to earn the portal animation. Right, coming into Kitchen, Liquid deciding to switch up the sites. We haven't seen them use this one yet. They have the timeout. They decide maybe they need something fresh. What are Dark Zero going to look to do here? They're likely going to try to take top floor control. If you can get inside a meeting, open up a lot of meeting corridor, you can get a lot of the vertical angles onto positions like the one that we see Lagonis playing at the minute, for example. Makes it very difficult for the defenders to stay inside of sight. So I think they'll be looking for that bit of vertical control. Nerf's taken a little bit of damage along the way as well, and then they can think about maybe getting reception, breaching the wall, and getting themselves on and in for a plant.
Really looking towards that ram again that we saw pick between one round. Clubhouse. Very close to us finding his man.
And Joe was just doing too much gardening. He was taking the plant out.
I thought they might want to get in above and get the ram opened up, but they said no. They just said pull the trigger and let's get inside the side, make it happen. Liquid at least have kept things slowly away. Lots of utility being dumped in here to try and get control. Bolo's going to be able to stick it. One comes in for Pamba as well. They will be able to finish this off, and even with the flank coming in from the backside, there is still a response elsewhere. Palu left in a 1 versus 2, and this site is so hard to retake. They've got the round. Bolo's playing cat and mouse inside a site, and Nath is just picking up scouts for free on the window.
You got to feel for Liquid at the minute. There is just so little that they can do to stop this Dark Zero side. They try switching sites, and normally, you know, yes, we would expect, as I said, to see that vertical play coming in from Dark Zero, but they say, you know what, forget it. There's an opportunity, let's get inside a kitchen. And it's a pretty smart play, because if you remember, there is no vertical above kitchen. If you can get in there and start putting a diffuser down, you sort of take anybody on the top floor out of the round. So anybody for Liquid up there is just immediately having to rotate back to site, and Dark Zero can pick them up as they do. So again, Dark Zero, just it's like 4D chess. They're just one step ahead all the time at the minute.
But that is a horrible shot from Nath. Oh my God. That sent Ness back about 5 years. Terrifying stuff, but...
And they're just having a lot of fun as well. And a team that is having fun is a dangerous thing.
Look, it's there again.
Yes, thank you. I love that.
Does it fall out from the top down as well? Is that part of the anime or is it separate? I don't know.
I was thought it was brilliant. We love
that. There it is. Yeah. Small things. Small things. Hey, there it is again. I didn't know we have a portal gadget in this game now, Tim. What's going on?
We'll love to see it. We'll love to see it. So, yeah, from Dark Zero's perspective, again, it's that problem solving. It's that, right, okay, they've got a top floor presence. Can we maybe go without doing that? Can we just win a couple of gunfights and brute force in? Yes, we can. And like I said, as a team, they look like they're having fun together. They look like they're enjoying playing. And as we know from across the years, those are the truly dangerous teams.
I said it the other day as well, like Nathan Bolo have got such like a bromance on the go. Like every time I see him at like lunch or whatever, they're having such a laugh together.
They'll be the next me and you, Dave.
How do they build that synergy? The swings earlier, sometimes it comes down to that, absolutely. Yeah, I'm just excited to see how things keep on developing for them. And I said earlier on, it's like a bit of a joke, like every time a team's won this one between these two teams, they've gone on to a grand final. But I think even Fresh said, just before we came into the competition, he's like, I could see DZ being a dark horse and making a good run here with this lineup. You're starting to see that possibility become very, very unlocked the longer this tournament has gone on. There'll always be that big question, can they overcome big teams like Sonics, like G2? They've already lost 2-0 to G2, admittedly 2-7-5 maps, but can they get the full job done? We'll find out at another point. Nesk again domed. Imagine a world, Tim, where Nesk is 0-6 against Dark Zero. That's a line that if you said to me a year ago, I'd be like, nah, when would that ever happen? Turns out it's happening here, Tim. They're getting absolutely domed. Volt's trying his best to get something done, but Nath, he ain't going to give that one away.
It just feels for Team Liquid like they're trying to kind of, you know, with that Volks run out there, it's like, look, we know we've just got to try and throw anything at the wall and see what sticks here. And there's just nothing that they can do at the minute. They're passengers. They're along for the ride. And Dark Zero are the ones that are in charge of the controls right now of this roller coaster. And they are just taking Liquid for an absolute thrill ride at the minute. They've put them in a spin cycle.
17
as they are 4-1 up. 4-1 in the server and looking like it's going to be a 5-1 half. Bolo closes it out and Dark Zero just on fire.
It's like Bolo dropped out that Paul animation there to get that final kill as well. But
you're obsessed with that animation, aren't you? You love it.
I just think it's cool. It's cute. I liked it. That's now 18-2 though between Nath and Bolo. They are dominating Liquid on this map in particular. Yeah, across the whole series, the whole team has really had their part. Look back at the last map. We were singing the praises of NGR being up at 12-4. I said that Canadian was quiet, and then literally 3 seconds later, he's pulling off some immense plays to get his team forward. And yeah, Pamba, we can't ignore how much he dominated with Ying back on that last map. It's so special when you see a result become a team effort, not down to 1 or 2 players popping off. Yes, they are popping as well, but it is a team effort through and through. Liquid struggling barely to put kills on the board, let alone rounds.
Yeah, just like I said, Dark Zero's preparation, and I think this has probably been one at the map choice as well. This has been one of the map veto. Like, they've got on to Nighthaven, and they're just, like I said, they're not 1 step ahead. They're 2, 3 steps ahead of Liquid all the time. Nest roaming on the top floor. Oh, Bolo's watching the door, and it's an easy pickup for an entry. And that has happened over and over and over again. They just know exactly where they're going to be. But as you always say, Des, there is 2 halves to a game of Siege. We move into the second half, and Liquid right now desperately need that to be true.
Production is like entertaining me here. It's like dangling a carrot. It's been like, oh, watch the animation at round start. You'll love it. It is, yeah. There are 2 halves to a game of Siege. And I know Liquid on the last map, we praised their first 2 attacks coming out of it. And then Dark Zero really got with the program and started finding an answer. And my concern is, again, come back to what we saw on the analyst desk. Come back to what we were speaking about in that previous map. The timing for Liquid has just been a few seconds off in most of their attacking situations, and Dark Zero know how to punish you for that. So I just think unless Liquid, admittedly after getting battered 5-1 in the first half, I imagine the comms are low, morale's feeling a little bit low at the moment, for them to come out here and have like a watertight attacking half, I just don't see it happening.
Canadian offering a top floor presence at the minute. Bolo and Nath on the mid floor, I think. And yep, correct. And then NJR down inside of sight. So Canadian is going to be holding on for as long as possible. Just trying to burn as much time as he can do here. Volps is going to take an awful lot of damage from him up above. And it just looks like Liquid aren't aware of his presence up here. And Canadian's just taking full advantage of that. Yeah, you're going to let me sit up around IT and server? No problem. I'm just going to shoot you from above then. I've got a shotty.
And they've let 2 players slip the net now and get back down towards site, including almost losing Volts, but both Nath and Bolo were out on the roam and managed to escape. Yeah, even down the same staircase as well is the most bonkers part, because you'd imagine Liquid would have closed that net and caught someone on the way through, but getting shot from above, letting players slip back down to site without any real bother or challenge. It just looks slow and like Dark Zero are sprinting while Liquid is still walking.
And the raid boss that is NJR on the defense gets his account open again with the first kill of Dark Zero's defending half. Manages to pick 1 up onto Volps, finishing off the work that Canadian started. And Liquid, for me, Des, they look a little bit lost at sea here. They're not really sure. They've got players above them still that haven't been dealt with, that are going to hit them on the flank. Time is running out. They're just having to start pushing towards side.
They're trying to make this work on the push on forward, and fair enough, they managed to get rid of Bolo. Palu's a little bit behind the time, though, and he's hitting on the flank as well. No one there to cover it. This is what happens when you don't full clear the map. You will get backstabbed, and now their backstab is not going to be online. Palu's gone. A 4 versus 3, they'll at least get away with it. But Dark Zero, look above you. You've got Canadian working his way down the back, and there he is getting 1 for himself. A 4v2, and NJR is just showing him a little bit of shoulder, a little bit of thigh, but not enough to complete the picture here. 2 left standing. Lagonis falls. Canadian and Nath complete the backstab. And Tim, Pamba and Canadian have got above them there. They've taken lost ground or retaken lost ground. Liquid cannot buy around right now.
Absolutely great. Absolutely great from Dark Zero there.
Beautiful.
Keep it just chef's kiss. Keeping that top floor presence. Canadian and Pamba able to do the damage. We called it out halfway through the round. You know, I said, you're not dealing with Canadian. You're allowing him to take that vertical shot onto you. They took damage from above onto Volps. They knew they were there. I don't know. I assume that maybe Liquid thought that they could just lock them out, that they could just prevent them coming back on the flank. But the problem was that they never did. And Pamba able to get the kill onto Palu that opened up the rest of the round. Yes, Liquid got the diffuser down, but it was almost only because Dark Zero allowed them to. Dark Zero were ready for the retake. They knew they had the players that were able to come back and challenge, that were able to do that job, and it was great stuff from Dark Zero once again. Wonderful defense, and they now find themselves with 5 back-to-back series points against Team Liquid, looking for a convincing 2-0 win here on Nighthaven.
the one thing I will keep coming back to, Volks was the entry death again here too. We spoke about this a lot back on Club, but he's playing critical operators for the attack. It was Ying, it was Capitao, it was things like that on the last map. Hang on. This one is going to be the Blitz, but last round was the Buck, and they only had 3 breaching charges available on the rest of the team. So he was their vertical control, and that's what you need for hitting downstairs. There is so much soft flooring. Yeah, if you're going on the entry and often being caught out like this, and you're having to entry whilst playing a key operator, you should be screaming, guys, I need drones, guys, I need information, guys, what the hell is going on? And I mentioned coming off the back of a 5-1 half, very fair chance that communication morale is going to be low at this point, but they just keep on bleeding players in the silliest of ways. And fair play to Dark Zero for taking the opportunities when they're there, but Liquid should be doing so much better than what we're seeing in this game.
You mentioned the entry days. Yes, it was something we picked up on Clubhouse because they were, losing so much utility and manpower to it. There goes Volks. I'm going to update quickly mentally. So coming into this now, it is 14-5.
What is
Dark
this?
Zero are just running away with this. This is just something else right now.
It's a constant 2v1 in every single gunfight you see. Like, the fact that you can run into connector there as Pamba and get the backstab along with the Legion is ludicrous. And there's nothing there to support them. Liquid look like 5 players playing their own game right now. That communication isn't there. They haven't cleared roamers, for example. They're getting shot in the back. Players are being left isolated. Just everything is going against them. And DZ are stomping.
And that's not what we've seen from Liquid throughout this. It's important to note that. What we've seen is that it's increased over the last few rounds. They seem mentally beaten at this point, and it's just got worse and worse for them. But yeah, as I say, stats-wise over the 2 maps on entry, DZ 14-5. That is huge. So you are playing 14 rounds in a 5 versus 4. Nate manages to pick up Lagonis.
Bottom of the stairs, 1v1. Then Nate turns around and goes to the top of the stairs, 1v1.
Exactly that. You need to push together if you're Liquid here. Nesk finds himself inside a site, just trying to do at this point anything that he can do. Dark Zero are playing this smart. They've got players underneath. They've got an opportunity to be able to deny from there if the diffuser should go down. 50 seconds left to go. Liquid desperately need a couple of kills.
They've got control of this part of the map, but I think Nace below, has he got a C4? No, he does not, but does have a shotgun. Doesn't matter, can't get rid of him in this spot here. So they're going to have to retake behind. This 1v1 I was going to say is crucial, but Palu wins it out. The dynamic duo, arguably one of the most storied in Siege history, have got to pull it off. One falls, Ness gets the down at least, but now he's got to find MJR. I never fancy a 1v1 against him. Dark Zero take a comfortable 2-0 against Team Liquid.
MJR, after a fantastic first map, comes out and has another belter on Nighthaven Labs. 8-3. He will pick up that final disable of the diffuser to close it out. And what a performance we have just seen out of Dark Zero across both maps. They will continue in the upper bracket with a victory over Team Liquid.
And so much of that domination came on their attacking halves as well. Looking back at the previous map, yes, they were up 4-2 after their defense, but it was on the attack where they really shone and made themselves a big, I think, at least here, planting a flag in the ground and saying we are a team with a serious chance of maybe not even getting top 4, but winning the whole thing with that kind of play. There are definitely titans for them to overcome on that journey. G2 and Sonic spring to mind, but you've got to start looking at these boys as serious contenders right now. 20-3, I think it was, by the way, between Nathan Bolo at the end. Unbelievable.
Unreal. We've seen great teamwork from Dark Zero. That's one of the things that I really want to take away from this matchup for that team, is how well they have worked in combination with each other. It's been fantastic. They're a team now that I look at and I can't wait to watch them again. They've got that excitement, that energy about them, that passion and the ability to back it up, and they are a pleasure to watch at the minute.
Can't wait to see more of them, but let's get down to the desk to break down that series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And there it is, Dark Zero with North America victorious against Brazil. It's seeming like Brazil's chances are being slowed down, hampered, some would say. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Melis, with me is Jesse and Bolo, the man. When does he play? When is he on the interview? It is right now. How you
Hello.
feel?
Good. We're feeling really good after that. You know, we did some nice prep. I think in group stages, you know, the G2 loss kind of woke us up a little bit. Before that, we haven't really fell to anybody in the group stages. So, you know, losing is learning, and I think we learned, and we showed it today, and hopefully we continue to show it later today.
Yeah, well, I mean, through this game, it felt like you guys didn't need to do a whole lot of learning from start to finish. It was feeling very, very good for you. There were those 2 rounds right at the start of Clubhouse where you guys did drop the ball a little bit. It maybe took you a little bit to get going. Was there anything that changed after those 2 rounds that kind of got you guys into it?
I think, honestly, just the first 2 rounds were just like simply, you know, getting a feel for the team, you know, just first 2 rounds of the match, right?
For sure.
You know, it's a little warm up, and then we started getting comfortable. We started, you know, getting a little bit loose and playing our game, and I think the results spoke for themselves.
We've talked on the desk a lot about how Dark Zero's pushes have been very coordinated, very good looking with a lot of Ying and Grim and a lot of these disruption operators. What's it like playing in that type of a style? What's it like when that's going on, the calling that's happening, setting up for that as a player? How does that work on your end?
I mean, honestly, it's pretty fun because it's like every person has a purpose, right? It's like, you know, X holds Y angle, you know, X throws flash here, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's all just like a nice choreographed dance, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Well, how different is this meta now playing with Dark Zero compared to the meta back when you won on TSM?
Honestly, it's a little bit faster. It's a lot more about map control, and honestly, I'm really enjoying it. You know, my previous comp experience was, you know, the whole nades under. Now there's a lot more power spots, a lot more emphasis on like the, you know, the Grim, the Ying, the Dokkaebi, everything, and it's honestly a blast. It's honestly a blast playing it.
Okay, and I have a clip I'd like to walk you through. It is an execute that you guys had on Nighthaven Labs. Just tell me what's going on, your thought process, and how this push goes for you.
I mean, this is just we kind of prepped for this. This was a concoction as of last night.
Okay.
So I think it went pretty well. It's just we wanted to utilize it because we knew the Warden was top mez, right? So we just utilized the smokes, the flashes, and just took all the map control that we needed. It was
a nice shot.
Thank you. You watch this. Watch this. You ready for this? I was hyped. Bam! Look at that. You look at that.
The perfect dodge.
Look at that. They can see it back there. I mean, it's just you know, perfect execute against a team that wasn't really prepared for it. I think that's just the name of the game at the point.
Love it.
You made the Warden look like a chum, to be very honest, between both maps. The timing on the EMPs and all was perfect. We talked about it on Clubhouse, and we'll talk about it in a moment here on Nighthaven. Bolo, anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there? I'm sure there's a couple of them out there.
I mean, man, it was a fun match. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and you know, let's hope the DZ run for the upper bracket continues, and hopefully you guys are there. Appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bolo. Congratulations, Dark Zero move forward in our bracket. And now it is time to wrap things up in a neat little bow before we go to our next matches. Here we are, Dark Zero 2-0 versus Team Liquid. I have never seen Team Liquid so disjointed as they did today, but that is even more of a positive note on Dark Zero laxing because it looked like they had total control.
No, this is Dark Zero in peak form, in my opinion. I mean, they are running away with that game specifically. I said it. I was worried for Liquid to go into this map, just how we saw them play Clubhouse, and to be the display that they put on was why I was worried. DZ, regardless of DZ just playing a good game of Siege, which I'm not going to discredit that, Liquid just were not there, I don't think, mentally and physically in the lobby.
A 5-1 split attacking Nighthaven Labs shouldn't be something that is possible in this meta. Yet Dark Zero make it look easy. Their executes are so well coordinated. As Bolo was saying on the interview, everybody's got their place, everybody's got their job, and they work in tandem to make sure that gets done. Really impressive stuff from DZ. I truly don't know if there's another team that is attacking quite like Dark Zero like to, with all of these disruption operators, the Ying. We saw the Ying banned here. I said I wanted to see that from Liquid, but there's still the Grim, there's still Zofia, there's still so much that you can toss in to disrupt these strong defender positions. And I don't know if there's a team at this tournament that is utilizing these disruption operators nearly as well as Dark Zero is.
Yeah, and one thing that I was looking at, because I really like to listen in on comms as much as I can, and I think, especially on map 1, Dark Zero looked so calm, but in like a happy way. So they're actually giving the proper intel between one another, giving the good calls, but you didn't see that they were struggling to say what they needed to, and that is incredible from this.
No, when you can play and form like that and be short, concise, and fluid throughout your entire round, you're setting yourself up for success nonetheless. You don't need to be getting overhyped. You don't need to be getting overzealous. Just as long as everyone is on the same page, just like you were saying, Bolo said up here. If everyone can just be in unison and understand what needs to be done, and sure, if there's a hiccup that happens, as long as everyone's just aware of that and can capitalize off of that and make it still work, that's the basic fundamentals of Siege.
So let's talk about our intel play of the game. Resets from Team Liquid will get that trophy. Yes, if you want to call it that. Here it is. Jesse, please help us through it.
Of course. I mean, the 1v4, the problem in this round is just 100% the clock. DZ a little bit too slow on this, and you should think, like, you're pushing in against 2 guys in the basement with your full 5. Yeah, the clock shouldn't be too big of a factor, but resets, oh my god. So smart to pull out that pistol, too, when he runs out of ammo on his primary, and then he aggresses into the door to take that fight, to catch that second last player off guard, wins the 1v1 on time. Brilliantly done by resets. That small individual moments, I think that's there for Team Liquid. The gunplay, the mechanical skill from these guys is there, but it's just working together, being that unit that they've still been struggling with.
So with that said, let's take a look at our bracket and wrap things up post-match. You'll see Dark Zero 2-0 versus Team Liquid. Of course, they will move forward and play Space Station Gaming. That is for later on today. I'm very, very excited for that game. Of course, Fury versus NIP is happening, and the winner of that game will go and play versus Virtus Pro. You can catch that on Rainbow Six Bravo. However, much like W7M and Lost, Team Liquid are not eliminated yet. If you come in from the top side of the bracket, you have 2 lives. You lose once, that's okay. You can still bring it back in the bottom bracket, but you play almost twice as many matches. Was it 3 versus the 6? Quite a bit more to
Which
survive.
can be a good thing. That's not always bad that you get more matches underneath your belt. Sure, your back is against the wall. You can't afford to lose. But a lot of teams, and even for myself in experience, I love pressure. I love being, you know, I just in the moment of like, I can't lose. I got to be perfect. I got to be on top of it. So it's not always a bad thing.
You know all about maintaining tension, Laxton, right?
A little bit. A little bit. I've never actually.
You don't need to show off, Jesse.
Never flex on it. All right, Jesse, let's see you
go as well.
Anyways, I think I need to rest up my chest after this too. So for that, we're gonna cool it down with our halftime show. See you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the halftime show, and I'm happy to be joined by 2 of the greatest icons in Rainbow Six history. People, you know, they talk about Intero, he's kind of cool. Canadian, yeah, he's pretty cool too. Bowling, we talk about so many players, but we have, legitimately, probably, the best 2 players in all of APAC. Please, Joel, of course, our wonderful Catfish, I believe, and Joe, our slightly angry mannequin, which I have to say is not as mad as Fabian usually is when he is on the desk. So let's ask a few questions. And I just want to kind of make it clear for everybody in the halftime show is that the whole point is that you, especially you that are in the chat, you get to ask the questions. How do you do that? You subscribe to the channel. Give a bit of that support to Rainbow Six Esports, and you get to ask questions to our pros. So if you wanted to ask questions to anybody that's on here or future halftime shows, that is the way to go with it. Let's say hello then to Joe and Joel. Joel, I want to ask you, so far, has it been, what do you say, an upward struggle? Have you had to climb a mountain to get up here, swim against the current, as some would say? Wow. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much. I'm really glad that your tragedy has gotten us all the way to this point here in Brazil. But for you, angry man, over on the other side, Joe the mannequin, how's it been? Have you been able to relax a bit? Maybe go to the sauna for a minute? Really? I don't think you can say that on broadcasting. Oh, all right, thank you. Yeah, somehow we have just had the best analysis segment that we've ever had. And I can tell you, French and Fabian cannot wait a candle to what we just heard from our two players. With that said, I think it's time to wrap up what some would call a cruel joke. In my mind, it is what lives rent-free in my head. Let's bring in our two players from Blade, please. Join in, it's Aspi and Mentalist. Say hello, come on in, get your headsets on. Let's help him out. Come here, little boy. Can I hold him? Can I say hello? Yeah, okay. This has been my dream. Hello, my friend. How you been doing?
Good.
Actually, both of you. So first of all, Mentalist.
Yep.
For those who are not, familiar with one of the most ancient players in APAC, very much decorated in the region. I'm not saying old. I'm 30 years old. Also, that means I'm grandpa.
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
Hello, Aspi. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Well, you know what? I enjoyed my time, and thank you very much for leaving Joel in my hands. But I want to ask you, how have things been so far for you in Brazil in the tournament so far?
Things have been awesome. The games have been great. The food is probably our favorite parts. So overall, really enjoyable experience.
Favorite food?
Favorite food?
The meat. Food here.
I like rice and beans.
Fair. Ooh, yeah. the feijoa, was it feijoa and rice?
Yeah.
Beef on the side.
Like every day in the hotel, you have like 2 servings of those. It's good.
I will not complain about it. It's a perfect workout meal, if you ask me. But for those that are watching right now, they're just tuning in, remember, if you subscribe, you can ask questions. We're just now populating our bits in here. And I want to explain to you what we're doing with Mentalist and Aspi. We're going to play a game. And thank you very much. Come on in. Don't be afraid. Come on in. Hello. Thank you very much. We have pots of jelly beans. Now, what do you think? What do you think jelly beans taste like? Have you ever had jelly beans?
Yeah, of course. Jelly beans taste like whatever they want it to be, to be honest.
Well, what if I told you that there's a few jelly beans in there that taste slightly much worse in many ways? Would you be willing to take a bite? Would you be willing to challenge one another? You said you got this old man over here, you got this young'un. Do you wanna tell me that you're comfortable losing to him? You want to prove?
You know what? I'm okay losing to him if that gives him the confidence he needs in the real game. But
God damn it! Why you have to be so nice? Stop. Anyways, that's the challenge, because as we populate with our questions, we're gonna ask you a few questions, and this has to do with speed, not just knowledge. I'll ask the question. You'll have to answer. Okay, you can make a bang as a buzzer noise if you want to. Do you have a specific buzzer noise that you like? That's very good. I will need a sound.
You can just raise your hand.
We're on which one? So we're gonna get on that. However, the person who loses does not answer the question correctly, or basically runs out of time through it and gets it down, then they're gonna have to eat one of the jelly beans, and maybe it'll be a good one.
I'm gonna lose.
Maybe it won't be. So we're raising the stakes here. Let's see what we got. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yeah.
Born ready? There we go. Shake on it. First up, for jelly bean roulette, is what we're calling it. What is the last name of the Grom twins, Ella and Zofia?
That's the buzzer.
Yes.
You know for real?
That's very quick. Yes.
Oh my God, bro.
Absolutely. It is Bojack, Ella and Zofia Bojack. They are both sisters. Our first one goes to Mentalist. Please, drum roll. Can we get that on here?
What's your favorite color?
I'm very bad at drumming.
Blue.
That's why my brother does this. Taste it. Oh. All right. You can say it's mid. You don't have to.
I don't know what it tastes like. It like
does it taste bad?
It tastes between. It tastes like toothpaste / blueberries. So maybe blueberry flavored toothpaste. Yeah.
All right. Well, would you rate that? What would you rate it from 0 to 10 on a jelly bean scale?
Mid, probably like a 5.
All right, fair enough. So passable.
Yeah.
All right, good. This is not hot ones. Like that one, I remember people were crying at the end of it. So next up, Consulate. Do you know anything about the map?
Yeah, I hate that map.
We're terrible.
Who here knows in which country and city that map is in?
I have no clue.
Okay, give me a continent. Let's start somewhere.
Europe.
Awful. No.
It's over.
South America?
No.
Middle East? That's not a continent.
No. But no, you're correct, but no.
Oh, it's Middle East.
I said correct, but no. Correct, it is not a continent,
it's not a
but
continent.
no.
It's Asia.
Asia?
That's Asia.
Africa?
Right? Middle East.
Yes.
Asia?
Africa.
All right, we got a good start.
Africa.
Let's go next.
Dude, I know like 5 African countries.
Right.
Can you give us some hints? Like maybe like a start of the ladder? Something like that?
It's more in the equator side.
Oh,
in the
no.
center. But it is West Coast.
Wow.
It
you
is
take geography.
It has coast.
No.
It has coast in its name.
Has coast.
It has coast.
It's not coastline. It has coast in its name.
The country has coast in its name?
Yeah. You got 5 seconds. 4, 3.
It's over.
2. Yeah, it absolutely is. It is the Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. It's Abidjan, which is the capital of the Ivory Coast.
Oh.
Well, there you go. He knew it. He whispered in my ear.
Really?
So you should have been better.
Oh my God, Joe.
I got Joel here with me. We have time for one more question before we start answering what people have put in chat. So you have your final warning here. Subscribe and put your questions in the chat right now. Next up, who gave Finka her scar? That's a lore question. I know you love those. Yeah?
Capcan.
Absolutely. I almost swore. Absolutely. Mentalist. L after L. I hope you don't get those in game.
Womp womp.
Take the
How do you
second.
know that? How do you and Doki know that? Like, do you watch like all the documentaries and animes on
You don't?
Rainbow Six? I mean,
They're really cool.
I
All right.
do, but I forget what happens.
What do you get?
Half of them.
What do you get?
I choose the orange one.
Okay. Let's see if it tastes like orange. Or not. We'll poop.
No, it's orange.
It's orange. All right, you saved yourself. You saved yourself.
Thank
And
God.
Perfect timing then, because we have questions from the chat. For you, Mentalist, how did you get your start in CG Sports?
Well, it was pure luck actually, because like back in year 1, I was still like 15, 16 years old, and then my parents got the game for me, and I got the chance to play with some really talented players, and they wanted me in their team for some reason. I don't know why. And then that team that I joined ended up becoming the first APAC team that went to the first Invitational. And yeah, just kind of stuck with them from there and learned until I became 18 and I officially joined the team.
It was very cool. I mean, we remember your run later on, many years after, with Fnatic and all that happened post, like, I guess, the early 2020 era. Yeah. But second question to you then, Ashley. Would you rather, this is really awful as a question, by the way. Would you rather play in the 10-second meta or Lion, Finka, Blitz, Chimera test server meta?
The Lion Finka meta.
What?
I don't know. I think it's more fun, running around. I think the 10-second meta was just
because this guy's a zoomer.
Yeah, just do nothing, until the end. This is not really a game.
Yeah, but what if you're on the defensive side?
If you're on the defensive side, just
you alt F4.
Just stand still.
Just fair enough. All right, yeah, you know what? That's a really good quote. So, how does it feel like also to have the coolest mascots in Rainbow Six?
I don't know. I have no idea how other people hasn't come up with this idea before. It's just Looks like it's a creativity diff. So other teams, take note. This is how you
do socials.
This is how you do some upsets.
Yeah.
Turning everything into a meta here, Mentalist. Very nicely done. Have you ever eaten catfish then?
Actually, I have.
Tasty?
Back in my hometown, China, catfish is like, it's delicious. I don't know what else to say. It's good. Yeah.
With what?
I don't know. There's a few ways to prepare it. Like they grill it, they like barbecue it, and then they fry it. And it just, honestly, just tastes like fish. And I think, if I'm not wrong, that it has less bones than most other fish.
Huh.
So I enjoy that part.
Fish trivia. Thank you very much. A bit of Lao
I'm not too sure. I might be wrong. Okay,
Alright.
fish enjoyers, please do not flame me.
Question then to you, especially since kind of you're one of the younger players on the team. How is Julio in coaching?
Oh, that guy's a beast.
How does he coach you? How do you feel? What do you feel as having someone like Julio behind you?
I feel like he's like a wise homeless man that gives you advice on the street. Yeah.
It's like you walk along the street, and then he's just there, and then he's like,
hello,
like calculating your fortunes, and then one of those days, the rainy day that you maybe you had a bad day in your company and decide to finally sit down with him, have a talk, and he give you like the most profound knowledge that you needed at the moment. I think that's what it feels like.
So, question to both of you, because our final one before we wrap up here. If you win the 6th Invitational, what would you say when lifting the hammer, Mentalist?
Well, first of all, I won't be lifting the hammer. The mannequin will. And secondly,
what would you say in your mind?
What they said.
What did they just say?
I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know. I'll be probably like, yay.
I'll be like, how did we win?
How did we win? How did we do that?
Fair enough.
That's crazy.
Fair enough. Do you want to try them actually? Because you won all of them. Give it a shot. What do you get?
Do you know the bad flavors? What's the bad flavors?
I absolutely have no idea. They didn't tell me. I barely know why I'm here.
I don't think that's supposed to be a bad flavor, but that tastes horrible.
Wait, really? The yellow one?
Wait. Wait. Gotta shake them up.
That's pineapple, no?
Okay, let's see.
That's so bad.
It's like artificial pineapple. Wait.
I think you got
I got the one.
I think you got a bad one. Elbozo.
Oh, God. All right, take it to break, please.
Nestled deep within the skyline of skyscrapers here in the sensational city of Sao Paulo lies the 2024 Six Invitational, Siege's most illustrious tournament and grandest prize. We are into the playoffs as we look to find out which of our teams will get to feel and hear the roar of our jam-packed Brazilian crowd this weekend. We started the day off with Big Daddy Milos, and it was a beautiful thing to see him back. But my name's Ian Chambers, and I will lead you through the end of this play day. I am not alone. I am joined by the biggest brain, I'm going to call him the biggest brain in Siege. Fresh is in the building. Fresh, how you doing?
I'm great, Ian. Thank you for asking.
I mean, I would have been great, but where is he?
Where is he? Where's he gone?
Where? You know who I'm talking about. Where is he?
I've seen him.
See if you can go find him. You can see him? What's he doing? What are you doing? I think he thinks it's 2023. Over here. Headset on.
You're on the desk now.
Yeah.
Not coaching G2, okay?
All right. This is where you good? You all right?
Where am I?
Well, the last time I was stood next to you in front of cameras at a Six Invitational was before you raised the hammer. Your third. Just to make clear here.
That's a while ago.
Yeah. Does it feel like a while ago?
You know, it's a year or so. I'm pretty happy where I'm at now. I think that they stand a good chance doing it again, though. It's going to be a very interesting game to see how they play.
Yeah, well, it's the undefeated in the group stages. Now here, it's the SI champions of last year up against a very tough opponent in FaZe Clan. Fresh, I know that you're excited for this because it's two of the biggest names who also happen to be the biggest performers so far.
Yeah, I think it's potentially, this is why we're excited. It's potentially two of the top 3 teams at this tournament coming into the tournament in terms of expectations. Specifically for G2, they obviously hit top of their group, and this was very much expected for G2, but what I want to highlight is how.
Yeah.
The fact is, they went 2-0 every single game, did not drop a map. They played also on their bad maps, played a lot of Clubhouse, a lot of Chalet, maps they don't traditionally like, and also, they were basically just dominating.
And because they were dominating, and you said that they played their off maps, they've also played very few maps. So they have so much hidden, and they have so much going into this stage. It's honestly super impressive.
I've spent a bit of time with a couple of the members of this roster, and they are genuinely like Siege's rock stars, and they are loving every single second of this. Let's talk about, well, there's been a lot of talk about the meta, specifically from you two, but G2 are tackling it really well, Fabian.
Yeah, they are, and it comes from their strength of just being really, really good individual players, that the firepower they've got going for them, it just excels everything. They're also the masters of this meta. They're basically the team that created it. The speed that they can play things with, that just overall, they have everything. They know when to slow down. They know how to play as a group. They know how to spread out. They know everything. They are the best team in my mind of this meta, and now it's just up to show that.
Yeah, I think this is, obviously they're the reigning world champions, right? We talk about them in the context of W7M, that they're not one of the favorites for this event. They are. They're one of the best teams. They're with the best players, the best support staff, the best strategy. Attitude at times can be a little bit left to determined, but when they hit LAN events, they seem to turn on that attitude and become those professionals.
Let's take a look at their opponents who are also professionals. FaZe Clan just defeated rivals, lost 2-1 earlier today. This is a very different challenge, Fresh.
Yeah, I think FaZe are an exceptional team. I think they're an exceptional team, although they did have a couple of slip-ups in groups. They obviously would have expected to come out of that group in first place. Didn't happen, had to win today against Lost. The one thing that I like about FaZe is their reactions in terms of reading into their opponent inside of the round. They're not afraid to change up if they believe that will give them their best chance at winning the round.
Yeah, I mean, one thing they've proven running into this series, Fabian, is their tremendous flexibility.
Yeah, they have massive flexibility. It's like they have 4 players that can all play any role that they want, any operator that they want, and then on top of that, sprinkle on some cyber, and you have one of the best fraggers in the world, if not the one that is the best. It could be argued because he's incredible. It's just, you have an amazing team. And FaZe just know the meta as well, just as good as G2, maybe a step behind them.
Fresh, you've got a clip that demonstrates this very well.
Yeah, I do, and I think this is one of the things about FaZe for me, is that when they see an opportunity inside the round, they're not afraid to get creative with it. This is when they played up against Bliss, and this is basically when they were playing the CCTV breach.
This isn't the clip you requested for the record.
No, I will be honest. No, this isn't the clip that we requested. Yeah. But basically what happened in that round is that they identified an opportunity on a gym defense.
Yep.
And they were then able to use Kavira to try and basically set themselves up with an interrogation.
Yeah.
It didn't quite work because Dokkaebi basically scuffed that up because Dokkaebi was in play and the Kavira had to answer the phone. Had that have worked, it was really intuitive.
Yeah, look, these things happen. Crosswire's big event, lots going on, but fresh reaction times and their read, FaZe Clan, has just been superb, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's genuinely what makes them one of the best teams. Their read into the game, the way that they're able to see not just what their plan is, but what their opponent's plan is, tie it all together, and then the big thing for me is make the right decision and make the right decision as a team together. That's their key strength.
All right, well, we are ready now to get into our map vetoes for this huge best of 3. Let's take a look at where we're going. We'll start off with the bans. And you know what? I want you two to talk us through it, as always, like we do, Fabian, as we start to reveal our picks.
Yeah, Cafe being a pick from FaZe, it kind of makes sense. They really like that map, and so does G2, which is why maybe I'm a bit confused about it. Border, however, from G2, I think is a massive win for them, because I don't know if FaZe plays that map, whilst I know that G2 does.
Yeah, so preferences for both of these teams for these 3 maps is they have exactly the same preference if you did the maps 1 to 9. However, so I could have seen it plausible that actually G2 picked Cafe, whereas obviously it was FaZe. G2 have countered FaZe. FaZe have 3 maps that they don't play, and out of those 3 maps, they left Border open, and G2, I think, were always going to pick the 1 map that FaZe left open there. It happened to be Border. Me and Fabian were actually speculating that it could have been Consulate, and FaZe maybe should have left Consulate open and chose the defense start on Consulate. They left Border open, and that's a risk because they don't get the defense kind of advantage on Border.
Yeah, they could have just been smart with their operators bans and just not gotten rid of one of the power operators, start defense, go up 5-1 solid or even 6-0 solid, and then just 1 or 2 attacks needed. So we think they messed up a little bit in the ban phase, but it's up to them to prove that they didn't.
Feels a little bit tense in the room at the moment, Fresh, and that is obviously because if you manage to win this series, you book your spot in front of that sold-out, packed crowd here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So there's a lot on the line here.
Especially for FaZe. Because I'm just going to say it, Brazil's not been good today. There's a real world where there's very few Brazilian teams on the main stage. So FaZe have a big opportunity to be one of those Brazilian teams that comes in from the upper bracket.
Well, like you say, we've already sent one tournament favorite down into the lower bracket in W7M. Which other big dog will join them? It is time to start the journey. Map 1 is ready with Lynx and Stux.
On the first day of our playoffs of the bracket, we have what could very well be a grand final caliber match between G2 and FaZe. As Ian just said, Sam, we've already seen W7M, 2-time major champions, knocked down to the lower bracket, and now it's either going to be one of the most consistent teams of the year, always the bridesmaid, never the bride in FaZe Clan, or the current world champions G2 to join them.
Man, it's bound to be an interesting one, especially with Cafe as our very first map here, folks. This one's been very interesting when it comes to the dynamics of Siege at this event. Some teams finding some success in their offenses, like Virtus Pro, and that could be recreated here with G2. At home, the social queue seemed pretty loud.
A little biased.
A little biased, I would say, but as we know, the G2 name that was originally built on the backs of Fabian and Pangu, it stood tall for a very long time. Everyone a very big fan of this organization, of this roster, and there's a damn good reason, Carter.
And just one of the many reasons you could be a fan of G2. 2 own groups, current world champions, some of the best players in the world on this roster. Going into this game, the lowest rated player is Alamau at a 1.11. That is the lowest rated player. And of course, you have Benja at a 1.21, but everyone on this roster in their group, sure it wasn't the group of death, but as we just saw, Dark Zero, no slouch, they stomped Liquid 7-3, 7-1, and G2 beat them 2-0. That is an immensely impressive victory, and this team does not look like they have any signs of slowing down. But FaZe were able to warm up earlier against Los. It was a close 2-1, but still a victory nonetheless, as the ban phase is almost done. On Cafe, we have some of the mainstays taken down like Ying, but some of the new favorites in a post-frag grenade world, Cappy Tout taken off the board as well.
Yeah, I think it's a really smart shout to be able to remove him as well as the Ying. It's going to make the offense a little bit more complex. We should be seeing people reach to other different tools here to try and either dislodge or make life a little bit more difficult for these defenders. So we'll see what each team does respectively. FaZe already reaching a little bit farther down inside of that bag of cash, and we might have a sledge here for some headset explosion we see in chat. So might need something fixed up here for G2, but that offensive lineup from FaZe already screaming out on some new ideals. I really like the Grim coming in here as well, but we'll cross that bridge once we get back to it. Carter, G2 has looked absolutely indomitable this event, and as you already had pointed out, Alamau with a 1.11, Uno with a 1.11 as well on their ratings. Every single person across the board here with a positive KD and a positive entry. You can rarely ever say that about a team, but yet it's true here for G2 as this team is rearing to go for another hammer here in Sao Paulo.
And it's anything less than that is a failure.
It is.
You can drop a major final.
Yep.
You know what? It is what it is. You could even drop 2, especially when one of your opponents at the previous event is W7M, who go on to win the entire major. That's going to happen sometimes. But this is your event. This is the event where everyone was undervaluing G2. They had a very good year, and I think there were some people in the know who said, you know, I think G2 actually have a shot. But me, I didn't think this new iteration had a shot. I didn't think they had what it takes. Whether they could gel together properly, whether they could meld. I didn't think they had it last year at SI23, and they proved us all wrong by going down to the lower bracket on the first day and making a run all the way through to stop W7M from getting a hammer that many thought was rightfully theirs. And here, they have the hammer. They need to defend it. Anything less than reclamation could very well be counted a failure. And if FaZe Clan are still hot, coming off their game from Los, they could find another, similar to last year, another very early drop down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and talking to some of the other talent and, you know, seeing some different considerations on things like Twitter and just social media in general, a lot of teams thinking that some of the NA teams might be the ones to actually be able to have a solid bout against G2. But let's not count Brazil out of this just yet. We still have to cross this right here, see what FaZe can do, as you and I casted their series earlier today. That was a little bit of a heater. Took all 3 maps up against Los, but that also means that FaZe is more than ready to go. They're more than warmed up. I bumped into them in the elevator on the way up as well after that bout. And they were in good spirits, man. They were very happy with the results from earlier. So let's see what they can do against G2, especially on this offensive side.
Going for the full clear, as we often see on Cafe. As the desk mentioned, this is a very high preference map for both of these teams, something they're very comfortable on. But in that Atlanta semifinal, which you and I talked about earlier, the rematch earlier, FaZe dropped this. And they have looked a little shaky on this. A lot of close games at SI so far. But it is Cafe. They're comfortable on it, and they know when you're attacking that bottom floor bomb site, if you want to take the entirety of the 3 minutes, you might as well go from the top down to the bottom, especially when Buck has really regrown into his former glory, almost as if you'd think with the pick rate we've seen, he got his nades back. And Cyber, especially on this skeleton key, he's already made his way to the second floor within the first half of the round and is demolishing those floorboards to find whatever angles he can. First of 2 C4s goes out from G2, finds nothing.
This is beautiful. This is exactly what you want from your offense here on Cafe, especially attacking into the kitchen site. You want to get immediate clearance in towards this mid floor. Start using the skeleton key to buck up all of the flooring across dining, mining, as well as train, making it more complicated for G2 to try and play some of these pivotal areas around the map. That's why you see Doki shifting over into Freezer. He's trying to catch them off guard here. Another one to roll in, except this time around he obviously will get droned. But you have to worry about these areas like Coffee, you know, as FaZe will more than likely have longer lines of sight established by Cyber on this Buck.
This is one of these angles I love on Cafe. You can see almost all the way into the back. That immediately might counter the freezer drop, which at this point, FaZe seemed like, whether they wanted to or not, they're going to find themselves falling into, but they haven't dealt with Uno on bottom white stairs. Doki taking a lot of damage. He's been sitting beneath that freezer hatch, trying to fire shots up at the attackers up above. Finally, he's punished for it and forced off, but again, it's Uno who's really doing the heavy lifting for G2's chances in this round. He's still holding white stairs, but a double at the bottom. Alamau and Doki both cut down. While Uno might remain, FaZe have a very solid advantage, compounded more so by Cyber's vertical play, I believe still up above. Uno cuts him down through the hatch. Vital King able to get the bomb down. Uno still fighting back, going for the retake, spots somebody's just a second too late. Has to prone through the freezer wall. Now Virtue has to fight across the bomb site to get round one for G2. And they have the vertical control? No, they do not, because FaZe completely shutting out G2 in this round. They forced Virtue's hand, and he can't even play it. Round one for FaZe in the post.
That was so good from FaZe right there, Carter. They break down the top 2 floors. They open up all of the flooring there on that mid-level, through mining, through dining, through train, just like we talked about. And then what do? They rest, they chill, they bait G2. You saw the dance happening on the white door. You can basically expand that to the rest of FaZe. What they did there is they wanted G2 to step up so they could take these gunfights. They didn't want to be the ones to try and just swing in through sight right into G2 setup and die. They wanted somebody to try and play out that timing and take that fight, and that's exactly what they got. They got 2 huge frags on that. Yeah, Uno's able to try and battle back, but the plant's already going down inside of Coffee. There was really nothing to do for G2 once they were able to scoop out those 3 bodies from G2.
Uno in such a position to stop that round, but as you said, FaZe are able to get so much ground around that, get so many kills around that position, which is how they write themselves out of seemingly a corner. If they just went for the normal drop and G2 either didn't give openings or FaZe didn't find them and make their own opportunities, they've got to run down white stairs, they've got to go down the hatch, and let's take a look at how they did it. We see the initial kill blinded by his own teammate, getting the brown stairs position, and Cyber using that verticality to excellent work on that top floor. So FaZe able to win that first attack. Again, this is their map pick, so if you're hoping to break that attacking side of Curse, you'd think it would be FaZe able to start out right here on this attacking side. They won Kitchen. Now, as you will see in a second, G2 are making their way up the top floor. Not all the way to the top, but up a floor, up to the top eventually.
Yeah, we are more than likely not going to see a bar defense, I would assume. Let me pull this up real quickly so we can talk about the stat line that Ace loves to bring up, because I'll just agree with him. The top floor sucks. It's not good. 16 plays. It's almost tied with Mining Dining. I'll give you the Mining Dining one first because it's way funnier if I do it that way. 18 plays on Mining Dining, 72% defensive overall win rate. 16 plays, folks. I'll give you 5 seconds. Look across to your friend. Take a gander. Take a guess. What do you think it is?
It has to be 240. Get your answers in. All right, Sam. What's the number?
19%.
Oh, that's not good.
That is not good, buddy.
That is not good. That's less than 16 plays. That is less than 4 wins. 4b25, 4 divided by 16, 1 over 4. That's the math for you folks. 19%, not good. Not good whatsoever. So maybe we will, maybe we won't see Bar and Cocktail. But right now, we're seeing Reading Room, a very standard bomb site. But this time, the buck has changed hands. KDS.
Oh, yes!
And look at that coordination. Somebody shooting open the window, and KDS watching right as Benjamaster rotates across. Those yokais will not be moving, my friends.
G2, there's something about FaZe you got to remember. This squad always plays up to their opponent. Every single time that we see them, it's always going to be a duel. It's always going to be a fight. These rounds, they're going to be difficult to gather. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but they're at least going to give you a run for your money, and that's what we're seeing. FaZe already opening up the gates here on some solid team play. Excited to see what they can continue to produce here, especially with Uno taking a big fight. Alamau's going to assist him as well, as he will run, actually hop outside. More than likely going to go all the way down to the dining window here. He's got that metal hand, so he'll be able to pop that window in one go.
Yeah, Uno even rotates down to give him some support. A bridge back to the bomb site. That's opening pick going the way of FaZe, and then traded out by G2. But with no more C4s on the board, as Doki has used his. The lot of this vertical control, unless it's taken by maybe a gunfight from G2 below, will be uncontested. So far, 2 rounds now, FaZe have run the Buck and the Ram combo for the soft destruction, and look at the fruit it's bore, Sam.
Yeah.
Look at how much of that floor is gone.
It's amazing. And you know, when Ram came out, a lot of us were having that brainstorm go off, right? Where is the most amount of soft destruction on maps? Because that's where you're going to put those boogies down, is they simply Roomba across the floor and soak up as much of that soft destruction as possible. Uno, you're not going to be able to kill him here. He's on solid ground. He can't find the angle just yet, but he's going to force him off at least a little splash damage catching Vita King, and he's worried about that. So he's going to move in over towards dining. He's got this table here, Carter, and this matters quite a bit to a situation like this.
He's found a little way in, but Doki also might just find a way out. There's a reinforcement in his way. 2 different people inside of the A-bomb site. Spots both, gets 1 of those kills, but now he's got to get 3 more for the quad. Another spotted on the diffuser. Excellent flick by Doki. He's got control of the case, but not complete control of the round. Intel on 1 player, moving through reading, knows he's there, but the FaZe player plays passive. Cyber getting aggressive, moves to take the fight, but Doki swings the angle on ADS, and FaZe capitalizes 2 rounds in a row.
They find the gap. G2 not really having too many bodies over inside of Train and Mining. FaZe able to practically convert off of that. Yeah, G2 have some bodies implemented on the basement floor to be able to try and fend it off just for a moment, but a lot of G2 getting thrown right to the axe as soon as they try and re-enter into the site. FaZe already having that entire crossfire, as well as just flank watch set up on so many different areas. Such a big issue there for G2. It's again a huge find here initially onto Benja, onto the Echo as well, something that you desperately need, and just a great setup overall from FaZe as the trades were coming back and forth.
I will say, credit to G2, I love that little bit of coordination on the white stairs position right there. It's so common for somebody to play outside that white window, either flash in or hold the angle, and teams will often jump out on that player, but you even have Uno baiting the attention a little bit, showing face to the Nomad, getting flashed, and then while the Handy is so focused on getting that kill, Alamau jumps out. So even though it's 0-2 so far, G2 not winning a single round, there are these nice little micro plays we're seeing, these nice little adjustments that still show that G2 have come to play. Sure, they might have not won a single round yet, but there are these good moments. There's overall strategy in round 1, and there's still some nice little individual coordination on the squad. Very well and truly a battle of titans. We'll just have to see if FaZe are the ones to start running away from it.
Well, that's the thing. When teams like G2 start doing really, really good, I think people kind of forget that they're humans. They're like, oh, these guys are literal gods. They cannot be defeated. Guys, they're still a person. I promise you things can go wrong. Oh, Alamau.
Prepping for the C4.
You're always listening for that hook, but there was a lot of noise going on, so he probably just tried to throw it in timing, but since FaZe was taking their time putting up this rappel here, it's not going to do anything to them.
That's not the star of the show, though.
Most definitely.
You go for the C4 early on, maybe, but Alamau playing that humidor. He's got the close angle with the shotgun, so if anybody goes through the red drop, doesn't clear him out, could easily win that engagement depending on how careless FaZe are, but not really a word I would often use to describe FaZe. Maybe there's a little small part of the bomb side of the map that doesn't get droned and they get punished for it, but it's always those small mistakes, not necessarily the big ones. 5 drones left right now, over half of them gone. We have seen FaZe struggle with this drone economy a bit today, and mostly, especially when they're susceptible to great intel denial from the enemy team. And right now, Benja running that Solus has got G2 down to, FaZe down to 4 drones. Maybe not entirely him, but the intel denial from G2 is working exceptionally so far.
Most definitely. And although I said we probably wouldn't get a top 4 defense, boy, would you look at that. There it is. We'll see if G2 can assist with this. KDS is going to fly in. Alamau not swinging in through the hallway just yet. KDS will find one. Alamau still trying to play things close to the chest here with that shotgun. A nice find, though, by Virtue inside of Freezer. Leads down into the 2 versus 2. Vita King will go down, but they know where that other player is. It's only Cyber, though, and Cyber was playing the window, Carter. That's so very unfortunate. He's going to have to try and reassess this. Even though Virtue and Uno are both quite low, he's more than likely going to have to get gifted something to make the most out of this situation.
Excellent trades from G2 on the site there, though. Cyber does have to work through this 1v2 with a mirror window in his way. He knows somebody could be playing behind there. Oh! Very quick down. Does he know Uno?
Doesn't
know. See the mirror window. He knows he's there now. Okay. Now we have a bit of a gambit on our hands. Virtue could relay intel. He spots the head of the Mira. They both anticipate the rotation. Another lengthy pre-fire.
Oh.
Uno put to very low HP, running like hell back to the bathroom, and Cyber senses blood in the water. He's got a beat on his fray, punches the mirror window, but Uno finishes him off. Very close, almost 1v2 for Cyber, but Uno just brings it over the line to get G2 there first.
Oh, Cyber's gonna want that one back so badly, Carter. Just getting a little bit ahead of himself in that split moment there. And, you know, those mirror windows, they were their own little entity for so very long where you really couldn't have an effect over them unless you hit that gas canister at the back. That even to this day, even at a professional level, in those split-second moments, you sometimes just forget. Almost able to get that info away from him, but he crouches right back into the angle at the very last second, allowing Uno to clip him on the side. And ooh, FaZe almost able to get one over on G2 in the clutch moment here. And here it is again. Watch, he just steps right back into the angle right after, and that's all Uno needed. He just needed that split second there. You really wish Cyber just pumped the brakes, just giving Uno enough time to get antsy about things.
But look at how close that round was that we just saw in those replays. The first kill, right as FaZe give the go-ahead on that flood, with Cyber watching the window, of course, but Vidiking, Souls, everyone else moving inside of the map. It all kicks off because Virtue through a tiny hole inside of the humidor, just one little wood panel gone, sees Souls' head and gets the first kill of the round. And from that point, it goes from 4v5, 4v4, 4v3, and G2 constantly keeping the lead because of that initial pick. It was a good setup from both teams. It just so happens with that one little find from Virtue, they're able to keep ahead. And it's Cyber works it down to a 1v1, but it's still G2. We're the ones who kicked off that set of engagements and put an end to FaZe's, so far, attacking win streak. They got 2 in a row, but now we start repeating bomb sites. We're going back down to the bottom floor, and we have the Buck, we have the Ram again. But the Monty Sam, that's a little bit of an addition.
I'm happy that you talked about it because we saw how many times it got banned in our series earlier.
3 times.
Yeah, not a single person wanting either Lowe's or FaZe to have it. Like, we're just going to completely circumnavigate this. Both of us are too good with this. We don't want to deal with it on the defensive side. But G2, they didn't really care. They got rid of Capital. Honestly, I respect that a lot just because Capital has been so solid, especially when you're attacking bomb sites, you know, like that top floor, like this basement where you're trying to dislodge people from hard-to-reach areas, kind of like Sync, you know, things along those lines. So FaZe are more than likely going to be using this Monty to its fullest advantage, and I bet they're pretty happy that it's readily available.
I'm sure. One of the great satisfactions I think you and I both had in casting this tournament so far, but specifically watching FaZe, how quickly Cyber seems to get into the positions he needs to in the round. Cyber knows that by the mid-round, he's got to be opening up that middle floor. And on Oregon, when we saw in the game against Los earlier, he knew he had to be in the building acquiring map control. And what happened? Within 30 seconds, Cyber's in the building. Here, within a minute, 15 seconds, Cyber and KDS are in position to start opening up these floors. That is how quick this team can be. It might seem like they're slow and patient, and that's true, but so much is being accomplished early on that they dedicate that remaining minute and a half just to figuring out how to pierce the execute. They do not waste time in the early game.
Well, they most definitely do not. This is more than likely going to rest at the feet of Vidiking, so make sure you guys are paying attention to that Monty. Where do they want to try and push this? Even if it is ghost pressure, they might just have him stand there and stare at some people to try and pull a few bodies. On second gander, really. He's got that case on him. As well as the shield dropping in right now, and all right into the Legion mine.
Good counter.
A very intelligent placement here from G2 and Doki, and Doki's gonna take down Vidiking. That's the power of Legion up against Monty.
Such a good read from G2 as well. And now FaZe are in the same position they were before, but they were betting more on the Monty to be the one to break this stalemate with that goo mine, then combo into Doki's kill. FaZe are basically in the same position they were in round 1, with Uno bottom white, Doki inside of the site, Alamau adding a dimension by Brown stairs, but they don't have the kills flying their way. They don't have the Monty working out. Doki's the one wreaking havoc on the freezer push, and now Alamau is getting in on the fun. 5v2, Doki might just hear the next drop, pulls out the super shorty, 1 pump, 2 pump, 4v1, 3v1v2 for Souls. Might just find another. Sees Uno behind the shield, but he doesn't need to peek. He's just got to wait out the remaining 7 seconds, but just for a little bit of confidence, he'll take the gunfight and tie the game.
Listen, Doki might be short, but damn, that was a big play. Let me tell you. standing tall in that regard right
Casts
there.
a long shadow, that man.
Absolutely, yes, he does. And I mean, you do have to kind of strike against FaZe right here. The IQ, guys, let's make sure we scan things and see where goo mines are and stuff like that. That round was completely solvable. You have the equipment to be able to do this. And also, just to put it out there as well, goo mines aren't invisible anymore. True. You could simply look down the hatch and go, that is a goo mine, and you could remove it from play. But they didn't do that. And it really, really injured their play, or rather their strategy going into that round. It all rested on the back of Monty, dropping down that hatch, applying pressure over towards Coffee, and Doki got to immediately slice this guy's head off because he has to put the shield away to get rid of the goo.
And you talked about reminding people that G2 are human earlier, that they don't always make the right play, that they do make mistakes. And I think FaZe are very similar. I think G2 play with a lot of emotion. They play with a lot of confidence, and they can be disciplined as well. But as Ian said, these are the closest we have to actual rock stars in Rainbow Six, not just because of the results, but because of the big personalities we have on this team. FaZe aren't a team of big personalities. It's a lot of guys who are exceptionally good at their job and show up, clock in, make a great show of it, clock out, move on. That's FaZe Clan. But at the same time, they are also a very human super team because against Los in previous matchups, again, like I said earlier, 95% of the map is drone, but sometimes that small 5% can get FaZe. Same thing against SSG earlier in the group. Probably one of the most shocking losses we saw was SSG able to not only beat FaZe, but beat FaZe 2-0.
Yeah.
It was a similar story. SSG performing very well, don't get me wrong, but also finding FaZe in one of those 5% moments that end up costing a round. For, you would think the Brazilian super team might end up winning. And there, a goo mine on the floor below Freezer Hatch, you're right. It is something you could check. It is something you could find, but it's another one of those maybe 5%, 10% moments that can still cost FaZe a round. But like Jack said as well, this is a team that learns and learns damn fast.
Yes, they do.
So if we see an IQ again, maybe even in the future of the tournament, I'm reasonably confident Cyber's going to be checking that floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Just make sure you got to, I mean, at the end of the day, man, you got to do your job. You know, whatever your ability is, whatever you're bringing to the table in the round, you have a task that must be accomplished. And that time around, it just wasn't done. And you have to keep people, you know, honest. You need to make sure that these things are happening. So, unfortunate circumstances befalling FaZe, but nothing that they can't get around. I mean, for God's sakes, they've already got 2 rounds on offense here on Cafe, up against G2 of all people. They've got to at least be happy about that.
Yeah, and as the desk said, this is also a map that G2 love. So we should be getting the best of both of these teams on these sides.
My boy, I get to see him. When's the last time we saw Jaeger? He's not in a good spot right now, so we don't get to see him all that much, but my baby boy is here to play.
Nah, I'm sure we'll have this point reiterated multiple times throughout the tournament, but without the oppressiveness of nades, Jaeger's unfortunately fallen by the wayside. But mine still enjoys a very nice pick rate, I will say, but we do get to see him again. Benjamaster, 0-4 at this point, said, I need the 416. It's calling to me. I can hear it echoing in my mind. I need that legendary weapon. We'll see how it goes.
Benji went 0-4. 416C started talking to him like the Green Goblin mask.
I was going to make that joke, and I was like, you know what? I'll leave it be.
You said, whoop. I said,
He has rotated back to the freezer position, though, so pulled a little bit back along that top floor. It is not a top floor defense, it's a reading room defense. It doesn't change the fact that Cyber on that top floor might just have a little bit of an opportunity going his way.
Oh my God.
But Uno with the drive-by. Opening pick for G2.
I was going to say, Uno, do you like fishing? And the answer is yes, and he's going to catch the biggest bass you've ever seen in your life. It's Cyber. That's a trophy fish if I've ever seen one.
50-pound monster.
Oh, KDS. A little topsy-turvy there. Flying in like Spider-Man on the top floor. Nobody else home, though, because G2, I mean, they've kind of already gotten the job done. They take out Cyber. They can kind of peel back. There's only a minute remaining. Yeah, you can rip up the floor as much as you want, FaZe. We're more than likely just going to set things up on these cross angles and play things like Pillar. That's exactly where I was going to go. And Doki already standing here, waiting FaZe to try and jump down and deal with this hell door.
The players inside of the site, whenever the attack gets top floor control on reading room, even with 40 seconds or 30 seconds left, if you have a good buck, he's going to apply a lot of pressure to anybody playing inside of the site. And that's why you see G2 playing inside a Pillar.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, no.
This is what I'm talking about, guys. These small moments, these late round moments when FaZe get anxious, feel that they need to move, and they go drone these players in key positions. Doki ends up finding one. Sure, he's traded out, but he's solidified the advantage. Never mind. Souls doesn't just find one, it's two that go the Thatcher's way.
10 seconds.
Alamau with 10 seconds, still inside of the site, starts rotating away. Virtue falls as well. The round's gone completely on its head, and Benja finds us first. But as the bomb has gone down, the diffuser on the floor, Benja will push forward. KDS has that vertical angle and can shut it down. FaZe regain their lead.
It was an SOS after Doki gets that initial frag, but Souls was there to do exactly that, save them. 2 big kills coming out of him as he takes out Doki and the Brown Stairs player, also able to convert that into a third, opening up the floodgates for FaZe as they walk in through Hell Door and they get that plant down inside of Reading. G2 not having the capabilities to work their way back in due to all of that vertical pressure that Carter was talking about. When your buck gets implemented upstairs, you want him to rip and tear as much as you can to open up all of this flooring and make life a little bit more difficult. Even the last kill coming via verticality. So very well done from FaZe as they guarantee at least an even half here.
Such an excellent recovery, especially after misdroning Doki, not checking that pillar position. That could have been it. It was a 3v5. It very well was it until Souls. Is that 2 rounds in a row he's got a 3K? Now, to be fair, the first time was a 1v5. So 3 impactless kills matched in the next round by the 3 most impactful kills of that round.
Indeed.
Speaks to the depth of the roster right there. Also, MVP of Series 1 earlier. Souls, 8 and 5 right now. Again, 3 of those kills impactless, but we know what he can do. We know he can make it work. We're not questioning.
Also, Souls taking over the top slot for FaZe right now on their squad. It was Handy before the game that you and I casted, and now Souls sitting at a 1.17 with Handy at a 1.15. So very well done from him, as he's mostly been playing Ace and Ward in this event. Benja on the Solus. Hasn't had the greatest start to Cafe, but that doesn't mean he's going to slow down anytime soon, does it?
No. This is the SI23 MVP we're talking about right now, and a player who has started to come back into his own after a little bit of a period of just a little bit of mediocrity. Not that he's a mediocre player, but we all go through ups and downs, peaks and valleys. And Benja going into this tournament a little cool, just a little cool. And while he's a little cool in this match, it doesn't mean the confidence is diminished whatsoever. He's looking around for these drones. We know he's done damage to FaZe's intel game. We saw evidence of that on his previous top floor defense. And if he can do it again, if he can get them down to 2 drones going into FaZe's execute, he'd have done more than enough impact to make up for missing a kill.
Most definitely. Good way that you guys can look at drone economy in general is not only the fact of, oh, well, they have less drones, they can have less information. You can look at it as a aggression meter. The less drones they have, the more aggressive I can get because they're not going to know that I'm doing this. And that's more than likely what G2 are looking into. So you can get that Solus. Oh, Souls, what a find. And that's just keeping your head on a swivel. They knew that that verticality was coming through and that there was an off chance that somebody could occupy it. And sometimes you just swing into the proper angle. It's going to be a find onto Benja. He's down 5 kills in comparison to the 1 that he's picked up.
This guy Souls, man, he is on a heater today. Cyber gets a lot of the attention. But Souls, as you said, now taking the top spot away from Handy. A day to show up against your rivals of Brazil and now against the world champions. Such an excellent showing on map 1 and in round 6 as well to try to get FaZe this 4-2 half. The same mural windows as before. There were no small part Cyber's undoing in that 1v2 are facing FaZe's attack, Sam. Everyone from FaZe on that side of the map, but again, Souls! 3K, and now at least a double. Doki knows he needs to get a little aggressive, that he needs to start denying some of the space, not by taking gunfights, but that's what he'll do anyway, just by denying that initial space. So as FaZe start pushing up, Doki starts fighting back. Uno with the 2-piece. He's shutting the round down for FaZe. He wants that 3-3. And he's found his way into Freezer. And is Uno aware of this? He's going for the flank, spots the player, misses the shots. Does Souls react in time? No, he doesn't. Diffuser now dropped. Handy's got to recover. Sees the player running through Christmas, is able to cut him down, but 10 seconds left. Not enough time to plant this diffuser, and nearly not enough time to find these 2 G2 players who, with conservativeness and grace, bow out of round 6 to get the 3-3 half that they fought desperately for.
Well, that's 2 successful defenses on the top floor, I do believe.
Yes.
Which is just impressive from G2.
We're at a crazy 26%.
Definitely changing up the fate for that top floor site. I definitely still am not the biggest fan of it, but you can definitely see how they can make this tick, especially for Doki. I think Doki definitely being the straw that kind of broke the camel's back initially, opening things up and making it to where Uno, honestly, never mind. I'm gonna take it all back. we didn't get to see those from our perspective initially. Uno kinda just put FaZe in a body bag right there.
That's my fantasy player right there.
Uno is the one indeed. Now G2, they're gonna have the helm on offense. I'm interested to see how this goes for them.
I'm as well, and I'm just happy that we have a 3-3 half. If you were hoping for the best possible matchup, the fact that nobody's breaking away the victor from this half, excellent. I would not have it any other way. But we'll see how G2's attacks are. Again, this might be FaZe's pick. It's a map they are certainly comfortable on, but G2 are as well. An incredible Cafe team inside of Europe and internationally as well. If you thought FaZe's attacks were impressive, we'll see if G2 has the right stuff to make them work. We're seeing very early Grim presence. We saw a little bit of that from FaZe, but they weren't really reliant on those Bs, were they, Sam?
No.
The first round, G2 bringing him immediately alongside the Nomad and the Gridlock.
I'm a huge fan of this. A lot of crowd control being brought by G2, and it's something that can make your life really difficult as a defender. Even something as simple as those track stingers. You know, at first glance, it's like, oh, I shoot it once, it breaks. I just spray a little bit across the ground. I can get rid of the majority of them. But sometimes in those crunch moments, they can be such a thorn in your side to try and clear things out. Nice little find there. You always want to shoot the lead one, Carter. That's the thing about the track stingers. If you get the lead one, it won't continue to add to the pile. So good shout there as they're able to deal with this. Cyber's also going to rotate over here and try and assist with getting rid of some of these track stingers. And Benja, for all of his efforts, has a nitro cell tossed at him. That's going to be the only one on the defense utilized already.
So good baiting out of that utility. He plays patiently on that window. 5 drones gone for G2. We'll see what value they can get out of the remainder now. 3 drones. But a powerful camera for Vidaking. Sees the Ram now creeping up through Christmas. Z-Ping as well to give that intel. Doki cut down by Cyber, but so quickly traded by Uno. Really coming into his own this match. Of course, we know how good of a player Uno is, but sometimes players like Doki, Ben, just steal the show a little bit, but this has been a very, very good tournament out of Uno. A player who, much like his demeanor often, can find himself on the back line. But Souls, too, you could easily say the same. Brings it to a 4v3 for FaZe as he's slowly creeping his way back along that top floor.
And Cyber's just got to rest here. He knows Alamal's more than likely holding this angle, so he's just going to stand here. B's out. That'll most definitely mark Souls. Oh, he shot it too far. I thought he shot it at the door frame. That was going to land like a foot past it, but no. Oh, Alamal, he knows that he's there now. B's in this fight. A little difficult. Alamal's going to get tagged up, but they'll finally be able to get him off that top floor. But I think FaZe have done enough here. They've already gotten rid of the Buck. There's no more soft destruction, all except for Alamal with that secondary Bailiff and Benja with the secondary Super Shorty, but it's not going to happen as fast as it would with that Skeleton Key. So now, very minimal time remaining for them to try and solve this puzzle.
And then there's Handy playing inside of Hell. Oh, Virtue just pushes up, but he doesn't check the corner. This is still a common angle sometimes for defenders to play to try to catch the attack as they drop down. So I want to see if they still check it anyway. 15 seconds left, and nobody's dropped down yet. We are using every second available, and he finds him. Virtue ends up checking the position Handy's playing.
He's got enough smoke.
Yes, detonating. The final one goes out. KDS is able to cut down Benjamaster, and everything Virtue accomplished, Alamal pushes in and falls. Excellent re-clearance of Hell by G2, but the utility still firmly gives FaZe that round.
Very well done from FaZe. And again, you have to give it up to Souls on the top floor. Yeah, he doesn't kill Alamal, but you know what he does do? Waste a damn big amount of time. It was great seeing him being able to convert that into quite the valuable asset for the defense. A lot of pressure happening to G2, and also no identification of what could potentially go on site. They didn't have a good read on Vidaking. More than likely didn't even know a smoke was in the lineup. They were able to use that to its fullest advantage in that situation. So very well done to them, being able to use that utility. Take another round away here from G2, and FaZe actually feeling that top floor site as well. Somewhere Ace is very disappointed.
Yeah, do have a result from the other stream, by the way. NIP 2-1 victory over Fury. I know. Some of us were hoping for the upset, myself included, because I think Fury have really impressed this tournament. But that does mean there are at least 2 teams, currently, 2 Brazilian teams in the upper bracket where, especially after map 1, and a lot of people being in the G2 camp, there was a very real concern we might not have any Brazilian teams in the upper bracket left after this matchup, given the other games we've had transpire previously. Now FaZe is looking to stay in that upper bracket alongside NIP. They do regain the lead after round 7 as we moved to round 8. And he hears someone walking outside a garage, throws that C4, lands, just on the door frame. Virtue not even phased by it. He sees it detonate in front of him, he's like, whatever.
That's because Virtue's on G2.
True.
Nitro
I just got it.
Oh my God. There's no way.
I didn't even know I made that. Oh! Alamau, the quick little skeleton key into the window, but Handy dodges back.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that Nitro Cell just needs a little bit more angle, but it happens. No worries. Anything that they can't try and solve later on down the line with some good firepower. Doki's going to be onto the Ash here. Benjet onto the Doke as well. And Benjet has been the #1 player throughout the tournament so far for G2, sitting at a 1.21 rate. He's plus 22 right now, but damn, FaZe are constantly at this man's throat. He has not been able to breathe this event, rather this match. Doki will be able to at least get one back onto Souls. That's going to be a positive boon going the way of G2.
Loading mag.
And they still have Alamau below in good time. I suppose I didn't think about it with the resurgence of the Buck. We see the resurgence of the Buck cocktail take. Something that very much fell out of favor over the past couple years, where you send that Buck below in the reading and use that skeleton key to open up the floorboards below. You didn't need to, because you just had the nades from below. Makes that job a whole lot easier, doesn't it? But now, with both those factors and everything going into it, Alamau moves below inside of reading, tries to push those players off cocktail, and as Virtue will attest, he has been very successful.
Yeah, G2 does have to be a little sad that they don't have access to Capital, because Capital is so good for the cocktail push. You can put him on something like Skylight or something like the Hell Window, and he can use those smoke bolts as well as those fire bolts to dislodge and break up a lot of the vision on the site, making your life a little bit easier when you do go for that plant. Doki, Ash crouch walk, and it'll work out for him. So he'll take down Handy.
That cuts him down and has now taken control of White Stairs. He's fallen back just a little bit, doesn't want to push his luck just yet. There's still utility to be expended on that top floor. No E1Ds left, but you can see Uno's prepped the remaining canister to be launched. That remaining bit of intel, but Doki might end the round before we even get there. He's moved up White Stairs now. A 3K, but Vita King's got the read. Not the kill, though. Ace denied as Alamau finds the final, but with just a little cheeky push up White Stairs, Doki ties the game once again.
Sometimes you just gotta let Doki-san get a little cheeky with things and work his angles. And across every single moment there, he was able to find some big opportunities and rip those away from FaZe. Especially that kill onto Souls through the floor. That was a really big moment there as they were able to get him out of cocktail, opening up a lot of options for themselves. And here it is right here. Nice little discovery, especially with those Bees working their way on that top floor. Doki with a nice find as well, working his way up White. Just constantly able to get nice shots out from this R4C.
Nice to see the R4C back in action, and in no small part because we get to see plays like that now. I feel like I get nostalgic looking at clips like that. Not even because it's Doki necessarily using the R4C, but just to see someone cracked out of their mind on the mechanics, just hitting a 4K like it wasn't even worth
hitting the
worrying
4K
about.
like it's 2019.
Literally,
baby.
literally, dude. Like, is this 2019 G2 with this R4C? Like, it's just nice to see. It's just nice to see, which is why he's decided to play Dokkaebi this round.
We still have the R4C. We got Virtue on Ram. So we'll have that with the 1.5, arguably a better version.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
If you guys like your sights that much.
I don't. I like the Hollow better.
Me too. But that's because I'm based.
And that's because I suck.
You don't suck. You're just not great.
Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Can always count on you.
I tried really, really hard.
Well, I'm sure FaZe will try to deal the consistent level of damage they've done to G2's drone economy. Cyber, no consistent damage as he's got to back up just a little bit. Enough to get that drone before falling back, anticipating they'll re-clear the position. He shoots the drone for his troubles. As we have a bottom floor defense, Sam. Only makes sense as a logical consequence. We'll have a top floor clear from G2. Move their way through the map, clear it out, and hopefully if they want to match FaZe's pace, they open up that floorboards before we even hit a minute 30. Yep, we're meeting that pace all right.
And G2 know exactly what they want and they know how to gather it as well. There's really nothing to consider on these top 2 floors. There's going to be solid drone play out of a couple of G2 members that allow them to move this quickly. And it's very well done. Benja's still with a lot of EE1Ds in his pocket. You still have all those Bs from Alamau too. Una's going to have the secondary hard breach here, so he'll be the one working the hatch. Nitro Cell out for Cyber, but nobody home for that. Another one for Vita King. And again, no one around. Cyber will go down, and he's actually over inside of Whiskey. I don't know how exactly this happened. Actually, on second glance, it's going to be Alum out here at the top of Brown.
Maybe just peeking down. Oh, full sprinting.
Oh,
but
no
way! Handy goes prone and just barely evades the 417 spray from Benja. A brutal way to remain 1-9, might I add. He had that kill in the bag. The coordination was so on point for G2. But now 2 kills come from just one button press from Handy. A 1v5 that stopped Benja and G2's entry.
Well,
Virtue will find one. Vita King down, a nice shot indeed, but they can even pick up Cyber with the time and space remaining.
Indeed. If Virtue is able to get this going, this will definitely be one of the ones for history, especially up against FaZe, especially for Virtue. 1 versus 4, low HP on KDS, and he's going to go down here, but this is going to require a lot more heavy lifting. This R4C, we've said before and we'll say it again, it can make magic happen in the moment. Yokai out here, good info, he knows at least one person going to be occupying angles. Trying to dip and dash here around Freezer. So also worry about that player over inside of VIP. Who's going to give him the ISO? Neither is the answer. Cyber works his way in behind on the sync angle and will catch him from the window. Well done from FaZe to constantly keeping that pressure on Virtue.
I think Alamo said it. This guy literally prone and won the round. I'm not
exactly
sure that's what he said, but I mean, let's run this back. Of course, he's sprinting. He's got to come up off it a little bit, but still blinded. He gets that kill, man. KDS also winning effectively at 50-50 as the Dokkaebi runs in his way. Maybe in that case, you have Uno just trying to press his luck a little bit and turns his back, but G2 had a very well-coordinated flood there, and just a few small things undid the round completely. FaZe still have the benefit of the lead, able to move back up by a 1-round margin, 5-4. Go back to Reading Room as well. We saw, again, a round that came down so close to the wire. So much time stalled for G2 in the early game, and by the time they wanted to plant in the Reading default, the smoke canisters just burned their time away.
Most definitely. And FaZe, so far, have been able to put some major obstacles in front of G2. The biggest one right now is how detrimental the entirety of this roster. It hasn't even been one man. The entirety of FaZe has basically been the kryptonite for Benjamaster. He has not been able to get this ball rolling. He's 1-9-2, folks. That means that even the other 2 engagements that he took, somebody else had to finish them. It's very, very unfortunate for him right now. So hopefully, fingers crossed, he can try and get something going here for himself on round 9. But don't doubt him. He's definitely not going to be letting this get to him. He's definitely going to continue to try and swing in and assist his team. Just not able to hit his mark in the traditional manner that we see, that's all.
First Dokkaebi call goes out. You can hear the sound cues, but nobody from G2 necessarily in positions to capitalize. Well, I say that. Look at what we have. A quick flood into Pillar. Virtue burning the Aruni gate. G2 like a swarm moving their way up into mining and train. They see one slight arm hanging outside of the doorway. 5v3 as G2 take full control of the bomb site. A quick little pause. FaZe trying to gather themselves. They've got intel on Virtue playing inside of Reading, but nobody in position to go for that retake except maybe Souls on the top floor. The vertical angles aren't great. Cyber's able to find the next one. Alamau out down. Finally, E1D, FaZe are frozen in their positions. And so Benja takes that opportunity to put the diffuser down. Doki with a nice pre-fire. KDS now falls. The diffuser goes down successfully. Now G2 need to fall back into their post-plant positions. Cyber in a great spot to cut off their rotation out, but nobody takes that path. Instead, they move into reading. Souls has got one, but does he know there's one tucked around the corner? Benja still goes for the peek, but Virtue's able to trade. That means it's a 1v1 now. And Cyber, he's got the hard ping. Virtue now rotating. He's got to fall back. Cyber doesn't flick in time. Virtue indeed does not lose those. Again, another round down to the wire. But nobody can take the lead on this map.
It is neck and neck. Both of these teams looking so solid, constantly coming down to the wire in just a split second. Mechanical difference there, making all the difference. What a find here from Virtue as he worked in his way in through Library. But another just beautiful moment there for Souls on that retake. Able to find 2 big kills, and especially that duel onto Doki. That was nothing, you know, such a difficult moment there for him to try and win out. And obviously, FaZe worrisome there after G2 was able to kind of bullhead their way into the site. Find that plant. Things a little bit more complicated for FaZe than they exactly wanted off rip. But again, the retake, not too shabby at the end of the day, given the circumstances. Now for round 11, it's going to be FaZe and G2 all tied up. We're headed to mining and dining, and this obviously asks, what are we going to do on this top floor, FaZe? How are we going to try and hold things down? And, well, more than likely going to be Cyber on this dock.
Cyber on the dock, but also if Alamo on the blitz. I was just thinking about this. It was a 3-3 half, but FaZe winning round 7, they have been able to, once the lead is even, 4-4, 5-5, they've been able to win every round after. They've kept the lead they acquired at the start, even if it takes 2 rounds instead of 1. So if G2 want to win this in regulation, they've got a very nice drone right there in the reading position. Of course, it's shot. They also have Alamau on that blitz. Can move in very quickly. I have to imagine, where's this rush going to come from? Is it going to come from the mining window? No, instead on White Stairs, Sam.
You have KDS in the area. So you got to remember that shield, once he starts sprinting, very chunky, very loud. And here we go, EE1D with the goo mines. He'll get the second one, but obviously it's a telltale sign of what's to come. The Blitz really wants access to this stairwell. Virtue's going to try and assist with the top of White Stairs at a bare minimum, but Uno's already gone down. FaZe have already gotten a pick. Almost a minute off the board. Doki gets a big kill here as Ben just worked his way in between the 2 sites.
Diffuser drop though. Alamau struggling with that engagement. KDS is able to get the bullets around the shield. Doki evens it up, but again, Souls 15-9 so far. He puts G2 back on the back step, moving further backwards, losing control instead of gaining. Virtue might win ones, but in round 11, it doesn't go his way. Ben just stuck inside the site. There's one. Nice little pop. Doesn't have intel on these remaining players, though. A general knowledge that KDS might be in laundry. And that's where Alamau fought him earlier. We know KDS has not moved from that position. But then just got to bait these movements. FaZe are not going to move. Instead, they're going to peek. Match point for FaZe, 16-9. Souls cannot be stopped.
And this cafe looking more and more like FaZe's map by the moment. Able to catch G2 off guard once again here. But as you said, man, Souls is playing out of his damn mind right now. Constantly at the neck of G2, suffocating them out. What a find there from Handy as well, as he practically pulled a 180 to take out Uno as he swung through that window. And Souls, look at this shot right here, folks. The mechanical prowess of these players will always consistently blow me away. A nice find there off that info game from the defense as well to the wall.
And another funny thing, remember that Monty round where that one goo mine threw FaZe's plan off kilter?
The game would be over if they won that.
Indeed, but then as well, G2 go for a rush. Alamau hits a goo mine, and it doesn't directly lose the round, but Virtue had used all of his flashes. EE1D goes out. So much utility expended, not all of it, but a lot. And while they committed afterwards and made it very close, it still telegraphed it to FaZe. That one goo mine, they had the element of surprise. If he doesn't hit it, I'm not saying they win the round, but because they have to pause, FaZe just have a little bit of time to realize what's going on, get into their positions, and then react. now that they know what G2 are likely going to do.
Absolutely. I'm such a negative Nancy. Right after I was like, yeah, they would have won the game already. Duh. Oh, man. Listen, in my household, it was you do it right or you're just wrong. You know? Like, yeah. When you grow up with that mentality, right? FaZe. Trying to recreate here. Level we're seeing. What's up, buddy?
5 drones left for G2. 4 drones left. We're not even 30 seconds in.
Oh, Monty's walking his way through. Wow! I don't know if that was EDDs on the follow-up there or what. Oh, Alamau, I don't care who you are. You are so dead, it's not even funny. And G2, Alamau and Benja, they're just falling down. Uno will be able to at least pick up Cyber, so some semblance of security for G2 to try and hold the wool over FaZe's eyes and pull this into an overtime, but they're gonna have to try for something pretty drastic here from the Bakery side.
Look at the utility FaZe have.
Shifting.
Exactly, it's shifting. They know it's likely going to be a Bakery execute given the Monty. 2 drones left for G2. How are you meant to bring this man count back? Uno was able to get one. He caught Cyber rotating across the Bakery wall, but how are you supposed to get this when all of FaZe, every remaining defender is looking your way? And a small sliver in the Bakery wall, Sam. They might be able to vault or crouch through, but they don't have the standing hole they wanted.
Yeah, we have to see this. Oh no, you're absolutely right. They're gonna have to use the left-hand side of this. It has some breach, and yeah, you might be able to crouch through that as well, but definitely not the breach that they were going for. It looks like it's going to be a horseshoe plant here, Carter. That's what they're looking to try and grab. Benja getting flirted with here, but it's gonna be Doki that takes down one. Okay, G2, the moment has now arisen. You have a minute remaining to try and deal with the onslaught of FaZe.
There's no way we go to overtime like this. Surely not. Everything is going against G2. It was a 4v4, FaZe at all the angles, but now they've suddenly brought it back. Fighting King misses the initial swing. G2 have the entry in the prep. They're now made their way in. If he covers, if Doki can cover this plant, if Benja can get that kill, how in the goddamn are they in a post plant right now? 4v, what the hell are G2 doing? By all the odds on map 1, we're going to overtime, Sam.
A little voodoo magic out of G2, my friend. The stars align. What a moment here. And Doki, a little bit of a chirp in the chat as well. Oh, Cyber, so sad. He says, this G2.
Oh, he went for the reinforcement.
Purposes, an insane moment right there, as they're able to somehow, some way work their way through this setup of FaZe. And remember, folks, there was so many ways that FaZe could have solved this. They had those yokais implemented. G2 removed them. They have the crossfire set up. Shots are missed. G2 find the gaps. They find the holes, and also they find the kills.
I do, like, that was my immediate thought. Looking at those replays, look at how ridiculous those shots were.
Yes.
We're talking about 30 meters away, slivers of somebody's head poking out beneath the freezer window. Like what are we doing here? What are we doing? And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like,
how do you even make that happen?
How do you make that happen? And you only do it because you're one of the best teams in the world, and you're facing one of the best teams in the world. They're barely exposing themselves, and G2 are able to get it. We were talking about Soul 17 and 10, Doki 16 and 9 now. Uno was having a great game on the defensive half. Virtue also stepping up 10 and 8. 10 and 6, excuse me, but Doki going bar for bar, pound for pound with Souls at the moment. But that was a team effort to win that one, to get us to overtime.
Just to throw this back, I want y'all to look at both of these scoreboards respectively. I want you to notice this one thing. Every single one of these players on each team has somebody across from them that is literally matching their exact same pace. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said FaZe always play up to the moment. They're always going to match your energy. And right now, that's exactly what's happening. Cyber, he's searching. He's looking to try and get another kill here, try and bring this back into their favor after losing KDS early. And speaking of losing people, that's the exact person you don't want to lose as your first pick. The Warden?
No, you do not want to lose that at all. Again, Ying is banned, so that big operator is gone. But those flashbangs have become so important in the meta recently. There's 6 on the board for G2, as there often were beforehand, but still, those flashbangs can be very important. But just like last round, remember, that wasn't just a 4v5 that G2 needed to win. It was one that they had 2 drones left, and a minute and 20 seconds in, there is not a Solus in sight G2 have no drones remaining for the second half of their attack.
No Yana, no Twitch, no Brava, no nothing. Now Souls and the rest of the gang get to try and run amok of things here in the first round of overtime. Virtue with a find on to Souls, though. A big opportunity now presents itself to Cyber, but he's going to lose to Doki and Freezer. Vidaking and Handy, it's up to you. They had some nice moments here in this round. Getting rid of all these drones, definitely the highlight here, as 3 people have fallen on the sword. They have to try and do something now. But the big issue is, Carter, is what risk can you take? Really nothing. You two have to ask for the good graces of the Siege gods to try and align the stars for you as well, just like it happened to G2 in the last round.
G2 are flying blind, and they've placed their faith in chance. And it's on their side at the moment to get us to overtime, to get us to this next round. Handy's got the lineup, but not through the wall. Vidaking with another. He's got the close angle. There goes Doki, but 1 HP. Surely Virtue, he's 101 on this site before. Surely he can win it. Intel spots him. So he's got to go for the rotate. He does not have diffuser. Vidaking can maybe contest it. He walks into a frost mat. Can he get himself back up? Vidaking finishes him off. They're flying blind and they trip over themselves. Match point in hand, a 2v4 for FaZe.
Do you know what the worst sound in the world is when you're in a clutch? Dunk, clump. I'm just gonna grab your ankles real quick if that's okay. Snap those things in half. And FaZe snapping G2 in the 2 versus 4 right there. And as you said, Carter, flying blind. That is the highlight there for FaZe. Yes, they lose so many bodies in this scenario, but because of the damage they did to the info game of G2, they don't exactly know how they can go about this. They have to try and swing in for these gunfights, and Vidaking playing things out so diligently, trying to keep himself alive. I was a little worried once he chose reading on that angle after they got the info. I didn't know exactly which way that was going to break down for him in the position that he placed himself. But the frost mat on the rotation is what does it. And you can see it on Jake's face, man. He is not happy about that one.
Damn, it's literally like, it's honestly like dark cosmic humor. It's like they have no drones. They somehow get a 4v2. A 4v2 with barely any intel. They are face checking and just running off intuition. They get it down to a 1v1, 1v2. And they lose to a Frostmat. You got so much. You were tempting fate with that round, and it came back. Sometimes you can't plan for it. Sometimes it catches you off guard. But in a game of micrometers, it seems at times, FaZe with one singular utility placement have leaped up to match point. Reading room defense chosen by G2. We heard how fervently Alamau was saying to pick this site. As FaZe go for their full clear, they, just like G2, will look to acquire top floor control and put KDS in position to open up that floor.
But do they fall to the same fate? We saw the drone game for G2, all of those drones being fed to the Wolves very early on. But for FaZe, so far so good for them. 5 active drones in play still through the first minute. So begin to break up some laser gates and discover what is happening on this top level. Benjamin Master is going to be over inside of the bathroom as he's still been quiet, as well as Alamau for the majority of this game combined. 8 and 23. That is not something you see very often from those two names.
It's outweighed maybe a little bit by the 18 and 10. The other great performances from Uno and Virtue. But again, this has been such a close game, and FaZe have been just a little more consistent. Full reinforcements on all the walls facing Christmas.
No.
G2 holding passively.
A little scared there for the Nitro cell for a split second, but Virtue hasn't tossed it just yet. Cyber still on solid ground. Minute and 10 seconds remains now. This drone economy is going to matter so very much to the future of this moment. Virtue, you're putting your head in places it doesn't belong, son. And Cyber, he's gonna lop it off for you. Soul's gonna take out Uno as well. It's a sub-minute, Carter. Alamal's gonna try and fight back. He's gonna get 2. Benja gets 1 as well. The 2 names that we needed to see show up in that kill feed are making this moment happen.
King knows he's here. He's got to bring it back with these 2 kills. He finds 1, but he misses some crucial shots. Triple K for Alamal, finally bringing it back. They know he's here at this doorway as well. The Aruni gate burned. They've got such recent intel. A lot of HP at the cost of that kill on Doki. 18 and 11, monster down. With 20 seconds remaining, they've got the vertical control. Do they have control of the diffuser as well? Yes, they do. Don't overpeak. Do not overplay your hand. Keep the faith, hold the line. 1 round, 3 minutes to see who gets map 1.
4 kills from Alamal. When they needed him the most on that top floor, Eminem gets it done. 7-7 now here on Cafe. Both of these teams hyper-focused, hyper-vigilant about what is about to take place, what is to come. This round's now in the past, and it was a great moment here from Alamal, but both of these teams need this round desperately. This sets up our story for the rest of this series and potentially the future of this tournament. FaZe have obviously the power position. They're gonna be starting things here on defense. They're bringing us into mining and dining for our very last round here in this snowy landscape.
Writing the story is a very apt turn here. No match happens in a vacuum in a tournament. The difference between the teams staying in one spot while going down to another might very well change their or somebody else's path. Nothing happens in a vacuum. It all affects each other. But when you have a match of these proportions, it's almost like a black hole. It bends time itself, it seems. If G2 go down in this series, in the bracket, same with FaZe, if they go down in this map or in the bracket, some teams that might make it might not. Some teams that might not make it might. These are 2 world champion caliber teams, and on map 1, they have decided to gift us something special, a full 8-7 game to start out just the first map of this series. As you said, it's a mining, dining defense. We have upstairs defense from FaZe as well, holding a little bit inside a cigar, inside a stage. G2 have read into this very quickly. They'll likely contest with Cyber soon, Sam, as Uno is opening up the wall right in front of him.
Deep breaths, everybody. Manners maketh man. In these situations, most definitely do as well. The anxiety, the stress, the adrenaline, Carter, it's through the roof right now for both of these teams. And you just have to play your game. An opportunity presents itself. You cannot be shaking. And Cyber, well, we've seen that he's been the best in the business sometimes. Yes, indeed, the drones again. Good shout there, brother. As only 2 remain for G2 right now, and they're still practically outside the building. And yes, indeed, I don't think there's a single person indoors. I'm looking at the overhead right now, and no, there's no one inside. Benja's on white, Virtue's on the cocktail rappel, Doki's all the way over on Christmas piano, and we got Alamal on white single.
There's utility going in, and those bees can do a lot of work, but as Alamal repels in, Virtue falls. This repel needs to work, or something else has to. Peeks right, swings left, cuts his way through Freezer, but nobody from FaZe is standing in his way at the moment. There is Cyber around the corner. 2 foes locked in a battle. Uno's able to find souls. So clinical this game. He's only good for 1. Cyber swings, but where's Alamal? He's made his way into Christmas and brought us back to a 3v3. FaZe holding on to the site. Now the vertical destruction comes through, Sam.
There's a singular drone existing on this map somewhere.
Better be important.
And it's to Alamal's name. I don't know if he goes back to it, and he will. It's all the way down in Whiskey. He's gonna drone, more than likely, I would say, Hell Door here, of all things. They actually have a rotation here, so this will make his life a little bit easier. He wants to at least find some clearance for them, and he has indeed. Benja's gonna work his way in. They mark the goo, and the case is gonna be on Doki. Benja, he can't find anybody, Carter. It's getting antsy. Doki will get one onto Handy. They found Benja, though. It's down into the 2 versus 2. Doki with 20 kills. Alamal will pick up Vita King. It's up to KDS inside of dining. They're buried down on his location. And Doki with 21 goddamn kills will take the map away from FaZe. set them up for success on their own map choice.
What might very well be one of the best maps. How can I possibly be saying that after one of the best maps in all of Invite this year happened earlier today? Somehow, some way, G2 and FaZe in Max OT have given us an absolute banger. And I don't want to waste any more time. We have a break coming right up, and I'm sure that Desp will have a lot to say about this one.
Welcome back to the 6 Invitational Playoffs. It's G2 versus FaZe Clan with me, Ian, Fresh, and Fabian. And look at this. Look what it means. The world champions are all about their business here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as they take a mightily important step towards defending their title, their hammer, on the main stage this weekend. What a way to start things off. Fabian, you guys are just getting great games all around.
I think we've started out with the first game we had today was the greatest game so far. And maybe we're looking at, well, maybe at the new greatest game or the second greatest game that we've seen so far this entire tournament. What a nail biter this one is. Like, so close every single round, back and forth, back and forth. And the only thing that's really going wrong are super small things.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're seeing the players start to stream in behind us here and G2 taking their seats. But what a performance it was. It was a real barn burner of a map to watch. But in particular, certain players really stepping up. You can see him there at the top of the board, Fresh. Doki doing big numbers.
Yeah, he's been incredible in this game. And I think one thing that we can say about Doki, and one criticism that has potentially been leveled at Doki across the last 12 months, is there are times where he tries to force too many engagements. He tries to be the guy a little bit too often, but when he plays his natural game, things tend to come to him, and it tends to spot together, and he drops big numbers just playing his natural game, not forcing it. We saw that again today. 21 kills from Doki was absolutely sensational. Like, the amount of times, especially on the attack, where it's like, hey, Doki's inside. Obviously, it's strategically, planned, but where he's just found himself inside, getting those entries, but also the positions he's getting the entries in. He's had an excellent game.
He's feeling it.
He's feeling it. And this is the thing. The stars align so often for him. When it doesn't, however, things can go a little bit rougher. But today, incredible performance.
When we take a look back at the map as a whole, despite it being, very entertaining to watch, there were a lot of micro mistakes being made across the board, Fabian, but they were being punished.
Yeah, that's the thing. With these two teams, the only thing we can see as a negative is actually the micro individual decision making. Because they're both so good in the meta and understanding how to play, both the speed, like everything. They just understand it. So the only thing we can nitpick is like super small mistakes. Take the last round. Cyber goes out of the freezer where he's a safe position, manpower advantage, and he just starts wandering. And those small mistakes, yeah, G2 will bite you in the ass for it.
And it's worth saying that these are two incredibly high-quality teams.
Yes.
That was an incredibly high-quality game of Siege that we watched. Had these teams have been against, I'm just going to say lesser opponents, okay? These are two of the top 3 teams in terms of expectations coming into the tournament. Had either of them been against lesser opponents, they would have blown each other out the water. And it was just the fact that they were punishing the micro mistakes of the other team being made that was the determining factor within rounds.
Yeah, both those teams are like the top 3 teams we're looking at. Like, we're expecting both of these teams to make it really far in the tournament. So seeing them this early, it's a treat for us, that's for sure.
It is, and it's a treat to watch Cyber, as we said in the pre-show, but you can't overlook the impact of Souls as well.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing. We just wanted to highlight Souls. Again, when we was on the W7M Wolves game earlier, we said there's a player that's been on it that didn't deserve to be on the losing team. Souls didn't deserve to be on the losing team in that side of the map. We talk about him generally as a backline player. Look at some of the operators played there. It was Facho, it was Echo, it was what you might consider support operators, but he's a very confident player. He takes those aggressive engagements because FaZe operate as a team, and he's dropped huge numbers again today. One of the best support players in the world.
And this is the games where those support players actually shine, when we have two really tight teams up against each other. And it also shows the depth of talent that we have in these two rosters. Every single player can just show up, and Doki is screaming at me, okay, I'm gonna be done in a second, give me a minute, all right?
Alan Mouse shouting at Fabian to shut up already.
He's never quiet anyways. But yeah, all the players in both the teams can just show up and do whatever they want on the server.
Yeah, and when it comes to attack win rate, Fresh, these two are just elite in this meta.
Yeah, and this is what builds up into the fact that these two teams are two top teams, and that had they been against lesser teams, they would have won quite convincingly. Both teams against another top team in the tournament achieved a 3-3 attack split onto Cafe, which is no mean feat. I know that the stats might say slightly different and that Cafe's showing a little bit more, I won't say attacker-sided, but less defender-sided across the maps of this tournament. But it's still such a hard map to attack, especially with the operators open. Both of these teams achieving 3 attacks is actually incredible.
Fabian, you played such a tremendously important role when it came to G2 raising the hammer in Montreal last year. You're in, close proximity to them right now, albeit in a very different role. Are you sensing a similar sort of vibe, a similar sort of energy to that we witnessed last year?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we're seeing a resurgence in their mentality, right? They might not come in here. I heard in the shadows that their boot camp was a little bit rough and things didn't always go the way they wanted to. You can't see that today.
G2's pick Border is next. Fresh Border isn't necessarily their strongest map, but there is some method behind the madness here.
There's absolutely method behind the madness. If you look at G2's preference, Border is their 8th preference. So it's the map they really don't want to go to. You'll never see them go there realistically in best of ones. It's only a best of 3 map for them. However, they will pick it whenever they see a weakness in their opponent. Border is also FaZe's 8th preference map. It's the one that FaZe chose to leave open. So G2 were always going to pick it based on how low preference it is, and G2 will have VOD reviewed FaZe on this map.
On top of that, the
Make it
Border,
snappy.
I'm going to make it very snappy. Border is one of the few maps we can look at and just look at the structure of it and say, this might be statistically defender favored, but I don't think that the map is actually that if you play it the way you want to. So it's a map that will play G2 into the hands, starting attack, because today everyone will pick defense to begin with.
All right, the world champs about to guarantee their spot on the main stage, or will FaZe Clan fight back? It's time to map 2 with Links and Stugs.
Well, you know, guys, I have a treat because I have the entirety of the G2 FaZe strat book by here. But you know what?
What?
I don't care. We are going to the Elimination Chamber in map 2. We are going to Border Sam, and it does not matter what plays you bring. Of course, I'm hyping up a little bit, but realistically, if you have Doki dropping 21 kills, Souls dropping, by the way, 20 kills, and FaZe somehow mirroring G2's performance through and through, I don't care what the macro strategy is. I don't care what the game plan is. This is going to be a bare-knuckle brawl on Border, and whoever wins might very well move on to achieve great heights in this tournament.
Carter?
What?
Welcome to your first official barn burner at Sixth Invitational, brother. Welcome. How's
Pleasure
it going?
to meet you.
Hey, pleasure to have you. By the way, you've been kicking ass. I just want to let you know. Everybody at home should be tweeting at this man and letting him know just how great of a commentator he has been. But that's not what matters now. We're going to lend our voices, and we're about to see some fantastic play out of FaZe and G2. I have no doubt. FaZe has selected the defensive side, just as Fabian predicted. Everybody wants to play defense at this tournament because obviously this is the quote-unquote favored side, but I will agree with Fabian on this. Border is one of these maps where if you can attack it well, there's no snowball's chance in hell that the defense has a success.
It's just such a map that can vary depending on the team and what their strengths are. Like he said, it's defender-sided right now, could be attacker-sided, could be defender-sided for all we know, but it ultimately just comes down to who can actually play better in the server. And I know people will say, well, yeah, Carter, it's a video game. Obviously, it's going to come down to who's better in the server. And I hear you, I hear what you're saying, but some maps have characteristics. Oregon, especially that basement bomb site, tight corridors, hard to convert advantages, very difficult, easy for the defense to hold. But on Border, if you can take control of CCTV and you're attacking Armory Archives, your chances of winning the round skyrocket. But if you're the defense and you're defending Armory Archives and you retain control of CCTV while maybe not giving up gaps in office as well, your chances of winning the round skyrocket in turn. This map is so volatile. If you just take one room here or another room there, it might very well change the meter for who's winning, who's losing. It's like an endgame in chess where one move can like send the bar up or down, or down. This is, if not, this might just be the map that represents that the most in the pool.
Isn't it so beautiful? I mean, what a concoction we have here with all the chemicals we have. Border, FaZe, and G2. I mean, this is bound to be explosive. There is absolutely no way. So, FaZe, what are we going to do first? Well, obviously, it's going to be Armory Lockers, because why the hell wouldn't it be? This top floor site is amazing in comparison to the whole rest of the area and the whole rest of the pool. All except for what I would say is Tellers. A lot of people really favoring Tellers, and Tellers having a pretty solid win rate here at this event. And actually, I'm a little surprised. Ventilation Workshop is actually the most won site, currently at 64%. Tellers Bathroom actually sitting at 50, so changed up a little bit from when we casted it previously, Carter. And then Archives Armory is actually sitting at 55. So there's the traditional triangle for you guys. If we do go to Supply Customs, obviously we got those two. What? How, in what way, where, and why, Souls, are you dead on Clash in the first 45 seconds?
Remember when I said we're going to the elimination chamber? Let's just appreciate what just happened. Benja gets the kill. We cut to him. He is staring at a castle barricade halfway up 90, and a Clash is dead. How that happened, I simply have no idea. Cyber fights back, though, as he's contesting break room with an F-Naught behind him. He can still hold this position and feel even more empowered to do so now that the East Stairs player is gone. Handy on another very long angle. Cuts down Doki, the demon of Cafe. In no small part, one of the reasons G2 got that 8-7 just a few minutes ago, but Alamau really coming into his own in round one. A two-piece to give G2 the advantage right back.
Was that quad kill on Cafe the catalyst for him, Carter? Seemingly so right now, as he's found two here on the Finca. Another General Surge out to try and assist him with that health pool, making life a little bit easier. They still have a lot of drones to be able to work things out in comparison to what was happening on Cafe here too. So they've got 3 implemented. Alamau continuing his drone game, but it's actually gonna be Virtue that goes down to Handy. I believe he's found him on that long angle outside of box once again. Very well done there, as he'll take him down, equalizing the man count.
C4 goes out. Not detonated just yet. Remember, Alamau, as you can see, he's been playing on the main stairs this whole time, so if a hole's opened up in front of him, this position goes from relatively safe to very, very difficult to escape in a matter of seconds with one button press from Vidaking. Uno going for the rotate. He's the guy with the diffuser. But that leaves Alamau still in his position over by main stairs. He waits. Waiting for Uno to rotate. Flash goes over, blinds the mirror window. No rotations just yet. He shoots the cam. Again, his position is confirmed right here. Vidaking C4 finally detonates, but it ends up giving way to Alamau. A quick re-peek, a 3K for the Finca. But Handy goes for the retake. The beepers give away his position. He gets the flame! The sound cue falls on deaf ears! A 1v2! We are so back!
Just breathe. What the hell was that round? That is so insane. There's not a more distinct noise in this game, but there was so much going on for G2 that their ears just turned off. They couldn't hear it. And Handy with, I mean, what else could you ask for in a moment like that? The biggest 2K, more than likely, of this series so far, as he steals round one away from G2.
4K for Handy as well in round one. And as you said, that this two-piece right here, man. So focused on the front, so focused on the execute. And that C4, gotta give credit to it too. Sure, Vidaking might fall to Alamau because of it, but Handy's able to make that flank work because of it. It's round one, and we've already seen absolute insanity. 3Ks, a 1v2. Clash dying is the opening pick, 20 seconds in. I still even know how that happened, and I'm just moving on. Like, I can only process so many things at one time, and if I were to try to add even one more, I would just lose it.
No, my brain is actually starting to melt with some of the things that are happening, because they're just, it's so ludicrous. You would never expect it in a million years, but yet both of these teams, it's just so insane to me what we've been able to witness. All because of these two teams duking it out in such a serious manner with some high-flying antics to boot. I mean, this is just some magical siege to be able to see with your own eyes, huh? Doki, a lot of damage dealt to him here on this top floor. Don't know if that was a nitro cell or what. No, it most definitely wasn't. Cyber the only one that has one of those things. So probably some firepower here. Very quick play. I think there's going to be a very fast plant here inside of Vents. Uno's going to start this plant now. No verticality, no real assistance to really try and stop Uno here. He's going to try and spray through the smoke, but there's really no chance. And honestly, even though Uno's died, his job's been completed, and they've got great positioning here.
They just need to hold out in this post plant. The glass goes for the swing. Benjamaster makes it a 4v4. Doki's still on 1 HP, so a 4v3 very possible, depending on how FaZe plays their cards. Some upstairs, they fall into a firing range from Benja. Two-piece, that's only as far as he'll get. Vidaking going for the retake. Here's someone in Tellers, wins the fight. Another 3K. By God, what the hell is this game, man? Virtue might still win it though, because only 3 seconds left until we're beyond the point of no return, and Doki just covers a little bit longer. Retaking the top floor, a huge round for G2. Oh, my heart is gonna be in shambles by the end of this series.
Oh, dude, you're about to at least lose a couple years. Because I can tell you, I most definitely already have.
Holy shit.
Indeed,
me too,
Doki.
dude.
Yep.
Me too. So real.
Yeah,
so real. Actually,
very based out of you, Doki, because that's how I'm feeling right now. And let me tell you, baby, it's been absolutely magical to witness y'all play this series out so far. I love this round, especially Carter, because G2, they don't reinvent the wheel. I despise when offenses overcomplicate things for no reason. You have smokes, you have a Monty, and you've already identified there's nobody around vents to stop you. Just plant the bomb, and that's exactly what they do. Uno's life post-plant does not matter. It doesn't matter if he dies after that case goes down. What matters is you're able to get those big kills like what we saw from Benja at the bottom of metal.
And let's talk about the way Uno planted that as well, because you mentioned a great point, the smoke canisters, the Monty, but look at how he plants it, because let's say a Monty's not there, the gap still exists. A smoke grenade might still get you in, but one player up above, whether it was KDS, Handy, I don't remember exactly who, they have the angle, they're starting to shoot. But Uno's a thorough guy. All these players are thorough. But he still turns his back to the vertical angle. The main way players stop the plant on that doorway. So not only do they have the smoke to cover them as they go onto the site, Uno still turns his back, as a Monty should, just to make absolutely sure that bomb goes down and only dies once, as you said. His job is done and he can fall off.
Uno's my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
True.
Well, now Doki working his way in through detention. See if he can make FaZe stay after school, give him a few lessons after he slaps him in this 2-0 bout. Another Mozzie Pest will pick up yet another drone. And so far, so good for FaZe, is once again dealing detrimental damage to this info game. Doki will get rid of this castle barricade. FaZe not wanting to give anything up just yet. It's only a minute in so far, but they've been able to identify a few locations where these players are, especially after Doki walks through the beepers and customs. KDS does have this hatch play. Oh, he runs through that timing. Absolutely insane. There's no way he steps back into this, right? There's absolutely no chance. Up in 90. He's flirting back and forth. Doki, so very patient. Oh, the anticipation of what is to come. I think he might just hold it out on metal. He has to know that Doki's more than likely occupying this.
Dude, we have to cut away. I can't take this, man. Like, I can't. The tension right there. Is he gonna re-peek? Is he not going to? Oh, so much. So much going on. KDS does not re-peek, though, as close to the line as he's getting. They're just missing each other. Kills happening as well. 4v3 for FaZe. Do attain the lead is Alamau, firing shots into the site. Doki does fall, the player who was looking towards KDS earlier. Uno on the re-aggress, able to make it a 3v3. They've got the vertical control. KDS fights back. So thankful, at least we're so thankful, he didn't fall to Doki earlier. Uno breaks open the window. There's just the Wamai sitting there. 1v1 after 1v1, and nobody breaking away with the lead just yet. The Fuse are not in G2's hands, though. They'll likely take the next 20 seconds or so to figure things out.
Carter, we want patience out of KDS here for FaZe's sake. If he's patient on this top floor, there's a lot that can be done. I don't know how well he'll be able to hear that C8 all the way across. Might have to worry about the clearance now. We have one working their way in from Archives. Uno's here to assist Alamau on this clear. They don't exactly know where this player is, and they're actually going to try and push through onto Armory to get this case picked up. Uno on very, very low HP, and oh my goodness. That timing is truly incredible. On such low time, FaZe doesn't have to worry all that much. And those two will completely switch positions.
Oh, yeah.
The top East player able to pick up Uno, forcing Uno, or rather, the last G2 member to try and drop down through that hatch. And FaZe able to clean their clock as well and maintain this lead, rolling over into Armory Lockers and Archives.
I'm absolutely in love with that late round from FaZe, man. Absolutely in love with that 2v2. KDS isn't directly holding the diffuser. He's sitting on the opposite side because he knows they have to recover it anyway. They could go for the kills, theoretically speaking, but given the time, he figures they'll likely make the decision to go retake the diffuser. And indeed, they do. You can see him drop it right there, right on the floor. But he plays far back, and right as he drops, That's when G2 comes around the corner. Some might call it good timing. I call it divine providence, but to each their own. And as you said, Sam, right as he drops, literally right as he drops, Vidaking peeks the rotate because he knows G2 will be filling that space given the low time, and he doesn't need to finish the round. Just get the one. Just get the one pick.
And all he did was down. He didn't even try and confirm it.
Exactly.
It was perfect. Not too risky, not an overassessment. Exactly, Carter. That's what you want out of your pro players. That's why, if honest to God, you guys want to know why our bar is so high for professional players? Because we got to watch these guys play the damn game, okay? It's crazy. When you get to see this, whenever it happens, you're going to hold everybody else to a new caliber because you're like, oh, come on, man. I got to watch FaZe versus G2, and you're telling me I gotta witness this slop? I'm just kidding, but you get what I'm saying. Truly impeccable stuff. Yes, indeed, exactly. I'm referring to absolutely every single one of my ranked games ever, actually. I can't even get a drone properly placed in ranked game by my teammates.
To be fair, I'm talking about drones, G2 in that last round as well, still finding themselves very low in the drone count. The intel denial game from FaZe has been extremely strong, even with Solus not necessarily being brought in this round as well. Not a factor. Grim still very much is. G2 have brought Grim. I don't have the exact numbers because been a little busy and a little tense over these past couple maps, but they've brought Grim quite a few times on their cafe attacks and their border attacks so far as well. They've also got Alamau on that Amaru. Once they find the requisite intel, I have a feeling it's gotta be up. No, they anticipated. I was about to talk about the reinforced small office hatch. Instead, I will now talk about Cyber on the dock, who's found Virtue, the Grim, as the first pick.
That's a huge moment here. And Virtue, or rather Alamau, also with a lot of damage dealt to him. Doki, crouch walking antics. Is it gonna get him in trouble though? KDS right around the corner. Doki, so solid in these opportunities. So we get to witness Benja get gunned down from Handy over here on half wall. And Doki has to do double duty, a fly in here, but he's immediately ripped to shreds by Vidaking. Doki and Uno the only ones to reside now across the map, and finally, somebody will die on the FaZe roster. Doki will get one, but he can't get another. Handy Dandy behind the half wall will clean things up, and FaZe have a 2-round buffer.
Feel bad for Doki. Feel bad for Doki and Benjamaster as they try to take the fights against KDS inside of Armory, and you see Doki trying to get just some support from Benjamaster, and he gets slapped down by Handy. Literally slapped on the Armory balcony. I see the idea for G2, and I think it's a perfectly good idea. I was going to mention before Cyber got that kill, I was like, I'm curious if we'll see the Amaru go up the small office hatch, but because we're dealing with some of the best teams in the world, of course, FaZe have anticipated that and reinforced it off. They don't want to risk that possibility of what is a very common rush. So Alamau's options are a bit more limited now. Really, if you want to fly into the site, it's going to be through sandwich window, and that is a lot easier for FaZe to figure out. So much easier to work around if you don't have to worry about that hatch, and they've got to force an opening from the hatch below.
Starting to build up here for G2. All these players quiet across the board. During these tech pauses, no conversation allowed amongst teammates. Don't want these getting utilized as an actual timeout. So we will be just moments away from getting back into border here, folks. But fortunately enough for us, there's been so much action to be had throughout the 4 rounds we've already witnessed. And just that last one alone, a lot to process there for G2. They really want to try and handle things over from the box wall side whilst having Alamau flood in to try and deal with a handful of things that were going on, like half wall, and potentially just, you know, get in there and make things a little dirty for FaZe. Make the water a little murky, make it to where they don't exactly know what the clear path is forward. But FaZe, they nip it in the bud so unbelievably fast, Carter, especially for Vidaking. He was just spraying the AR through smoke, finds Virtue, or rather Alamau, immediately with that Gara hook as he flew through the window. And then everything else is practically just the FaZe show. It looked like Ilcam's live there right in front of us. So it was practically a flawless round, all except for the one kill that Doki was able to garner in the dying moments.
Could very well be a 2-2 right now. Had Handy not got that 1v2, but I'm sure FaZe are very grateful for it after both teams barely getting a 1-round lead, and G2 only establishing that for a brief moment in overtime when they actually ended up winning that map 8-7. And now here, we had the 2-1, as you can see, because of that 1v2. And now with FaZe able to string together 3 rounds to G2
Oh
one.
my God.
Why are we showing this to me? Like, I already expressed earlier that the tension from that one engagement was getting to me, and now we show Handy one tapping like a pixel of Benjamaster.
You're getting some gray hair.
I am. I shouted so hard earlier, I gave myself a headache for like 5 minutes.
Hey, these kind of series will do that to you. You can see the stress on all of these players' face. I mean, FaZe are in the lead, and look how locked in this man is right now.
Dude, that's the shadows on his eyes, man. It's just like, looks like that LeBron gif I tweeted of him just like bent over, just staring ahead.
Oh,
it's like the demon mode me.
Yeah, Miami Heat LeBron.
Yeah.
Yup, most definitely, my friend. I mean, it's been one for the ages in between these two. I feel like I'm watching like the 2016, 2017 finals, where it was like the Golden State Warriors versus Cleveland. Just two teams going back to back, just taking it to each other. It's absolutely insane. Timeout now called by G2, folks. That's why you're seeing a conversation go on here. We're about 10 seconds away from this timer escaping. And G2 having to be all on their own map to try and figure things out. I didn't think that they thought that FaZe would be as successful as they are so far on these defenses.
You also know, just because of how important this game is, you know something we haven't even talked about so far?
What's up?
We got Romalio facing his former team. That's how that's how much we have going on, how much the desk has to dissect because of how high level this game has been, how important this game is, especially when we didn't know what the results of the NIP Fury game were, when this could have been the last Brazilian team in the upper bracket. So much to focus on. We'd even mention that Romalio just happens to be facing the team he left G2 for.
An amazing note. An amazing catch by you as well, because that is a very, very big
To be
deal.
fair, I talked to Fabian and Jack about it before the game, but like...
Yeah, but they bring it up on the desk?
No, but that's...
Exactly.
But again, that's because of how much there is to talk about. That's subtly that personal storyline, which for some games might very well define the matchup. This is like, yeah, okay, we would like to talk about it,
but that's not nearly as fun, as taking the piss out of Fabian and Jack. So, hey, listen, they're already both hammer lifters. Come on, right? That is what it is at the end of the day. So, back into the action now between these two. And folks, I said we would cross the bridge when we got there, and we have done that. It's going to be Supply Customs here for FaZe. This site has had 7 plays through 138 rounds on this map, okay? 57% defensive win rate, so still favoring FaZe, but that doesn't mean that G2 are going to let that go quietly into the night.
It has been such a loud 20 seconds. We've had like 2 C4s, we've had Selmas go off, we've had exothermics. Oh no, we've only had 1 C4. I guess that's just the 2 impact grenades from Cyber, also colliding with something.
For a split second, I thought it was Helldivers too.
Literally, I'm just like, oh, cool, we're in the midst of battle. Awesome. 45 seconds in and Jail Wall opened up, a lot of progress made. Or at least seemingly a lot of audible progress made. Utility expended as well. G2 recognizing, of course, the bomb site that we're facing. And stationed in a little bit of a wraparound right now. We see one side, Benjamaster. I honestly didn't even realize we were in the bomb site. And Souls just wraps up 2. Alamau finds 1. He's put himself on the Ash this time, taking it away from Doki, excuse me. He's playing the Ace this time. But Souls might find 2. Vitaking shut down in the process. FaZe, their defense holding strong.
This is a great setup as well for FaZe. Still maintaining that top floor control. Cyber bringing himself into the fold here too. Murchie's gonna make an adjustment all the way back up to Vents. And he more than likely knows that somebody's gonna be on this window. He's flirting with it for just a second, but Handy's gonna go down. 3 versus 3 now after Uno will pick him up from the custom space. He's worked his way into detention. He's actually right on the precipice of being able to have an opportunity to plant if he can find a home for this dang thing. A nice shot on the Souls now as well as the Fragmite has came to play. KDS, can you get it done? He cannot. Alamau with a beautiful shot out of the R4C will finally pick up another round for G2.
Uno finding himself as the second attacker to make his way into the bomb site that round, and much more successful than the first. Benja cut down unceremoniously, and Souls following up with the other player outside of Passport. So FaZe of a 4v3 right here because of this moment. Benja thinks he's found an opening. Souls, very not aware of it, which happens sometimes, but he wins the gunfight, and that's what matters, and then prepares himself for the second, is able to shut it down. But Alamau, as you said that round, with that very quick kill at the front door, and then Uno and Alamau as the duo to end that round, both with 2 Ks that round to finish things off. Excellent showing from G2, who play a very slow game. Fabian mentioned on the desk how both these teams are such masters of pace.
Yes.
Such masters of tempo, and I think that round is a great example. 45 seconds in, walls getting opened up, explosives being used from both teams, util being cleared, and then silence for the middle half of the round. Benja creeps in, dies, Souls gets another, so be it. And then G2 start ratcheting up the pace as Alamau moves into front door, Uno moves in from jail, both get 2 kills, both end the round.
Yeah. Both of these teams have such a storied history for all of these players. Even somebody as young as Benjamaster, SI 2023 champion. They've been birthed in the fires of Rainbow Six Siege. All of these timings, all of these angles, it's practically their skin, Carter. They know it like the back of their hand. And we get to see it time and time again. I mean, just think about what Souls was able to do in those dying moments there, or rather in the moments inside of Customs before he was taken out. And just all of these different little micro decisions to bear for both respective squads, and it's so magical to be able to watch. Round 6 now, our last one here for G2 on the offensive side, unless we go to overtime, and they're looking to tie things up.
Some gadgets found, Banshee identified inside of office. Look at this, Alamau and Doki already going in for the pinch. I believe we saw the Ram as well. Benjamaster, yep, all the way over by East Stairs. Look at how fast they are encircling Souls in Fountain. He's really trapped. There's barely a way out. C4 goes out, does a little damage to Virtue. G2 are just making their way in. Here comes the clear. Uno going in from the east side, from office, goes for the swing, but it's Cyber with the first. Virtue's instead the one to go down. There's still a player in Fountain. Uno's not even concerning himself with him. He's looking downstairs instead. Need to remind you, this guy has just found a kill. Souls goes 1 for 1, and because of that kill from Cyber onto Virtue, FaZe have the advantage. It's not a clean clear for G2.
It's not. Still have a lot of opportunity, but it's dwindling. This fuse implemented would do something for them if they can kind of just make a muck of things, try and make it to where positions like Bathroom are a lot more difficult to play. You never really know where these pucks are going to go either, but Vidaking, he's seemingly found a gap where they're going to try and expand, and as of right now, these horizons for G2, well, they're starting to go down into the night. Starting to be dusk on this roster. But as soon as I say that, a little bit of sunlight here as Alamau will take out Cybernato. Pre-fires through the wall off of that yellow ping. They know Handy's in the area, and they're going to continue to try and mark him. Handy has to know now that the jig is up. They know that you are inside of Workshop. We know with the crosshair. Carter, I'm starting to get nervous. 35 seconds remaining for G2, and they cannot find this pick they're so desperately looking for. Reach and charge out will be very close to Vidaking's location.
So close, so very close, and yet Handy being fired at through a wall, a breach charge above Vidaking, and they're not moving. They don't care. They have their positions. They feel they can cut off the attack, and they just remain. They hold fast. Vidaking for 1, Handy with the second. Their patience pays off. 2v1, we are out. Knocked down. 4-2 for FaZe. Not at all afraid of G2's attack.
This feels like a heavyweight title fight right now with what we're seeing. The patience, the cadence, right into that direct jab. Little uppercut action there from FaZe. I absolutely love that cadence that we saw, especially inside of Workshop, Carter. Not overplaying their hand. Handy just slightly adjusting his location to not be found out by that drone any longer, and then reassessing things, being able to assist once G2 work their way into sight. The crosses coming in from Workshop were just too strong. There was no way for G2 to try and fight back, and Vidaking especially from that location with a big moment there inside of Bathroom as he was able to discover that case planner.
FaZe have the lead. No 3-3 half, this time 4-2. G2 will need to win this half just to bring us to overtime. If they match at 4-2, will not be enough. A regulation 2-0. You need at least a 5-1.
5 seconds to go.
You need to completely dominate FaZe this defensive half, and I'm talking in the opening picks and the intel game and the map control. So many steps to take. And I don't think it's a shock that we see the Fenrir and the Solus brought out in this round. Obviously, I don't know if you mentioned it, Azami's banned, so holding CCTV a little more difficult, but those Solus and that Fenrir following up alongside the castle makes clearing out these roams and these setups a lot more difficult to find and a lot more difficult to push through.
Yeah, I'm here for the gunplay. So
yeah, I mean, you know, there was a reweave. It was kind of the whole bit we set up at the beginning.
Most definitely. And seems like FaZe gonna add a couple extra layers to their offensive front. The Blackbeard, the biggest piece to this here. And not only that, he's rocking the SR25.
Yeah, this is actually something we've seen from FaZe in the previous game against SSG. Souls likes to run that Blackbeard and play this Armory balcony. Now, admittedly, he did it to inconsistent success. Sometimes he died to the player in CCTV, sometimes he wasn't. But the big difference there, in that game, Souls was playing against Ashen, actively playing Azami and CC. Now with nobody actually playing in that position, he has a lot more freedom to take a fight with Virtue playing half wall.
This is a terrible situation for Souls. He tried to use those frag grenades to open things up for himself to try and swing across the balcony, but instead, he's gonna have to try and work things in from another angle. He'll be able to find Benji, Uno, running around on this top floor, looking to see what he can do against the FaZe roster. They're playing patiently over here on the east side. Window open. Cyber's found his way into break. He does have that player over on bookshelf right now that he still has to deal with, but FaZe, they've already gotten the big pick. And now they can try and convert this timer into value.
They're a bit stuck on this east side, though. They've tried to make an inroad already, but Doki and the rest of G2 have been able to shut it down, so Vidikin goes for a different approach. We saw him by the balcony earlier. This time he moves instead into office archives, this area. FaZe getting the opening pick, not the opening pick, excuse me. 4v3, they got a 3v3 thanks to Doki's good works. Andy's got the intel though, nice little Z-ping from that Monty. Goes for the spray transfer top main and forces Alamo back. Further steps retreating down the main stairs. Virtue the only one actually on the bomb site, but that's fine. Alamo's at his strongest on this Solus down below. This is a good rotation. Forced it might be, but one that still might win them the game with Virtue facing almost insurmountable pressure. Handy's able to cover the cross for Vidiking to move to an indestructible floor to get this diffuser down. Alamo might be able to spot it, but yup, they've got to rotate. Handy's there waiting, and we're in the post plant. They know Alamo's coming up. They know the Solus was going to be below, so they'll watch these staircases. He starts to back up, spots the Monty. Do they know he's crossed? Handy's ready for it at least. Opening Gambit on the attack goes FaZe's way. They've got the widest lead we've seen in this series so far.
Such a hard setup to deal with, Carter. Especially for Benja. I don't think that they knew that that was a Blackbeard that they were dealing with. Immediately gets cut down by the SR25. The Monty making the most of the situation as well. So much info coming in from that operator, opening a lot of different doors to our players here. And yep, nice find there from Souls on to Benja. Benja not even having anything to say about that either. And what a shot through the main wall there for Bookshelf. FaZe looking so solid so far here on Border.
So solid, and Sam, we've got a new member, potentially the MVP club of the map. We had G2, obviously, Doki with 21 kills, but for FaZe, we've seen 2 series out of them today.
Yes.
We saw Cyber with a monstrous performance on Bank against Low. Souls, the MVP of that series overall, and for FaZe, at least the MVP of last map at 20 kills, but Handy.
Oh, yeah.
11 and 3 so far. The 1v2 on the defense, playing the Ashe that last round, or playing the R4C at least. My brain still defaults to it. Just assuming the R4C is
Me
Ashe.
too, don't worry.
But Handy still with a massive performance in that previous round. He has been killing it. Of course, this tournament so far, going into this game, he was the highest rated. And in this game, yeah, he's the highest rated.
Yeah, most definitely. Actually, after that last series that we did, I do believe Souls took him over. But
yes,
he's definitely making a bid to take that crown again. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I am the top player on FaZe right now, sir. And yes,
Look
indeed,
at what
Souls has the
Alamo's
1.17. Alamo, he's looking for a cheeky little freaky kill right here on the front. Nice angle, but...
Nice drone.
Yeah, able to find that at least. That's at least a good shout. Dealing some solid damage to the drone off rip here as they've already gotten rid of 4.
4 indeed taken down. 6 drones remaining for FaZe. I'm sure the attack will be able to overcome that. Use those Dokkaebi calls they have remaining to try and find the remaining bit of intel. Look at that drone. That drone at the top of the ceiling inside of office makes up for the 4 loss. You can see Doki moving around this hatch, see their rotations back, but there's Souls, the man of the hour, who's able to get that opening pick. Alamau down. We saw him fighting so aggressively for front door control, and whether or not he was still there, he's punished for it, and Cyber might punish Benjamaster as well. He's got the close angle on the window. I don't think Benj is aware of this, Sam.
He's gonna hop in for him, and he gets him as well. Cyber, you absolute maniac! Right through the laser gate. It's not like they're solid. You're gonna take some damage, but he doesn't care. Benj is completely caught off guard, and they continue to blow this kid out of the water.
Look at this angle from Souls too. Teller's Archives defense, as I'm sure many of you know, but as Uno falls back, we saw Souls cutting off a little bit of that rotation, but it's a tight angle. It's hard to make those shots work. Talked about the intel games, and FaZe is down to 1 drone. A lot of this is gonna be heads up. A lot of this will be ad hoc, on the fly. It's made easier by Uno being on 1 HP, so if that angle's gone unread, it might not work. KDS having fire rain down on him from up above, but look at that cutoff! Who does that? Flips out the pistol to try and get the hatch? This man is simply not human. Neither is Uno. A cyborg on 1 HP. He does not move as a nade sails on by. 2 different players, but only 1 kill. Doki's retaken up above. He's trying to prevent match point with this vault down back into courtyard.
Oh.
Nobody's planted just yet, Sam. Still time for Doki to make the play.
He has the chance here. Oh my God, there's no way. Doki, he sprints into it, but Vita King immediately abandons the plant. Microseconds. Inches away, Carter. And Doki, with what would have been the biggest clutch at this tournament, you saw the patience, the recognition that he did not have to kill the buck yet. It was all there. But FaZe are just too damn good right now. They are taking it to G2 here on border.
This man.
It is so unbelievably disgusting across the board from FaZe, what they've been able to produce. Moments like this out of every player across the board. And they're being so proactive about getting into the faces of these G2 members.
That fight between Virtue and KDS, I think maybe you can say Virtue dropping the hatch right there.
Little risky.
Doesn't know if he's got the exactly, little risky. But I think he was thinking the same thing we did. Okay, this guy probably doesn't think I'm just gonna drop the hatch in front of him. I should be able to catch him off guard. And for some reason, KDS is like, all right, I hear switching to your secondary is faster than reloading, and what do you know? I thought 3 steps ahead.
Homie said, I'm gonna whip out the standard service pistol here.
Literally. Like, just ridiculous, man. The layers to all of this, because we talk about like layer defense as a concept, right? Falling back, peeling them back. But just the layers in thought that's going on here. The amount that G2 and FaZe alike, FaZe might be up 6-2, but we saw G2 on Cafe. We know they can think ahead. We know what they're capable of. It's just so ridiculous. But right now, it is FaZe firmly in the lead. 4 rounds separating them, but 6-2. Unbelievable.
You know my favorite thing about Sieges, man?
What?
It's like bullet chess, but with guns.
It's bullet chess.
You know, it really is. It is straight up bullet chess, literally. It's so amazing. A 4-round lead for FaZe. G2 have to be perfect, folks. This is going to be absolute insanity. If G2 want this in 2, we're gonna have to see some Herculean efforts across the board here. And it all starts now. What a damn shot.
Get out of here.
Out
like,
of KDS.
Just shut up.
Uno didn't even have a moment to breathe. He didn't even have a moment of recognition about what just happened to him. He's already dead, laying in a grave, and so is Souls.
But they've read into the Blackbeard. This was the pick that got FaZe the opening last time, cutting down Benjamaster. Cyber also now put to 1 HP. So there's progress being made by G2. They might have lost Uno, but they've dealt damage in terms of, well, the lack of an advantage now for FaZe and HP damage to Cyber. KDS also now facing a lot, but Cyber stays alive. Alamau falls. Just a slow bit, an encroachment onto G2's territory, but now here comes the big push. One flashbang goes on into Benja's position in CC. He's holding on, but FaZe won it.
Benja, probably the biggest moment that we've seen for him right here. If he can shut this push down, especially after being discovered, this could be the round that they so desperately need. They've already gotten another pick, and he can't get him on the rotation. Vita King will gun him down with the DMR. They now know that Virtue is in behind half wall, trying to hold things down on site. We do have Doki on the flank here. Is there a camera that's been implemented to try and assist with this? He'll work his way back in through break, and he takes down his single member of FaZe. Oh, those might be the biggest missed shots inside of a round we've seen so far. KDS, he knows where Doki is, but Virtue will find him, and it's all down to Handy.
Beginning and end. We started this map 0-0 with a Handy 1v2. He finds himself in the same position with 10 seconds left to give us a map 3. Goes for the plant, falls off to go for the pick. C4 goes wide. It's not intended to get kills, but G2 have wasted enough time. No successful clutch this time. G2 on time. Still match point, but just one round closer to on a very long path.
Incredibly intelligent play there from Virtue. Using that audio, sprinting at him, then immediately diving in behind the metal half wall there, just to make sure that he gives him that little breadcrumb. Hey, come on over here, get off that plant for me, buddy. It works out swimmingly for G2. Now here's the thing though, we still gotta do that handful of more times.
And you said, you know, G2 have to play perfectly, and as we know, if any map just inspires perfect play, it's gotta be Border, right, Sam?
Yes.
Just never any scrappy gunfights, never any slight missteps. I mean, we saw some slight missteps on Cafe, but as Fabian mentioned, it's a game that between these two caliber teams is gonna be decided by that. But we've seen so many rounds that really just came together by chance moments. Huge gunfight wins, smart, small decisions that end up giving the team the victory. But Border inspires anything but perfect play. It inspires moments like that. Moments to remember, but not necessarily moments to wish for.
Most definitely. My friends and I, back in the day when we were, doing things in T3 and making strats and doing all that kind of stuff, we used to refer to this map as the catalyst for catastrophe, Border. Or rather, Carter. I'm calling you the map now. That's how much we've talked about it.
I mean, listen, I'm like Border. Am I perfect? No, but I make for some good moments.
Yes, you do. You most definitely do. My second son, his name, it'll be Border.
Shout out to Border.
Shout out to Border Stewart.
I love you.
I love you too, brother. Oh man, what a series we've had. We've had the honor of casting as well. It's G2. I think walking into this, they thought that it might have been a little scrappy, but they could take it in two. And I guarantee you, they did not think FaZe was going to do this to them here on Border. But G2, as we know, they do not let this pressure get to them. To see how this stress test goes, pushing the limits of the Samurai is FaZe. They've been continually on this death roll, constantly chomping at the bit to take out G2 on this map. They have quite a few opportunities still ahead of them in order to do so.
Good start for FaZe to open up that long haul position, but of course, Doki still fills the space. He's got to worry about the CC window and the doorway. That's why he's worried about it. Soul's no longer on Blackbeard. Doki spotted. Z-Ping goes out. Will Souls take the engagement? Will he expose himself? Knows he's still there. Goes for the fight. Doesn't secure it. But Doki's put in a difficult spot. He heals himself all the way back up, but he's caught prone behind the desk. Simply too much pressure to deal with. Not Doki's fault. That was a triple pinch from FaZe, and KDS breaks open the wall. Rips Uno's life away from him. The Soul leaves his body as the G2 advantage is quickly escaping into the rear view mirror. Souls with a third. will quiet down for just a second, and as Alamau creeps up, he gives away his position. 3 and 9, make it 3 and 10. A flawless round for FaZe as G2's pick was anything but comfortable, dominant. No, unless your name is FaZe Clan.
I can't believe it. We're headed towards a third map in between FaZe and G2, which may be building up to be one of the best series that we've seen at SI in quite some time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Night Haven Labs. But after this break, we will have a little bit of an analyst desk to do exactly that, break things down. We'll see you in a bit.
Dude, he's seeing both members inside of 90 hallways, so now he'll make that call to his teammates and try and shut that down.
There was no way you could do anything because, as you pointed out, Rexon saw both of them. So somebody from Sonics will be positioned over towards Pillar to catch them. Rexon can get the other kill from the same angle above, and that's all she wrote on that round. Sonics far more formidable on their entry in round number 2 than what we saw in round number 1. And Wolves just didn't really have an answer for this. Mowgli dying to the hatch above.
Yeah.
Definitely seemed like he wasn't that inclined to fight it. And as he's trying to run away, he exposes himself in probably the worst way humanly possible. That's sloppy. For a player like Mowgli, you need him. He's one of the greatest tools that Wolves has to go up against most of the best gunners in the world. If Mowgli dies early, Wolves lose a ton of fragging power. He's going to be playing as Zombie in this round, so it is incredibly important that not only does Mowgli not die early from a kills perspective, but also you want to be able to position those Kiva barriers so that you can defend against wherever the execute from Sonics comes into.
And this actually was an issue against WCM earlier, where it was Deadshot often playing the Asami would fall to a like trying to spawn peek. You know, you get 2 Kiva barriers, you know, throughout the course of the prep phase. You get 2.5 to be exact. So if you die into a spawn peek or trying to do one yourself, you will miss out on the 3 following Kiva barriers and not utilizing that operator to its full potential. That's not really what you want to be doing. What you do want to do, however, is have some fun when you play Rainbow Six Siege. And there is no more fun and enjoyable operator to play than Blitz in my world. Geo usually plays the Munty, but occasionally he'll dabble into some Blitz play. This round will be one of those. You combine that with the Lion, with the Capital, and the person that you're going to go up against, likely the Warden, later on this round, is not going to have a very good time. Shinka, behind a shield, has a little bit of cover, but when Blitz goes in, things are not going to be great for him.
And it's Geo to come in and get the first pick. It was a little bit sloppy, but he makes it work. Gives his position away with that proximity alarm, but that's okay. Mowgli dies as well. What did we say the key was here? Not have Mowgli die early. Well, first 45 seconds is quite early. No Azami, no Kiba barriers, and again, one of the best offensive threats that you have from Wolves. We'll have to wait for another round to find his very first kill. I don't know how Gio got away with that, but did you see the look on P4's face, that frustration as it starts to set in? And if Sonics can keep breaking the spirits of Wolves and get in their heads, I imagine an early timeout will have to be burned by Wolves, which again, as we saw in map 1, will greatly benefit us.
Oh boy. You put Geo, an old man, and a young man operator, and all of a sudden he will find the magic. 2 kills in the round, shutting down the extension, and of course the person roaming up above Geo. He's not done yet. Deadshot on the fire now. Things are not going well for Wolves.
Geo walks in, but maybe bites off a bit more than he can chew as Bibu looked to secure, but Geo's down but not out. He's still technically retrievable. He doesn't bleed out because Rexon gets the final 2 picks. That's a flawless round from Sonics as they only look like they're improving. Good news for Wolves. Can't get much better than a flawless round. So, there will likely be a step back for this team. And what? I am so smart.
It's almost like you've been casting for a long time.
Coming up on 7 years.
Damn.
7 years of Rainbow Six. Pretty crazy to think, right?
That's crazy, yeah.
Wolves have called a timeout, and Lilun does not look happy in the slightest. This is a very demoralized roster right now.
I mean, I get it. And you come into this riding the high of beating W7M, having high expectations, finally beating that seeming like curse that's upon your team that you often get grouped. You don't really make it to main stage. And there's just this one game between you and the crowd, essentially, right? And that's where you want to go. Of course, there's a lower bracket run, like possibly here for Wolves or Sonics, whoever loses. but you've already lost the first map. You didn't really show up. You're not awake in the server. Things are not going the right way for them. And again, they're probably tired. They're playing under difficult circumstances. Playing 2 best-of-3s in a day, and the first one taking you a long distance. It's hard to ramp up for the second one. And it does look like Wolves are a bit overwhelmed.
Yeah, no best-of-3 is the same as the next best-of-3.
That's true.
But that was a grueling series between W7M. I can only imagine the fatigue, both physically and mentally, that Wolves are currently going through. Not only are you playing your first match on the first slot, which means being up really early, it also means going up against what could be, in theory, the strongest team here right off the rip. It's your first match. There's a lot at stake.
Then you play a really strong-looking Sonics, which, you know, they had a quote-unquote easy group. We have to kind of bring that up because you never know just how strong a team is based off, you know, we got to see them against like a really good team. And for Sonics with this roster, with this iteration of lineup, I would say Wolves is that first big challenge. And so far, they've been looking mighty fine. I also want to point out, speaking of Ambi earlier in his vibes, he is probably the first player I've seen who is so excited about fist bumping the coaching staff behind him before his team is next to him. Most coaches kind of bump you on the shoulder like, hey, I also exist. Ambi's like, you get one and you get one and you get one. He's loving it here in LAN. It's a kid's first event, right? You'll lose that with time.
You'll become a bitter, cynical player, just like so many of you. But yes, that enthusiasm is infectious, and I have no doubt it helps keep this team up. There have been times before where, with Gunnar on the squad, conversations around Sonics and the struggles that they had from time would be based on the mood. It's no surprise that there are some players on that squad who can get quite frustrated with the results, and it could potentially sour the team environment. It's something that their players have actually talked about before, maybe not to great depth. Having somebody like Ambi, who is just so incredibly excited to be here and whose positivity seems to be endless, well, that surely has to have an impact on this team. It's not going to be a huge difference maker, but in a game of inches, a couple inches can make all the difference in the world. And I think for somebody like Ambi, he's genuinely pumped to be in the position he's in, and it's great to see it. Just from, I don't care what team he's on. I don't care what region he's from. Seeing somebody like that, and honestly, a lot of the APAC teams are kind of in that same boat where they just look so excited to be here, especially some of the teams that don't get a lot of international competition, that they get quite pumped. Now, Gio takes out Mowgli as 2 separate players from Wolves. Swing onto him, P4 ready.
I never like to cut off Parker, but welcome back to the best tournament on earth. Welcome back to Sao Paulo. Welcome back to SI. It's the playoffs where FaZe Clan take G2's map pick. This one is going to a third, and I'm sure that you watching at home are absolutely delighted about it because we don't want this one to finish anytime soon. My name's Ian Chambers alongside Fresh and Fabian. Fabian, you surprised?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we saw quite a poor display from G2, which is surprising to me, especially on their own map pick. We were expecting a lot more from them, and they just did not seem to have the right tools today.
Fresh, do you think that FaZe maybe left border open for a reason here because they played that map exceptionally well?
Yes, I think so. I think we queried it in the map ban, certainly me and Fabian did, where we said, why didn't they leave Consulate open and start Consulate defense? If they knew they were leaving border open, there was a good chance that G2 would pick it. G2, of course, did pick it, even though it's a very low preference map for G2 because it's a low preference map for FaZe as well. They've done that for a reason, to try and counter-strat. I wonder if the fact that Romalio was previously on this team, he was maybe trusting a little bit too much his knowledge of this team when he was on it, as to how much they didn't like border, and G2 have maybe got baited into that map pick a little bit.
Even when G2 were successful, it didn't feel like their round wins were strategic ones.
Yeah, no, I don't think they were. There was a couple of rounds where they took a few calculated risks, I would say, especially the Monty plant over on the Vents Workshop side, and they managed to scrape a couple of rounds together, and then one round where they pulled back like a 2v4, I think it was. It was nothing that, in my mind, they strategically outfought, like, they fought and they were better strategically than FaZe. I think FaZe were better across basically every round.
And to build onto your previous point, Jack, I think it might have been that G2 were expecting them to not practice the map at all, and it's kind of like maybe FaZe didn't have the experience because those gaps that G2 know exist against most normal teams, they didn't seem to be there today. So it could be that maybe FaZe don't even have the experience and they just had one of those maps where everything aligns because G2 are expecting too much from them and they didn't provide that level that they were expecting. I think that they had a great map from FaZe's side, though. Handy especially stood out really well.
Feels strange, doesn't it, to be critiquing G2 at this stage, just because we've obviously seen them just being so dominant and successful up until this map. When it comes to things they can improve on, or maybe specific players, let's talk a little bit about Benja.
Yeah, I think that Benjaminster have had a really rough start, both to map 1 and map 2. He hasn't really been showing. And until, well, this game, he's been their highest rated player in the team. So I wonder what is going on, because maybe I don't think that I was going to see his poor team farmer, because that would be rude, wouldn't it? But that's what it looks like right now, that he can't really step up against these better teams. I know he can. I mean, he took the kill record in last SI.
Yeah.
Expectations are high. Now he needs to live up to that again.
There was a narrative that I said in the last post map about Doki that he maybe forces it a little bit too much at times. When watching Benja state, it felt like Benja's forced it a little bit too much. There was a couple of rounds on Cafe, a couple of rounds on Border where he's maybe trying a little bit too much and a little bit too hard to get those skills and to pull himself out of it. So I just want to see him settle in, play in the system, and it's very similar. All these G2 players are very similar because of the system and because of their talent. If they don't force it, it tends to come to them.
You know what's crazy? This is my first SI when it comes to in the studio, here in the playoffs, and it's so weird when you're talking about the players and they're just right there. I don't know how you do it.
Just start and listen to us. Just
yeah.
They
right?
can focus on their own thing. We can smack talk them as much as we'd like.
That's it.
What are they going to do about it?
True. G2 have now lost their first map here in Sao Paulo, which it could be a monumental moment for their journey here, Fabian.
You know, there's one thing. There's this little rumor going on that Carl chokes against Brazilians.
Yeah.
Alamo choked against Brazilians and he stops being able to in-game lead. Is that a little ghost we're seeing coming back? Maybe it's been hiding? Who knows? I don't know.
It was certainly one of the things after they got over the line on Cafe, because it was a big question, I think, for a lot of people coming in, is the last 2 international losses G2 had was in Copenhagen and in Atlanta against Brazilian teams. Could they get over the line? Could Alamo get over the line with the IGLing? They got over it in Cafe, and like you say, that doubt is just, was it just a one-off? It's time for them to prove it now.
Well, this is the thing, you know, momentum, and you know this better than anybody, Fabian. It's a beautiful thing, so it can really switch the dynamic once you take that first L.
It can definitely change the momentum, but both of these teams are so experienced that I don't think that one map loss will toss them in any way, shape, or form. They will just come back from this. G2 know what they have, and it wasn't like 1 or 2 players played poorly, and it was just kind of an overall thing. Like, the team didn't seem to work so great. They know that sometimes that happens. Toss it aside, move on to the next map, and just accept it, because that will happen, especially against these opponents when we're looking at the quality of FaZe. They're incredible. They are.
That's the point I was going to come back onto, is what we've got to accept is that these 2 teams, people are thinking that they will be potential finalists.
Yeah.
You know, and it's such high quality siege between the 2. Sure, G2 have had a game plan. It hasn't worked out. That happens in a best of 3. Like I said it earlier, normally in a best of 3, you expect to win your map pick, lose your opponent's map pick and play the decider.
Yeah.
It's gone a little bit backwards in this best of 3 because the 2 teams are that good, but I think in the heart of hearts, most people would expect this best of 3 to go to a decider.
I'll even be so bold and say that the winner of this game probably is a grand final team that we're going to see. So I'll be very bold and state that already on phase 2, day 1.
Because you want to clip that, because if he's right, he will bring that back up again, that's for
probably
sure.
Will.
Map 3 is Nighthaven Labs, and one thing's for sure, this will, of course, come to a head here and now in this deciding map. Who are you leaning towards, Fresh?
Oh, I'm biased. Let's be honest. We're all Europeans here. I'm leaning towards G2. The reason is this is G2's #1 map preference. It is also FaZe's #1 map preference. Little bit of recency bias. FaZe only limped across the line against Team Bliss in this tournament on the map. G2 have been extraordinary every time they've played it. They've actually not lost it since it came out. So a little bit of recency bias for me says that G2, I should quantify that, not lost it in Tier 1 competition. They did lose it in a Tier 3 competition to a team called G-Who. We won't comment any more on that.
You had to bring it up.
I had to.
What do you think, Fab?
I have no biases whatsoever. I have no history with either of these organizations, or I don't care that they're European. So me, I have nothing. I think G2 will win it, just because I think the map just plays so well into them. Both of these, I mean, it doesn't matter who wins the game. It's an amazing game to watch. I want both teams to win.
You can't sit on the fence. Get a prediction.
Okay, I want G2 to win because of, well, I'm a G2 fanboy. Always have been, always will be, in all my history. But the map plays so well into both of them because it's a new map, which means that all the quirks in defense haven't been figured out yet. So these attacking stuff that both of them are really, really good at, just playing any sort of gameplay they want, high speed, low speed, just one side, all spread out. All of that can be used on this map because the defenders don't actually understand it. I don't think 100% yet.
All right, well, listen, if you love a prediction at home, you can get involved as well. There is a prediction set up on the Ubisoft website right now if you want to take part yourselves. But right now, it is time to finally settle the score. Which of our two juggernaut teams here are about to guarantee a spot at Grand Finals weekend? It's time to find out. Lynx, Stuck, let's do this.
Let's do this indeed, Ian. I have to agree with Fabian. Not on the prediction. Despite what the former G2 analyst, the former G2 coach might think.
Little biased.
Little biased, but in all seriousness, I do agree with Fabian on something. Whoever wins this series, I agree, will be in the grand finals. There are great teams on the other side of the bracket. VP. No.
Wow.
No.
They pulled that back quite a bit.
No. No way. Y'all. Okay, no, I'm about to do something, okay?
Do it.
I'm not saying FaZe need to win the social prediction, but you just watched FaZe 7-3 G2 on their own pick, and you're like, 35%. It should be 50-50. Do you want to know why? Because these are two of the best teams at the whole tournament.
Yes.
One map separating one from a further run in the winner's bracket and one from a single life left at the 6 Invitational 2024. If that is not a dead heat, I don't know what is.
Yes, indeed, my friend. It's been very, very close. But I will say this, there has been a few turncoats, for sure, because the percentage was much worse before. But now this is where the rubber hits the road, my friend. This is Nighthaven Labs. It's had 9 plays so far throughout this tournament. It is the least defender-sided map, and it really comes down to what Fabian had to talk about, my friend. This map has not been in the pool for very long. People have an understanding of it, but it isn't a known quantity just yet. We're not going to categorize it as that. This is still on its teeter-totter, trying to figure out exactly its play style.
Yes.
So we'll see how FaZe and G2 can apply themselves to the map after this ban. FaZe, Dokkaebi, Monty, Fenrir, and Azami will be removed, but is it going to be FaZe in the hell up on this map? Or is it going to be G2 basically pulling a Goku, using the G2 army, creating a spirit bomb in the damn sky, Carter, and plumbing it onto FaZe in order to take this last map? I have no idea. That's why we cast the games. They're not played on paper. That'd be a lot more boring.
Yes.
Let's jump into this thing. Let's see how these rounds tick. Doki already saying good luck, have fun in the chat. I love a good sport when I see it. You can talk your shit all you want. Just make sure at the end of the day, you're still a good sport.
Now, FaZe and G2, I am making a plea to you directly. I am speaking to you right now. You gave us an 8-7 banger map 1 of Cafe, but as Fabian and Jack and Ian mentioned, a little bit of a snoozer map 2. A little bit of a weaker showing from G2 than we saw on map 1. And so I speak to you on behalf of me, Sam, and everybody else. If you gave us a banger in map 1, you better somehow double your efforts in map 3. Because Border might be crazy, it might be chaotic, but if this is a map that both teams love and is still very much being invented in real time, this is where we might very well see some of the craziest stuff we've seen this tournament.
Better get your goggles on for science, folks. Definitely gonna want some PPE here.
You better be pausing that VOD to say, what did he just do?
I'm not pausing nothing, I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, sir.
We're flying through this. Twitch drone here for Virtue is, is he gonna turn it around? I don't think that he is. Well, now, though, after he gets whatever he was shooting that at, might have been a camera or something of the sort, but either way, they will be able to drone out that player on blue. Alamau more than aware that that player can try and persist. There's a mute jammer here, too, that Virtue will spot out. Gets that drone in through, and do remember, this is a basement offense. So as of right now, what FaZe are really just trying to do is trying to keep things a little widespread, stay in the face of G2, delay this time, especially around these stairwells where it's a little bit more applicable. You can be safe, you can play on the stairwell, and then just rotate back down in good timing.
There's one consistent thing that both of these teams have done a great job at. I was going to say doing damage to the Intel game, and
no way!
Doing damage to G2 Spirits. Somehow a two-piece out of thin air puts Doki and Virtue on their back feet. And remember that lack of drones I mentioned? Well, Virtue and Doki have none in their pockets. Doki's got the Inox, but doesn't have a chance. A flawless round to end map 2, and a flawless beginning for FaZe on the decider.
Oh, G2. Major opportunities there. I can most definitely tell you there's a highly finite amount of people that can pull off what Souls did just here. There is very, very small, maybe a handful around the world that can make that opportunity matter the most. And Souls just so happens to be one of them. G2, you're gonna have to do better than that.
Oh, I didn't even realize Handy got a 3K.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. And FaZe, this is the best they have looked this entire tournament. This is truly incredible. They are playing up to their caliber. I mean, I want to remind all of you folks, we touched on it a couple times inside a group stage here for FaZe. Before we came to this tournament, Carter, we all obviously did our own due diligence. We went out, talked to some people, saw how scrim reports are going, doing all of these kind of things.
Yeah, see what the streets were saying.
Yeah, you got to see if the streets talk. And the streets were saying, yo, FaZe is kind of nasty. That's what they were saying. And I thought they were spitting. I really did.
We all did.
But then we got the group stage and things were a little lackluster.
Listen, we don't, listen.
Unpolished.
We're two Americans, no disrespect, but they did lose 2-0 to SSG.
You know? And we get to say that because, you know, we're American.
We're North American. We love SSG, but it's also FaZe Clan.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But now, look at what is happening right in front of our eyes. FaZe already a round up on the defensive side here on Nighthaven. And again, remember, only a 52% defensive win rate currently on this map. If FaZe can try and do G2 dirty from this end, this could be a very serious consideration going into their offensive side. We might not even need overtime. And that would mean that FaZe from Cafe onward have been indomitable up against what seems to be what everybody thought was going to be the team to lift a hammer this year.
Don't say we might not need overtime. I need overtime. I need it. I've got a fever, and the only prescription is another overtime map, Sam. So don't tempt fate like that. Don't you do it. We'll see how it works out, though. We'll see if we end up getting there. Bees go in. And Vitaking baiting the intel a little bit, baiting the information. He steps on in. Cyber instead moving into garage. Doki lurking down below spots him, but neither party lands a single bit of damage on the other. So they'll retreat, they'll back up, give each other some very, very well-earned respect. It's half the round now gone. Neither team has really poked the other any substantial degree. Well, Sam, I was about to say, maybe not.
Oh, a nice find here, a down and a confirm from Uno's Rotero drone. Vitaking will try and at least support with the M590. See if the Jackal wants to try and step up. Doki is gonna try and search for this. He really, really wants it desperately. What if we have somebody over here to just support him on these blue stairs? Benja is at the bottom of them right now, but not looking to try and don the mantle just yet. Cyber's gonna go down, and so far, G2 keeping this little wide spread with a bunch of different angles working on this top floor has worked swimmingly for them. Alamau will go down, but he'll be able to pick himself back up due to those new frost mats.
The Vultures are circling. They're able to find Alamau, but it's also doom spelled for FaZe. As they start to fight back, G2 still hold on to their lead.
Oh, no.
Souls, who's been so ridiculous, is given 2 1v1s. Looks forward to the second, but the flashbang lands, and so do the shots. Little worrying position there, I gotta say. Sam, Souls staying alive for quite a long time. But G2 win there first, and we move on like nothing happened.
Most definitely. We'll sweep that one under the rug for G2's sake. Couple kills going awry there, and I mean, hey, you gotta laugh so you don't cry sometimes, you know what I mean? Because FaZe are playing so dang well. G2 having to step up their caliber here too. I really like what they did with that strategy there, Carter. Keeping things wide across this top floor, keeping the info matrix going, finding some really solid kills. And yeah, that's how he got him to readjust there. He goes down, and then that Rotero drone blows up and picks him up right here. So it's very well done from G2 in the way that they wanted to try and handle this top floor.
I love the word just sitting there on his phone. Caught playing Subway Surfers, man.
Happens to the best of us.
Happens to the best of us. I've been there.
I'm more of a temple run guy myself.
Listen, after the map Handy's like There's no action the first minute and a half. He's just shaking. He's like, I need to do something. I need to do something.
10 seconds to go.
So he pulls out the phone, gets caught. Unlucky. GG go next. We move on to round 3. Back down to the first floor. Sorry, not back down to the first floor. Remember, because like it was a basement defense, but like all the action happened on the second floor.
Yep.
It was a bit of a mixing of two events, but now we have that first floor where the second floor is going to play, I imagine, quite a substantial role.
Yeah, and this is storage control room. This is a pretty interesting site as well, Carter. We've seen it 18 times, but it only has a 22% defensive win rate.
Oh,
and there's a
that's
really
not
good reason. It's because of all of that verticality that you see upstairs. If G2 are able to capture that, just imagine what Benja can do with that flooring.
And also, there's no Ying on the board, but what common execute we see is just flying into the cargo window, somebody holding this breach from up above, and then just going in for a quick plant off of relatively a small amount of angles being held.
Absolutely.
And well, look at this.
What do you know?
Uno just vaulted on into that window. No Ying on the board, and down goes the diffuser. 5v3 now established for G2. Handy's got a vault down below and try to take some fights outside of the breach. 2 different players, 1 spotted, but no headshot for the Alibi's efforts. It's the second, make that the second kill for Handy. 3 attempts, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But it's all FaZe have to fight against G2 at the moment in the post plan. EE1D goes out, the final one for Doki. Freezes them only for a second. There is a little bit of intel going Souls' way, but G2 are playing this so passively. They even got the intel for the close swing. Just a clinical post plan at the moment for G2, and a crossfire to end it. For the first time since Border oh so long ago in the early game, G2 are back in the lead.
And then he's killed Carl. His timing was awful. Timing was at like lines here.
Good little conversation happening there from G2. Just give him the space there, seeing what was happening on the bench. Breaking things down, and yeah, Alamau getting a little cooked there on the timing, but it just so happens to, happen every once in a while. That's Siege for you. But I will say this, G2 pulling the wool over FaZe's eyes here. And as you said, we have seen this time and time again when it comes to this bomb site. If you're able to work your way into barrels whilst also maintaining control of security upstairs where nobody can rotate in to stop you, you have a huge problem on your hands. And not only that, but also if y'all are smart Siege viewers, obviously some of you are new, you probably didn't notice this, but Benja, he was downstairs. He actually rotated up from that stairwell to get that pick on the cross, but the whole reason he was down there in the first place is to make sure there's no Solus, there's no Pulse, there's nobody that's going to try and thwart their game plan through the soft flooring downstairs and what I believe is tank, but I don't know my verticality that well on this map yet, so maybe I'm a little off base.
But either way, in the basement playing that pivotal role is important nonetheless, no matter what room he was in. Benja will unfortunately suffer for that good deed in last round. 50 HP right at the start. His basement defense, just like we had back in the first round. FaZe will attempt it. Now the only defense they've won on this half so far. A lot of success from that roam, especially from Handy, who got himself a nice 3K in that round. And G2, who were trying to flood up the Aqua Stairs for so long, never were really able to march their way up until Doki was in a 2v5. 45 seconds in, and well, Doki's marched his way into the top floor and tried to take down Cyber very quickly, but Cyber finds one and is almost able to escape. But Alamau with the buzzer beater catches him on the rotation and somehow gets the trade for G2, even though it seemed like highway robbery was about to occur on the second floor.
Benja 4-2-0, the best start that he's had so far in these maps, in this series. On the Jackal now, and making good work of it as well, as he's already made a couple of discoveries around the map, forcing these FaZe members back. And he'll still have another Inox scanner to utilize later on down the line, and can really assist them with the execution. But instead, he's going to use it right now just to see where these players are, and that'll force Handy back downstairs over on the exosuit side.
Like these little pocket jammers right there, just to, on the avenue back, maybe G2 drone it, they don't see anybody, now they need to drone it again. Have to double check, spend more time droning out that position, and because this bomb site in some ways functions like Oregon basement, of course it's a little different. You have those exterior walls, which basement very much does not have.
A little bit more verticality too.
A little bit more verticality too, but there's only 2 stairwells that you can actually push down, and if you don't have control of those, your best hope is the exterior wall. Now Virtue's dead. The ace charges are not going to be a factor for this bottom floor clear, so Doki will march his way down. There is a Z ping on one player. You know that the castle's looking at the ceiling right now. Does Doki give away his position? Uno gets the first. Souls quickly falls, but Handy's waiting. Sitting in the corner, Doki doesn't check it. Down goes the IQ. FaZe trade it back. Another very improbable trade, but this time results in FaZe stopping G2 from gaining any more ground. Another flashbang goes out. Alamo has these vertical angles, but we are running out of time to convert this minimal advantage, maybe in terms of utility onto the bottom floor. But with those smokes almost taken out of play, maybe G2 have a chance. King uses it. Now, down goes Handy. 3v2, gotta march through the smoke. This is still winnable for FaZe if they can get the right positioning. King with one. Uno sees him, doesn't cut him down. What? King! Uno saw him! Blink and you'll miss it! King with the clutch of the series!
I've said it before, Carter, and I'll say it again. The M590 runs on hopes and dreams, but that round right there was what ran on hopes and dreams.
Unbelievable.
Insane stuff from King here. Lops that man's head off, kills the follow-up, and not even capable of swinging back through. A triple kill for King and a moment's notice. That's 4 kills practically in 3 kills in practically 4 seconds. Truly disgusting stuff. Now FaZe tie things up once again. I mean, when these two are close, it is neck and neck, man.
Literally came down. We have the advantage of not actually being Uno, because we get to see King on our screen as he's taking down Uno's coverage, but Uno doesn't. He's focused, he's looking forward, doesn't spot the smoke in that little split second that he appeared. And that ends up costing them. It's not Uno's fault. That happens sometimes. You know, nobody's gonna flame him for missing a moment like that when it's so tense, when everything is on the line. It happens sometimes. But it is still moments like that that decided map 1, that decided map 2 in some ways, even with the more dominant scoreline. And round 4 certainly decided it. And that King 1v3. Second floor defense now. We always have this focus on the second floor, this IT breach. Opening up with the hard breach charges. They did it when they attacked cargo. They'll do it when they attack second floor now. It's very quick to do, little cost to the attack, and now they focus on the also important terrace breach. At least they likely will.
More than likely. Definitely agree with you on that one. But
the hard breach charges for it.
We'll have to see. What does Doki exactly want to accomplish here? Or she's going to hop back down, more than likely reassessing, just going to try and reinsert somewhere else, probably get a drone active across the map. Uno's got things held down at the top of blue just for rotation, trying to help Benja dictate what his next play is going to be. And that blue stairwell is of the utmost importance when it comes to this bomb site. You can sneak your way up that thing in proper timing. There's definitely some big moments to be had.
Well,
Doki, Candela's close, and he's going to swing into Handy. Finds one, finds two with the LMG. And now they have full blue stairs control. Handy and Souls both go down, and G2 looking to claim the lead again.
Looking to claim the lead further. Benjamaster almost spins on KDS, but the retreat works, and Alamau going hunting, looking to recover, but not press the advantage. He can hold the angle, put down a drone. They've got the intel on him as well. This isn't strictly necessary. We know it's only a Y, but as he walks into Alamau's sights, who's he to look a gift horse in the mouth? King 2 drops down. Alamo's like, you want to come at me? You want to give me another? You want to feed the beast? Maybe I'll bite. And indeed he will. 2K for Alamau, 3K for Doki. G2 reclaim their lead after dropping the basement bomb site.
And is this the energy? Is this the moment that G2 needed? A little extra fuel in this car. They'll take the lead again here at 3-2. It's the last defensive round now for FaZe, as they could not get a damper put on G2. Nothing to try and attempt, especially after Doki with such a solid exchange of angles. And also that info game working wonders for G2. As you can see, Benja constantly yellow pinging that man as he crosses through that mid-rotation. Now G2 with a chance to have a 4-2 half here on the offense.
And another great example of the ability for both these teams, in this case G2, to dial back the pace, to take a second, take the foot off the gas, and progress forward. Because we see Doki get those 2 kills, and you immediately thinking, okay, maybe it's a rush. Maybe they're just sending it on in, but they stop. That's why we love both of these teams. It's not that they just go for those crazy rounds. It's that they know when to stop. They know when to hit the pause button to reset. Because they have a 5v3. Most teams, I imagine that situation, and most players would feel a strong urge. Fight, push forward, finish the round. You have the lead, you have the advantage, go forward. But G2 pause. They know they have the 5v3, and they see the Wamai down below. They get the Z-ping, as you talked about in your recap. And that's why this game has been so good. That's why we love this. This is a meta of very much imperfect play. And I don't mean the defender-sided meta people talking about. I mean the past year of Siege. It's been one of imperfections, oftentimes of gambles. Of saying, I've got a 60-40, I'll take it.
It's
I've got
all
an
risk
80-20, I'll
assessment.
take it. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's risk assessment, but sometimes people get lost in the numbers and lost in their world of probabilities and push things too far. Take risks they don't need to. Lose on gambles they never should have made. But when you see a team who can take a risk, who can make a play, but then have the confidence and the patience to stop and not to push it, that is what truly separates a great team from one of the best in the world in this meta. And the fact that we can not only point to that round, but multiple from both teams of that defining factor speaks volumes for what these teams are capable of, whomever moves forward and whomever moves to the lower bracket.
I mean, it's just so hotly contested in between these two right now. FaZe Clan with a lot of solid consideration on this defense. Some pretty stellar moments, I would say. But also G2, the same breadth, able to create a lot of opportunity, especially with things like, cargo and barrels. We're able to get that plant down in pretty convincing fashion. You have to think about what FaZe can try and replicate on this last rotation, this last site. As they try and see what they can potentially do, you have to consider everything that G2 has done on this offensive side. They've been very creative, and it's sometimes only needing very minimal access to the map in general to be able to get these things to go off. Now FaZe have everything to consider. Every single one of these players individually thinking through things on this tech pause as they'll be left to their own devices. And as you can see, the fist bumps going around. It's a telltale sign as what's to come as we jump back into Nighthaven Labs.
Jump back into round 6. Oh. I believe we'll have another rehost as well. A little bit of an issue with the side selection. Still a 3-2 lead, of course, and I was going to say, round 6. With FaZe trying to fight back, get the 3-3 half, but G2, just as we saw on Border with FaZe able to get that lead, that's what G2 are fighting for. Because on Cafe, we were treated to an even contest. 3-3, ending up being another 3-3 half, ending up being another 1-1 split, and then one more round, round 15, to decide that battle between G2 and FaZe. Then on Border, we had a 4-2. FaZe able to get the lead, and they never left it behind. G2 looking to get the same thing on Nighthaven. I don't know what's in the future. I don't know if FaZe will fight back or if maybe collapse, similar to how G2 did in the latter half of that game. But if G2 are able to get the lead at the half for the first time so far this series, considering how rejuvenated they seem, especially with Benja really fighting back, I just have to hope. I just have to hope FaZe fight back, of course, but that G2 really give us a good game with them in the driver's seat instead of FaZe.
Yeah, you know that there is a lot of Samurai fans around the world right now hoping, Carter, praying that they can get through this series. Because, I mean, you know how much this matters to stay in the top side of the bracket at an event like this. It means the utmost. It's like having an extra life in Mario. There's things that you really want in life, and sometimes it's a one-up, isn't it? And both of these teams, that's why they're fighting so unbelievably hard to try and maintain that advantage over the other teams at this tournament. Nobody wants to go down in that lower bracket and potentially have an off series and go home so early on, when you could maintain that extra life and carry that on through this event, through to main stage. be seated in front of a beautiful Brazilian audience.
And you know another reason why you don't want to go to that lower bracket? Because W7M are down there.
It's true. Could you imagine if G2 and W7M were down there? I'd be like, it's refs.
Oh, sick, cool, great.
Awesome. So dope. Well, speaking of things that are dope, let's get back into this game here. Fingers crossed, and to relaunch our server again here, folks. So hopefully things will be okay. And I think we are. FaZe, as of right now, are going to go to Command Center in servers. That is going to be the top floor bomb site. This is a site that we saw some magic happen for both teams, respectively. The last time that we saw it was when Doki had that mad lad play with the T5 on the top floor as he put them both down with the LMG. So very well done. It's actually going to be Doki once again here on the Ying.
Let's hope he sticks it just to try and reclaim some of that magic from that previous attack. Ridiculous. Of course he switches off it. Shout out. Thanks, Doki. Appreciate it. Big fan. Super cool. But we saw some good stuff on the Jackal as well, so I'm not going to complain, especially when you have two Titans facing in the server. Cyber also on the Solus. I'm eager to see what work he can do there. Mentioned it before, the drones for G2 at times. If I just look up at the top left or the top right, depending on who's attacking, I feel a little bit more consistently when I look at that G2 drone count sometimes. We're getting down to 3 and 2 with a lot of time remaining, and thankfully, given the fact that Doki has, you know, a 21 kill game in him, or Uno on the Ying has a lot of gadgets, they can still make it work. They can still make a lot of big plays. The intel game has been a bit of a problem for G2 so far, sometimes not getting enough value out of the drones they've lost. So we'll see what Cyber can do, and well, just run out on Benja, sitting outside on camps.
I mean, Benja cannot buy luck in this game, can he?
I feel so bad.
It's a constant just wave of pressure being pushed against him. Cyber will be able to at least try and take a fight against Doki, but Doki's so quick to the trigger, he'll take him down almost immediately. Nice find there and a nice trade, but although you did get rid of the Solus, already 4 drones gone, and he killed Lion. That was the big thing there. They brought a lot of info because they really like risking these drones. They bring the Lion, they bring the Bees, as well as Jackal on top of that. But now, lacking those EE1Ds, which obviously makes it to where FaZe can't move around the way that they want to. So this opens up a lot of options to the defense.
Still able to get that Solus if G2 want to go for a plant later in the round, not having to worry about it being below. That's nice.
Oh.
Look at this. Handy creeping forward. The Z-Ping is giving intel about Doki's position. Look at that recoil control on the SMG-12. Doki now falls. Alamau watches it happen in front of him. Nothing he can do but stare in horror as G2 go down in the man count, and Handy rotates back to the bomb site.
Okay, G2. We're bleeding. How do we hem this?
Oh.
Is it on Virtue? Vita. Living La Vida Loca with that swing. That was insane.
Knows about Virtue now, too.
I cannot believe that he actually survived that. Honestly, both parties respectively. Vita King, it's a little bit of damage. He's going to double smoke things here inside of security. Virtue and the rest of the gang just stepping on goo mine after goo mine that have been breadcrumbed across this top level.
King's got the play. This shotgun right here. Will Virtue get in time? He's blinded by the Candela. Precious seconds cost. An opening maybe, but now FaZe are ready. The King can start holding this angle. The other 4 guns trained on G2's positions. KDS takes down Uno. G2 starting to make a comeback, but something else has got to give. They can't just go into this the 2v3. Vidaking's not biting. He knows the shotgun is favoring him. Quick peeks just for the ego, but Virtue going for the backstab. Sees the goo mine. Diffuser not in G2's control at the moment, so Virtue needs to win on this backstab. What a kill from Alamau! Vidaking holding that close door. I don't know how he got away with that, but the shotgun is better. Handy still holds strong. And I think Alamau has made enough magic happen. No, he is not winning that one. 3-3 half for FaZe. A 2v1 to close out, and a disciplined finisher to even the half.
Yeah, everything about that speaking to the level of play that FaZe is able to produce. Get those big kills, every single step of their utility getting in the way of G2. And I mean literally every step as those goo mines constantly poking and prodding these
within
players.
the span of 5 seconds,
And that's the thing about Legion. You know, you bring him, you're like, oh, well, it's not going to matter that much, is it? Oh, yes, it absolutely will. Sometimes it can completely stunt an offense in good timing, just like we saw. G2 did not have the opportunity to try and deal with this scenario in the way that they wanted to. Not completely based off of just those goo mines, but because of the way that FaZe was pressuring things around this map. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that's probably not Doki getting excited that round.
That actually threw me for such a loop. I was like, did I mess up?
We lost the round. Woo!
I was literally like, did I mess up? Whew, that scared me. I was like,
located by attackers.
because one of those fears as a caster is
10 seconds to insertion.
But seriously, that utility play from FaZe, the smokes from Vidiking, and then also those goo mines. The smokes are always kind of that bigger piece of utility you think of wasting time, but that goo mine placement, excellent. We've seen a lot of actually very impactful goos so far. 2 on Cafe, 3 right there on Nighthaven.
Dude, and the coolest part about it is you can literally slap him in any lineup.
Yep.
He's so applicable. Such a solid operator.
Such a solid out for Doki, too. Now that he's moved on to the defensive side, see him pick up the T5, see Benja bring the IQ, or not the IQ, excuse me, the Valkyrie, and of course, I'd be remiss if I mentioned Uno on the tuber.
There it is. We haven't even got to see him inside of this game just yet, but we'll see if anybody will be put on ice. Alamau! Oh. Guys, I'm still sweating.
Uno's had enough. Uno's actually had enough.
FaZe being on defense and doing all the things they did, it just made me worry when I saw that Nitro cell go under his feet. I was just a little scared, that's all. But obviously,
Uno throws the C4 like, I'm sorry, little one.
I really am. He just blows up Alamau. He's like, we actually have to sacrifice you to win this game. So this is part of the contract, part of the deal.
Well, Ash charge goes out, breaks the barbed wire in front of Handy. Doki might be feeling a lot of pressure momentarily, but Virtue can help bring him back to the site. Indeed he will. Both retreating down the Exo stairs as FaZe moves to fill that space. I think one pleasant aspect of this whole game has been how consistently, right as the defense starts giving up that ground as they should, the attack immediately takes it in turn as they should. It's like both teams somehow, everyone in the lobby moving in sync at times on this clear, giving up space, then filling it. But Alamau only fills the rafters with ledge, tags Handy's heel by just a little bit, then moves back into the site. But that's the clear for FaZe, done and dusted.
Let it breathe for a second. See what the next steps here are for both squads. G2 do not want to give up any of these bodies. Alamau's already taken a little bit of damage, but they can allow this timer to be used by FaZe. So begin ripping up the floorboards here with the boogie drones. You have Cyber as well, so that skeleton key can't assist. Still a lot of utility implemented here by G2, although again, Alamau keeps getting tagged up. A smoke out already, so might have caught a stray as he swung off an angle to get that out. Don't exactly know how that ended up breaking down. With 30 seconds remaining, FaZe have got to find this accelerator.
Vidiking sprints in, but he's cut down by Benja. I remember seeing that plant spot when FaZe played this map against DZ all the way 3 months ago, and I think Benja might have as well. A quick pre-fire as he sprints out the door. KDS gets the trade though, so 4v4, but Cyber in a similar position to Vidiking, especially with the Guman giving away his position. Handy might get the kill, but Cyber's got to get this bomb down with G2 players covering.
10 seconds to
Virtue
go.
able to find another, but the coverage from FaZe is good enough. G2 on the retake, not working out so far. Benja down and Alamau, 1 bullet remaining, 2 finished off very quickly. And so we leave it to Virtue, whose feet are very likely exposed. If KDS wants to take this fight, he does. Virtue might find him, but Cyber's willing to pay the price of KDS to win the first round on attack.
Where are we going? Go top.
Loving this mentality out of G2. Just lost the rounds. Quick breakdown, immediately roll things over into round 8. Things happen, that's Rainbow Six. It is what it is. You can't change the past, can you? Unfortunately enough, folks, nobody's figured out time travel, or at least from what I know. So, don't have access to that. FaZe with a gorgeous round right there. I especially loved how they were able to use the full breadth of map control there, all that verticality working its way in, Cyber being able to find a big gap there inside of Tank as he worked his way in through the little Animus room. This is very well done across the board. And now FaZe with a lead once again here, but from the offensive side of the coin.
That's how it started on Cafe. FaZe were able to get a 3-3 half,
10 seconds left.
win the first round, and then G2 were constantly fighting from behind. Getting around, FaZe take the lead again. Get around, FaZe take the lead. Get around overtime, and that's where you have to finish it. G2 are hoping they don't have to do that again, because I have to imagine when you're in a long best of 3 and the first map goes 8-7 like that, it gets a little tiring if you have to then do it a second time after already losing a map in between those two things.
And just to remind you, this is FaZe's second best of 3 today.
True.
And the other one went all the way to 3 maps as well.
Sam, it's honestly, this series has been going on so long, I forgot we even casted another game today.
Yeah.
That's how much I've been enveloped in this.
Yeah. FaZe, they will have been playing as long as you and I have been casting. So do the math real quick. They've been playing for a little over 6 hours, folks, at a high enough quality level to be beating G2 right now. So I'll let that speak for itself.
2-1 win over the world champions after beating Los, the team that knocked them out at the Atlanta semifinals. That would be a hell of a good day for any team. A hell of a good couple teams to knock out. The personal beef at the beginning, the undeniable achievement at the end.
Most definitely. The international beef, you could say.
Oh,
but handy. Good with that torch. It's a top wall. To try and create a soft panel here on the right-hand side. Big thing is, folks, when you do this, you want to make sure you get that right little streak of the wall, and then that center piece, you want to make sure you torch that appropriately. Otherwise, it'll more than likely hold it up. Past that, it's really just those little pixels that you're trying to make sure to break apart. Those can be a nuisance every once in a while. And if you don't do it cleanly, Carter, and you have to go back and fix things up, sometimes you've already screwed it up so much. There's so many angles to worry about, just like for KDS here. That you really can't even try and reassess it. The wall will just lock itself up, but obviously that won't befall FaZe here. Uno really wanting to work his way inside of Electrical. Handy's in here as well. There's one close, and Nitro still out. It's not going to do too much for him. There's a Legion locked to the side, and what a shot from Uno. The mechanics, Bavita King, he's worked his way in from Connector. They've used a Selma charge, and now they've equalized the man count.
what a maniac. He vaults into literally 4 people on the site, vaults back out. Benja downs 1, but again, Vida King in the clutch. Is able to revive KDS, Souls with a 3rd. Doki rotates down below, though. That leaves Alamau all alone until Doki gets into position for the C4. A lot of low HP FaZe players. C4 goes out, and it only does the smallest inconsequential amount of damage to Cyber. Souls shuts down Alamau, and Doki, a defeated man on the vertical, must do his best on the same floor as his opponents. Look at how low HP FaZe are, though. He's got one. The MPX might not do a lot of damage, but if he spots these players, if he can just land a few shots, an inconsequential amount in the grand scheme of things, he'd make it a 4v4. He's moving towards the diffuser. He knows the IQ's behind this pillar. He needs to get this kill to react in time. Slowly falling back. KDS now down, but look at how patient FaZe are playing. They know it's Doki he needs to make the move. Doki who needs to push forward. Doki who falls to Cyber. FaZe up 5-3. Their lead is widened. It is not going to be a back and forth game like Cafe.
Not able to get too much out of the G2 bench that time around. Timeout called from them. A lot to consider here as these defenses have not been easy. A 3-3 split in between these two teams, Carter. G2 in these last 2 rounds not really able to slow down FaZe in any sense of the term. It has been FaZe constantly battering G2 over and over again, and these bruises are persisting, especially in that last round as they practically cleave everybody on the site.
Sam, you want to know something funny?
What's up, brother?
In the time between now and when this series started,
Yeah.
we had the final map of NIP Fury,
Yep.
and we've had the entirety of Sonic's Wolves.
Wait.
And we are now on the final series of the B Stream.
Man, I love my job.
Can you imagine? Like, Can you imagine if I was playing after this? Like, Jesus, man, can you just finish?
Yeah,
like,
can you guys?
BP and NIP are just like, come on, man.
Oh,
I imagine they're probably watching it right now.
Oh, they probably are.
This is one of those games where, like, you just got to stop what you're doing and enjoy it.
Yeah, no, most definitely. This is gonna be one for the history books. I can feel it.
And on a day where we already had a history-making level game in Wolves W7M, the fact that we get 2, oh my God. 2 games, honestly, it's an absolute crime these aren't happening on main stage in front of a crowd, but we still have the privilege of watching them, still have the privilege of experiencing the level of siege they can bring, the level of play they can muster.
5 seconds remaining.
But it's FaZe again with the lead on map 3, just like they had on Border, able to move very quickly. Then it was 5-2, now it's 5-3, and with G2's timeout, if they want any hopes of regulation, 4 rounds in a row. And you know they don't want another 8-7 OT to win this series.
G2, that was a perfectly called timeout right there, Carter. Do not want to allow FaZe to get on to match point. Don't want that timeout burned inside of your pocket either. Utilizing that to hopefully its fullest advantage. Discussing things for this basement bomb site. Toki's going to be on a roam all the way upstairs, and obviously FaZe won't be aware of this unless they go for a clear. They have a few things built up, so FaZe on second consideration, more than likely knowing that there could be some bodies on this top floor. They're going to do exactly that. Drone this out. Twitch drone out. Unable to do too much, but it'll be EMPs down and the Selma's through. Uno, he'll get one. Can he get the second? Don't believe he will. Oh, it was so very close. And that's on those new Selma timings. Do remember, used to be 3.2 seconds, I want to say. Now they're a flat 4. So just that little bit of difference that the Devs made make a huge moment change here for the Bandit.
Almost that clutch timing right there. Doesn't work out. See how FaZe move off of that, though, as they're able to find the angle on that top floor. Nice little drone engagement right there. Got the Twitch and the Brava in action. I think we mentioned, I believe it might have mentioned with you. It might have been Emmy the other day. Can't exactly remember. Either way, both these operators really increasing in pick rate as you need to deal sometimes with those F-Knots. Obviously, those are banned, but a lot of the electronics that the defense has to deal with. But, well, this is a bit of a different story entirely.
Yeah, and you always go for the straightforward angle, too, and just be like, they get more drones. Straight up. Like, being able to shock things away or steal them, that's amazing. But straight up, more drones, more things to try and fodder in and find out what's going on. Oh, my.
No way.
Speaking of fodder, could have been cannon fodder right there from the Nitro cell, but it's not going to happen. Handy, so much damage dealt to him. A strong breeze will knock him over. Virtue can't find him. The plan is starting. Somebody's got to get on this cross. That'll force Handy off the case. And G2, have they done it? Benja, a lot of damage to him. You could say the same to Vita King. KDS will find one. Handy goes down, and that's going to be the case.
The case indeed, but Vita King on so low HP is easy pickings for Benjamaster on the top floor. We had a stalemate for so long inside of Cargo, and it's G2 after breaking it to come away the victors, at least right now. They put KDS in a very difficult position. He pre-fires one. Sure, all right, that's fair enough. But there's a direct angle on the barricade he's walking through. He's dead to rights. This is a dead man walking, ladies and gentlemen, and it's one pump from Alamau to bring G2 back into it.
Nice little shout there from Doki as well. If I heard it correctly, might not have, but...
They're literally making adaptations 3 rounds before they can play the boss.
Yes, they are. They most definitely are. And I mean, something to consider, and he's completely right. If we play that again, you really want to bring the Solus. Why? Because you can prevent that plant from underneath. Incredibly intelligent call there from him. But a great swing from Virtue. Virtue, not that one, but the previous one, that was a round-defining moment on that swing towards Souls. If Souls kills Virtue there, that's more than likely FaZe on map and match point. So very close are these margins, folks, and that's what we try to explain to you guys, is just how unbelievably close these rounds can get. And sometimes it's moments that you wouldn't even consider. You're like, oh, it's just one gunfight. But that gunfight is what tells the tale of the tape and could be the thing to propel you to an ever better future.
Things ripple out as we talked about matches in a tournament. Just like that, plays in a round do not exist in a vacuum. Sometimes it might not matter. Sometimes it causes an unintentional chain of events, or in this case, for Virtue, a very intentional chain of events, winning the round and stopping the plant. But nonetheless, they have a lot of impact, and going one way could very well make the difference. Exterior walls opened up immediately from FaZe down below. First exothermic on the Animus wall. Now the likely trier would like to go for the second down below, but you can see that little bit from G2. Got the soft panel open on the opposite side, so not fully reinforced. Can still contest somebody playing outside that wall, so Vita King instead will use it upstairs.
Yeah, really like that. If you also notice, the Virtue actually has the impacts, and they've got a little hole open on that wall down there, so you can just toss it through for the single panel they had reinforced on the right-hand side of that 2-set. So just smart adaptations from G2. Yep, there it is right there. You guys just saw Benjamin Master is going to be up inside of Barrel as well. So we'll see how FaZe want to try and deal with this. They've already sprung things open for the Animus side, so can try and go for that plant they went for last time inside of Tank if it ends up being their path forward.
It was a clean round from FaZe there. Even though they lost Vita King in the initial push, they're able to recover the diffuser, push on in, get the crossfires they needed. Just a great recovery from FaZe to win that round in the first place. But still one that G2 had a lot of successful moments, able to deny the plant on the initial run. It was not a completely linear push. They had some players in the second floor, but there was a very definite position FaZe are pushing from, and G2 almost had the angles to completely shut it down. It seems they're moving to a similar position right now, Sam. We see a lot of movement around that garage hatch where they dropped before to move into Tank. As you mentioned, with the Boogie drones now opening up the vertical play, they're not committing themselves to it, but I have to think they're really telegraphing to us at least what's going on here.
Most definitely. I like how G2 have kept things active on this mid floor as well. Allowing FaZe to set up a bit, but at some moment here, things are going to explode across this mid floor as they'll try and get some kills, more than likely, on the retake. Vita King's already worked his way down inside of Animus.
Seen him there before.
And I think we've gotten this right on this one, Carter. More than likely going to be a plant trying to go down inside of Tank. Everybody alive with sub 50 seconds remaining. This is about to be insane.
Yeah, Benja Doki waiting so patiently, but all the kills are going FaZe's way. KDS with a double to secure their lead. The flank completely shut down. The anchor's completely demolished. Uno put to 1 HP on death's door. FaZe going in for the coup de grace, but a flashbang in hand gives Cyber away. But the round is still only FaZe's to win. Match, map, and honestly, banger point for FaZe. Just one round away from sending the world champions to our lower bracket 2-6 invitationals in a row.
You know, after map 2, I still think a handful of people probably thought, oh, it's just a meme. There's no way. I mean, it's G2, man. They're going to make this run.
Can happen.
Hey, you know, anything can happen. Copium, copium, copium. Gaslight yourself into thinking whatever you want, but the reality of the situation is this. FaZe have 2 rounds to slam the door shut on G2 here on Night Haven Labs, and they're looking damn good, Carter. That round especially, G2, they kept 2 active players upstairs on that mid floor. It did absolutely nothing for them. They accomplished not a whole heck of a lot. A little bit of play to delay FaZe, but honestly, at the end of the day, didn't even do that much. They get Animus open, they get the Boogie drones in over for the security office. It looked so darn good.
5 seconds to go.
And a successful round because of it from FaZe, especially after that whole plethora of kills poured in. I mean, what timing on that call as well. I was like, oh, things are going to get crazy. 5 kills pour into the kill feed on a moment's notice. I mean, my God, man, these 2 teams, they are swinging for the fences.
FaZe is looking for that final, not even home run, just a single. Just one more to get this over the line to finish both of these past 2 maps in regulation. We talked about how on Border it needed to be perfect from G2. In a similar position now, down 2 rounds. Need to win these defenses, need to hold FaZe at the gate, stop them from pushing forward. Vita King already opening up the terrace breach. Very good time for FaZe so far. Not sure about the status of the IT wall, but still, one of the exterior walls opened up very quickly. And look, Handy immediately getting to work on the second. FaZe are not wasting a single second in executing their plan.
going through the motions and accomplishing them well. As for G2, though, still some solid considerations here as they will be sitting on command center and servers. 33 plays so far this tournament before this map started. Has a 67% defensive overall win rates and a ill-advised impact. He didn't get it over the top of the wall. Doesn't stop the Selva. There's a huge gap now in the side of this site.
That's the kind of mistake that can genuinely cost you the game. It destroys the mute jammer, gives open the hole. Bench is going to win that fight, and he's shut down. But what a nice trade from Virtue. On the long angle, Sam, he makes it a 4v4.
Doki. And his damnedest from the site position here, Carter. You could cut the air with a knife right now between these two teams. G2 waiting in anticipation, waiting to see what FaZe will do. Vita King steps up, one right around the wall. We have one over an electric as well. Uno's gonna be holding this down with the M590. Frag grenade out will force him back. So he has to give the respect over to FaZe and what they're going to look to accomplish. This shotgun could mean the moment. It's gonna be Virtue first though. Uno, what do you have for us?
Needs to be a shot, needs to be a kill, and indeed it is. Able to put FaZe in the difficult position. Vita King resigning himself to just pushing forward. How much can Souls accomplished? Uno watching the IT breach at the moment, but pulls the shotgun back out. This has to be Vita King dead to rights. Has to be him falling as Souls keeps pressuring the backside. There's the shotgun. There's the comeback. 6-5, round 12. One team wins and we leave with a victor. One team wins and this game goes on a little bit longer.
You can almost feel it. Overtime right on the horizon. FaZe will do everything to eclipse that moment. We'll pull out every single stop. Every strategy will be utilized in this next round that they can bear. In G2, you better count your lucky stars, as there was a huge hole in the side of this ship.
Holy shit.
Insane moment there for G2 as they were able to make a picturesque moment up here out of thin air practically right there. Properly playing things in around that server after that Selma charge is able to create that breach. And now we sit here, Carter. 6-5 with FaZe in the lead. FaZe resting back on earlier strategies, going back to what worked for them before. We'll have the Twitch, we'll have the Brava. Thatcher and Ace to assist with breaking up some of these panels. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be a storage control room defense. And did it happen? There he is, ladies and gentlemen. You heard him say it. Let's play the Solus the next time we take this site. And there he is. Doki on the Solus. He will more than likely be all the way downstairs to try and assist Virtue later on in the round. As of right now, resting on site to make sure FaZe don't have the proper information as to what his strategy is.
Candy.
There's no way.
Just slips away. Thank God.
Virtue went for it.
Thank God Doki switched to the Solus, because the player who saved this defense for G2 previously. Look at this.
What a risk, Virtue. That is an insane risk to take at this moment in the round. And yeah, it can be a game changer, but the shoes on the other foot, you just gave over a huge moment to FaZe. And as we've known, they take these and they run with them, Carter. They're gonna go back to the drones. They're gonna go back to every bit utility and info game that they have to try and assist them with this round.
Just try to fall back on something. The IT breach now opened up. Doki has to do so much work with that player inside of Cargo now taken care of. He's got to hold below. Uno also on the top floor. We actually have Doki on the second floor as well, so not in a position to directly deny that right now. It's all four players on the top floor, Sam. Every single G2 defender sitting in this position. Are FaZe going to deal with it? They have to worry about these vertical angles.
I don't think they are. We've talked about a lot of risk assessment, my friend. And let me tell you, as somebody that's played this game for a very long time, some of these moments are really hard to read, but this one's as clear as day for FaZe. They know what they must do. The case is going to be in the hands of Handy. rotating all the way over towards the window. A drone in to check things out. Cyber trying to build up some new angles, trying to make sure there's nobody downstairs to try and prevent this plant. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Doki, he's gonna try and run up over top, but he can't do it. Phase into the post plant. Nitro sells out. It deals serious damage to Doki. It's a 4 versus 4, but G2, you only have 35 seconds.
So little time left to try and figure this out. FaZe might have the angles. They've got the advantage too. Doki on 1 HP, goes for the run out! In the grand final of day 6, FaZe do the unthinkable. They send G2, the reigning champions, to the lower bracket where W7M, the heirs apparent, await them. And only one can come out alive.
The Beasts from Brazil, FaZe Clan, take it in max regulation here on Nighthaven Labs. And not only that, but the absolute massacre on Border will go down in history here in Rainbow Six Siege. GG's to both respective squads, but G2 have a lot of things to consider after this series. Their extra life has been spent, Carter. The next time this potentially happens, it's a plane flight home.
And the craziest part is, at the beginning of the day, when Wolves upset W7M, the narrative we were talking about in the green room, well, guess who else got sent down to the lower bracket the first day? Guess who else made a run all the way through? G2. Now W7M are in the same position. Well, G2 now find themselves there, and only one could potentially see us in the grand final. We have the desk to break down all the implications, as well as FaZe's incredible victory.
G2 lose a best of 3. FaZe fans here in Brazil, rejoice. This one is over, and the world champions drop to dangerous territory. You can hear how loud it is here behind the scenes. That is a huge victory for FaZe Clan, and we're joined by KDS. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Hello.
Just to start with, the first Brazilian team to secure your place in front of the live crowd, your home fans.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you?
Amazing, because this is the first step for us. Is playing against our crowd in Brazil. This is amazing, and it will be the first time I play Invitational with the crowd. So it's amazing.
Must be a dream come true.
Yeah.
First of all, big congratulations. You guys played an incredible series. You've played such a long day, so I'm gonna keep it short. Ramalho is your previous coach. He had you guys before. When you come up against someone that's been and know all of your internals, how do you prepare against that? Because he knows everything.
Yeah, when Ramalho leaves FaZe, Rafa is like he thinks like the same as Ramalho. So I don't know if this helped Ramalho, because it's a long time and they merged Atlanta, then Invi, we changed a lot. So I don't think this helped us.
Lots of maps played in the groups, 6 maps played today. You guys have got incredible stamina. Do you not get tired?
Yeah, you know, we screaming a lot every day, so 6 maps is not a big deal, but when we play a champion, the stress is a lot more intense. So this is the worst thing. You know?
All right, listen, I know that whenever you jump on here, you're like, oh, my English is not so great. It's brilliant. But do you want to say to your home fans watching in your native tongue of Portuguese,
yeah.
Would you like to talk to them?
For everyone is support FaZe, thanks so much, everyone. We're working a lot to be better and better every day. So yeah, that's it.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Go and celebrate, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fabian, you know, this time last year you were with this G2 roster that raised the hammer. How big of a blow is this loss?
I don't think that's that big. I mean, it kind of proves a little bit that the ghost we spoke about earlier, living in Alamau's head against Brazilian teams, it does exist. They were, I would say, it kind of showed on their faces. Their facial expressions changed somewhere during map 2, and it didn't really come back to their normal stuff.
We predicted that both teams would be able to, you know, attack again, and we got a 3-3-half fresh. So we are seeing teams able to succeed in attack in this meta.
Yeah, G2 got a 3-3 half. FaZe managed to obviously then close it out in regulation as well. It's, both teams had very differing styles, and that was the big thing for me, is we watched two teams that are super comfortable attacking this map. G2, they used basically Lion and Ying every single round, and they will run Lion or Ying or Dokkaebi if available, 2 of those 3. What that does is it facilitates the early entry into the map. It gets them that early map control, and they struggled in the late round. They took a completely different approach to attacking this map. They brought operators that made sense for execute, smokes, vertical operators, a lot of buck, as we've seen Cyber play. They did that for the late round, which meant they struggled a little bit in the early round, but once they got to the point of the late round, they executed their plans and executes so well. So it was a pretty much attacking masterclass from both ways you could play Nighthaven Labs on attack.
And I think I can build on to that point, because I have got even more. We can stand here all day. Because the way that G2 started their attacks, it was really impressive. And I keep coming back to what we were talking about Nighthaven before. And I love that we have new maps into the pool, because it just goes to show that teams that innovate, they usually come out on top. And what we saw from G2 was they were getting early picks all the time, but they couldn't really build up from that every time. So we saw them being slightly lost mid-round, which honestly surprises me. But that goes to show that this map isn't as figured out as, for example, Clubhouse is. They still know how to play it really well, because as you said, Jack, 2 completely different styles, very good siege. But it goes to show that there are things that still surprise people. We'd never see a surprise in Clubhouse. I guess if you climb up the ladder in Oil Pit, we haven't seen that in 150 years. But I mean, how often do we get surprises?
We had some amazing performances across the board. We could stand here and pick players from FaZe and G2. I mean, Durkee, again, a phenomenal performance from him despite the loss.
Yeah, I think, he's been a solid player. He's found his rhythm. Needs a few more people to step up around him. We talked about Benja struggling. I think Alamau kind of probably shut down a little bit more in the IG League, as we've seen across the last games that they've played against Brazilian teams at international competitions. But yeah, speaking specifically about Dokkaebi, he's found his rhythm, he's found a nice place, and he's what you want out of players, I think, and you can say this, we've both coached, you want players to be at like 100% plus 20. You want them to be doing their role that you expect, and then popping up a little bit more than that when they can, and that's where Dokkaebi's at.
You've got a clip of Dokkaebi in round 5 you want to look at.
I do, and it's an incredible team play that I want to show you guys. Look at what Dokkaebi does here. He has the Ying the Candela in his hand, and the EMP goes off to take away the Warden's glasses just as he yinks and pushes in against a 2-kill. This is what makes the difference between a good team and a great team, because that is just an amazing play. And having the ability to unlock rounds that early and that aggressively and that, I would say, pretty easily, it's such a boon for them.
And that's the 120% that you just saw in that clip. The 100% is the first kill, the 20% is the flick onto the second kill that really opens up the round.
Fresh, FaZe coming into this were regarded by many as favourites, right?
Yes.
And then there was some doubt cast. I mean, one of the favourites coming in. There was some doubt cast during the group stages, but now they've solidified themselves as a front runner here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you kind of had to map out the top 3 teams before the tournament, W7M, G2, FaZe were probably the 3 teams you were looking at. Coming into this game specifically, you'd probably say it's quite even. And then FaZe have gone 1-0 down, completed a reverse sweep, looked really comfortable in doing so, in all honesty. Cafe only went slightly wrong, remember. That could have very easily been a 2-0 to FaZe, and they're looking very dominant.
Who do you think Intel player of the game is, Fab? Should we find out?
I have no idea. Handy, Souls, one of the 2. I think Souls most likely.
Fresh.
I'm going to say it's Vita King.
Well, obviously, because he's on the screen.
You know what? It was a huge clutch. When Uno watches this back, he will be really upset with himself from his own POV because he saw him and didn't shoot him. Vita King, I want to talk about him, actually, because doesn't get a lot of praise, but those big plays in the late round, so much composure. Brazil's got an incredible amount of support players in the late round that have composure. Vita King, Souls, but also when you're looking at like Nade and Felipox on W7M, them pulling off 2v5s earlier today, there are a lot of Brazilian players that have that composure in late round.
And the funniest part is, when Vita King came into this roster and I watched them play, I was not impressed. But the growth that he's had since he joined this team and gotten better players around him, better support staff around him, he's just become so much better.
He's got that little bit of arrogance about him that you need as a top player as well. I mean, I remember in Atlanta where he's standing up and riling up the crowd against SSG and all that type of stuff as well.
Well, listen, you guys have been here a lot longer than I have, but it is all starting to take shape now. We can take a look at the bracket and see the lay of the land. By the way, we are not finished yet, of course. We've still got another best of 3 series coming your way, but what do you make of how it's all shaking out in front of you, Fabian?
I am just so excited to see all of the games coming up. Sonic's phase, I think, is going to be a barn burner.
Yeah.
Because I think that people have been sleeping on Sonic's. People have just not talked about them much, I don't feel like. And they were really dominant in their group, and now they go up against what, again, we've been considered one of the favorites. Now it's really time to show that they have it. Because if they win that game, that's definitely my favorite to win the event.
I think there was a little bit of fear when it came to, we want to make sure we see some Brazilian teams in front of the live crowd. I think a lot of fans watching at home will be delighted and relieved. But I think all of us here are too fresh.
Yeah, I think there was a real scenario earlier. I know Nip got over the line and we'll be playing, next. But there was a real scenario where there weren't many Brazilian teams in the upper bracket because of course only 2 teams can come from the lower bracket to the main stage. So there's going to be a lot of Brazilian teams fighting for that. So for FaZe, for Brazil, this is a very good result.
All right, guys, it's been a pleasure being back on a desk with you both. Thank you very much. It's been beautifully insightful and sometimes a little bit funny with you, Fab. But listen, when we come back after the break, it is SSG versus Dark Zero. But before we get there, we're going to throw you over to the B stream where it's Nip versus Virtus Pro.
Piano. Probably aware that they've wasted so much of Virtus Pro's time on this top floor. Like, every round they've tried to work their way through. They're taking a good minute and a half to even get themselves inside Piano, let alone start looking at the sites itself. Similar sort of story here. Got themselves reinforcements going up, castle barricades down white, the cigar double door. Yeah, you name it. Once again, trying to turn this top floor into a fortress.
Ash is going to get himself up onto the half roof, bakery rooftop, send in the drones and continue the support work that he's been doing so far, droning for the others. Want to get Dan and Joystick in really on the entry and start taking some of these fights up on the top floor. Only 30 seconds in yet, so plenty of time for Virtus Pro, not running short just yet. So Joystick just opening up the angle in the hatch there onto red stairs, allows him to watch for any movement around there until the hatch gets open. And we start to see that utility getting cleared out of Piano as well, but for the time being they've still got Wizard playing underneath there. He does, I think, have the bailiff in hand, so will be able to open up some verticals as well, so just something they need to be aware of if they're dropping into Piano.
Probably another thing to be aware of is that NIP have no Wamai this round. They brought it in the vast majority of their rounds, which means things will connect when they get fired out. Always, for example, have the Crusher come out first, realise, oh, nothing has caught this, and just very simply with one impact took out the castle barricade. From there, they can just keep on marching on forwards, not having to worry about going through utility very cautiously or leading flashes before committing key things, for example. And so Ash, Joystick can turn around and get things done. Already seen Always go ahead and do exactly the same. And probably most importantly, those EMPs are very, very safe to hold on to here as well and start looking for these electrified walls if they want them open. Maverick, though, does at least shortchange that. Doesn't matter if it's electrified or not. If you've got an EMP or not, you can still burn your way through, as we're now seeing.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro are kind of happy to just leave the players over on the east side of the map here. They're not getting too involved with those gunfights over in Cocktail because they don't really necessarily need to. We can see Wizard there choosing that bailiff I suggested he would be carrying. This time, instead of thinking upwards, he's thinking downwards, and he's giving himself a little escape route should he need it, opening up the hatch there. We're going to see the Boogie drone just going off and creating those verticals now. Joystick manages to pick up Pino, and Virtus Pro have got control over the top floor. Pons, interestingly, is just hiding away in reading at the minute. He's just, there you go, he's just tipped himself out of there so he can get an angle up underneath the new hatch, and I'm not sure if Virtus Pro are aware of that. If they overextend, they could lose their lives.
Wizard I'm watching out for here as well, because there's 3 players all coming down red, so he's in a spot to be able to do a little bit of a backstab if they work this out well. Pasha, though, is on the hunt at the same time. Dan has found Psycho, so now all control is in their favour. EMPing out our Magic for any C4s that could come through. Wizard's been dealt with. That was their only backstab attempt. Muzi, now in a 1 versus 5. This is going to be a 4-2 half to VP.
Yeah, almost certainly. Shepard managing to get the diffuser down there, which has not been something that Virtus Pro have managed to do as consistently as they maybe have done previously. We said they've been very objective-focused, but they won't mind because they come away 4-2, picking up the last one with a flawless round, and it just sets them up for a big second half here. But We always have that question mark when the sides switch. Will Virtus.pro be able to carry that sort of momentum through onto the defensive side when they can't necessarily be as aggressive? Yes, they can take the fight to the attackers a little bit, but they're kind of waiting for that push from NIP. So I'm interested to see Virtus.pro whether they get themselves out into the map here. How many problems do they try to cause NIP on their attack? Or do they play a more turtle approach, which I think could be a little bit of a mistake on this one?
All right. Classic that already I'm seeing Shepard jump straight across to playing on the Echo. It's their go-to bread and butter, especially for this site in particular. No surprises at all that it'll be a big part of it. On the other side, NIP, you always have that question. Do you turn towards an IQ to help hunt it down, or do you rely on the ability to make use of the Decabi to get things done? The only concern with the Dokkaebi being if she dies, or, for example, if you have to use those calls early on, you have very little to deal with them later. And they may be making a big gamble here by getting away from both of those operators and no clear, easy option to deal with Shepard. Of course, as long as he's protected, they'll be able to have an impact in the later parts of this round. But Tim, I expect once more we'll see a full map clear coming in. NIP starting at the top and working their way down.
Yeah, this is a real sort of barometer for me of NIP's speed on the attack. Is time going to be a factor for them? How quickly? I'd love to see that, you know, they've got players like Muzi, Pino. I'd love to see them get in and just really move. Get the drone just ahead of him. I always reference Shaiko clearing this map with BDS. You know, you'll have a drone 10 feet in front of him, and 30 seconds in, top floor's cleared, he's onto the mid floor. I want to see that sort of confidence coming out of NIP. Just get into the map, get a drone ahead of somebody, and get clearing it out. Get that ground so that you're not wasting too many seconds when it comes to later in the round.
Especially when we've seen, I mean, we can have the beauty of hindsights and outlines for hindsight of outlines and top down. We can see that every single player from Virtus.pro is on the ground floor. Now, as long as NIP figure that out pretty quickly, and I'm really curious to know what it is that we're just waiting out for here. Is it because they're not expecting to find a tweet? Oh! No! That is unbelievable patience being shown, and they pay the price for it. That is what happens, and why you have analysts on your team to sit and do counter-analysis and counter-prep to know the tendencies and habits of enemy teams. Really smart stuff.
Absolutely beautiful from Psycho there. Like you say, getting his just rewards after he sat there waiting for almost half of the round. But will it be enough? We can see that Virtus.pro are in control of the mid-floor. They've got the dining hatch open, so that gives access into Freezer, and they can now go to work opening things up. Pino on the book, you can hear the skeleton key going off above them, so they are bang on time here. They've been opening this mid-floor up from about 130, 140, so there is no excuses now for NIP in terms of time. They just need to open enough verticals to force everybody out of sight. They need to clear VIP, and then they can really start pushing forward. Dan is in a critical position right now.
That's a real stinger, because now you've lost the Echo as well. I mentioned them, wanted to keep him alive late. I think he died on Flower, and it's in a spot where you were waiting there, hiding away. That's the one. Waiting to make use of those yokais, and it's simply not going to be a thing. Now, with the Oscar on side, you absolutely want to make a freezer drop work, but in a 3 versus 5, things start to look quite easy for the Brazilian side. It really will take a big mess up for this not to work in their favor. They've dodged the VIP player. They're inside of sight, and Cons, golden opportunity here to get this diffuser down. Doesn't even need to deploy a shield at this point, Tim.
Yep, Dan's having to scurry back through the bar instead of the way he would have liked, but Pasha somehow is able to just walk through the middle of the site and put the diffuser down cold on the ground. What a play! He makes to take out Cons 3 versus 2, as somehow Virtus.pro have just completely swung this, and NIP are reduced theirs to nothing more than a hatch drop. What a play from Virtus.pro!
I'm baffled at how on earth Pasture has managed to get away with that. He was being threatened on the vertical angles, and whether he's caught someone on a reload or what, I'm not sure, but has managed to run underneath the vertical cover, get rid of Cons, who has zero protection from anyone. Like, we had the player who was outside Freezer, who had the cross angle. We had the Freezer hatch obviously open in a spot to be able to help things out too, but there's just not enough cover. And look, 2 players managed to make it. Honestly, baffling. And NIP will be kicking themselves because they were in such a man advantage situation. 5v3. They'd got rid of the yokais, and still Pasha sneaks it away right underneath their nose.
Realistically, in that situation, with the plant going down for Cons there, you need one of 2, if not both of these 2 things. You need somebody in Fireplace with a vertical opened up above him that can cover that double door that Pasha's just been able to run through for free. You need to be controlling that area so nobody can push the bomb chassis. The alternative to do that is potentially to have somebody in freezer, either on the window or behind the bomb chassis, looking out in that direction. Basically, somehow you have to stop that cross. You cannot allow them past double door, and Virtus.pro have just shown exactly why. Pasha recognizing that there was no cover in place. He rolls the dice. He can't necessarily know that 100%, but he's got a good idea, and boy, does it pay off. What a round from Virtus.pro.
Even if he'd failed, there would be a second player coming in from double door as well, so there's two spots really where the verticals have failed NIP a little bit there, unfortunately. I'm sure they'll clean it up for next time we go back to that site, if we have to go back to that site, Tim, because it could be 2 rounds left, and I've already been there. Well, there's no real reason for Virtus.pro to return. They can't for at least the next couple. And so for now, we're trying to slow down NIP on different sites. This time around, it's going to be mining and fireplace. We've seen this already quite a lot back in the first half. You're going to see roaming up on that top floor, I imagine, coming out from Virtus.pro. But also, as you've seen, Pasha has been darting around that bottom floor a little bit on the Mozzie, just scurrying away into what I guess for now at least is the proverbial basement of this map, whilst we're up on the second floor.
Bravo drone goes in. We've seen the effectiveness of that Bravo drone continued throughout the game. We had a great example of it earlier with the FNAT that had been captured, was turned over and used as a flank watch effectively. So more electronics will be captured and will turn themselves over to work.
Welcome back to one of the most vibrant cities on Earth, now home to the best players Siege has to offer. I am, of course, talking about Sao Paulo and the 6 Invitational. It's SI, baby. Where else would you want to be than right here with us? Look at these shots of Sao Paulo. Honestly, I've been here once before, and I cannot get enough of it. My name's Ian Chambers, alongside the brains and brawn of Siege, Jesse and Laxing. Lax's arms can barely fit into his sleeves, and Jesse's brain barely fits in his head. Guys, I am so excited to have you both here. I've never been on a desk with you before, so it's an honor.
Well, that's not entirely true. We did the post-game show in Atlanta.
That's
true. We got a little bit of experience. We had a little connection right there.
It was beautiful. What about us? This is new.
I think so. I mean, we spent enough time together throughout these events that I basically feel like we've done desks. But no, I think officially, it's our first time.
Yeah, it's nice. All right, so SSG versus Dark Zero will be our last matchup, best of 3 here on the Airstream, and it's one that we're really looking forward to because 2 very successful teams ready to go at it, Jesse.
It certainly is. I mean, both these squads, Dark Zero and Space Station, 2 of the best teams North America has to offer, battling out now here inside of Brazil. Dark Zero, we just saw earlier today, they won their matchup, of course, coming in against Team Liquid. Pretty dominating matchup, if we can say that as well. And then for Space Station Gaming, first place in their group. They're looking very good coming into these playoffs for their first game.
Well, let's take a look at the history between these 2 rivals when it comes to this season. Jesse, talk us through the tale.
Yeah, so these 2 teams have played each other 4 times so far. Of course, once in stage 1, once in stage 2. That's going to be the Cafe and the Oregon that you see top of the bottom. Once during the offseason as well, during the breaking point. As you can see, Dark Zero historically have been the better team. 7-0 on Cafe, 7-1 Bank, 7-3 Skyscraper. The most recent game, however, Space Station did get their revenge. 8-7, that was the stage 2 matchup on Oregon. Space Station, despite losing the overall record on the season, do have the last laugh. So this will be a bit of a chance for them to continue to rewrite that history, to continue to get that revenge against Dark Zero, or maybe for DZ to set the record straight.
Yeah, I mean, Lax, that's nice. The numbers are great, but it's a different story when you're at an international event, right?
100%. And again, both these teams are performing really well. I mean, again, DZ just came off a hot 2-0 versus Liquid and a close first map and then a dominant second map. And truthfully, I think DZ have found their system. They found what they need to do and to get the attacks, get the defense going.
Yeah.
Aside for Space Station now, this will be a testament to them. Obviously, they were able to sit pretty. They get to wait for the team that was going to be going up against them. Unfortunately, they have to go against their NA brethren. But again, it's not like it's brand new. It's a familiar face. They know the idiosyncrasies of each other. So, I mean, I just think it's going to be an overall just one giant slugfest. rest of two NA teams just battling it out.
You're getting me excited. Let's take a look at this SSG roster. I mean, they've finished first in their group. Not really the favorites to finish in pole position. I think that's safe to say. And they haven't dropped a single map since day one, Jesse.
Exactly. I mean, they have been on a streak, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 to finish that out. That's why they're right here. Their one loss coming against Wolves on the very first day, as you mentioned. I think broadly, this team has been feeling very confident, very, very aggressive in the server at times. They are not afraid to swing out, to take a lot of those gunfights, disrupt people a little bit. And I think in this meta, that's what you got to do. You know, you've got to get into your opponent's heads. You've got to take action to them. And so for Space Station Gaming, I think their playstyle's looking really good in this meta. I think their coordination and team play has been solid for the group stage so far. And they're going to be an extremely formidable opponent against any team to go up against throughout these playoffs.
Let's talk about a man like J90, shall we?
Yeah,
he's been brilliantly consistent.
No, J90 is an animal. I mean, if you even look back through the regular stage, you look through in Atlanta, he has put up one hell of a performance. He is consistent literally across the board in what he does. I mean, right now he is currently the 3rd highest rated in KD. He is the 5th highest rated player coming into this. That may have changed given some of the games have ended. I didn't update that, but still, nonetheless, I mean, J90 is a phenomenal player. I've seen J90 from the start of his career and to where he's at now. The best thing you can see in the improvement from him is the straight consistency of the numbers and the performance that he is constantly putting up for SSG.
Putting up numbers and having consistency is the perfect formula for a knockout style tournament. That is what you want as part of your team. On the flip side, you got NJR, Jesse.
Yes, I mean, these two players I thought were perfect to compare to one another because they're both the players that can be very consistent, that'll always be that rock, and they've both been playing a lot of really solid anchor setups throughout both their teams. They play it kind of differently. NJR is a very classic. He's going to play those hard anchor roles where he's sitting in the basement. He doesn't want to be the first one fighting people when they come on in. He'll let their teammates take some of those fights, then swing on out, locking down a bomb site on those really defensive operators. And then you take a look at J90, also often playing more towards the bomb site. However, he likes to play a little bit more flexible, a little bit more Wamai, a little bit more Warden coming through so that he can move around a bit more, trade his teammates, and play really well with the rest of the squad. So for these two players late in the round, I think they're going to be matching up a little bit more often than some of the other guys in the server. And I'm very excited to see who comes out on top.
I can't get enough of being in the same room as these guys. This is my first time today, so I'm just really soaking up the energy here, and it's making me feel a bit buzzing as well.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a look at their opponents in Dark Zero. Now, they already cooked today with a convincing win over Liquid. They're looking formidable.
Yeah, I mean, DZ, again, I said this at the start. I think they found the formula that they need in order to get these attacks down, these defenses down. I mean, the game against Liquid with the Ying from Pamba, I mean, to me, this feels like old DZ in terms of meta, in terms of playstyle. If they can constrict you in the site, they can push you into corners, you are going to have a hard time. And we're seeing that with these attacks and what they're doing. They're really constricting power positions, then taking from the power position and moving into the site and just converging and collapsing and running away with these rounds.
Yeah, Dark Zero have been masters of the execute. We saw that earlier today against Team Liquid, the way they really oppress you with these very, very powerful operators, guys like Ying, guys like Grim, these operators to come through, Capitao, Zofia, whatever it might be, they will really make it difficult for you to exist inside of a room. And I think the problem that they may come up against here today against Space Station Gaming that maybe Team Liquid didn't test them on as much is what happens when it's not somebody sitting in a room, it's somebody running around a map. We saw that a little bit on Nighthaven Labs and they shut it down quite well, but that was kind of already at the point where Team Liquid were crumbling, they were falling apart in that series. So I'm very excited to see if that playstyle from Team Liquid can stand up against Space Station Gaming because it's going to be another and unique challenge.
They love an explosive push, don't they, Lex?
Yeah, I mean, they sure do, and that's where I can see SSG really bringing it to them because SSG isn't the old SSG for some people, maybe brand new coming in and thinking it's the SSG from way back then. No, this is a completely refaced, revamped SSG that gets in your face, isn't scared to take a gunfight. I mean, we saw Forrest right there. We saw J90. Forrest being a Harbor player, he just instantly runs in and takes gunfights like it's nothing.
Do you know what I want to talk about? I want to talk about Bolo, right?
Yeah.
So you could have argued on paper, like it was a slight risk because he's been out of action for a year despite his credentials, despite his big name. But we've seen today, starting to put his foot on the gas a bit more.
100%. I mean, people have talked a lot about it. Bolo hasn't had the most killer stats throughout the group stage, and that's okay. Dark Zero has been playing well as a whole. They don't need every single player to be popping off every single game, but I think that last game against Team Liquid was really where we saw Bolo start to shine, really start to come into his own. You know, he's playing a lot of these roles where he does have to kind of support the rest of the squad, playing some of these more flank watch operators, some of these more global operators to support the rest of the team, but I thought we really started to see him heat up, and in these pushes, he's been a very key part of it. We had him on for the interview, and he talked about how how everybody has to play their roles when they're going for these extremely well thought out and kind of chaotic sometimes pushes. But he's done that very well for Dark Zero. I think he really started to hit the floor running against Team Liquid. And if we see more of that today, Space Station might be in trouble.
All right, we can hit the floor running right now as well with our map vetoes. This is for the last time today on the A stream where we get to go through this. Oregon, Labs, Consulate, and Skyscraper all banned out. Let's get to the picks, Lax.
Okay, so off the bat, I'm skipping Cafe. I'm going to Boarded. This is actually interesting because DZ has yet to play this here at SI, which then makes me question that they're bringing something completely brand new to the table here.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Zero's bans, they do make sense. I think both Oregon and Consulate were going to be strong picks for Space Station, but I agree, like, seeing the Border come out, pretty shocking. It's very good for SSG. You got to assume Dark Zero has something prepped for that. We'll touch on Cafe briefly because that is the one we're going to first. For Dark Zero, they picked this map 6-1 record this season, with their only loss coming back in Copenhagen against NIP, a team who they got revenge on here at the 6th Invitational. They beat them 7-4 on Cafe when they met in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the... Cafe specifically a map, especially with a team like SSG, I do feel with the aggressiveness that DZ has yet to face. I think this is going to be a struggle for the first map for DZ. But again, if they can just wait for SSG to make these aggressive plays and shut that down, we can see that maybe fall 10 towards DZ's favor.
Yeah, and I think that, like, obviously Dark Zero will be favored with their own map pick, but I don't want to give the wrong impression. Space Station are comfy here too.
Absolutely.
6 plays through all of Stage 2, all of which were either wins or at least close losses. They're 1 for 2 at this 6th Invitational, beating FaZe Clan, but losing to Wolves, both overtime games.
All right, it is time now to get into map 1 of this one. Emmy and Haps are standing by, ready to call this one. Actually, I've just been told that we might have a special guest alongside them.
That we do. For the first TriCast, all of the other teams, NA teams have mascots. We as Talent don't have a mascot, so we've actually been able to borrow Monkiness.
Yeah, so I believe it was the intern of the player managers.
Yeah.
Currently learning.
This is a referee.
Branching out as well.
Do you mind
referee.
if I'm just going to quickly take off their headset.
Yes, of course,
for a second. I'm not asking you, I'm asking them.
No, I'm just making sure that no one gets hurt.
Look at that.
Player manager.
They're going to sit there. They're going to help us cast and come up with rules. No, because we have what is a very heated showdown between two powerhouse sort of teams here where you've got a lot of history.
Yeah.
And there's something about inter-regional matches at this situation where SSG, let's be honest, they're playing very, very well. That's the name, Monkiness. They've been playing very, very well. They've been able to sort of set themselves apart. But then, in the same action and in the same breath, Dark Zero, they've been playing well enough to surprise themselves. Obviously, we've got some great NA talent. Yeah. I've been chatting with them and ex-players as well and talking to Fox just before this, and he sort of thinks Dark Zero, he doesn't believe they are at the position that they are knowingly. He thinks they've sort of gotten here and they're like, great, we're here, but doing better than they think.
I mean, the thing is, you cannot really use any of the old Dark Zero stuff because they have changed up the lineup, of course. And I mean, surely it's been said before, you know, when the group stages were around, but Bolo being back, Nave being brought over from the Europe region as well. And we've already seen like some slight shifts coming through. What I saw from the Dark Zero fans, most importantly, is the fact that they no longer have all these overtime games all the time. Like, they're like, it's good for our hearts that we do not need to go to 15 rounds to find out if we win or not.
It's good for their fans.
It's good for their fans. It's good for everything.
Do you know what I want from this Hapagon?
You want a full 3 maps, 45 rounds to decide who's going to be winning it, plus a kill record or 2 being broken.
I mean, that would be nice. We've already had that today. It's very late. I think it's the latest we've had any of our games start throughout this whole tournament, based on how heated the day has been. But what I want is both teams bringing a game. I want this to get fierce. I want it to get a bit ferocious. I want to see them step it up, because I know I sort of said this. You have teams developing themselves throughout a major. You have them developing themselves throughout the Invitational. They set new paces. And then you sort of come across an old familiar foe, and it's like, sometimes it'll shake you. Sometimes it'll BDS to Wolves you. Sometimes you find something extra because there's nobody you would rather beat more to the title than people that you'll probably see back at home.
I mean, it's definitely it. Like, to be the best in your region, you just need to make it the furthest out of everybody in your region, and all beating them on an important matchup like this, definitely a good way to show newfound potential supremacy over the opposing team to come through. Now, as we take a look at the bans that just happened, of course, Azami gone. I think Azami is a very powerful operator, especially on the top floor, and in the service as well. Valkyrie being gone, lots of place to hide those cameras, so not having to worry about that. Does, of course, mean that Fenrir is going to be open. Going to be seeing a lot of that, I think, because Cafe, lots of close angles that you will have to watch. 2 main staircases to go down on. Usually, you know, a good place to take some of these fights, and any advantage is always, well, a nice addition to those kind of fights.
Monkeyness has needed to do some refereeing business. They've just popped to the side for now.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, you won't hear them cast yet. However, Tricasters are coming. Monkeyness will be there. Oh, a piece. As every game starts, and as you said, it's going to be something that builds on it. I love the mirror extensions that we've had throughout this tournament. There was a bit of a worry we wouldn't see a huge amount of mirror because of the changes recently, where if you're unfamiliar, the destructibility from the front, so say from Ash or Zoph, will crack. It won't break it through, but it means that these long angles, if an Ash can get a sneaky sort of play through, suddenly you can't swing Lumber the same way. This is a classic hold over the top. Usually it's not done for the depths of a mining cover, but I really do love the adaptation. Fultz looking for a fight out through the skylight. This is actually one of the things where, and I keep putting him on the spot, where Foxay said he thinks SSG will probably have a good chance with this. Dark Zero haven't played against many aggressive teams. And there's that aggression. Forrest gets one, Bolo gets J9O. Right back with Ashen finding Bolo. And look at this trade, it doesn't stop. Fultz finds Canadian. The entrance has turned into a very brisk exit off of Dostoevsky. And now 1:20 for NJR and Pamba to try and peel some of these bodies back on the second story.
It's a very explosive start that we've had so far. And as Pamba gets the flashbang out, he actually seems to just run by. Ashen being picked up there, probably completely blind as he was doing so as well. But it is going to be a 2-3, so there's a good opportunity to bring back this round into equal numbers here to give Dark Zero an opportunity to still fight back into this round, as he was a 4v2 just now.
A quick break of the buck across the barricades. They're just trying to force the players out of position at this point and see if they can, well, catch them mistaking. It's 45 seconds. There's loads of time here on the Cafe. However, it's one which does lead you to find yourself struggling to rotate. They can get control back up. You can see there's a little bit of wiggle room, maybe some pressure up Brown behind Pamba that's about to strike in just a second. Holding angles and hoping they push in, but there it is, hot and cold. He is a player who can play this game. He's a player who can do this damage in this distance. Will he be able to find that at this moment? When will he go for the strike? It seems like Pamba is well aware. You're just sort of waiting for that first step, that first moment, that first mistake. Give themselves the route. They have to put their back towards Hot and Cold, who's going to go even wider, all the way up towards Red at this point. They've been able to find their way in, but at some point it's going to be a 1 versus everybody. There's the swing, there's the trade, there's at least a pistol double. Keep pinging, keep pinging. This is what I want. When I say I want it to be heated,
yeah, we have to. So it's in the server, but it's also outside the server. They're shouting and they're typing to one another. Now you can't see it as we're on the player cams, but yeah, they're trying to bring it on to one another. And a very explosive start, that's for sure. Dark Zero, though, kind of running out of that fuel in the last couple of seconds of the round due to the fact that they were men down. Beautiful C4 from Force, by the way, as you just saw the replay there. Actually finding right one afterwards as well as a jump up on the planks, not really working out. Folds from the small angle on Cigar. It was just a very scrappy start. But SSG come out on top.
Keep baiting.
Oh, pacing? What?
Baiting. Keep baiting.
Okay, baiting. Yeah, baiting is what I
thought it was pinging. I thought he was being pinged, but it was keep baiting. And then they also said in all chat, stat player smoked.
Yeah.
It's round 1.
10 seconds left.
I mean, you gotta get into her head right away.
I know it's late at night. I know it's been a long day of Siege. I want this to be a long series. I'm sorry, analysts. I'm sorry, Ian Chambers. I'm not sorry, really. SSG. And now, the point I was making just before, and the point that was brought up by Davide.
Yeah.
I've been told both pronunciations. I'm so sorry, Fox. I love you. Is the one time Dark Zero have gone against an aggressive team was G2. They smoked. 2-0. It was a strong sort of performance from G2, one of the teams that sort of cited themselves as being able to attack here. SSG want to try and keep that pressure hot. They're a similar sort of team to the books of the analysts. So it's seeing how much they've sort of almost learnt from the synergy of playing against a team like G2 and then bringing those lessons into, they're not identical, but SSG have similarities and punished before.
From where though? Drone hole.
Drone hole.
RX just chipping away from Hodden. His health there. Almost losing the Yokais quite early on. That would have been a painful rest of the round, especially where off to the plant goes down out here as the repelling came in from Amaru. Canadian gets shut down, forced him over with a double kill to land it. Hotton will find Bolo as well, and it gets completely picked apart here. Dark Zero only having Nafe. Well, only Nafe left. I was about to call NGR's name, but he will find the very first kill. In a 1v4, he's about to be sprayed right through the wall, though. They know exactly where he is. He cannot last. Forrest, an amazing route from him. He held up the side all by himself as he was being pushed from left and right.
What a start, what a lockdown. They had the full read on where it was coming from, the swing to get the second on the pressure on towards Dining as well. It just sort of pieces this play. There it is, catches the drone. I mean, beautifully played by Forrest. Nafe able to obviously get the one on the back to stop the flawless, but not for very long. So, if you weren't here earlier, I just heard, I do not know if you guys hear this. So for context, the two casting desks, there's about 10 feet.
Nah, I mean, I don't know what feet are. It's like 3, 4
They're
meters.
at the bottom of your legs.
Yeah, I know, but not the measurement. I don't know what those are.
I think between the two desks, maybe about 15 feet, and at a thin wall, a very thin...
Oh, there's a gap in the wall in the back.
And there's a gap. It's like, it's not really a wall. It's like a, Did you hear Tim just say we're going to overtime, Des?
I did hear it.
The point there. Ace of Pyro.
Is it Map 3 though?
A very loud man. That's the name of his biography. We go down to Kitchen. We're not playing on Bar. Talking of Ace, a site that is statistically one of the worst for defenders to play.
It has been 30% win rate over the event so far, whereas Cafe as a whole has about 60. So basically tells you all you need to know. Really been dragging down that statistic out there. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing it much. Maybe 1 or 2 rounds total, but nothing more than that. Opening being made. If there was any other operator than the Montaigne, that probably would have been the head of Canadian gone right now. So you can thank the stars for that shield being extended in time. Drones coming through right now, openings being made as well. Of course, you're playing around on that ground floor side, not the basement on this map. But that also does mean that you need to start worrying a little bit about the top floor and the first floor, and that's why Bolo's around. He's going to be playing around on that Jekyll. He has the opportunity to use the Inox together with the drones, of course, that are driving down, just to make sure that there's no one hiding, in fact, and that there is that safe opportunity to take the top floor. Now head yourself down towards that first floor. Then you'll see some verticality open up, because this is the thing. There is a lot of the service area that you can open up vertically, which basically makes it so there's only 1 or 2 safe places where these defenders can play inside the site. If you have that all open up, it just makes your execute so much easier.
Hey, we don't quite have the same immediate pusher that's coming through from DZ. They've been trying to get a sort of smash and grab from multi-different angles. It's something that has worked well, but as of yet, as I said, SSG's had their number. Pamba is steadily and stoically smashing his way to get the shepherded angles. But you look at the position of SSG, they've pulled themselves away. Forrest is actually the only player within range of the 2 bomb sites. Everyone else is spread all the way across the ground floor with a very nice sort of catch. They're saying, look, you can have the vertical, you can have the hatch, but as soon as you come in, we are all around you. It's a bit of a retake strategy. You can go for the delay as long as possible, then you could push up the stairs and go for a retake if you're not dealt with, and then, well, you're just shooting Dark Zero fish in a barrel.
And it's kind of how you have to play this. You cannot really afford to play on the side as NGR will find the very first kill onto Fold. Red openers, the Fenrir gone, so no more juggling of those codes between the F-net. Whichever one is active is going to stay active until it's destroyed now. Pings coming in on the player that's right behind the shield. How are you going to be dealing with this? There's no cover whatsoever from his teammates, so you should be able to collapse onto J90 and take him out as a result. Ashton taking damage as well, as J90 almost finding Canadian out here with the shield. There needs to be some support coming through. Canadian unshields, finds the headshot onto J90. NGR will find Hutton as well, leaving it only up to Forrest and Ashton, but 10 seconds. They need to push.
Oh, then JR gets his third. He was the one to watch, and Forrest was the only one on site. Now he's the only one on site, but he's the only one alive as well. 5 seconds. Caught out. Dark Zero. They cast their net, and this time they pull in the space station. But it's the first round. It's the first round they've been able to sort of get themselves into properly. It's the third pick site as well. Where they've struggled is when there's a little bit more maneuverability. As I said, the hold we saw from SSG there was sort of the most standard hold I think I could describe them as doing so far. They beautiful take on the back of the ping.
Not a double from it.
And then there's the third.
I wish I was this snappy.
I wish I was this good. You see? God.
It's like, it makes it look so easy. Like he just walks by, gets those kills. It's the same as when you see Shaiko play, for example. You just hit the like crazy shot. I'm like, why do you make it look so easy?
It's like, I want to be like, I remember when I was in my early 20s and I could play FPS games. And then you're like, yeah, but I was never that good either. 2-1. Remember, this is Dark Zero's map. You're otherwise looking at Border, which if we talk aggression and we talk places where Dark Zero might struggle, that is a very fun playground for Space Station.
I believe back when these two organizations last met, actually it wasn't the last time they met, it was in stage 1 when they met. It was a 7-0 for Dark Zero on this exact map. We're already way past that point as SSG have found 2 players, but of course, you know, it's been a long time. There's been plenty of time to adapt and change your map pool. Also, Dark Zero changed players, so you cannot really compare the 2 of them anymore directly. It's not like one change, but it's Bolo and Nave that has been added to the lineup, so it's always a good one to keep in mind as the hatch is getting opened up. Now C4 to follow up on it. Canadian has the opportunity to play safely with the Bravo. There's a lot of utility here that could be gotten with the clutch drone. Think of the ADSs, the serial laser gates, and the magnets. All of those really playing into the, you know, what we used to know as a utility meta, where you just had to use a lot of explosives and other throwables to get through the actual site. We're seeing a little bit of a glimpse of that here with everything being deployed, and, well, Dark Zero on the attack, looking to find themselves a safe way into the site. 2 minutes. Nave also on that Twitch drone doing some work, taking out some default camps, hoping to find other pieces of utility as well. But so far, no kills yet. And it's a complete opposite from what we've seen in round 1 and 2, where everything was just explosive. Dark Zero really slowing it down.
Now, I would need to double check this, but I do believe the winner of this game will make it to live. They might not make it directly to the live. I think if the numbers get run properly, they might have to do it in the lower bracket. However, there is a lot of potential here, a lot of possibility. This is one step short of being in front of thousands.
Is it already? Because we have 4 more games, like 8 more games tomorrow and then 2 the day after.
We have a lot going on in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
And as I said, I think it's just if they get through, they might get down.
Tomorrow's low. Oh, Pambazoo opens up onto Fultz. It's going to be well-earned opener, but with a minute left on the clock, there is some pressure that needs to be made, and Forrest still being on the side is a real danger, a real threat out here if they want to go for the plan. There's actually pings coming in on Nate. They know exactly where he is, and the drop comes through, and there's the pre-fire for Ashton, who will find the kill onto him, and now that's the pressure on Reading basically alleviated as he gets the second one on Window. Beautiful shot to come through. J90 missing on the opportunity to catch off. I believe there's NDR just rotated through.
I mean, caught him just after they were the comparison. These 2 3-letter anagram players trying to find each other. Pamba does get the catch onto him, and Canadian certainly finds Forrest as well. Houghton is in a 2 versus 1, but both of them are a sliver of damage close to it, so it will not take much from the SMG to get the catch. Misses the tail of the first, gives a bit of the game away. 15 seconds there, rolling the blinds and the flashes. That one catches him. He tries to pre-fire through it. He knows his number is up. Oh! Almost found a little pocket of safety there, but Dark Zero, they just push either side of him, get the end of it. a rebuild from things going wrong to 2.
I don't know what they said.
They said, I think... I might need to ask Monkiness if... I might need to ask Monkiness if that's okay.
I think it is. Unless one of his...
Hey, look, there's Bolo.
Just a shoulder now.
There he is. All right, we are still going. I think they were saying... It's all your fault.
Yeah, I've heard that part.
I think they were saying he was costing. I don't know who they were saying was costing. We'll leave that to you guys at home.
Yeah, let's open up a Twitch poll. Who was costing?
Who was costing? the most toxic Twitch pool we could possibly do. Who was costing?
Right. Pixel being prepared, as you see right there. ADS being placed, bench being taken out. It's always been a bit of a stronghold position, but especially in the previous meta, where Piano was always the first and early entry point. Yep. Usually have someone playing around in the bathroom, around Pixel Corner, always challenging, always keeping people guessing. None is currently being occupied by any of the players from SSG, but they've made themselves the opportunity to actually play it if there is pressure coming in from that side. But, you know, looking at them right now, might not really be the case.
Nath, one of statistically the best players in the whole tournament. So they're probably hoping that he can make a connection, but a connection might be made here on this window. Where are they? They can see some of the broken boards. They're going to wait for some of the audio. But look at that, just a sort of statement there of saying, I know you're there, and he's like, yeah, you do. Jane, no. Oh! Pambalamau!
That was, you must have been thinking, like, what's going on? Why are you trying to reinforce that?
That was a mistake.
Yeah, we could call that a small mistake, indeed. Look at Solace, though. Look at all that utility.
I'm hoping that wasn't because of Solace saying they're on drone.
Yeah.
And not knowing Pamba was watching it from distance. I mean, that's probably why it happened. You wouldn't just go for that. You can never just trust the Intel.
It might have been like just far enough in the round where we can afford to close this off and then die on the back of it, sadly. 2-2, opening kill goes to Dark, 0 as we are in bar, which is already struggling side scores from the top rope. Drops it down.
Auditore.
Finds Penda.
And there's, oh, Nath! Really shouldn't have won that engagement there against Fultz. A little bit of a spray back and forth. Forrest just retreats down white. Eyes up, the next push in the rotate, but the E1D will stop them dead. However, they have the ping. They try and go for the fight. It does look like it. 2 DZ players are going for the rotate here. They've obviously got the Jackal that's just going to sort of say, hello, man. How you doing? Get out of here. It's our round. 4-2-2. They have a minute. Ashen and Houghton now have to see if they can try and hold on. This approach from DZ sort of has been the most intense, the most dedicated to rooting in to these engagements. The questions are how are they going to deal against an aggressive team, and so far the answer is kind of aggressively.
Well, it isn't the aggression that we saw in round 1 and 2 where they just went in. It's more of a controlled aggression that we see from them where they, you know, they do enter the building and they are bringing some aggression to the lineup here, but they're also just working their angles, working their information properly. Ashen using those warding glasses right as the flashbang pops. Someone repelling in from the Piano side of things as Houghton gets shut down from the red stairs. More flashbangs coming in. Ashen has so much time left on this glasses. Will be finding NJR, and with that, gives away his position. 8 seconds left as he will find another one, but there was a double stack up on the planks, and Nath finding that kill when it matters most. And with that, Dark Zero finding themselves 3-2. A little bit of a teabag. This must be Canadian ordering them to go for the teabag.
Okay, so there was a great documentary done about Atlanta, about the team's rise and fall. Canadian was one of the people that was followed on it. It's on the R6 Esports YouTube channel. So check it out. I'd recommend it. Amazingly, their interviews with him, he's like in the gym, like pumping iron. And there is a question, I wonder if he asked for that. If they were like, can we do a documentary? He's like, yeah, but I want to look ripped. His drive on the vibes, on sort of improving on that level, he does it to you know, shake the opponents, but it keeps his team's energy massively high. It keeps them sort of heads in the game, engaged. It's very rare to look at Dark Zero and not see them with smiles on their face, even in the longest days, and this is one of them. Because remember, they are here because they won the 2-0 earlier on. They won it very well against Liquid.
Yeah, it was a real blowout against them there, sending one of the Brazilian teams to the lower bracket. And for a while, it seemed like we might have had like 3 teams go out there, but you know,
how many hours ago was that?
That was 2.5 hours ago, something like that.
It's 3. It's been very long series. Between these series, there's always the argument of, is it better to sort of play, get warmed up, and then go into the heavier game, or sit and wait? Well, they sort of had the worst of both worlds. They played, then they had a long wait. I'm sure you could recuperate, but you guys know what it's like when you have a nap in the middle of a day. You're even more tired.
Depends on how long the nap is.
You know how long a day is for Canadian at his age?
Pemba opens up. That's the 4th entry kill now for Dark Zero in a row. So they've definitely been able to translate every single one of them so far into a round win. As we see right here.
Oh, this is new.
Watching the Solace walk by. And that's going to be giving you a lot of opportunity to just use your utility, just use your drones, because the Solace no longer going to be hunting them down.
Trying to find the next pick here, and you sort of want a bit of importance on this round from the side of SSG. Obviously, it's DZ's map. They're very good at it. They've been very good at it against opponents like SSG before. But if they start getting themselves into a bit of a burn, if they start getting their energy up before Border, where, as I said, SSG, they should have a really good showing on it. I love the plays that they do. No fish to catch on that C4. The plays that they do with quick sort of motions with that blitz. Huge take, though, from Ashton. Nath gets one right back. They know exactly where Ashton's stuck. Can he win the fight? He just misses the first. Bolo gets the shakeout. And once again, with about 1:10 left, a 4 versus 2.
Oh, just saw him go by there. J90 from the rappel. He's holding off on the top of White Stairs now. He's expecting someone to still be out on that rappel. Of course, not the case. As Pemba starting to open up on the top floor, you see Bolo do the exact same thing, using the boogies to basically open up the entirety of Piano, which is really making sure that the rotation point between the two sides can no longer be freely used without really being afraid of being shot from up above. We are, of course, playing in Mining and Dining. I think it might be the one and only rhyming site in the game.
There's your funnest fact.
Yeah, I mean, I can't
call
any other.
For those Roll Doll fans out there.
Reload.
J90 with the Tubarao and a heck of a gun is just going to fire some warning shots. The Forest can maybe make some motion silently. Gets the back of one player. The second fight isn't his to win. DZ lose the first 2, but come back in force for the next 4. And NJR, I'm just going to repeat it because it's funny, calls him a stat player.
Yeah, in response, him right back to it.
In response to what happened at the start of the game.
Relatively quiet now between the two teams as we go to halftime.
Takes a break, takes a moment.
We can't trash talk every round, you know.
Probably just do like a normal freeze execute, right?
Right, thank you.
A normal
freeze execute.
He believes SSG are going to do a normal freeze execute.
You know what you do, Dan? You go to the top floor so there's no freezer.
Stop pointing at your head and saying big brain. Small brain. Very small brain. I'm swapping you out for monkeyness. I'm curious to see how much this plays into the big brain of Canadian. Obviously, you know, it's sort of, we took statistics on this map. We say get rid of bar, never go bar. 100% failure rate this map alone. But Kitchen as well, it's felt less popular, obviously, than the 2 mid-floor sites. It seems like whatever the meta is finding its feet in terms of attackers and defenders this game, you know, I'm curious if it's something that might get phased out slowly as well, you know?
It's actually second favorite site right now in terms of defense.
Well then.
Mining Dining first, 70%.
FB then.
Servers Cooking, 63, and Reading Dining, 61.
Okay.
And then Bar, 30. So,
yeah, well.
It's the odd one out.
Thanks, Statman.
No problem.
This is revenge for me calling you small brain.
Yeah.
30 seconds gone. Hey, look at this default freeze take. They are living up to expectations. Bolo in a bit of a swing position on the other side of Coat. Check. He's waiting to see where the push and pressure comes towards Pamba. He's playing a very aggressive position. No shield, but obviously they've got the smokes to bait and waste as much time as possible. Starts at the top. And the collapse will come slowly over the floors, just ensuring that there's not a Dark Zero player, Hallow Nafe, in a position to try and strike. Now, if this has been droned, and they aren't going to re-drone it, this could be bad.
Yes, especially since it's a Solace as well, should be, you know, aware of these drones coming through, and Houghton already starting to open up with sending some Trek Stingers down to stop any roams from coming back up. However, there's already roamers up, and that's the issue here. Nafe, as you just mentioned, as long as he's patient, as long as he just waits, he has the opportunity to strike whenever he wants, wherever he wants. And that is going to be the huge problem here for the side.
Here we go.
They don't check it. That's a kill.
Oh, no. All right, well, there's the knife in the back, and there's suddenly this alarm bell ringing from SSG because they thought it was clear. Now it's not. All the rest of them, they're already on the mid-4, putting pressure. Do they rotate up? It seems like there is at least some of that towards the top of white. There it is, 2 players. He's going to see how long he can waste this. He's caught on the drone. He's about to be swung. A great pick back up, but look at what was wasted. A single player, sure. About 30 seconds in a confidence they know what's going on. Now, with a minute left, they still have to do the structure of their take itself. There's the ram rolling on through. Roll in, roll in, roll in. Roll high.
The Bugie cinematic shots.
Yeah. And we find ourselves here. A little bit of, I'm not going to say panic, but keenness on knowing what... Yeah, they've got to get the job done quick, and I like that SSG are doing it quick.
It's like they turn up the YouTube video speed to 1.25 speed, and they're like, okay, we're gonna prepare everything a bit quicker. Interesting use indeed. I'm not quite sure. Oh, the Trek Stingers, of course, to get rid of those. So they actually have the opportunity to start swinging back up, especially once the execute starts hitting. You might want to get that top floor control.
The swing round, the smokes are in, Forrest is in as well. He's going to see if he can try and find a little spot, and does. Wow! That was like diving and sort of whipping and trying to find a single safe place. He's back and forth, but there it is! Oh! Step up for the execution. J90 is serving up pain in the kitchen. Pamba, he's got to make a bit of a move, but it's a post-plant situation. Suddenly, 2 versus 3 technically with NJR on the floor. He cannot be gifted it. There's the pick back up, though. And there's the knock right back down. What a great bit of motion there from SSG.
The shouting step player now to NJ. Typing it out. Something along the line of, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
So for those who missed our mascot at the beginning, you'll see some great mascots in this game. That's why we had a mascot.
A lot of players have just printed out a picture, and I don't know.
I love the pictures. There's even a picture of, I believe, one of the player managers or referees is the picture on one of SSG's screens.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we have our own. They have their player manager. I actually learned something fun about one of the mascots, which was Bleed's mascot. I talked to Mentalist about Joe, the mannequin.
Okay, yeah.
I said...
Oh, it's Joe and Joel?
Joe and Joel. I said, how did you get... I said, how did you get a mannequin? They said, wouldn't it be funny if we had it? They went to Julio, and Julio went, I know where I can get one. Or like, along those lines, he had the expression of, it's like, he will sort it. And they get a mannequin. So, but I love it. I love that we raised this conversation. I asked a couple of people, I asked Pengu, I asked whatever.
Yeah, what would you pick?
What would you have? What would you have? And we have been gifted,
well, borrowed.
Well, no, he's come to help us, Monkiness.
Volunteered.
So we could feel like we fit in with this very mascot-driven showdown. Dark Zero, they have the mayor. Mayor McCheese.
Mayor McCheese.
Yeah, he's the mayor.
I might have missed that one.
You need to follow their Twitters more. Okay, great take from SSG when things started to go a little bit. As I said, they started to crank. They knew where they needed to be, and they knew how sort of hot and heavy they needed to get there. Nafe was the surprise strike before, but even with that lucky Na'Vi charm, let's see what he can do. The fun fact is with that Na'Vi charm, 3 of the best players in this tournament before this game started, Doki, Nafe, Citizen, all used to be on the same roster.
Yeah.
Imagine it now.
Maybe one day they'll reunite under the same banner.
Get Kenny, get Nello.
Bring back the day. Fulton's opening up from range. Not sure if there's anything there to stop it. Doesn't seem to be the case. The fire already went off on the bathroom side of things, and Houghton will shut down Panda. So it's gonna be the Solace God. Very aggressive entry there in terms of like positioning from the attacker out there. And as Dark Zero finding themselves with one less, it's also the Solace. Now, of course, you still have Canadian around on the pulse, has a good opportunity to read where the players are, especially vertically, but no opportunity to hunt down any of that utility now. There you have it. C4's already been prepped.
On the
Dust
hunt.
coming through, they're just waiting for the go sign as the hatches open up. Just seems like no one really wants to move there, though, so Canadian's just watching it. So no one's coming there.
A minute on, pretty much the latest we've had every single player still standing at this point. A keen protection of the rotation with those gridlock track stingers. Trying to find that angle, just clear that little pocket cover of the plant, but it's a very awkward place to get your feet in, get the confidence. NJR's flipping around the bubbles, looks and goes for the cover. They're gonna just break that off and smash it. They're happy to take some control, but again, look, the sprays from Canadian just coming across the pillar player, doubles down with J90, getting NJR. It's Ashton that pops off against Bolo. Canadian doing his best with the gun he's famous for, but it's the sort of hip-fire revolver swinging it around. 30 seconds, a 2 versus 1. Leaving just Naif alone. He was the first DZ player off the board last time round. Fultz takes a bit of damage. I think that was team damage. Now it's a 1 versus... Whoa! Huge swing.
Just love listening to the players out here. I'm just gonna not break down the round afterwards. Just listen, because they have the breakdown ready. What are you playing? Now, 4-4. SSG managed to equalize the score. Ah, is that the... Oh, we just saw the player manager out there on that one. What? Just saw like the pictures on the screen.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Sorry, I was looking down at my notes.
No, that's okay. Good shot from J90, by the way. Why are we playing? Or what are you playing? I don't know which one it is. We're working the enunciation a little bit.
There's the mascot pictures. Each of them is a different one. I don't know if we fully broke it down. Maybe that's an Ian Chambers job.
That should be an Ian Chambers job.
Yeah.
On the interview, just ask who did brought us as mascots. What would you bring as a mascot, though, if we didn't have our intern here today?
I don't think I'd ever be good enough to be a player. So I'd bring like a 4-leaf clover, because I think it'd be pure luck that I was there. Would you bring something Verstappen?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I wouldn't. I don't know what I would bring.
Look at that sweeping panoramic. It's like what they should do is in the reel that plays before that shows all the place of Sao Paulo, throw that in as well. Throw that shot in the mix.
Just a shot at cafe, snowy cafe. In the middle
if people notice.
I have a feeling people will notice.
Oh, okay.
Especially considering, you know, snowy cafe compared to sunny, but also rainy every now and then, Sao Paulo. Oh.
Oops.
We can try that again, don't worry.
Please don't.
I just want to do it. I was like, I'm not going to fail twice.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Of course it's embarrassing. Go watch someone else for a little bit. We don't need to cover this. He's gonna...
Camera's watching me. I'm not going to do it now.
Yeah, he's going to pull himself off. Naif gets himself the angles, obviously. This has been a bit of a back and forth here, but being able to pull it level. We don't have to replay this. That's cruel. It's like the two NA teams, DZ and SSG, are going at each other. Production's like, I want to get involved.
We are getting in on this.
Soon they're going to start shouting things at you guys in the gallery.
Especially after they see this in between.
You're costing production. What are you playing?
What are you playing?
What are you playing?
What are you playing?
I sort of said it at the previous round. It was the longest we generally had. Every player still standing. It seems like SSG, they're happy to take a little bit more time before getting into that first engagement, as opposed to Dark Zero, who sort of wanted to hit the ground running and then keep running. It does allow Dark Zero these sort of seconds and moments to build, but so far, both times, the execute has come down into the favor of SSG.
Yep, and as we're around on reading, it's, you know, it used to be one of those default go-tos as well. A lot of top floor would be necessary to open up the opportunity to plant reading. Now, there's no real pressure coming down from the side of SSG currently. Canadian being spotted out, bringing back the fight with a P90, missing the opportunity to actually lock off Houghton. He's trying to lean back into the fight, doesn't know he's about to be flanked though, as Houghton just pulling off in time, 40 seconds, and Ashen will find Nate. A second kill to come through, and Bolo as well goes for the third somehow. Will find Pemba, and only NJR and Canadian left now as Canadian will find one in return, but Canadian downstairs, below, opening up with the impact. The plant in the meantime is going down, and he gets shut down by J9O. And Ashton with a huge round, 3 kills from about a square meter. Didn't have to move whatsoever.
Do you know who probably loves this the most? The videographers and photographers who have to put together those like reels of like hype. Is probably they're like
that's definitely it.
They're like they saw this matchup and they just like rubbed their hands together like this is gonna be great. This is like
I'm gonna get so many money shots.
We can get so much footage. A tactical timeout is called by Dark Zero. They have found themselves 1 round down, 3 lost defenses in a row on their map.
But more importantly, they're losing the trash talk game right now.
Okay, I don't know. I mean...
No, for sure. Like, the defenses that they're losing in a row right now, and some of them are more confirming for the side of SSG than others. Like, we've had quite a close round here and there, but overall, SSG really in the driver's seat ever since we swapped halves. You know, and it started with they're going to try and do a default take onside the freezer. Yeah, sure. Still managed to stick it in the end. There was no utility to stop with it.
You have to look at how everything as well played out in that first round.
It's just a pure roar coming.
Honestly, so much fun to cast. If you're putting down the top numbers, you're free to pop off. If you're the only player in the room, if you're the only person in the room on double figures, pop off.
Yeah, pop off.
Pop off.
Just get in their minds as well, you know.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I just really want Canadian to do another clutch with the UMP. I just want to relive that moment.
The classic historical clip.
I'm all this.
I mean, if we're all about history, we kind of, if you're a Dark Zero supporter, want classic Bolo right now.
Yeah.
Previous Hammerlifter, previous, you know, sort of MVP and EVP of the whole tournament. He's obviously coming back into a roster very late. Him and Nafe have joined up, but he's unfortunately not been able to find the same bite into a game. Now, it's in a lot of cases not massively too comparable, obviously, because he's been out of the game for a bit of time.
And meta shifted hugely.
Meta shift is massive. He's sort of filling these roles, playing Fenrir here and not on the same sort of operators, but you know what he's capable of. It's always that sort of point, and you really want to see that delivered in the server, especially in a game like this, where if there was anything he was familiar with, well, then here it is.
It really popped off against Liquid, though. He had a really good game up against them, like massively positive as well. Just kind of struggling right now. It's always a bit of a shame to have that. See the Heartbreach gadget being used, or destroyed rather, with the impact grenade. Pamba will get the kill onto Ashen, but does go down in the trade. So a bit of a 1v1 trade to come through, and I'm not sure if they're aware of that, but there's definitely a hunt towards him right now. Not quite sure if Fultz knows of his location. Bolo's trying to cover Canadian as well. They might be losing too many players out here to try and recover Pamba, because both of them fell. And Bolo now finds himself stuck in train. Do they know where he is? Well, they're definitely watching his direction here. J9O about to find himself into a 1v1 with Bolo. Was going to pop up, find one, instantly tries to rotate out, but gets shot through the back as there was a second player in mining.
Yeah, great positioning there. They were prepared for the trade. They obviously suffered on the loose player, even though they won the round last time round. And here, they've got each other's backs. They're ensuring their heads are on a swivel to get that punishment much quicker, perfectly put together, and not quite falling and suffering the same risks. They still have a lot of time here, and oh, not quite. The drop onto one, but the second is in. The drop player's behind him, which he didn't quite see. I like that Ashen moved his mic so he wasn't shouting at his teammates' ears. I appreciate the thought and sentiment to his boys, his brothers. He's like, I'm not going to shout in their ears. But I'm going to make sure Dark Zero hear me.
They need to hear me, you know? My friends, my teammates, they'll hear me as well, but they don't need to hear me that loud. But you see it right now in their faces. It's a bit beat down on the side of Dark Zero. You said it before, like, you know, Canadian pops off because he wants to keep those, like, the motivation and morale high inside of Dark Zero, but you kind of see, like, they're wondering right now, like, what's going wrong? What do we need to do different? Because it's just not connecting. And I think in that last round, they were too heavily focused on trying to recover Pamba. Canadian dropped out from the balcony, got shot as he did. Then Bolo was also trying to lean in, but he found himself stuck.
Frustration here. I talked about how important keeping your team up and running are, and with 4 rounds now lost on the bounce, sitting down. Only 2 rounds away from OT.
10 seconds remaining.
However, they have struggled immensely to get a grip onto the actual execute. It seems like they have a good idea of where it's coming from. They have a couple of ideas of how to push against it. But whether it's just SSG's great read onto DZ's play on Cafe, or that little extra special sauce that they've been able to deliver here during a tournament where you sort of make the magic happen, there has been some huge, huge drives from SSG against the grain, against the sort of rhythm of a round to get themselves into the side and, importantly, get control of it. The wrested control of trades, as dictated in that round, has been so decisive.
You know, we had games where there was only 2 attacking rounds won overall.
Yeah,
We've only had 2 defensive rounds won overall now. So complete opposite. It's good to see that the...
This is resetting statistics.
Yeah, we're resetting the statistics, bringing it back to the 50%.
I did a series that was 5 rounds over 26 was attacker wins.
Yeah, okay.
I'm happy to see attackers get some action in.
I think we had like 2 out of like 24-ish or something at some point. It's like insane. But Space Station doing really well, and especially with finding the first initial opening. They've been able to at least get these entry engagements, and if they don't win it, they at least trade it out immediately. So that's the important part. They're never really a man down. And with that, they allow themselves to continue being in this fight and continue forcing them out as Panda sees the EMP come. He's being shot as well from White. He continues being shut down. Oh, the impact will find a trait from Bolo, though, as Forrest finds Canadian. It's just trades all over the map. It's like a repeat of round 1 as Nave brings it back to a 3-on-3.
A bit of a surprise sudden strike there. They're obviously desperately trying to force that player off the upside down rappel on White Window. The catch on the ground floor, I mean, in amongst the chaos, someone getting lost. Nafe has done that a couple of times, but they weren't really able to get the capitalization behind it because of this. The base SSG then bring the momentum that they sort of find. They sort of take the damage and go, let's roll with this. Bolo refires the angle. There was a little bit of a wiggle there from Houghton, but Houghton has otherwise removed himself and is just going to sit and wait. 45 seconds, though, and what they're trying to do is ensure that there isn't a retake, because if SSG move down to the site and Dark Zero move above them, you sort of have a bit of a favoritism there for Dark Zero. They have that control. Bolo does find Houghton as Bolo goes down. They're not sure about getting them up because, well, that's why them. I mean, surgically removing 2 people. What a collateral.
This is what I
just saw the mascot of the gnome on the toilet on Ashen's.
Oh, yeah, I've seen them. I saw someone tweet about that. I was like, what's the story behind this? It's like, where did this come from?
6-5. They finally break the deadlock. It did come down to, again, I adore watching this SSG sort of late round. I think it's so exciting. They're so driven towards making this fight happen. It's like 20 seconds.
Almost full as well.
Let's go.
Calm, let's go. No shouting back.
Not yet.
They realize they're like around
to OT.
Yeah. You don't see that often. A single pump finding 2 people that were almost both full HP.
It's the belief in that shotgun. That's what drives how bad.
Yeah, no, but that's it. The harder you believe.
If the harder you believe in the English,
the more
shotgun,
pellets come out of that thing.
the more damage it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has it ever been scientifically proven? No. Has it ever been scientifically disproven? Also no. So there is always that opportunity.
5 seconds to insertion.
Mining in dining up next.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
And Dark Zero, of course, they've just managed to find their first, but they were man down. We have to say that they were about to be losing that round. If it wasn't for the shotgun to come in clutch and find those two players, end the round as a result.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 15 seconds or so left. There was Bolo is down. There was still, I think, at least one, if not maybe two Dark Zero players still standing off. Memory is hazy. No, one. They got two.
It was one Bolo down, and there was two still standing inside of SSG.
Yeah.
And they had the default plants under control, but it was a Goyo canister on it.
They
so
needed
for
to
plant.
push. If they sat, it would have allowed them to get back up. They would have lost it in the retake. You don't always know you're about to charge into a shotgun in a library.
And normally you wouldn't expect both to go down by it. Like, there's a bit of downtime on the pump out there. So,
wants someone on the window.
I've seen that one before.
Is it going to
kill back down?
Go. Oh, they've seen the player.
So how are you going to deal with this, Ashen?
Probably not. They might
Capital
walk in the way of it. Is that going to bounce around? No, they're not going to go for the bounce. Look at that, two C4s. They're really prepared for the entrance here. Maybe they're hoping enough attention is paid towards one of the two of them. You can see Forest sort of calling the play here. They're working things out and going for the drive as the rest of the sort of busy work is being done. The break above the hatch on the site itself, or the connecting room in train. Dining is been the port of call so far for these two teams in attempt of plants and actually wresting control. There's Pamba with the hop out, or the run out even, all the way from the bottom. Removes Ashen, they lose.
Deploying a charge.
The top player of the lobby.
Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Bolo now forced back towards 19 in the hallway as they are opening up above the site. There is actually someone in the site, or at least in reading. Houghton will find Canadian in the end as someone is actually rotating back up on the brown stairs. Houghton will find him as well. He's really just protecting Forrest out here. He's like, don't worry, I'm watching over you. And just finding the kills one by one. And now suddenly SSG find themselves in another advantage as Pamba is looking to come back up the red stairs. The flashbangs are going down. It seems like they might be aware of someone coming up here.
Pamba, he wants to swing into this engagement, but he's not entirely sure just how known he is. Oh, blinds, and well, the swing
with the X-Kairos.
With the X-Kairos isn't going to net you a kill, but at least you don't get killed as the blinds come across. 20 seconds though, and here we have to go for one of those patented last second executes. The roll of the gridlocks. Forrest, he's buying himself some safety, and Bolo's buying himself some bodies. NJR with the backline outer as the spray goes all the way to the fireplace. J9O diving every which way, but he's got 9 seconds to find Bolo, and Pamba sprays through and does some damage, but the secondary locks it in, and OT is locked on.
I'm just confused why they decided to go for Dining instead. I'm sure Mining is way more open, but if you looked at defenders and how they were set up, especially if you just lost 2 players in there, I mean, it is what it is.
It is
6-6 overtime indeed.
What it is. Just SSG calling a timeout here. Obviously, they go from 4-2 down to 6-4 up to 6-6. They need to break that Dark Zero momentum. And, well, fair enough, because I am curious, we'll get to know in a second when we go back in, who is going to be leading on defense.
Yeah.
If you come into this map statistically and it's your map, which is Dark Zero's, you would be like, yeah, defense is going to be the easier half, we'll take that. Obviously, that has not been the point proven, unless you are a team that's just won the last 2 defenses and you're going straight back into it. The game hasn't changed for you. You can keep that momentum rolling, and you now have fresh pick of any of the sites possible as well, those that are previously won and locked. You can back-to-back it. If you really feel that confident, DZ will be staying on defense in OT, and they are going to go down to Kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, they've lost it twice.
Bro, did you have to leave me there? Like when we were about to get spotted, reached, and I think there was a guy on my way.
Did you have to leave me, Bolo?
Bolo, basically he's saying, yes, I had to.
Hello.
It's being spotted and breached.
Don't leave me.
So they lost service twice, Dark Zero, on their defense. The first one, they knew it was going to be a freezer take, and they lost it. The second time, it was a bit more all around, but still, like, they're just losing bodies all over the site, and basically being flanked by the outnumbered SSG. And deciding to go back here. So it's, for me personally, it's questionable, but surely there's a reason behind it, and I hope that they can portray what that is. Maybe it's just continuing the rotation, because we often see teams do that. It's like, even if they lose, they just continue up their default rotation as if they would win. This would be next up there, so maybe that's why they chose it, just to stay in that rhythm.
A million bajillion questions can be asked of this. Maybe they thought that they would just sort of shake it. Maybe they think that SSG expected them to go to the middle floor, so would spend that time out talking about how to take that middle floor and then how to play against it, so that they break that momentum. But at the same time, as you said, it has been a very solid place for SSG to go into and put the pressure onto it. You have the solace of Nave to do those plays. The Echo is back, but in the pockets of Canadian this time.
He didn't have that much luck when he was playing on the Solace earlier. Naif now, on doing so, here's the repel, so knows that the player's at top. This went wrong the last time when they were on the receiving end of it. Now managing to get away with it. Of course, it's still soft, so it's easily opened up. Like 20 bullets, just 3 punches. But at least that limits the
20 bullets?
21 bullets, I think, if you hit everything.
That's usually a lot more than I thought.
Usually when you start spraying through, like you hit the same space twice, and then it doesn't count.
Okay. I just... whatever.
I think it's 21 bullets.
What is slightly changed here in terms of the approach of SSG? Obviously, the Ram is doing some Ram raiding over the second story and seeing what falls loose. But Forest, with the Monty, trying to drive this shield potentially in. The hatch itself is locked, but that'll quickly get opened by the pocket breach. Again, the Ram is just making any of those defender positions, any of those sort of locked-in corners, nowhere near as safe as they were before. Sees the Echo drone, wants to chase it.
He's not going to catch up.
No, a little bit out of pace.
Quick check.
I love it. I love the use of the Echo drones like that.
Yeah, no one's on the balcony, so don't have to worry about that. But they might already be inside, and that's the bigger issue. Minute left on the clock. SSG facing off in a 5v5. Not for much longer, though, as Pamba taking a lot of damage. Bolo tossing over the Nitro Cells, not actually going to be able to connect it.
Do they know that Monty is in this forest? Yep, there it is. The reveal in the call, they're pinging the players. There's obviously an Echo drone. They're going to see if they can get the plant. There's the impact, takes Forest very low. The Echo drone will stop it as Nathan Bolo are able to find one apiece. Forest, he's going to double down. What else is he supposed to do? As they get the smoke in, we hear another Echo drone pop off. Forest is going to go 3 for his lucky charm. Canadian rotating his way back round. Bolo with a huge take, and he hops over the top, gets the lockdown. 3 for Bolo. Houghton is left alone in a 1 versus 5 as Bolo's just going to get the count to defuse. The Monty could not get his shield back up in time, so Dark Zero knocked that round back down.
Don't hear any shouting yet from their side. But if they win the next, we know what's happening. It's going to be one loud Canadian heading right after SSG. And I think this is what they were talking about. It's just the more turtle approach rather than spreading themselves out and trying to go for a bit of a roam. It's more compact, it's more pressured, and having the utility to stop a plant from happening in the main part of thing. Bolo almost got team killed there, by the way, but the impact that was just tossed at the Monty kind of caught it. 7-6 overtime map point.
Bam, bam, bam. Dun, dun, dun. Unfortunately, spoken words might have been a curse. Once upon a time, I talked about Ashen popping off because fair enough, you're the first player and the only player at that point to be in double figures. Since then, a lot of other players have also got themselves into double figures. Noticeably, Bolo, who I said was missing. When I talked about him about 4 or 5 rounds ago, he was only on 2 kills. Since then, has really found a rhythm. And it's one of those moments where it's just, you know what these players are capable of. As I said it at the time of the criticism of he will know what he's capable of, he will know what he's developing, he's finding his feet and getting himself into the rhythm of a team and a game that has massively changed. And then when he starts to get into that rhythm and the smile's on his face, the smile is on no one else's face against him.
It's like a buggy. Once it starts rolling, it just keeps rolling.
Don't blame it on it.
No. Doing well, especially in those latter rounds. And, you know, it doesn't matter if you win this 8-7 or if you win this 7-0, because it's the map win that counts in the end. And that's what they will be aiming for. Information here from the side of Forest. Knows what is on his window. Knows he's coming close to his window. But he's also backing off. He's like, am I being watched? My spider senses are tingling.
I mean, you can see Forest, he's always talking. He's giving all of that intel, all of that information to his team. Now remember, a Solace read led to disaster for an attempt at a deploy on a castle barricade. So they're probably going to be a little bit double checking about all of their intel that comes through. However, nothing was on the back of it as of yet. Dark Zero, they were very firm on some of their takes, but their worst ones were their opening two. It was sort of SSG getting off to a very hot start.
Yes, but it was also Dark Zero bringing it in quickly, and they're more composed now. They're bringing it in slowly. They're making sure everything is droned out. As Panda misses the opportunity for, well, not a free kill, but Houghton could have definitely lost his life for some HP out there. He's rotating down towards the bottom floor, but he's being hunted down. They know where he went. Pamba following in as well. Still has an E1D left. Is he going to be committing it to this play, to this one player? That's the big question.
They're hoping he goes for the side, and Nafe actually just kills the man from all the way. I do love that gun. As is Nafe, apparently. The first has gone, but a lot of time has been focused on it. As I said, they're pretty driven. There's the second. Forest gets caught out from Bolo from above. He's getting himself some width on the angle by destroying that so he can rotate round. J9O and Fultz cleaning their way out of the washroom. They're going to see if they can try and bite and fight, maybe down, keep the rotate together, and see if they can just work on that trade game that, as I said, SSG were really, really good on their attack with. But Dark Zero, they go back to the droning. It's a 5 versus 3. They know they can lock this out here. It's their map. They know they've got a very frantic fight ahead of them. And then potentially the follow-on of Bank. Another quick-moving, quick aggressive map. They want this to be done as quickly as possible. It has been about 6 hours ago since they started their first series against Liquid. And now they want to start this one off in a similar fashion. 20 seconds. The reveal of the player and the take by Canadian. Fultz removed as they start to eye up the site. Nafe with the lockdown, the C4 over the top. It won't quite catch the player. Canadians going for the plant. Uh-oh, it's NJR's all caps. There's the follow through. Dark Zero just pull their map back. They were on the deficit. SSG did a great fight. And they know they're about to bring it on Border.
Border is going to be even more explosive. Of course, the map is going to be paper thin. It is way more likely to see these kind of scrappy rounds like we had in round 1 and round 2 for the majority of Border. But Dark Zero, even though it seemed like they might have been kicked down, it was a 6-4. Managed to bring it back, find themselves to overtime, and lock it off within 2 rounds, not needing all 15.
Wow, I don't want to waste any more time, so let's throw to a quick break before we're back with the DAS.
Sorry, the Virtus Pro, definitely.
go, boys. Good fucking map.
This is what I'm here for. This is what we want. Loud and proud as Dark Zero make their way back to their stations. Behind me here, you are back watching the playoffs here at SI in Sao Paulo. My name's Ian. I'm joined by the analysts Laxing and Jesse, ready to pick that first map apart. DZ take it. It's their map pick. It was very tight. Yep. As we saw just a moment ago, it was very loud, very passionate. Would you call that a shaky Dark Zero win or not?
Yeah, it wasn't as confident as anything we saw earlier today against Liquid, that's for sure. They went down 6-4 initially, and they were looking like they might just lose this map. Dropping their own map pick would have been disastrous. They couldn't find a win on defense. They get bailed out a couple times by NJR, having some fantastic site play. They call that attack time up going into overtime. They turn that around and close out the game. At the end of the day, they get the job done for Dark Zero, but that one certainly is going to cause a few more heartbreaks, their heart attacks than their last series.
Lax, I feel like we're in for a long night, brother.
I mean, yeah, definitely. DZ does a good job at keeping their fans close on edge of a heart attack. That is for sure, in DZ fashion.
Well, one thing that was extraordinarily entertaining to watch and very loud was Ashen in the server and in this room right here. I think we can take a look at some of his loudest and most proudest moments here.
I mean, I love just seeing rookies come into Siege, really put up a performance, show why they were picked up by these T1 teams, and just continue to make names for themselves. And Ashen is a name that everyone is starting to get used to, and I just love to see what he brings to this team and then also brings vocally as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ashen, this clip right here on the Nook, kind of stealing his teammates' thunder. This is usually the hot and cold operator. We see Ashen popping off with it, hitting some insane shots this game. Very loud guy. Brings the energy, brings the life to Space Station. He always does this for the squad. He's very impactful both in the server and out of it in terms of getting their mental up, and he had a fantastic game here today. Fortunately, not enough to get the W, but still a really strong performance for Ashen.
I mean, Lax, this is what you want, right? You want the big characters like this, as long as they can back it up.
Yeah, and again, coming in for a rookie to be making a name for yourself, making yourself well-established and known, and again, why you were picked up by these T1 teams should not only inspire the rest of the team, but even inspire people coming into Siege that want to perform, that feel like, you know, they might not have what it takes. Like, look at Ashen, someone that's brand new coming into it and solidifying their name in the scene.
Jesse mentioned NJR and how he was so pivotal in this first map here, but you've got a clip in particular you want to highlight here.
Yeah, I mean, NJR has been moving mountains. I mean, it was round 3. NJR just gets a mean 4K coming down Brown. I mean, the ping there, free kill, gets another kill looking into Freezer. One and done, and I believe he swings this guy inside Claws and just rips his head off. Yeah.
See ya.
Gone. I mean, Ashen, I know we're typing you up, but you just got smoked, and then he just goes in and cleans it up. I mean, it's an NJR smoke show nonetheless. But NJR, we've talked about it a million times.
Yeah, and especially on attack. I mean, we talk about him as an anchor, but he really is good working his way in when his teammates are distracting, finding those little angles. The crosshair placement in that clip as well, always completely on point. Finding those tiny little pixel headshots, beautifully done by NJR in this match.
Prior to getting to the overtime period, SSG were really dominant in attack, right?
Certainly. I mean, they won their first 4 attacks in a row. They crushed it.
Yep.
I don't know what else to say about that one. They smoked them.
And I think that goes into, I feel they were just playing way more aggressive than DZ had expected because they haven't been playing against an aggressive attacking team. Like I said, Liquid, they weren't playing as aggressive, and it also looked like one person was trying to figure out what to do, while the other 3 were also trying to figure out what to do. But we talked about it. SSG is going to have someone ready to refrag right behind them, and going forward, I mean, that's literally what they did. They were always on top of each other, or they were finding DZ out, going for the pinch, going for the trades, getting the man advantage, and then just converging onto site and closing it out overall.
Max, take us to that first round of OT, the DZ flank.
So this is the beautiful thing about being in LAN, is you can hear the teams talking right here, and there was a moment right here where you hear NJR and Nafe or Bolo just say, hey, let's go for a flank right now, and then you see the collapse up top. You get the 2 kills up top. It takes a distraction away. Now you have a SSG discombobulated on how they want to go for this and how they want to approach it. They do want to get the bomb down, but DZ ends up taking complete control of this round due to that flank and just completely throwing SSG's comms off.
Interesting switch up too. We often talk about Dark Zero. They love having Canadian out on the roam on the Solus or the Pulse or whatever to give his teammates that information. We saw Canadian take an operator that's usually belonging to NJR, the Echo in that round, play that more site-focused gameplay. He had a good denial on the Montaigne before he could finish that plant off, which allowed the team the time to go for that flank and for Bolo to come in and stop that plant in the end of it. I liked that a little bit from Canadian. You know, we don't see it too often from him. He's a very distinct style inside of North America where he loves to get up, active on the roam, call that information for his teammates. But down on the Yokai drones, I mean, he can prove that he can do it both ways as well.
Absolutely.
You can see there on screen, the next map is, of course, Border. Jesse, what are your thoughts going into this?
So if map 1 was difficult for Dark Zero, this one's going to be even tougher. Border is a map that Space Station Gaming have an 8-1 record on this season. Their only loss coming against Mirage, funny enough, in stage number 2. In Atlanta, they've beat both NIP and Bleed. In Sao Paulo, they've taken out FaZe and Bliss. It is a map they love. And for Dark Zero, we have yet to see it through the 6th Invitational. It's one of the few maps that they have been banning very consistently. They got rolled on this map by M80, their opening match of stage 2. Redeemed themselves against Sonics in their rematch on the map in the stage 2 playoffs. So there is some wins, but it's a very, very shallow pool of odds to go back on. Dark Zero have avoided it till now. For me, the question is, have Dark Zero been not banning this map, or been banning this map because they are very afraid of it, because they don't like to play it?
Yeah.
Or do they have something cooked up for this match?
Very short and snappy prediction for this one. Lax?
I'm going to go with DZ.
Jesse?
No way we don't see 3.
Well, one thing for sure, it's going to get loud in here, so you're going to love every second of it. Let's go to Border with Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much. And yes, it is going to get loud. So loud, I'm sort of expecting someone to make some noise at some point, just based on those guys down there. Border. I think Jesse put it quite well there. We haven't seen it from DZ, really. So this is the question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah, that's the thing. And of course, you know, there is year stats. They have played it there, but it's been so much time to reinvent yourself for some of these maps that we cannot really say how things are going to go, especially with Nathan Bola being added to the lineup. All the stats just go out of the window, and you can basically just throw them away, not have to worry about them. And that's also like the scary thing. Like SSG, they've seen those VODs, but they're old VODs and they're very limited. But they feel confident on this map. They've been able to put up some good results on this map. And they'll try and continue putting up those results.
Doc lol. This is actually, they have always banned Dockerby.
Yeah. And they do it again.
Do you know who they always ban on defense? It's literally the same every single time.
Azami? My thingy is having troubles.
Your tablet?
My tablet, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, see, Ashton knows it as well as Army lol. Yeah, it's something because we're sort of jumping over games, I had a lovely conversation with Dez earlier. As rare as it is, I get to say that. They always ban Dockerby as Army. They've banned Dockerby as Army every time. The Ying ban against them, I think, is a sort of sign of respect towards the play that they're able to make happen with Ying. They know that it's going to go, and then Valkyrie is Valkyrie. Get her out of Border.
Yeah, especially in Border, so much clutter you can hide those cameras in, so much dark corners as well, where if the camera's not active, it's very difficult to actually spot without bringing the IQ. So removing that is always a nice choice. But again, Fenrir will be left on the board because of that. And there is lots of close angles here on Border that when you step in, you kind of want to take the fight instantly. You don't want to be blinded. Top 4 first. Surprise.
Who do you think is going to win?
I actually think SSG will take this. And I think they'll be able to take this quite convincingly, like a 7-3, 7-4.
Okay.
I'll write it down.
Write it down. I mean, you said it, so it's like that's like another way of writing it down.
No, of course, but I'll write it down just in case you forget what I said.
Which is like the writing it down version of writing it down.
Yeah, exactly.
Is writing it down.
Yeah.
What do you think? Monkeyness has left us for now. They've got work to do, but they are currently actually with Milosh. And Milosh, I don't think, will ever let Monkeyness go. So I think
they're taking care of Milosh, not the other.
They love them. They're very soft cuddles. Both Milosh and Monkeyness.
But it didn't answer my question. Who do you think is going to win?
I think SSG as well. I think it's going to be a bit closer. Again, I've said it from the start. I want 3 maps.
Yeah.
I've also said it from the start. I really enjoy watching SSG play Border. It was some of the most fun, sort of, as I said, the charges of Blitz up around the core metal stairs. It was one of the first times I looked at Modern Blitz and went, oh yeah, that can be done like that. And I'm not saying that they sort of revolutionized the operator, but there's something fun about watching how they approach this map and the sort of aggression that they build towards it. That's sort of the point of it. The quick twitch gets the double. They're the important part. And look at this, either side is safe. They've made themselves a little sort of protective bubble in case someone goes for the jump out behind them. And then they can try and deploy it. If you're going for this Ossa shield plant, you have to do 2 things. One of them, is make sure that you have some safety underneath. There's a solace in the top right. If you do not have an eye onto that, well, then you're just going to lose it. The second is to bait out the utility that will get tossed towards you. So the impacts are a little bit trickier to bait out, but the C4 especially, you need to ensure that you deploy and doesn't get broken.
They've already tossed 2 impacts. Both of them fell short. Fultz now also taking loads of damage as the first E1D pops. It's going to be, of course, the windows or the shields that are being redeployed right now, or at least they're playing right behind it still. We still have Bolo on the Amaru with the Gara hook. Has the opportunity to just basically pop up from anywhere, but for now playing around the east stairs side of the map, trying to put some pressure down onto the office. Of course, that's the main point where people rotate back in from.
I mean, the take that I love and the take that we've seen some success from is sandwich window with the quick zip. You sort of get yourself in and swing either side. It's a bit of surprise, but you do it under the cover of the E1D, makes some noise. Canadian. The only noise he made was, I'm going to kill you, as J9O gets caught out on 90. I was kind of hoping he died so I could say ow, but he was able to win out the engagement. Nafe is trying to find the scrap, but with that castle window and with Ashen not being able to see anything, he's underneath. And as I said, this is like the problem position at this point. The verticality can turn into a little bit of a blow. They rotate their way up the middle stairs, and Pamba rotates them right back down with a gun. Fultz, though, tucked in close, gets a kill, not going to move, but the reveal doesn't really matter too much. 40 seconds left, and JR has the cover onto Fultz. There is still the single player inside the site of Houghton. He's over the top, and with Ashton getting a take onto Canadian behind, the quick rotate allows him to get closer towards the site as well. The blinds come, he just gets out of there. He's got to wait until his teammate comes up. There's sandwich window, and there's the zip that I wanted to see. Bolo might do, but he needs to make sure that he times it with some combination so he doesn't just get caught. There it is. There's the fight almost instantly. As I said, they lent into it. They're trying to find the pocket of space. Ashton caught out on the approach up the metal stairs onto Beepers. Houghton has the moment to swing. The C4 over the top doesn't quite get the bite. They're planting on the opposite side as well. Great kit rotation here. He's going for the engagement. Downs onto one, but a post plant isn't enough.
I was actually really confused by that round because obviously their whole plan and idea was to go for archives and try and get that plan down. But they quickly realized there's going to be that C4 player is quite difficult to get rid of and didn't really want to commit. And they saw them rotate over towards east and they're like, yeah, there's a softball here, but we don't have any soft breach. It's kind of difficult to get that kill out. And they just kept rotating all around the map, and eventually they found themselves on an armory plant. So Dark Zero literally went to every single room they could, I think, with that diffuser during this game. Of course, Canadian finding the early opening, very important. Force dropping out there as well, basically cuts the reinforcements. So they managed to get most of those kills in like good positions, but due to the fact that Houghton was still alive, they couldn't actually go for the plan that they initially had. So they decided to just try and work it around.
Whoa, that was cool. That was a fucking cool round.
I want that as like the, just like.
I want it as a sound bite.
Just
so
a sound bite.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was a cool round.
Cool round. I mean, it was, because it wasn't as straightforward as it might have looked at the start of the game round. Because back then it really was like, okay, waiting out some utility, then we go. But again, Houghton being alive so long, not having anything to deal with it, no soft breach being there either to open up office, found them the results they were looking for.
Ashton, a tour de force on the previous map, but at least for the large majority of it, then unfortunately lost a bit of the same steam and consistency he had towards the end. If he can try and get some of that energy back, he might be able to get himself making quick work, but you sort of look through that first round. They're obviously only able to really get 2 kills. Dark Zero, they learned lessons from their early mistakes before. I want to make sure that they don't make the same here. Doubling back on their attacks. It's border. You do often like enjoying your attack first. Get through it. Get yourself that sort of bonus. Nafe on the blitz. There was a time when he was playing in EUL. And I would have seen Nafe.
What?
Oh, it gets the
okay,
hard
yeah,
wall.
okay,
It gets the hard wall on the left.
For a second there, I was like it's
that.
soft though. It's
yeah,
fine, you get both. But
I'm sure a lot of people thought, what? No, that is a very valid thing to do. That wall on the left-hand side, if it's reinforced as well, will get blown up.
Yes, no, for sure. Like for a second though, I was like, what
right
the hell is happening here?
It's a valid thing to do. You are not all crazy.
It is. A soft breach would have done the same thing. However, they didn't have one.
They didn't know. Well, they might have known that wall.
Yeah, you can drone it, but you know, but still, it's like they didn't have a soft breach, so this is the next best thing you have.
Yeah.
This still looks very crazy.
It does look
This is going to get clipped. They're like, even pro players do this.
Even pro players make mistakes. No, it's a very cool little trick. And Houghton, in the meantime, chilling, sitting, in seating. Waiting for an approach to come towards him. J9O's got the cover over the top, but it's Pamba that goes down first. Fault's on the cover. Nath is going to see if he can try and move behind it as the E1D pops. They cover their rotation and they see their target. Oh, Bolo stole the kill and he seems a little bit depressed, but he's going to watch towards the hatch itself as Bolo goes for the plant. They've snuck this one right in. Oh, J9O! Huge take, finds the second. Forest, in fact, swings around and gets the cover onto Bo. NJR, he's trying to bite his way. They're going for the defuse. In the meantime, you've got to get a move on, mate. Hotton's got the number. Hotton's got the counter.
It's just delayed as well. I don't know if you saw, but like a post camp, 2 shots right in the chest off Hotton, but it's going to be that 1-1. Plant went down. No one really in position yet to really stop that from being counter-diffused right away. So a good retake, a quick retake from Space Station helping out. Of course, they had the man advantage, but Canadian, he was all the way on the opposite side of the map. He had to double time back towards the actual objective to stop him from getting it. Actually, what I do like is, you know, usually when we're in online play, we have like the different kinds of cameras that we have, like forehead cams, but also the people that sit all the way back. Here, we often see people drink water from our famous cups. I really want a compilation of the different ways you drink water.
Located by attackers.
We see someone just like
you want a
squish it
compilation?
down.
I'm sorry.
No, okay, me. So we have some people that use straws.
Wait, hang on.
Some people like squish it down, like they just make a fist with that thing in it, and then you have Nave who's almost putting the pinky up whilst he's drinking.
Well, he's British.
Yeah, like a true British person.
I've got to do. I do the posh British voice, and I've actually irritated quite a few people doing this voice.
Oh, have you?
Yes. You want a compilation?
Okay, maybe like which kind of water drinker are you, Post? Just me.
So the 2 suggestions you've thrown. Which water drinker are you?
I didn't say I was a genius at social media, right?
No, but I mean, socials might run with this. Salty, Disper, if you're listening. Which water drinker are you? Or a compilation video of different ways. Imagine
in the highlight reel.
Yeah, with like the highlight reel with the sick music. People drinking water in different ways.
Gotta hydrate.
This is a casting link suggestion.
It is important to hydrate.
What a piece! The Sam cams all the way to the top of Nath. No shield. And I was going to sort of say the unfortunate positioning of the Blitz in that position is, well, if there's an angle you're probably going to lose to and be prepped to, it's that sort of drop down above. The reveal of your head is always a bit of a nightmare. The Twitch drone cannot destroy that I've done because it is currently closed.
Yeah.
Hotton hasn't put the code into it. And he's just going to keep it off for now, so they've got to make sure that they keep the drone alive for now.
From underneath?
Perhaps.
Perhaps, perchance.
Very cool play, very cool break. I love the read on it. No impact to stop it. It forces Hotton to move away. Do you know what they would have done once upon a time? Bounce the grenade up. Can't do that anymore, but you can do that. Blow it up from underneath and then kill the player.
Entry, but instantly traded out as Canadian found one onto Ashton, but, you know, he didn't last much longer than that. Nave from the upside down repel now, trying to go for a bit of a challenge of Forest. He's, of course, holding the doorway, though, or holding a passive angle as they just saw him walk by there. I'm not sure if Forest saw the exact same thing himself as well, but stays in a 4v4 for now. Pemba has the opportunity to go down below, though, and start opening up with the skeleton key. Remove the majority of the safe spaces there are inside of the armory, and with that, you mean the half full. Of course, there's almost always someone playing there when the execute starts popping, especially in your ranked game. Has dropped off in Pro League, however.
Blinded by the mine, that one's definitely active, and it's a very awkward one to get rid of. Fenrir, again, has had a huge performance, but there's just so many operators to ban. Hotton on that operator is trying to just get the sliver of the fight there onto the window, but it's not otherwise offered to him. What is, though, is a good amount of time working in their favor. Pamba's still trying to force this player out of this position that once upon a time, as I said, would be played against a grenade, would have taken and wrested control of, but now 30 seconds left. He's confident to sit in that place. Bolo's about to breeze past the window where he might get shot in the side of the head, with Hotton not too far away holding onto the door. Nath rotated their way with the kit to try and find the plant, just tucked in on the opposite end, but as the ping of the reveal comes, Forest tears them apart. Faults with the C4, J9O onto Pamba. Hotton is down in the meantime, it's just Bolo. Swinging for every which way inside the site, but they know exactly where he is. They're not going to offer him the angles. SSG pull themselves ahead.
Good round for SSG there. Of course, they lost the entry, instantly traded, but managed to keep it nicely around the side. And not really allowing too many opportunities for Dark Zero to benefit. He saw that there. The Warden was playing the small half one, not the one that just got opened up by the back, but the one looking over the entire balcony where we often see this the OSAP plans coming down from. Had the bulletproof cam up there, was just waiting for the right call to go up, and at the moment he gets spotted, he just jumps up, finds that kill. And from there on, they just managed to basically swing the numbers in their way. Dark Zero trailing by a round. It's not the end of the world. Here you have it, Forrest getting that ping, swinging up as soon as the drone hits him. Boop. C4 as well.
I mean, it's well rehearsed. It is the modern default take.
10 seconds to go.
You know, it's the standard approach here. You'll get the sort of clear. There's a couple, obviously. There's a couple of common ones, but not sure how they got there. Knew how to remove them.
That's the most important. If they get there, that's fine, as long as you can take them out.
As long as you can take them out.
10 seconds.
Because then it's not an issue.
It's not an issue.
If they're there, you can take them out, then it becomes a problem.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Dark Zero, strong opener. Unfortunately, fallen a little bit by the wayside. The first round, they haven't been able to get the kit down on as well. They weren't even really putting proper pressure onto the site itself. Whether that is SSG waking up or just a failed plan, I guess we'll see as those stats start to develop over the course of the game. Full roam. J90 keeping himself busy in the office.
Ventilation actually one of the most successful defensive sides so far in a map that has been relatively 50-50. I mean, even when we're having like very heavy defense-sided meta right now, you can trust Border to bring it back slightly towards the attack. Forrest running over as soon as he does see customs getting opened up. Some Selma's being used out there. He's aware of the fact that they might be pushing in that position. So what does he do? He starts playing in just to make sure there's some presence, just to make sure they're not like going through unseen. It means there's a slight rotation coming through, and Ashen, whilst using the ERC7, which is a gadget of Vigil, is going to make sure that he's not going to get spotted.
Can they force an engagement and a position change here, or they can punish them? Is this sort of saw on the previous round? SSG were pushed a bit and then pulled themselves back in. Pamba just with the duck into detention and gonna see if they can get the hot hop to Forrest. Who is he droned?
No, he's not.
Not well enough. He got caught just at the end there, but Pamba could not win the engagement, the E1D. And a second stack up, quick rotate, pressure either side, but he has already done pretty huge damage. The sliver and the shake either side, pre-firing the angles, NJR gets the end of him. But really should have been a clean kill and take there from Dark Zero.
He was actually droned out because Canadian on the Twitch drone zapped him at the moment, like right before the actual push came through. But he didn't really care. It's like, that's 1 I can take that. I just need to find a kill instead. So well done there, just not getting panicked off by one of those Twitch drone zaps to come through. Fultz with a lot of information, spots out one on his phone, spots out a couple of drones down below. That's going to be called out. Like, hey, they're working on that ground floor. They're working towards that main door. Of course, that's where the site is in ventilation and workshop. But we still have a very heavy top floor presence out here as Ashen about to be swinging a window. Actually, Bola will get the better of him.
The Vigil really has a netted reward. And Nath nets his own. There's J90 getting NJR on the back. 6-1 so far this map, J90. He was a point of comparison from the desk very early on, and here he's sort of making that statement of returning to that statistical anomaly position. The attempt, third plant on the fourth possible round. Houghton wants to go for a hoppin here, but he's not entirely sure where the fight is. There it is. Nath, upside down repel is actually the one to net the kill. Leaves just J90 on this kit recovery position with the upside down repel. Watched on a drone, the swing on the double door. You sort of go which way. They're not really possible fights in any sense of the word. And that round was sort of already ridden. 2 apiece.
Solid bite back there from Dark Zero, and SSG maybe going a bit too aggressive on that top 4 hold. When you had Ashen going aggressive onto Bolo, they knew he was there. I mean, they've had drones in there, and you know the little white lines that pop up when you're droning has constantly been there. Actually had the ping out, so he swapped from the door to the window whilst not being in the ERC7 cloaking, so they knew that he was going to go for that swing. It was known, it was acted upon as well by the side of Dark Zero. So 2-2, going over to bathroom. And if Dark Zero find themselves with 3 attacking rounds here, I think they found themselves in a pretty good situation. So all they need is really 1 more, potentially 2, if it would suit them.
At this point, I'm kind of glad that they've moved off the Vigil here. As they've alluded to, it wasn't really working. You can see the idea. Obviously, on a map like this, where you can have a lot of hot rotations and how wide those lines can sort of stretch on this boxy play space, on the fact that there's a lot of soft, you could really waste potentially a lot of time. DZ have just been aware of that. Their close down on Ashen every single round has just sort of entirely locked him out of the chance at getting into the swing of the game. So instead, go for a slightly different play against those drones. Go onto the Solace, where you're still playing against that intel game, but you can be more active.
The thing is as well, right, with the Vigil, they will still know you're there. They just don't know exactly where you are. So they're aware of your presence, and they're aware that they're going to have to, you know, pay attention or respect to you. But it's not like you're completely invisible, like Nuck, for example, is when she uses her Hell device. So that is something to keep in mind. If anything, it's more of a stalling tool than it is really to try and get yourself some sneaky kills that they weren't aware of. Now, as they are attacking the bathroom, office is usually a huge contest point for the attack. You obviously also just go for a straight horizontal approach, but you know, then the verticality not working in your favor could get yourself shut down before you even get that plan down. So that's what we'll be waiting for. Default camps shut down. It's going to be removing that little bit of utility. It is the basics of any competitive play, or any play really, that you take out the information that the opposing team has. Especially so inside a pro play. Sometimes when you see those default camps left up, it's so dangerous.
And they just were able to get
they were
the jam that was there on that drone hole, so that's going to put Fault in a bit of an irritating position, because now it can be rolled in and get some eyes. There's still one directly on the player, but having eyes in there is that most important step at this point. As I said, the drone game here from DZ has been very, very well put together. They have about 6 total left, but they're making sure that they are all very proactive. Obviously not counting the Twitch drones. Ooh, there are Terros. They're about to have a quick fight here onto Square. I don't know if Nath knows that Hotton's just on the other side.
They don't know.
Yeah, pulls himself back to break. He's also a bit unsure about how safe he is.
Now, they have opened up verticality above passports, and that is where he's currently playing. For a second, Bolo actually wanted to be entering there. I think they fell off right now, though, so they're not going to try and enter from that position anymore. Yeah, actually went upstairs, so they're going to try and put some pressure down. Oh, to East! Didn't see J90 coming out of the rotation that was on the East wall. Shuts him down. That loses you your heart bridge. That's going to be quite painful. NGR not able to find a response as Hotton will be able to take down Nave. So suddenly Dark Zero find themselves dwindling in numbers here.
I mean, they thought that they could try and, like, slip in here onto the east stairs, but as you said, they don't know how well they were watched. The idea of safety, I said they were good at droning, but unfortunately also a bit too trustworthy with it. Canadian takes a lot of damage, wins his engagement. NJR has taken a lot of damage and hasn't been able to finish his yet. As Ashton rotates around the back, tears the head off for one. Pamba does find one, but there's Ashton with a second, swaps up, and instant success.
Come on, let's do 3. There's no need to shout at this moment.
Yeah, there is. Let him fight. Let him fight.
Fight. In the server, that is.
Yeah, of course. Our middle of the day shows haven't got that intense yet.
Not yet.
No boxing matches.
Who knows? They might be coming through. Maybe arm wrestling, if Laxing is on. Who would challenge him?
Fresh. We actually had an athletic competition in the green room today.
Oh, did we?
I'm not going to oust or out anybody and how well they did, but there was legitimately a vertical jump competition.
Oh, is that why the chairs are stacked up?
No, that's unrelated.
That's
just an unrelated bit of madness of who can touch the roof. Now, obviously, Lax cleared all of us.
Unsurprising.
Unsurprising.
Yep. Who came second?
Second, Stefan, Easy the Observer,
really?
did very, very well, and Fresh did very, very well.
Okay.
To no surprise, Tim and Des could not touch the roof.
5 seconds left.
I mean, Des is
I said I wasn't going to out or ask anything, and I just listed
you just
like
did everything anyway.
Yeah, no, not everything. There was still like 4 or 5 other people who got involved. It was started by Jesse. You know, he challenges.
Did Jesse touch the roof?
Yeah, he did. He challenges everybody to a race. Well, the reason it started, he entered the room and just went, I can jump really high. Legitimately, that is how it started.
What an icebreaker.
What an icebreaker.
So, coming in, I can jump really high. That's all you need to know about me.
They're looking to see if they can try and force out the players. Now, this is a map that, with the grenade change, for my money, suffered probably one of the most, if not the most. You're thinking of all these power positions where it's soft and it's instant to get it from the back. I'm not saying it's the best way to do it, but it became a consistent way of clearing out, say, behind the half wall, or over the back of the archives and service stack, or towards the sort of pocket of, you know, top from the top. There are classic grenade points that you now have to come up with plan Bs of approach. And it's made things a little bit more convoluted here for the driver attackers.
I mean, a lot of them have become the skeleton key. Just opening up vertically and then getting the opportunity to just take the fight one-on-one. Flashbang, want to be caught off, second want to be tossed in. Bolo with a huge entry, gets instantly down afterwards though. Alton took, you know, some amount of damage. Just saw Twitch drone fire by now. 4-on-4, 90 seconds left. Still a lot of work to do here for Dark Zero. Ashen finding himself inside a CCTV, basically uncontested. Nave, he is holding off the window just for good measure, and we also see someone holding off on the break room door, just so if he does rotate out from any other way, then just running towards the armory side of things, he is going to be caught up.
Amber, as the buck, is trying to get underneath. He wants to sneak his way up. Unfortunately, the Prox is going to make that pretty impossible. There's another pops round. There's Ashen popping up, getting Nafe. The swing round, and Ashen on another. Gets dropped in the trade out. However, with only NJR left, wow. I said, kind of glad he swapped off the Vigil. He's proven why. Could not find a second to breathe on Vigil. Has found multiple bodies. On the Solus roll.
Of course, it allows you to help your team more as well, right? Like, Vigil's a very selfish operator, whereas Solus does help people.
We have a quick word with Mr. Vertical Leap himself, a call-in from Jesse J. Chick.
Hello, Hap and Emmy. Yes, I've come in because we've seen a lot of Border from Space Station in the past. This is a map that they've played already twice throughout the 6th Invitational against FaZe Clan and against Bliss. So we've got some data I wanted to dig in for you guys. And when we move Space Station Gaming over to attack, the bomb site they have struggled to attack more than any other has actually been Ventilation Workshop. They've only got a 25% win rate attacking onto this bomb site. So the first thing I want to say is make sure you're watching out. If Dark Zero are playing that bomb site more than usual, that may be a reason why they might be trying to capitalize on this. The second thing I want to mention is that when they were last playing this map against Team Bliss, one of the answers they tried to bring on Ventilation Workshop was putting Hot and Cold on his favorite operator, Nook. Now, he didn't really find much success. I think Hot is one of the best Nooks in the entire game, but he tried going east stairs to fight Office. He tried going front door, never really found success, often dying without a kill. They weren't able to find any round wins. So if you see Hot and Cold on operators other than Nook for that bomb site, understand he's doing something new, and it might be catching Dark Zero off guard. The third and final thing I want to leave you with before I leave is that for somebody my height, jumping that high and touching the roof is very impressive.
It was very impressive,
jump,
but sat behind you is laxing.
I was
really the MVP of our jumping competition. Thank you very much. I also see our old trio caster, but there's action going on, so I got to get back to it. Thank you, Jesse. As we find ourselves starting to echo on the side. Forest is gone. They lose the butt, with NJR getting the worst of the big scrape on the back end of it. But with that gun, if he can get the first leg in a fight, he can probably silence it pretty quick. Hotton gets the drone rolling in towards Pulse, who's doing their best to survive on the little slivers of land that are offered to you in this position. But the statement is you are being watched. However, the pressure on time is not on him. He slips away. Canadian has actually escaped out of there. He's going to find himself a new home elsewhere.
Just quickly dropping off, not trying to find himself in a situation where he can no longer retreat towards the safety of his teammates, where he can actually live to fight for the remainder of that round, because there's still about 100 seconds left on the clock. It's about a minute and a half, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done by SSG here if they want to be finding themselves in a good opportunity for bathroom. Now, Hotton will be able to find Canadian. Ashton locks off Nafe as well. Suddenly, things just start swapping and changing into the hands of SSG as J90 will shut down Panda. Suddenly only Bolo and NGR, but look at NGR's HP. He's about a flashbang away from death.
Can they just get that lead? And as I said, the importance of that first fight. I also talked about the importance of this drone hold. This is the nightmare of that position. You really don't have the full option of how safe you are when they know every single stat. you're making on a map like this. The pings are continual, and that right above them is soft, with J90 getting the swing in case they go for the rotate for escape here. They either have to try and pull themselves back in towards it, as they do, and there's the rotate to escape. Cut off, perfectly played by SSG, all built on the back of that single drone, on that single meddling drone hold. Now, with no health and a C4, what can you do? 30 seconds. Nothing, unfortunately. SSG, 5-2.
Just slow it down a bit more, otherwise I'm wrong on my prediction on the score. 4-7 is what I thought it is. SSG definitely headed towards that position right now.
Static. Timeout. Timeout called here by Dark Zero. And, well, best time to do it, really. There's a big difference and a big deficit between the two teams. Obviously, it's not their map, and I've already very much said... Panicking. I shouldn't type panicking.
Well, he tried to.
He tried to, but I'm not going to correct people.
Or he meant panicking. Maybe it's something we don't know.
Maybe. But when they are one round away from map point, when they're in this dangerous situation, well, you have the team talk. Last time, Dark Zero had this team talk on the last map. They then came back to bring it back from the death. They were able to sort of turn the ship around, get themselves into OT, and get the map locked in. So it's all still to play for. They were closer last time. It was only a difference of about 2 rounds. Yep. They had lost lots in a row.
Such a...
Oh my god, they were listening to Jesse too. Vent Workshop.
I mean, again, it's also like the best defensive side in the map currently, 62%, as I said before. So combine that together with like the struggling to attack that side specifically, basically should allow you to pick up some rounds out here. Now, as of course, there's a lot on the line. Dark Zero finding themselves at the edge of map point behind. They, of course, want to lock this off in a 2-0. If they can prevent themselves from going to bank, then, of course, they would do so. There's a lot of work that they need to do, though. And they need to do so on the defense. Which means gotta make some good puzzles out here. They need to be solved by SSG. Make the right decisions, right moves. And starting ventilation right now, that might be a good call to come through. Houghton not playing on the Nuck. It's going to be the Gridlock to come through. That is not in line with what the Nuck normally does.
What?
I'm just saying, Nuck a bit of a sneaky potential entry operator or like flank or lurk.
True.
Gridlock more of a flank watch, making sure that you hinder rotations.
Yeah, Nuck is pocket played in position, played brilliantly on the previous map, but here, I mean, you can probably make a bit more of a statement because everything is an engagement on this map. It's very rare. Really.
There's no safe space.
Yeah, especially with the changes to Nook, where she's not quite as sneaky as she once was.
Lost the sound buff, debuff. I mean, the fact that you couldn't hear the sound, really, when she was moving up slowly. Making it easier to spot her now. 2 minutes left, and you already see some of the tracks out there just to prevent a rotation to come in from CCTV towards the armory. It's going to be cutting out that outside rotation, but it's also like one of the easiest ways to get from one side of the map to the other. Again, verticality is going to be quite important here, so we do need to see SSG find a way to get rid of the half-wall player, to get rid of the rest of the armory players. And Pamsu playing around there with the Solas is just going to be making sure that if there's any drones spotting out any use of information, it's going to be cancelled off. Good use of the impact there, going to be stopping the X-Skyros from opening up that wall. Of course, Volt has many more opportunities to do so, much more than they have impacts upstairs. I actually may not, with Pamsu being out there as well. It might just swap positions after the second impact from Nave to come through.
I was going to say, this is the sort of risk, obviously, because you want to have a clean route through. We see Fultz pops off 2 this time to bait it. It actually dedicated a lot more before. Now he does the extra step up. There's another impact, but that one hits the soft wall, so it will not stop it. They have an angle, but they do not have the rotate directly. It's enough to force it. Again, I talk about grenades, the big change on this map. The position that they're playing behind that half wall, once upon a time, would be a very quick clear. Now it's not.
There's also no Capita or something on the board, right, where you can use the incendiary bolts to dislocate the player. So really going to have to go in from below and see if you can put up some vertical pressure onto Nave, or just completely disregard it, as Houghton will find Canadian though. So this could be the first opener. He's playing from down below. Pemba drops as well as a C4 will find J90. So we are staying quite close in that one-man disadvantage out here, but it seems like they're looking to collapse onto the office, onto the fountain here, and as Folds just sneaks through, he takes a shotgun shell to the chest, a double swing to come in. Forrest will find one, and so does Folds. It's only up to Nafe now, and a 1-on-2 effectively, but they have the opportunity to potentially recover Forrest.
Well, not if he does this. Shoots him in the face. Big rotate. There's a player underneath, and he's able to find him, Nafe. Okay. Now we're suddenly cooking a little bit with gas, because there's only 8 seconds. They're going for the plant.
5 seconds.
Drops the hatch. They expect the motion. It's a dangerous fight, but just caught. This ain't EU.
He's not wrong.
Brexit geezer.
We're actually in Brazil right now.
Wait, hang on.
You're taking Strazer as well.
No, I mean, I never expected, of the things to expect in an NA versus NA sort of grudge match beatdown, seeing the words Brexit geezer typed in the ult chat, that threw me a little. Brexit geezer removed.
Yeah, Snape's new nickname. Brexit geezer. We're in Brazil, South America, technically.
This is North America, baby.
Bomb located by attack.
Where is border actually as a map?
Oh, did I do know?
Is it in Myanmar?
I think it is. I know it was released with the Navy SEALs, of course, of Valkyrie and Blackbeard.
Memories.
I'm going to find out.
All right, you do that.
Just because
Milos is probably somewhere fuming.
Well, he might be.
He 100% knows.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
SSG. Match point. I mean, this is the sort of deciding factor here. We knew that they could play a good border. They're showing why. They've almost kept it off the death now. And it's not over yet. But you have to give credit to how SSG's playing this Dark Zero. They haven't played a lot of this map. They let it through. But you might think that it might go back to being one of the ones removed after this showdown if they can try and wrestle their way through. We are pretty prepped and ready for a map 3 at this point. There is also obviously the conversations on the fact that these are aggressive maps, and Dark Zero, again, because they've played 2 series today, because today has been a very, very long day with a lot of third maps, a lot of overtimes.
So the location says only Middle East.
Okay, so I was right with Mena in that it's also quite vague.
Yeah, and I didn't put up a specific point. So, back to the game then we go. SSG finding themselves on that map point. I mean, they have been looking very strong on this map so far. Dark Zero, of course, they've had their moments, but they never really have found themselves in control. Getting the plan down 3 times, but having it shut down and even twice. As Canadian now looking to see if there's any drones coming through while he's not aware of the fact that the plant's already coming in. Now C4 will be tossed. Is actually going to be losing the shield off. Houghton's going to have to recover the other one that was out there for his protection. But that means that the Nitro Cell's now gone. There's still one left on the pockets of Bolo, but where is he? Well, right there. He's actually coming over right now to toss in the Nitro Cell to hopefully find the destruction as Nave finds one NJR on as well, and it's just the trades are coming in right now.
NJR, he stepped up. He's been able to step 2 of them down. Genano and Houghton removed from the board. And they've lost, well, the Twitch and the Oster. And when you lose an Oster in any take, you sort of lose your take.